Chapter 1. Clang, clang, clang. The sound that reached Nan Qiao's ears was that of a train in motion, gradually growing more raucous. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself facing several young individuals, animatedly engaged in conversation. Not far away, a young woman clad in a green military uniform was organizing those around her to sing revolutionary songs. A sweeping glance around the carriage revealed a palpable atmosphere of fervor. Though their attire was not particularly resplendent, it did little to diminish the vibrant spirit of these youth, each one brimming with vitality and enthusiasm. These were the educated youth about to embark on their journey to the countryside, still infused with a sense of passion. Yet, once they truly settled into rural life, the harshness of existence would inevitably erode their dreams. Nan Qiao shut her eyes once more, beginning to absorb the memories of this world. Undoubtedly, this was a realm crafted from the pages of a novel, narrating the tale of the female protagonist's journey to the countryside and her subsequent acquaintance, understanding, and romance with the male lead. Together, they would confront adversities, care for relatives in a cowshed, and eventually escape the confines of rural life through the college entrance examination, leading to a life of brilliance and splendor post-university. Yet the original character, Nan Qiao, was merely a fleeting fragment in the female protagonist's life, essentially serving as a tool to facilitate her fortune. Nan Qiao's mother passed away early, and when she was merely 3 years old, her father remarried. As the saying goes, with a stepmother comes a stepfather, and this aptly illustrated Nan Qiao's grim reality. Within her household, she was the least valued presence, tasked with menial and laborious chores, receiving no benefits in return. Her stepmother showed no inclination to play the role of a dutiful matriarch, making it clear that she bore no affection for Nan Qiao. After her stepmother's arrival in the Su household, she bore us father 3 more children, further diminishing Nan Qiao's significance. As the fervor of the rural movement escalated, Nan Qiao was coerced into partaking in it. Having just graduated from high school, she had secured employment, only to have it forcibly taken away by her father and given to her younger brother. Thus, Nan Qiao became a pitiable figure sent to the countryside, purchasing severance from familial ties with that job. Upon signing the severance agreement, she resolved to sever all connections. Having endured a lifetime of hardship, she was easily drawn into the slightest semblance of kindness. Nan Qiao harbored a deep infatuation for the female lead, Xia Yingying, assisting her with chores, providing money, food, and receipts. She performed every task typical of a devoted admirer. However, Xia Yingying held Nan Qiao in low regard, merely using her assistance while casually accepting her gifts. In contemporary parlance, it could be summarized as, "I accept the gifts, but you may keep your sentiments." Xia Yingying exhibited no scruples in this regard, even claiming Nan Qiao's late mother's belongings. A jade pendant, seemingly inconspicuous, had hung around Nan Qiao's neck since childhood, overlooked by her stepmother. Yet, this pendant concealed a space of spiritual essence, a hallmark of feminocentric narratives. As the protagonist, how could she lack such a space? It was a necessity. Nan Qiao's existence served merely as a vehicle for delivering fortune. The jade pendant was bestowed upon Xia Yingying, but that was not the end of it. In an effort to avoid Nan Qiao's clinginess, Xia Yingying plotted against her. The saddest part of it all was that Xia Yingying used the money and receipts Nan Qiao had given her to manipulate the widows of the village, setting a trap for Nan Qiao. Xia Yingying instructed Nan Qiao to wait for her at a specific place at a certain time, and with eager anticipation, Nan Qiao complied. To her dismay, the awaited figure was not Xia Yingying, but rather a disheveled widow, and thereafter, there were no further developments. Nan Qiao was subsequently taken to the police station, ultimately sentenced to 10 years of labor reform at a farm. In less than 10 years, during her 3rd year at the farm, Nan Qiao perished. Xia Yingying's machinations against Nan Qiao stemmed from her budding affair with a male protagonist, Gu Su, as Nan Qiao stood in her way. Nan Qiao was undeniably a tragic pawn in this narrative. Yet, she was unable to escape this predetermined fate, with each reader traversing the novel, her tragedy replayed anew. No matter how hard Nan Qiao tried, it proved futile. She was bound to follow the established script of a devoted admirer. This intense sense of injustice and resentment resonated within the system, prompting it to reach out to Nan Qiao. To break free from the chains of the plot, it was necessary to find a character who had already awakened. To replace Nan Qiao in living out this life, Nan Qiao was the most suitable candidate. The price Nan Qiao paid was her own soul, which she accepted willingly. Even if it meant her essence would be scattered, it was preferable to the never-ending cycle of this loathed narrative. After absorbing the entirety of the plot, Nan Qiao sat quietly with her eyes closed, feeling somewhat relieved about her new identity, as it spared her from facing the original character's family. To live out the life of a replacement pawn, her greatest fear lay in being detected as an anomaly by outsiders. Even with complete memory retention, she might not perform her role flawlessly. In her mind, Nan Qiao reached out to the system. System, are you there? I have a question. System, I am here, host. Upon hearing the mechanical voice of the system, Nan Qiao paused, recalling that this was not the voice she had encountered when signing the contract. Nan Qiao, you aren't the same system from before? System, I am an intelligent AI. The main system has contracted multiple hosts after signing the agreement. All responsibilities lie with the AI. Hearing this, Nan Qiao felt considerably reassured. An intelligent AI was preferable. She had no desire for an independent consciousness lingering in her mind. Nan Qiao, how should I address you? Shall I simply call you System? System, you're the 996th host contracted by the main system. My AI designation is 996. Nan Qiao felt a wave of frustration at this dreadful designation, which felt suffocating. Nan Qiao, 996, do I have any beginner's gift packages? 996. In accordance with the principle that all transmigrators possess a golden finger, each time you traverse, the host is permitted a single lottery draw. Nan Qiao, is it truly that good? 996. This is a gift from the world's will. It not only seeks to liberate the original character from the constraints of the plot, but also aspires for this realm to evolve into a genuine small world. Nan Qiao. So, I am the bug in this scenario, correct? Please tell me about the lottery. 996. There are two categories of lottery: powerful golden fingers, which are exclusive to this world, and ordinary golden fingers, which are universally applicable. Nan Qiao. Is there a difference? 996. With a powerful golden finger, anything you can conceive may manifest, while an ordinary golden finger may merely yield a single item you require or desire. Nan Qiao. Do you have any suggestions? 996. Since this is the host's first traversal, the lottery can be substituted with a specified choice. Based on the selection probabilities of other hosts, I recommend a storage space, as it has been the most frequently chosen. Nan Qiao realized that indeed, having a storage space would greatly facilitate her endeavors. Promptly, she replied, then I'll choose this as well. 996, understood. The storage space has been granted and bound to the host's soul. Please check your inventory. Nan Qiao sensed a shift. As long as she wished, the state of the storage space appeared in her mind. It was not large, only 1 cubic meter. It seemed this storage space could only accommodate essential items. 996. By the way, there's one more thing to note. During world traversal, items within the storage space cannot be transported. Nan Qiao was taken aback. What does that mean? I can't take the things I've collected with me? 996. Correct. Items from this world merely exist temporarily within the storage space and cannot be accepted by other worlds. Nan Qiao felt displeased. Then this storage space is of little use. 996. I apologize, I should have expressed myself more clearly. Not all items are excluded. The storage space can retain rewards distributed by the system. Nan Qiao. But you haven't given me any rewards. 996. Reward will come in due time. Do not forget, host, that each world allows for a lottery draw. If it pertains to an item, it will accompany you indefinitely. With this assurance, Nan Qiao's spirits lifted slightly. As long as she accomplished more tasks, the contents of her storage space would increase. Speaking of the storage space, she couldn't help but think of the jade pendant around her neck, which was indeed a space of spiritual essence and even greater advantage. Nan Qiao. 996. May I utilize the spiritual essence space intended for the female protagonist? 996. Yes, the host has already broken free from the shackles of fate and is no longer bound by the forces of the plot. Nan Qiao rejoiced. How do I integrate the spiritual essence space? Is it a matter of blood recognition? 996. There are two options: blood recognition, which can be used in this world, or I can bind the spiritual essence space to the host's soul, making it universally applicable. Nan Qiao felt even more elated. Such a great opportunity. 996. However, the host must pay a certain price. Nan Qiao. I knew it, there are no free lunches. 996. According to the agreement, Nan Qiao's soul power has been divided into 10 parts, with the host and the main system splitting it. To bind the spiritual essence space to your soul, the host must additionally contribute 1 part of soul power. Nan Qiao fell silent, realizing that this division would require a 4:6 split, which did not seem to adversely affect her. Nan Qiao. What purpose does soul power serve for me? Is there any danger if I distribute it to the main system? 996. The host requires a replenishment of soul power to exist. The most fundamental consumption necessitates acquiring at least 1 unit of soul power from each world. Otherwise, the host risks the peril of soul dispersal. Nan Qiao understood. It appeared this was the bottom line. He pressed on. Are there any other functions of soul power? 996. The more soul power accumulated, the greater the benefits for the host. Once a certain threshold of soul power is reached, the host may awaken a particular talent that will accompany them permanently. Nan Qiao. It seems soul power is quite significant. 996. Indeed, host. Nan Qiao. As a system, do you have a store? Is it necessary to spend soul power to make purchases? 996. I apologize, host, but this system does not possess a store. Any items the host desires can only be obtained through a lottery at the onset of the traversal or through self-directed learning in the traversed world. Nan Qiao. Can the skills I learn be permanently retained? 996. They will only be recorded by the system if a certain standard is achieved. For instance, while the host may know how to drive, their driving skills are not yet qualified to be classified as a skill. Nan Qiao. Is there a status bar? I wish to review my current condition. 996. Yes, I have activated the status bar for the host. Name: Nan Qiao, Nan Qiao. Age: variable 18 years. Mastered skills: painting, English. Storage space: 1 cubic meter. Items held: none. Talent: inclination. Culinary arts: Nan Qiao. Nan Qiao glanced at his status bar. It was straightforward and clear regarding the skills he had acquired, which were innate to him. In the original narrative world, he occupied the role of the typical second male lead, an art student who had studied and lived in the beautiful country for many years, excelling in painting. The plot naturally involved the female lead running away while pregnant, only to be tenderly cared for by the second male lead abroad, followed by her return to the homeland for a happy ending with the male lead, leaving the second male lead with a bittersweet conclusion. In simpler terms, it was a classic tale of unrequited love. Fortunately, Nan Qiao had awakened, breaking free from the narrative and departing from that repugnant world. The final item in the status bar left Nan Qiao somewhat perplexed. 996. This denotes the current talent of the replacement traverser, derived from the original Nan Qiao's culinary aptitude. Striving in accordance with the original talent may yield superior results. Nan Qiao. Are you certain? In this era of scarcity, even with a talent for culinary arts, a skilled cook cannot work miracles without ingredients. 996. Host, have you forgotten about the spiritual spring space? Nan Qiao. Even so, who will teach me culinary skills? Or do you believe I can cook? 996. Host, this is a matter for you to ponder. My suggestion is to not squander the talent granted with each traversal, as it will greatly benefit your growth. Nan Qiao was left speechless. Was this really a matter of whether he wanted to strive? He couldn't even find a direction to exert his efforts. Had the timeline been delayed by 30 years, he could have sought out specialized culinary schools. But in this current era, that was not an option. Yet, the system was correct in stating that the spiritual spring space was vital. His access to sufficient resources hinged upon it. Nan Qiao. How can I bond my soul with the spiritual spring space? 996. Please proceed to an unoccupied area. Nan Qiao promptly stood up, asking the youth at the neighboring seat to watch over his luggage while he made his way to the restroom alone. Inside the restroom, Nan Qiao took out the jade pendant from around his neck, pondering how the system had managed this. Just as he was observing it, the pendant transformed into a streak of light and entered his third eye. Nan Qiao, is that it? 996. Yes, it is merely a rudimentary spiritual spring space. What did the host expect to occur? Nan Qiao, oh, well, perhaps I was overthinking it. After a moment of reflection, Nan Qiao realized that he now possessed two spaces within his consciousness, a 1 cubic meter storage space and the spiritual spring space, each remaining distinct and undisturbed. Once the spiritual spring space bonded with Nan Qiao's soul, he became aware of its usage and limitations. To put it simply, it was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Inside the spiritual spring space, there was a courtyard featuring a small wooden cottage, a rockery sculpture, 2 mu of private land, a well, and empty chicken coops and pig pens. Nan Qiao had initially assumed he would need to toil for all of this, but that was not the case. He could not enter the spiritual spring space at all. Not only could Nan Qiao not enter, but nothing could enter either. The spiritual spring space was not a storage area. It could only expel items, not receive them. The so-called spiritual spring was concealed within the rockery sculpture, harboring a cave with a stalactite, beneath which lay a dedicated container. The stalactite drips 100 milliliters of spiritual spring daily and ceases once filled, so it is best to consume it daily. The spiritual spring can only be stored within the designated container, cannot be preserved elsewhere. Nan Qiao could share with anyone, but it could not be retained. Cultivation within the spiritual spring space does not require additional fertilization, simply watering with well water suffices. However, labor in the spiritual spring space has its specifications. Nan Qiao could not enter, but the spiritual spring space was equipped with specialized puppets, such as planting puppets that come with various seeds. Once activated, the puppets would autonomously tend to the fields, relieving him of any burden. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Nan Qiao, 996. How can I activate the puppet within the spirit spring space? 996, 1 unit of soul power activates a single puppet. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Nan Qiao expressed her thoughts, only to be met with disdain from the AI. 996, the host remarked, you are overthinking. Currently, the spiritual spring space can only activate 2 puppets. To activate all the puppets, you must upgrade the spiritual spring space twice more. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Nan Qiao found herself at a loss for words to adequately express the tumult of emotions swirling within her. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Nan Qiao, on what grounds? 996, she is the protagonist. Who do you think you are, a mere supporting character? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Nan Qiao bears no obligation to seek vengeance for the original owner's grievances. The original owner's loves and hates are of no concern to him. If others do not trouble him, he has no desire to stir up chaos. This world operates in such a manner, devoid of excessive emotional entanglements. Furthermore, there exists a certain peculiarity in Nan Qiao's character. Nan Qiao epitomizes the quintessential self-serving individual, with a worldview entirely centered around his own sensations and comfort, rendering him quite selfish. Ironically, this very self-centered person transforms into a sycophant in the presence of the protagonist from the original world. His thoughts, character, and behavioral patterns starkly contradict his usual self, as if he has become an entirely different person. Perhaps the creator intended to illustrate the contrast between Nan Qiao's selfish nature and his selfless treatment of the female lead to reflect the male supporting character's affection. However, this extreme disparity inadvertently leads to Nan Qiao's self-realization. How could someone as self-absorbed as I am perform so many thoughtless acts for that girl? With such questions lingering in his mind, Nan Qiao gradually begins to awaken. Ultimately, after a complete awakening, he departs from the original world and enters this new realm. Assuming the identity of Nan Qiao, while his character remains largely unchanged, still the meticulous self-serving Nan Qiao. Nan Qiao is indeed a pitiable figure. Yet Nan Qiao harbors little compassion. Merely living out Su's life satisfactorily is already sufficient, and he does not wish for more. In the absence of conflicts of interest or threats to his own safety, Nan Qiao prefers to avoid entanglements. He is now an ordinary individual with limited capabilities. Many actions leave traces, and lacking absolute certainty, Nan Qiao refrains from undertaking tasks lightly, especially not volunteering to assist Nan Qiao in seeking revenge against the female lead, Xia Yingying, as it is not his obligation. The decision to confront Xia Yingying does not rest with him, but rather with her. Should she become a nuisance that affects him, he would act decisively, provided he possesses the means to do so. Nan Qiao is not surprised that a person of such character would become the protagonist. Selfish female leads abound in women's fiction, and they are rather similar to the leading ladies of his own world. After leaving the restroom and returning to his seat, he humbly thanked the young intellectual seated beside him and settled down quietly, choosing not to engage in the conversations of others. Even though he has absorbed relevant memories, he still feels somewhat out of place in this era. The original owner lacked a deep understanding of the ideologies within the Red Book, so he opted to speak less. To avoid missteps, the first task presents a considerable challenge for Nan Qiao, as he transitioned directly to this world after departing from the original one. In his previous life, Nan Qiao studied abroad at 18, encountered the female lead at 25, and was entangled with her until he finally awakened and left at the age of 28. This implies he spent a decade in the United States, adopting a mindset and behavioral patterns reflective of that culture. Even during his time in his home country, he embraced the contemporary world's values. Thus, in this new world, he must exercise utmost caution, as everything feels alien to him. Observing Nan Qiao's innate talents, Nan Qiao feels a twinge of regret. If only it pertained to acting. If he could elevate his acting skills to a commendable level, he would fearlessly traverse any world in the future. Within the Spirit Spring space, 2 activated puppets have already begun their work, requiring no oversight from Nan Qiao. He merely awaits the rewards. The maturation cycle within the Spirit Spring space is swifter than that of the outside world, and whatever needs to be cultivated is merely a thought away for Nan Qiao. 2 acres of land are allocated, one for grain and the other for vegetables. The grain field is divided, with half dedicated to rice cultivation and the other half to wheat, all without concern for seasonal or climatic fluctuations. Once harvested, the planting puppets handle the subsequent processes, reaping, threshing, shelling, and preserving seeds, ultimately storing the yield in the storage room, which can only contain products from the Spirit Spring space, with no upper limit on quantities. The vegetable plot is similarly equipped, with an array of seeds at Nan Qiao's disposal, allowing him to cultivate common vegetables and various spices. Even tobacco. Salt is an exception, as it requires the Spirit Spring space to upgrade, allowing access to the ocean. The fishing puppets can then venture out to catch fish, gather seafood, and produce salt. Thus, once all 5 puppets within the Spirit Spring space are activated, the total output can meet the basic consumption needs of human life: grains, vegetables, salt, spices, oils, meats, fish, and seafood are all included. The method for upgrading the Spirit Spring space is also straightforward, achievable through subsequent tasks. Should he acquire related advantages again, they can be merged to enhance the Spirit Spring space's level. This presents no significant challenge for Nan Qiao, as women's fiction often features ample space-related artifacts. With a few more traversals, he is bound to encounter them. Conversely, the realms of men's fiction pose greater danger for Nan Qiao. Until he has secured his own means of self-defense, he is hesitant to delve into male-centric narratives, particularly those involving ancient martial arts, high martial arts, cultivation, or apocalyptic themes. According to the male perspective, what constitutes interpersonal relationships? It is the notion that to eliminate one person, one must consider exterminating their entire lineage. Nan Qiao can comprehend this notion and is in agreement. However, when it comes to being made one of the 9 clans, he is rather reluctant. Nan Qiao sat in his seat, his expression somewhat unpleasant, giving the impression of discomfort. As he was truly reluctant to engage in conversation in this era. This was perhaps for the best. Those around him, noticing his demeanor, refrained from insisting on discussions of various ideologies. Meanwhile, in another carriage, Xia Yingying was plagued by an inexplicable sense of unease. A feeling that eluded definition yet was undeniably discomforting. It was akin to having lost something of great significance, leaving her heart feeling hollow. Xia Yingying placed her hand upon her chest, attempting to soothe the turmoil within, and forced a smile in response to the advances of a nearby male youth. This individual was indeed bothersome. In her endeavor to maintain her carefully crafted persona, Xia Yingying found the situation exceedingly tiresome. Yet she had no choice but to present a flawless smile. One could only say that being the innocent flower is no easy task. The art of being a green tea requires innate talent, and not everyone is capable of mastering it. Nan Qiao was entirely unaware of Xia Yingying's circumstances. Yet he was certain she too was aboard the train. After all, they belonged to the same cohort of educated youth. And this was the only train heading to Heilongjiang province. In his recollection, the place where Su Nan Qiao was sent to work was called Sha Village, where the locals exhibited a unique northeastern forthrightness and fierceness. They neither rejected the educated youth nor particularly welcomed them, resulting in a mutually indifferent coexistence. The youth station had already accommodated a small number of earlier arrivals, merely in single digits. Now, in the year 1972, Nan Qiao needed to remain here for just 5 years before he could take the college entrance examination and depart. Nan Qiao believed that acquiring the relevant textbooks should not pose a significant challenge for him. Although he hailed from an artistic background, his passion for painting was driven by love rather than academic shortcomings. As the secondary male character in a female-oriented novel, he epitomized perfection, boasting an illustrious family background, exceptional talents, striking appearance, and remarkable intellect. Yet, despite these admirable qualities, he found himself overshadowed by the male protagonist, who was undeniably inferior. This disparity served to highlight the heroine's profound affection and discerning insight. The only things that Nan Qiao could bring into this world are her intellect and experiences. Her appearance cannot be transported. She embodies the visage of an ordinary person, and perhaps someone like Xia Yingying would not even regard her. Trains of this era move at a painfully slow pace, particularly those with hard seats, which are excruciatingly uncomfortable. During the night, one can only doze while seated, leaning against fellow passengers. Upon waking in the morning, visiting the restroom becomes a formidable challenge, with an overwhelming queue of people. Fortunately, the individuals of this time are relatively simple-hearted. Those who are truly desperate are often permitted to go first, which is certainly preferable to soiling oneself. The odors within the carriage are far from pleasant, emanating of various food scents, sweat, and foot odor. Nan Qiao forces herself to acclimate to this environment, knowing that even harsher conditions may await her in future journeys. After enduring a day and a night on the train, the once exuberant young intellectuals now appear drained, each slumped in their seats, devoid of energy. Singing revolutionary songs? Don't be absurd. I can barely muster the will to utter a word. The initial excitement has faded, leaving behind only exhaustion and a profound sense of uncertainty about the future. Some female young intellectuals, already burdened by sorrow, strive to maintain a facade of strength, fearful of displaying any reluctance lest they be criticized as unenthusiastic. Those from affluent backgrounds must also adapt to this lifestyle. No one dares to reveal a bourgeois disposition, with the most they can do being to enjoy slightly better food than the rest. Nan Qiao belonged to the unfortunate kind. The circumstances of his original family left him utterly speechless, severing ties with them completely. He took the rural subsidy for himself, offering nothing to his family. Likewise, they had not prepared anything for him. Everything he brought was inherently his own. His meager wardrobe, adorned with patches, and the well-worn bedding he had used for many years left him anxious about whether it would withstand the harsh winters of the Northeast. Before even reaching his destination, Nan Qiao had already begun contemplating ways to earn money, for without financial means, one could hardly move forward. Nan Qiao's advantage lies in the presence of the spiritual spring space. With this asset, he can ensure that he will not perish from hunger. However, the drawback is that he cannot reside with others, as it would complicate many explanations. Thus, Nan Qiao must live independently, which constitutes his first expense. Though he is fortunate that the rural subsidy is still available. Yet, he cannot merely expend resources without generating income. He must earn money. Utilizing his storage space to scavenge for items at the recycling station, a notion he promptly dismissed due to the multitude of uncertainties involved. Nan Qiao serves as a mere tool. One cannot expect fortune to bestow itself upon him without effort. Relying on his own abilities to earn a living, Nan Qiao contemplated two avenues: translating texts, as his command of English nearly rivals that of a native speaker, making him well suited for translation work. Though he is uncertain whether opportunities exist, his linguistic prowess could be attributed to self-study prior to his arrival in the countryside, thus sparing him from suspicion at most. He might be questioned about his choice of English over Russian. It is evident that the village of Shiha does not require a translator. And even the nearest county may not necessitate one, especially since he does not have the luxury of time to frequently travel there. If he cannot rely on his English skills, he is left with painting as his sole alternative. However, live drawing for others would attract attention. After much contemplation, Nan Qiao recalled the idea of creating comics. He envisioned two options: to produce traditional comic strips that illustrate various idiomatic stories and submit them to newspapers in hopes of publication and earning fees, or to consider a more dubious path. Should his submissions be rebuffed, he contemplated creating adult comics, a genre absent in this era, which would undoubtedly provide a significant sensory shock. Once completed, he could sell them on the black market. This latter option would require minimal narrative, diving straight into the theme. Rarity begets value, and if executed well, this endeavor could yield a handsome profit. However, the risk looms large. If caught, his life would essentially be over. Under no circumstances does Nan Qiao wish to tread this path. He refrains from illegal activities, as he currently lacks the capital to ensure he remains undetected. He must also cleanse his artistic skills of any suspicion, ensuring there is a visible progression from novice to adept. While he can showcase his extraordinary talent, he cannot leap directly from nothing to something. Any action that might raise suspicion demands careful consideration. Young intellectuals of the Sana Brigade gather in Shiha village. Upon disembarking the train, a throng of people surrounded Nan Qiao. Amidst the cacophony, he heard someone calling out for Shiha village. Those welcoming the young intellectuals occasionally shouted to draw attention, while others echoed similar calls, directing the newly assigned youth to assemble. Nan Qiao glanced over and recognized the individual from her original memories, Cheng Monsong, the village secretary Cheng Baoguo's youngest son. It was he who had come to receive the educated youth destined for the countryside. Cheng Monsong was also the suitor of the female protagonist, Xia Yingying, which had caused significant discord between Nan Qiao and himself. However, with her arrival, Nan Qiao had no intention of becoming ensnared in such emotional turmoil. With purposeful strides, she approached him, her face adorned with a warm and friendly smile. "Greetings, comrade. I am an educated youth heading to Xia village." Nan Qiao expressed her goodwill, and naturally, Cheng Monsong would not respond with a cold demeanor. He nodded and, with a relatively gentle attitude, said, "Please wait here for a moment. I will gather everyone, and then we shall depart." "Very well, I am in no rush," Nan Qiao replied, standing by with her own satchel. Observing her, Cheng Monsong gestured towards the ox cart behind him and suggested, "Why not place your luggage on the cart? Carrying it all the time can be rather burdensome." "Thank you." Nan Qiao expressed her gratitude, setting down her satchel and offering a smile to the elderly driver. Regrettably, she found herself without any tobacco in her pocket. Otherwise, she could have shared a couple of cigarettes. In the Lingquan space, Nan Qiao had already arranged for the puppets to cultivate tobacco, yet it would not mature swiftly. Even once it had matured, further processing would be necessary to obtain the leaves. Nan Qiao felt that her savings might not suffice to cover her expenses, let alone the need for receipts when purchasing cigarettes. Therefore, she believed it would be more sensible to roll her own. Although Su Nan Qiao did not smoke, Nan Qiao did. For smokers, tobacco holds an importance akin to that of food. Nan Qiao stood by, listening to an elderly man chit-chat about the bus, having become somewhat familiar with him. Gradually, the other educated youth assigned to Xiahe village arrived, and Nan Qiao noted that they matched her memories perfectly. Given that there were few educated youths in Xiahe village, this allocation brought 7 of them directly to the village, regardless of the village secretary's willingness. Besides the male protagonist Gu Su and the female protagonist Xiao Yingying, there were Nan Qiao and 3 other young women along with 1 young man, resulting in a total of 4 women and 3 men. This distribution sparked significant discontent among the villagers of Xia village. In the eyes of the villagers, educated youths were deemed insignificant, and they believed that relying on them for labor was futile. They were merely seen as individuals who came to take their food. Consequently, the general attitude of the villagers towards the educated youths was one of disdain. Fortunately, the village atmosphere was relatively good, and they did not deliberately make things difficult for the educated youths. The two groups existed like parallel lines, never intersecting. In Xiaohe village, villagers lived among themselves, and educated youths among themselves, without disturbing one another. It was not until the arrival of the male and female protagonists that a series of subsequent events unfolded. The youngest daughter of the brigade leader, Ma Hua, developed a fervent infatuation for the male protagonist Gu Su, pursuing him with an intensity that bordered on madness. Meanwhile, the youngest son of the village secretary, Cheng Monsong, took a liking to the female protagonist Xia Yingying, diligently assisting her with various tasks, much like a devoted admirer. Similar to Nan Qiao. As it stands, there are already signs of burgeoning relationships. Nan Qiao observed discreetly, noticing that when Xia Yingying appeared, Cheng Monsong's gaze was instantly captivated by her presence. To be fair, Xia Yingying was undoubtedly the most striking among this group of educated youth, her delicate demeanor resembling that of a fragile flower, effortlessly ensnaring Cheng Monsong's heart. Standing there, she bore an air of unresolved sorrow, akin to Lin Dayu stepping into reality, stirring emotions within the rugged-hearted women of northeast China. Xia Yingying was genuinely troubled, not merely putting on a facade. She harbored an inexplicable sense of having lost something significant, yet she could not recall what it was. Amidst the crowd, Nan Qiao caught Xia Yingying's fleeting glance. But she quickly dismissed it, for a man of such ordinary appearance, lacking in fashionable attire, was hardly memorable to her. Among this group of educated youth, only the male protagonist, Gu Su, could capture Xia Yingying's attention. He was handsome, with a charming smile that radiated warmth and approachability. Not only did Xia Yingying take notice of Gu Su, but another female educated youth, known in the original narrative as Lu Su, also found herself drawn to him. Nan Qiao pouted, wondering why Lu Ruyan was not called. Undoubtedly, this was the quintessential presence of a venomous supporting character. It was precisely due to Lu Su's assistance that the bond between the protagonists deepened time and again, allowing them to overcome numerous obstacles and unite. In her recollection, at this juncture, Nan Qiao and Xia Yingying had no intersection. It was merely on the way back that Nan Qiao stumbled and fell beside Xia Yingying. In an effort to maintain her delicate persona, Xia Yingying kindly helped Nan Qiao to his feet, bestowing upon him an encouraging smile. It was this smile, coupled with feigned concern, that struck a chord with Nan Qiao, who had long suffered from a lack of affection, propelling him onto a relentless path of infatuation. Now, however, Nan Qiao had changed. He instinctively distanced himself from the protagonists, adhering to a principle as a mere background character: cherish life and steer clear of the leads. The protagonists were synonymous with trouble. Being near them invariably invited unforeseen complications, resulting in the background characters and cannon fodder being left to face the consequences while the leads emerged unscathed. Cheng Monsong, observing that everyone had gathered, finally instructed them to stow their luggage, dutifully catering to the group. The village was not far, and if any of the women were unable to endure the journey, they could ride on the ox cart. Though ostensibly addressing the women, his words were primarily directed at Xia Yingying, albeit in a manner that did not explicitly express concern. Xia Yingying was elated, yet at that moment, another female youth, Li Shuqin, interjected. "Thank you for your concern, but it is unnecessary. The leader has proclaimed that women can shoulder half the sky. If men can walk, so too can we." Once those words were uttered, who would dare to contradict her? Xia Yingying could barely maintain her facade of a smile. Even if Cheng Monsong invited her onto the ox cart, she would hesitate to accept. Thus, she resolved to walk. The male lead, Gu Su, was a person of admirable character, engaging in conversation with other youths on the way back, introducing themselves to one another. From that moment onward, they were bound to support one another. "If you need anything, do not hesitate. Just come to me with whatever is within my capacity," Gu Su proclaimed, thumping his chest in affirmation. This was not an attempt to draw attention from the female youths, but rather a reflection of Gu Su's nature. He was, in contemporary parlance, a social butterfly. Gu Su was the type who could forge friendships wherever he went, treating others with sincerity and loyalty. He could be regarded as a genuinely good person. The only problematic figure was the female lead, who had masqueraded as a paragon of virtue before Gu Su her entire life, thus earning the title of a good person in his eyes. The one she wronged the most was Nan Qiao and her other admirers, with no faults to speak of regarding Gusu. Consequently, Gusu viewed the female lead through a rose-tinted lens. These dynamics had little to do with Nan Qiao. Whether the male lead was virtuous or the female lead flawed, he chose to keep his distance. After introducing himself, Nan Qiao retreated from the protagonists, positioning himself at the rear, largely remaining aloof from the conversations among the youths, projecting an image of reticent silence. Cheng Monsong feigned camaraderie with the youths, primarily seeking to engage Xia Yingying in conversation, but she regarded him with disdain, her focus solely on Gusu. Meanwhile, Gusu was unable to prioritize Xia Yingying, as he sought to consider everyone's feelings, particularly with Lu Su persistently vying for his attention. Ultimately, it was a chaotic scene, Nan Qiao observed from the back, feeling a sense of exhaustion on behalf of the male lead. Nan Qiao remained silent, primarily observing those around her, influenced by the narrative. Nan Qiao's memories diverged from the vivid reality of living individuals. For instance, Gusu. It was only upon encountering him in person that one could truly appreciate his affable charm. He possessed a natural magnetism that endeared him to others effortlessly. Similarly, Xia Yingying was known to be a delicate flower, yet only upon seeing her in reality did one grasp the allure of her fragile demeanor and her pitiful gaze, as though she were imbued with an enchanting aura. Furthermore, there was Lu Su, the archetype of a malicious female antagonist, synonymous with villainy, yet, at her core, she was merely a pitiable woman yearning for unattainable love, not innately wicked. Lastly, there was Zhou Li, a companion of Xia Yingying, akin to a loyal follower. In Nan Qiao's memories, she often aided Xia Yingying in gaining recognition, yet occasionally, the glances she cast towards Xia Yingying revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. Nan Qiao could comprehend this mentality. Friends ought to engage with one another as equals. However, when surrounded by friends who are excessively dazzling, one inevitably becomes a mere backdrop. Over time, this sentiment breeds discomfort within any individual. Zhou Li found herself in such a position, though she cherished her friendship with Xia Yingying. The emotional toll it exacted upon her was considerable. To be fair, Zhou Li was not unattractive. She possessed a certain grace. Yet in juxtaposition to Xia Yingying, her allure was utterly eclipsed. The intricacies of human nature far exceed those portrayed in novels. And Nan Qiao reminded herself not to underestimate the people of this world simply because she possessed relevant memories. The recollections from the narrative served merely as a reference. One must recognize that individuals are prone to change, particularly with the emergence of this anomaly. Who could predict how the characters from the original story might evolve? Swiftly, due to Nan Qiao's presence, the first butterfly effect materialized. What was initially destined to be Nan Qiao's stumble into a pit had now transformed into Sun Mingjie's misstep. Sun Mingjie, at the tender age of 16, was the youngest among the rural youth, and within her memories, he was the loyal companion of the male protagonist, Gusu. This lad possessed a singular virtue, a strong sense of loyalty. Nan Qiao recalled the particular crisis faced by the male lead. Had it not been for Sun Mingjie, Gusu would have met a dire fate. It was Sun Mingjie who selflessly intervened to save Gusu, nearly falling victim to the inspection team himself. Beyond that, her memories were scant, as she had already been sent to a labor camp where she ultimately perished. Now, as Sun Mingjie tumbled before Nan Qiao, a flurry of thoughts crossed her mind, and she instinctively pulled him up with concern. "Are you all right?" He assured her he was fine, having merely stumbled. Sun Mingjie flashed a sheepish grin, admitting, "I didn't expect there to be a pit there." At that moment, Cheng Monsong chimed in, "Some road surfaces are uneven. To be cautious while walking." Sun Mingjie shot Cheng Monsong an exasperated glare, thinking, "You were thinking of that only after I fell?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao is inherently a rather selfish individual. Thus he holds a particular admiration for Sun Mingjie, who embodies loyalty and camaraderie. The more one lacks something, the more fervently one yearns for it. True to Nan Qiao's nature, he would never engage in endeavors devoid of personal gain. His intention is to cultivate a bond with Sun Mingjie, transforming him into a subordinate. While he possesses ample resources such as spiritual springs and provisions, he finds himself lacking in monetary wealth. Should his devised avenues for profit prove futile, he may be compelled to venture into the black market, a realm fraught with peril and the threat of capture. Even the male protagonist, Gusu, is not exempt from such crises, let alone a mere supporting character like himself. In stark contrast to Nan Qiao, Sun Mingjie is evidently a significant supporting male character. Endowed with superior fortune, Thus, it is prudent for Nan Qiao to delegate the task of navigating the black market to Sun Mingjie. If Sun Mingjie were to be apprehended, Nan Qiao could then devise a strategy to extricate him. If all efforts fail, he would reluctantly accept that the other must perish in his stead. The principle of a dead friend is preferable to a dead Taoist is one that Nan Qiao has consistently adhered to with great effectiveness. Nan Qiao's mindset is thus, I can treat you well, but such kindness comes at a price. In plain terms, it represents your life as worth. Consequently, Nan Qiao has never believed in altruism devoid of ulterior motives. If someone treats him well for no apparent reason, his immediate reaction is to suspect that the individual intends to deceive him. This skepticism extends even to his collaboration with the system to this day. Nan Qiao has yet to fully trust it. He merely has no alternative and hopes that the contract contains no hidden pitfalls. Sun Mingjie fails to perceive Nan Qiao's feigned benevolence, believing instead that this Su brother is genuinely commendable, exhibiting refined manners and showing genuine concern for him. This aspect is something Nan Qiao has learned from the female protagonist, Xia Yingying. Even if it is mere pretense, as long as one maintains the act for a lifetime, it becomes authentic. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon realizing this, Nan Qiao promptly altered her plans and inquired, the educated youth station in the village is crowded and overwhelming. I dislike it. I intend to live independently. Would you care to join me? The educated youth station in He River Village was relatively spacious, with only a few residents, and the arrival of 7 newcomers had nearly filled it to capacity. The leader of the older educated youth was named Fenggoan, a 24-year-old figure akin to an elder brother, whose appearance conformed to the aesthetic standards of the era, thick brows and bright eyes, exuding an aura of kindness. Indeed, he was a good person, as recalled by Su Nan Qiao. Fenggoan was responsible and earnest, yet fate dealt him a cruel hand. He did not live to witness the reinstatement of the college entrance examinations in 1977, having perished in the mountains at the hands of a bear. The educated youth mourned his loss for quite some time. Fenggoan's death, while tragic, served as a catalyst for the bear's narrative, in Su Nan Qiao's recollections. Gusu had once traded the bear's carcass on the black market. From Nan Qiao's current perspective, Gusu might also have been no match for the bear. It was possible that Xia Yingying had a hand in this, perhaps employing her spiritual spring space to resolve the bear issue. The money Gusu earned from selling the bear likely constituted the entrepreneurial capital for their future endeavors. Like Su Nan Qiao, Fenggoan was merely a pitiable pawn in the grand scheme of things. Nan Qiao listened attentively as Fenggoan introduced everyone. With the presence of the sociable Gusu among the new educated youth, many matters were alleviated for them. During the allocation of rooms, the large dormitories were occupied by the seasoned educated youth, while the smaller cubicles could be assigned to the newcomers, allowing 2 individuals to share a room. However, one should not be deceived into thinking that the small cubicles were advantageous. Enduring the winter in Heilongjiang province was no easy feat. Each cubicle necessitated a heated kong, which demanded considerable firewood. Moreover, the large dormitory, despite its crowding, provided warmth through shared resources, while the smaller cubicles did not guarantee the same comfort. In the dormitory, several people shared the firewood, but in the cubicles, the burden fell on just 2, leading to a significant consumption. This meant that after work, they would have to gather firewood in preparation for the harsh winter ahead. Naturally, Nan Qiao shared a room with Sun Mingjie. After exchanging pleasantries, the 2 retreated to their quarters to organize their belongings. The village would advance a portion of grain to the educated youth, which would subsequently be deducted from their debts after the autumn harvest. The villagers harbored no fears that the youth would shirk their responsibilities, for lack of labor would yield no work points, and consequently no grain. Even with support from home, they could easily be accused of evading labor. For the educated youth sent to the countryside, shirking work was simply not an option. The distinction lay only in the amount of effort exerted. Those less concerned about sustenance might choose to work less diligently. Once their rooms were tidied, the newly arrived youth proceeded to collect their rations. Each individual's provisions were stored separately, depending on how meals would be prepared. The veteran youth dined together, with each member contributing differently, reflecting variations in appetite between the genders, thus altering the quantity of grain expended during cooking. The cook among the seasoned youth was Nan Qiao, nearly 18 years of age, yet possessing 2 years of experience in the countryside, having come to the rural area at the tender age of 16. In her recollections, the original self had little interaction with Nan Qiao, being preoccupied as an admirer of Xia Yingying though certain tales had reached her ears. For instance, Wang Jiqiu's ancestors had served as imperial chefs in the palace. Their lineage bore certain complexities in a bid to demonstrate their resolve. The Wang family opted for rural life rather than remaining in the city. Now, with Nan Qiao's arrival, he had set his sights on Wang Jiqiu, mindful of Nan Qiao's innate talent for culinary arts. In this era, acquiring culinary skills was no trivial pursuit. It necessitated formal apprenticeship. And some esteemed masters even passed their knowledge exclusively to male successors. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao's objective was to first learn from Wang Jiqiu. If she could showcase her talents, she might one day have the opportunity to learn culinary arts from Wang Jiqiu's father. However, a question arises. Why would Wang Jiqiu adhere to Nan Qiao's plan? If he wished to learn, could he not do so independently? A mere ordinary relationship would certainly not suffice. What if they were to date? At first glance, Wang Jiqiu and Nan Qiao appeared to be just average individuals, yet in terms of appearance, they seemed quite compatible. Unlike Gu Su and Xiaoying, or Lu Su, who shone brightly even in a crowd, Wang Jiqiu appeared truly ordinary, neither unattractive nor remarkable, merely unexceptional. As a person driven by purpose, Nan Qiao valued only one aspect. Being in a relationship with Wang Jiqiu could bring her advantages. Beauty was irrelevant. She herself was not particularly striking. Had Nan Qiao been in her position, she might not have won Wang Jiqiu's affection. His lack of beauty did not imply a lack of standards. Nevertheless, Nan Qiao remained confident in herself, having once played the role of a top-tier supporting character, quite different from the homegrown Nan Qiao of this era. Thus, after collecting her provisions, Nan Qiao approached Wang Jiqiu. Hello, Wang Jiqing. I am the new educated youth, Nan Qiao. Wang Jiqiu, momentarily taken aback, responded. Hello? Do you need something? Actually, I wish to inquire about the arrangements for meals. Is this something the new educated youths haven't discussed? I'm not certain if they have, but I was hoping to join you all for meals. Wang Jiqiu was astonished. You want to eat with us? Yes. May I ask why? Did Feng Jiqi not mention that your culinary skills are exceptional? Wang Jiqiu was even more surprised. He merely said that in passing. You believe him? How could I not? Nan Qiao smiled as she explained. Before meeting you, I was somewhat skeptical. And now? Wang Jiqiu found herself intrigued. Now, I am completely convinced. Why? Intuition, perhaps. My instincts tell me your cooking must be delicious, and I choose to trust my instincts, as well as you. Please don't say that. Wang Jiqiu felt slightly embarrassed. I apologize. I didn't mean to be presumptuous. I meant to say, I trust you. May we share meals together? Well, rest assured, I will contribute my share of provisions and do my part in the work. All right then. Upon hearing Wang Jiqiu's agreement, Nan Qiao promptly handed over all her provisions. This left Wang Jiqiu somewhat bewildered. Do you really need to be this generous? No worries. I trust you. You can keep my provisions. Just take what you need when the time comes. Isn't that inappropriate? Not at all. I believe in your character. And besides, I am the one asking you to cook. I should be grateful to you. That's unnecessary. It's merely a small effort. One cannot say that. It's not a matter of obligation. While it may seem that everyone has labored, without your culinary skills, we would not enjoy good meals, would we? Wang Jiqiu fell silent, gazing deeply at Nan Qiao, her fondness for him growing. Indeed, as he had said, she cooked while others gathered firewood and cleaned the dishes in kitchen. Each person had their role, yet cooking was not inherently her responsibility. Wang Jiqiu cooked because the skills of others were rather lacking, and she had to take on this burden. However, over 2 years, it seemed to have morphed into her obligation. Although she felt no sense of unfairness, Nan Qiao's words brought her comfort, for at least someone recognized her efforts. Coupled with Nan Qiao's profound trust, she felt deeply moved. Despite being mere acquaintances, this trust compelled her not to disappoint him. After settling matters with Wang Jiqiu, Nan Qiao did not linger long before returning once again. Confused, Wang Jiqiu stepped out of the room, pondering the reason for his unexpected reappearance. Had he changed his mind? Apologies for the interruption, Wang Jiqing, Nan Qiao expressed with genuine contrition. The situation is such that I have a younger brother living with me, who also happens to be a fellow youth coming along this time. And then? Wang Jiqiu inquired, intrigued. He wishes to join the older youths in preparing meals. So I came to inquire if that would be permissible. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiqiu inexplicably felt a sense of relief wash over him. As long as he had not reconsidered, it would spare her considerable disappointment. It is of no consequence. One more meal will not make a difference. I shall prepare it as well. Oh, I am truly grateful for your kindness, Nan Qiao exclaimed, once more presenting the provisions meant for Sun Mingjie. This time, Wang Zhiqiu asked no further questions and simply accepted the offering. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Currently, Nan Qiao finds himself in a predicament where, lacking a solid foundation of affection and rapport, any hint of insincerity on his part leads to Wang Zhiqiu's immediate withdrawal. For an ordinary-looking young man pursuing a woman, the gravest misstep is to reveal his intentions too early. In matters of the heart, one must refrain from overt pursuit. Without the advantage of physical appeal, it is essential to showcase one's strengths, using these attributes to captivate the interest of the fairer sex. Women are invariably drawn in by genuine allure rather than relentless, unprincipled flattery, which only serves to diminish one's standing in their eyes. Nan Qiao's strategy involves gradually revealing her virtues during their subsequent interactions, thereby imparting a unique sensation to Wang Zhiqiu. Furthermore, she aims to make her presence indispensable, ensuring that throughout her stay at the youth commune, Wang Zhiqiu is perpetually aware of her proximity. Only in this manner, when Nan Qiao eventually departs from the commune, can she evoke a sense of longing and loss in Wang Zhiqiu. The allure of the distant often eclipses the familiarity of the near. Sometimes, one must create a physical distance for others to truly comprehend their significance. Nonetheless, the prospect of moving is not a matter that can be resolved swiftly. The village lacks available housing, and both Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie must wait until after the autumn harvest to construct a dwelling of their own. Such arrangements are not uncommon in many villages, where the youth contribute financially while the village assists in the construction of the house. Should the youth eventually leave, the property would revert to the village's ownership. Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie have reached a consensus. They will jointly invest in the construction of a modest house, ensuring that each of them has a separate room. Should either of them marry before returning to the city, they will have their own room to reside in. Presently, the likelihood of Sun Mingjie marrying appears slim, yet one cannot dismiss the possibility that once Nan Qiao truly weds Wang Zhiqiu, he too may begin to contemplate marriage. As for the house-building endeavor, Nan Qiao has yet to discuss it with the village secretary. He needs to make a trip to the county seat. For regardless of what the supply and marketing cooperative has to offer, he must procure some items. One cannot approach others empty-handed. Coincidentally, Sun Mingjie also plans to head to the county seat, as the package sent by his family should have arrived, and he needs to collect it. The village has granted the young intellectuals 2 days to acclimate, after which they will be required to engage in labor in the fields. It will not be long before the autumn harvest commences, which is undoubtedly the most labor-intensive period. Within the Lingquan space, Nan Qiao consumes 100 milliliters of the spiritual spring daily, enhancing his physique. While the effects are similar to profound transformations, they are not as intense, nor do they expel a plethora of impurities. The benefits are cumulative, emphasizing gradual improvement over time. On the eve of commencing work, the newly arrived young intellectuals busily attend to their respective tasks, and those in need of storage cabinets seek out the village carpenter. Early in the morning, Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie set off for the county town. The latter was to retrieve a package while Nan Qiao intended to purchase some items, planning to make a brief visit to the recycling station as well. Even if he couldn't find any valuable items, he aimed to acquire some relevant textbooks. Any book related to knowledge would not be a waste of money. Just before leaving, Nan Qiao sought out Wang Zhiqiu once more. Wang Zhiqiu, I am preparing to head to the county town. Is there anything you would like me to bring back? Indeed, there is. Please hold on a moment, Wang Zhiqiu responded, retreating to her room to jot down a list of communal items needed for everyone, which they would later share the expenses for. Before long, she returned, handing the note to Nan Qiao. Here it is. I apologize for the trouble. Not at all. It's merely a small favor, Nan Qiao replied, tucking the note into his pocket. He then inquired, I noticed that everything on the list pertains to kitchen supplies. Do you have anything personal you wish to purchase? Me? Wang Zhiqiu pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Nothing I need at the moment. All right, I understand. Then I shall be on my way. Safe travels. Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie departed together, while Wang Zhiqiu paid little mind, considering it merely a routine professional interaction. Sun Mingjie, oblivious to Nan Qiao's intentions, maintained an exuberant demeanor on their journey to the county town. Even Nan Qiao couldn't help but marvel at the youthful disposition, unburdened by worries. Sun Mingjie held an unwavering trust in Nan Qiao. Without any prompting from her, he willingly divulged details about his family's situation. The self-centered Nan Qiao surprisingly felt a pang of guilt, while Sun Mingjie's earnestness starkly highlighted his own despicable nature. As the profound bonds of brotherhood unfolded here, the scene at the educated youth point was far less appealing. Xia Yingying and Lu Su once again clashed over Gu Su's affairs. In secluded corners, Xia Yingying unleashed her fury upon Lu Su. Yet the moment Gu Su appeared, she instantly transformed into a pitiful victim, her eyelids fluttering as tears brimmed in her eyes. The county town was not large. A casual inquiry among passers-by led Sun Mingjie to the post office to collect his package. Nan Qiao decided to part ways with Sun Mingjie, venturing alone to the supply and marketing cooperative to see what items might be available. Most of the items on Wang Zhiqiu's list did not require receipts, and she had provided him with the necessary ones, as the expenses would ultimately be shared among everyone. Upon arriving at the cooperative, Nan Qiao found few customers, while the sales clerk languidly sat behind the counter knitting, barely acknowledging his presence. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Nan Qiao's expression was one of utmost sincerity. Greetings, comrade. I wish to purchase some items. All reactionaries are but paper tigers. The clerk momentarily set aside her lethargy and replied with gravity. But her demeanor quickly shifted back to indifference. Choose for yourself. Nan Qiao was at a loss for words. One might think you were suffering from a split personality given your drastic changes. The salespeople of this era are truly formidable. Nan Qiao offered a charming smile as he handed the list to the middle-aged woman in her 40s. Sister, could you please take a look and see if everything on here is available? The saleswoman raised an eyebrow. Young man, what did you call me? Sister. Nan Qiao replied with a feigned look of confusion. Is there something wrong with that? The saleswoman felt a surge of delight, her demeanor softening considerably. There's nothing wrong at all. Come here, little brother, let me take a look at your list. Ah, Nan Qiao exclaimed joyfully, hurriedly passing her the list. It's just as I thought. You have such a friendly face that I felt a connection right away. Is that so? The saleswoman mused as she studied the list, her lips forming a playful smirk. You aren't just trying to amuse your sister, are you? Not at all. My greatest flaw is my sincerity. I tend to speak whatever is on my mind. He playfully slapped his mouth, adding, I really can't control my tongue. Ha. The saleswoman laughed heartily. Choosing not to pursue the matter further, she turned to gather the items for Nan Qiao while remarking, You look like a fresh-faced youth. Are you a newly arrived intellectual? Indeed. I must say you are quite perceptive. Nan Qiao responded, giving her a thumbs up. How did you figure that out? My eyes are sharp when it comes to reading people. I can tell at a glance whether someone is an intellectual. Is that so? That is quite an impressive skill. Not to flatter you, but in my hometown, we haven't even heard of such a talent. Indeed. I must emphasize, sister, someone of your caliber should not be here. It's a waste of talent. Oh, what does it matter? We're all here to serve the people. Your outlook is commendable, sister. I truly have much to learn from you. All right, enough of this chit-chat. Everything is ready. Let me calculate the cost. Do you have a ticket? Yes. Nan Qiao hurriedly presented the prepared ticket and money. By the way, sister, I would like to buy something as a gift. Could you recommend something? A gift, you say? The saleswoman pondered for a moment before asking, Do you have a ticket for that? Unfortunately, I do not. Well, that's a bit of a dilemma. Not really, it depends on the person. Nan Qiao leaned in with a grin. In my view, these items should be a piece of cake for you. The saleswoman shot him a knowing glance, then, noticing the lack of customers outside, leaned closer and whispered, I'll only tell you because you seem trustworthy. I wouldn't say this to anyone else. See, we are practically siblings. All right, enough of your banter. Your brother-in-law has cigarettes, but doesn't he smoke? If you want some, I can spare you a few, but the price. Sister, just name your price, and I will not dispute it. The saleswoman scrutinized Nan Qiao thoughtfully. I wouldn't have guessed. You seem to be quite well off. Who isn't short on cash these days? I just didn't want to put you in a difficult position. Fine. Since you have such a pleasant way of speaking, I'll give you 3 packs of cigarettes. Oh, sister, thank you so much. After expressing his gratitude profusely, Nan Qiao lowered his voice and asked, Sister, is there enough food supply in the city? How could there be enough? The saleswoman's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Do you have a connection? I can't say right now, but rest assured, I will come back to you soon. Really? You're not just pulling my leg, are you? I would never, Nan Qiao assured, thumping his chest. Sister, I wouldn't dare deceive you, as I will certainly return. All right, the saleswoman offered him a fair price, not asking for much, as a gesture of goodwill, should their paths cross again in the future. Nan Qiao discreetly handed over the money and tucked the cigarettes into her pocket before inquiring. After all this conversation, may I ask your name, sister? Dear brother. You may call me sister son, she replied. Very well, I am Nan Qiao, and I hope you will remember me. It won't be long before I come to seek you out, he stated confidently. Sister has noted it down. When you come next time, just look for me directly, she assured him. Agreed. Nan Qiao replied cheerfully. After a few more exchanges with sister son, he departed. She was the first connection he had established. Once the grains and vegetables from the spiritual spring space began to yield, he could sell a portion of them. Nan Qiao did not intend to sell under his own name, instead entrusting the task to Sister Sunday. If she cannot manage it, then she may resort to being a middleman. When the yield increases, he plans to have Sun Mingjie make a trip to the black market. After all, he has firmly resolved to remain in the shadows. At present, the produce from the spiritual spring space, including grains and vegetables, is not the most lucrative. What truly holds value are the tobacco leaves. Nan Qiao, carrying his belongings, made another trip to the recycling station. He opened a pack of cigarettes he had just purchased and offered one to the elderly gatekeeper at the entrance before stepping inside. There was no need for any justification. The old man had encountered countless individuals like him who came to scavenge for treasures at the recycling station. Each one believed they could unearth something valuable, yet in reality, they found nothing of worth, for any good items had long been taken away. Without a hint of protagonist's aura, what right did an ordinary person have to discover hidden gems? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. As Nan Qiao rummaged through the scrapyard, she forcefully awakened 996. Host, is there something you need? Nan Qiao, I would like to inquire whether you possess scanning capabilities. 996. Host, are you asking me to assist you in scanning for any hidden treasures that may be concealed here? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Nan Qiao deeply resonated with the thoughts of the main system, fully understanding its reasoning. Without any benefits, there was simply no motivation. Thus, the host and the main system had settled their accounts upon entering this world. Should the host require additional services? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Nan Qiao resolutely declined the offer, setting aside the question of whether there were treasures to be found. Even if there were, it would not merit the expenditure of his soul energy. The absence of treasure would have little impact on his life. But soul energy was vital for his future journey through realms, and thus, it must not be squandered. As 996 had mentioned, an abundance of soul energy could awaken a unique talent that belonged solely to him, a gift he could not afford to forsake. Chen Shi, carrying the items he had procured, departed from the recycling station after paying 1 yuan at the door. If anyone else dares to sell these educational materials as scrap, please set them aside for me. I shall return to purchase them later. Certainly, the elderly man readily agreed, influenced by the favor of the cigarette. Nan Qiao departed with a bundle of items and textbooks, seeking a secluded place to store the textbooks in his storage space. He then proceeded to the assembly point with the items he purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon his arrival, Sun Mingjie had been waiting for some time, burdened with various bags. At last you're here. I thought I might starve. Sun Mingjie exclaimed, clutching his stomach in a pitiful manner. The two had set off early that morning from Shaha village to the city, having walked for 2 hours, and their breakfast had long since been digested. They had also busied themselves in the county town for quite a while, and as noon approached, Sun Mingjie was ravenous. Let us go. We shall indulge in a hearty meal today, Nan Qiao declared with a flourish of his hand, only to realize moments later, you did bring ration tickets, didn't you? I didn't, but my family sent me nationwide ration tickets in the package this time. All right then, today's feast is on me, and I shall repay you later. Sun Mingjie, unfazed, thought of them as brothers. Why bother distinguishing between yours and mine? With their belongings in hand, the duo made their way to the state-run restaurant. Cautious not to order anything extravagant, just having a serving of braised pork felt like a celebration. The steamed buns, soaked in the rich gravy, were left cleaner than if a dog had licked them. Having filled their bellies, Sun Mingjie prepared to head home. But Nan Qiao led him to a bookstore in the county town. Brother, what are we doing at the bookstore? Sun Mingjie queried, puzzled. Just checking if there are any books I need. Why buy books? To browse. How else shall we pass the time? Brother, this is simply a waste of money. Nonsense. Education is never a waste, and this is my only passion. Fine, I want to argue. If you wish to go, I shall accompany you. Nan Qiao sought to explore the possibility of discovering superior textbooks to reinforce her knowledge, as well as to identify any opportunities for translation work. While her aspirations were commendable, the harsh reality was that the entire bookstore lacked foreign language books, let alone prospects for translation. Upon gazing at the blank canvas, Nan Qiao felt a profound weariness upon noticing the price. It was simply beyond his means. He had received a meager subsidy of 100 yuan for rural work, from which he needed to allocate funds for housing, and the acquisition of additional items constituted yet another expense. As winter approached, he would also need to purchase warm clothing. Clearly, his finances were insufficient, and he could not afford to squander money on art supplies at this time. He resolved to rely on the production from his spiritual space to earn some income first. Since he had made the journey, Nan Qiao did not wish to return empty-handed. Thus, he purchased a few pencils to practice drawing on the collected paper. The return journey would take another 2 hours, and with the added burden of his belongings, it might extend beyond that. One hand was occupied with carrying items, while the other assisted Sun Mingjie in sharing the load. Sun Mingjie's family had indeed been quite generous, sending him a considerable amount of goods, including warm clothing. Previously, Sun Mingjie had mentioned his family situation. Both parents were employed, earning a decent income. His elder brother worked as a laborer, and his younger sister was still in school. While he himself had come to the countryside, Nan Qiao could not comprehend why. Given your circumstances, securing a job for you should be a daunting task. Sun Mingjie replied, Brother, I have grown up. I wish to venture out on my own. Remaining at home holds little significance. Nan Qiao, burdened by her circumstances, truly despises the idea of rural life, yet is unable to escape the fate that binds her to it. Paradoxically, those who can evade such a destiny often yearn to embrace it. One must commend Sun Mingjie for his remarkable mindset, carrying an abundance of items. He trudged back for over 2 hours, yet he appeared neither fatigued nor disheartened. Instead, he brimmed with anticipation for the labor that awaited him the following day. To Nan Qiao, Sun Mingjie epitomizes boundless vitality, characterized by an optimistic and cheerful disposition, which explains his compatibility with the protagonist, Gu Su. In stark contrast, Nan Qiao herself tends to bear a heavier heart, tinged with realism and a hint of pessimism. When faced with challenges, her thoughts invariably gravitate toward the worst possible outcomes. Sun Mingjie's exuberance is truly remarkable. He chattered incessantly along the way, while Nan Qiao found herself utterly exhausted, observing him as if he were untouched by the burdens of life. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao sincerely admires you. You are impressive. Were it not for the daily consumption of 100 milliliters of the spiritual spring, Nan Qiao feels she would hardly be able to persevere. This is merely the beginning. True hardship awaits during the autumn harvest. Upon returning to the youth station, they greeted the fellow youths they encountered and promptly immersed themselves in their respective tasks. At this moment, those present at the youth station were all new recruits, each diligently preparing their belongings. In truth, on their way back to the village, they had also crossed paths with the villagers, yet there was little to be said between them. A simple nod exchanged when their gazes met sufficed as a form of greeting. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao entrusted him with a task to identify a secluded spot within the village, distanced from the majority of the villagers, yet not too far from the fields. Such a location would be ideal for him and Sun Mingjie to reside, ensuring that any culinary endeavors they might undertake in the future would remain discreet. After the day's labor, the seasoned youth returned, each assigned different responsibilities. For instance, Wang Zhiqiu was in charge of the kitchen, while others engaged in various tasks such as fetching water, gathering firewood, washing clothes, and tidying up the youth dormitory. In any case, everyone had their hands full, and no one was left idle. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie dined with the elder educated youth, finding themselves as the odd ones among the new educated youth, maintaining a relationship that was neither too distant nor too close, resulting in a lack of camaraderie. On the other hand, the male protagonist, Gu Su, managed to connect with the new educated youth, leading to a gathering of 5, which inevitably brought forth complications. During this rural expedition, there were only 3 male educated youth. Once Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie departed, Gu Su stood alone among the new educated youth, burdened with the entirety of the laborious tasks. Li Shuqin, who previously proclaimed that women can support half the sky, found herself dispirited, not for lack of will, but due to sheer inability. Take fetching water, for instance. The wooden buckets alone were exceedingly heavy. If filled to the brim, even a male, educated youth would struggle, let alone a female counterpart. Moreover, Gu Su faced additional challenges with the antagonistic dynamic between Xia Yingying and Lu Su, as if their fates were doomed to clash, each harboring disdain for the other. Ironically, Xia Yingying consistently feigned fragility, giving outsiders the impression that Lu Su perpetually bullied her. From Gu Su's perspective, the likelihood of these 2 women coexisting peacefully seemed utterly bleak, leaving him utterly fatigued by the situation. Jolie, as a friend of Xia Yingying, naturally supported her against the malevolent Lu Su, who, not to be outdone, sought to rally Li Shuqin to her cause. The 4 women orchestrated quite the spectacle, amusing the elder educated youth, while Gu Su found himself ensnared in the chaos. Without Nan Qiao's interference, the situation began to unfold with a butterfly effect. The emotional distance between the male and female leads had always been pronounced. Now, Gu Su felt increasingly intimidated by the female educated youth, teetering on the brink of developing a fear of women. In contrast, Nan Qiao was making commendable progress, assisting in procuring daily necessities, thereby slightly enhancing Wang Zhiqiu's regard for him. Furthermore, with Nan Qiao's willingness to lend a hand, even in a supporting role, his appeal grew further. Wang Zhiqiu perceived this as a reflection of the good nature of the educated youth, blissfully unaware that Nan Qiao's true intent was to endear himself to her while discreetly seeking to acquire culinary skills. As the second male lead in his original world, Nan Qiao's family background was undoubtedly privileged. During his studies in the United States, he resided in a grand villa, complete with dedicated servants. While it is true that he lacked culinary skills, his experiences with exquisite dishes were plentiful. One day, when he masters the art of cooking, he could attempt to recreate the delightful meals he had once savored. However, for now, he remained a novice in the culinary domain, struggling even with basic knife skills. To put it bluntly, his presence was more of a hindrance than a help when assisting Wang Zhiqiu in the kitchen. Nonetheless, out of goodwill towards Su Jiqing, Wang Zhiqiu could not diminish his enthusiasm. All she could do was tolerate him. When her patience wore thin, she would offer him a few words of guidance. If culinary skills had a progress bar, one could almost see the words experience one floating above Nan Qiao's head. That evening, under the cover of night, Nan Qiao took a stroll under the pretense of digestion and sought out the village secretary. He purchased some unreceipted snacks and a pack of cigarettes from the supply store, easily knocking on the secretary's door. Another pack of cigarettes was reserved for the team leader, to be discreetly given later, ensuring he could secure slightly less demanding tasks at work. After deliberating for some time upon learning of Nan Qiao's intentions, the village secretary remained noncommittal. It was only after a signal from his wife that he finally acquiesced. Su Jiqing, regarding the house you mentioned, it is not difficult. Alas, before the autumn harvest, it cannot be done. You will have to wait until after the harvest. You will need to pay, and the village will build the house for you. Understood. Nan Qiao interjected. I must clarify that if you leave the village in the future, the house will belong to the village. I understand. I agree, he replied. One more thing. Those who assist in building your house will require meals. That. Nan Qiao pretended to ponder. The truth was, by that time, the grains in his spiritual space would likely have been harvested, but he could not reveal this. For the grain, I will find a way to manage it myself. Perhaps trade with someone who has surplus. Very well. Nan Qiao gritted his teeth and agreed. As for the cost of building the house, building a house in the village was not expensive. For the modest home he desired, 50 yuan would suffice. You are sharing this cost with Sun Jiqing, correct? Yes. We are splitting the expenses. Have you chosen a location? Yes, at the foot of the mountain. The village secretary frowned. Why that spot? Su Jiqing. Are you sure no one has misled you? Not at all, uncle. No one has misled me. Nan Qiao provided a brief explanation. I thought it would be convenient to live closer to the mountain for gathering firewood and occasionally exploring. The village secretary regarded Nan Qiao thoughtfully, choosing not to press further. He understood the mindset that treasures could be found on the mountain, a notion often held in vain. After all, the village had existed for many years. Any valuable items had long been collected by others. Since Su Jiqing insisted on that location, there was no need for further persuasion, and the two quickly reached an agreement. After the autumn harvest, villagers would assist in constructing his house. Given that both Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie were young men, living together would provide mutual support. Had it been a female youth making such a request, the village secretary would have categorically refused. It was far too perilous for a young woman to reside in a secluded area, vulnerable to the advances of unsavory characters, which would tarnish the village's reputation. After leaving the village secretary's home, Nan Qiao redirected her steps to the captain's house, retrieving a delicacy from her storage space along with a box of cigarettes, which she presented to the captain's wife. Auntie, this is what the captain asked me to bring back from the county today. I have delivered the items, and I shall not intrude further. Oh, Su Jiqing, you. Without allowing her to finish, Nan Qiao turned and departed, the entire encounter lasting no more than 30 seconds. The captain's wife stood bewildered at the doorway, and only after Su Jiqing had walked away did she reluctantly retreat into the courtyard. The captain, engaged in his meal, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing his wife return with the items. Where did these come from? They were sent by Su Jiqing. Who said you had asked him to bring them back from the city? The captain's eyes flickered with curiosity as he pressed further. Did he come alone? Yes. He came alone. Did no one else see him? I saw him, and no one paid him any mind. The captain fell silent, his fingers drumming on the table. And after a moment, he spoke. Accept them, and do not speak of it. His wife replied, then inquired, what do you think Su Jiqing intends to do? What can he do? He merely wishes to secure some lighter tasks. You need not concern yourself with this, as I am well aware. As his wife turned to leave, the captain stopped her. Just put away the snacks. Leave the cigarettes for me. His wife shot him a glare. Such fine cigarettes, and you dare to covet them? Save them for gifts, and you can smoke your own leaves. The captain sighed, feeling defeated. Family, who understands? All he wanted was a cigarette with a filter. Yet he was met with disdain from his wife. Dejected, he ambled into the courtyard, retrieving his own pipe, stuffing it with tobacco, but finding it increasingly unsatisfactory. Glancing back at his wife in the house, he wisely refrained from broaching the subject of cigarettes again. Northeast wives are not to be trifled with. That evening, the captain dreamt of an invasion of charming little southern potatoes into Heilongjiang province. As he listened to their sweet voices, he wept in his dream, yearning to marry a woman like that. However, the pleasant dream swiftly morphed into a nightmare, as the roar of the southwest tyrant jolted him awake. Casting a glance at his wife beside him, the captain felt a shiver of apprehension. Compared to the southwest tyrant, a northeast wife was indeed preferable. As the sun rose anew, the promising days for the new educated youth came to an end. Starting today, they too would partake in labor. Early in the morning, the new educated youth followed the older ones to learn, preparing everything necessary. After a hasty breakfast prepared by Wang Zhiqiao, with Nan Qiao assisting, she had intentionally gone to bed early to help him become accustomed to her presence. Wang Zhiqiao felt grateful but thought little of it, primarily due to her appearance, which did not evoke immediate infatuation among the male educated youth. Thus, she did not suspect Su Jiqing of harboring any ulterior motives. In truth, it was not her form that captivated Nan Qiao, but rather her culinary skills. In his original world, Nan Qiao left for foreign lands at 18, only encountering the female protagonist at 25. During those 7 years, he was not in a state of longing. As an art student, he sought out his muse frequently. It was only upon meeting the female protagonist that Nan Qiao realized she was the muse he had long desired, willingly becoming her devoted admirer, severing ties with all other women, and preserving his integrity. Thus, with considerable experience, Nan Qiao was not overly concerned with feminine allure, nor was he easily swayed by mere provocations. Consequently, his interactions with Wang Zhiqiu were effortless, devoid of any suggestive undertones, and he was not distracted by any carnal temptations. Moreover, Nan Qiao was adept at maintaining appropriate boundaries. While preparing breakfast and during their commute to work, he did not cast a single glance at Wang Zhiqiu, choosing instead to walk alongside Sun Mingjie. The dynamic felt akin to cooking is a task, and once the task was complete, there was no personal business to discuss. Wang Zhiqiu harbored no misunderstandings, nor did the other educated youth perceive any issues between them. To them, Su Jiqing was merely a warm-hearted individual, albeit somewhat reticent. When the captain delegated tasks, he did not pay special attention to Nan Qiao, treating the event as if the previous evening's gift-giving had never occurred, proceeding with the allocation of duties naturally. Nan Qiao's work was methodical and unremarkable, as he was assigned to accompany a local villager who was renowned for his steadfastness and tireless dedication. This villager was content to labor diligently, indifferent to the quantity of work performed, with the two of them sharing an acre of land. Any additional effort exerted by the villager meant a corresponding reduction in Nan Qiao's own toil, resulting in an equitable division of labor points. Such fortunate circumstances, however, were unlikely to persist indefinitely for Nan Qiao. The team leader had merely provided him with a transitional phase. The newly arrived youth were often subjected to the harshest trials, but once acclimatized, their burdens would ease. The gifts that Nan Qiao bestowed merited only this modicum of consideration. Assist him in navigating his most arduous trials. But disabuse yourselves of the notion that perpetual assistance is his due, lest the others harbor resentment. Each neophyte sent to the countryside is assigned a local villager to impart the rudiments of agricultural labor, yet they are never toiling alongside the newly arrived educated youth. Once their own tasks are completed, the villagers offer no further aid, leaving the educated youth to their own devices. Failure to complete the work results in a forfeiture of work points. To solicit assistance from the villagers necessitates a concession of one's own work points. The educated youth, loath to relinquish their work points, yet incapable of accomplishing the tasks independently, are compelled to persevere through sheer grit. Li Shuqin acquits herself admirably in this regard, truly aspiring to shoulder half the burden. Though incapable of carrying water, she is undeterred from toiling in the fields. Lu Su, on the other hand, fares less well. Her upbringing, presumably privileged, has ill-prepared her for such hardship. She labors with reddened eyes, yet dares not succumb to tears. Zhou Li perseveres with fortitude, suggesting a prior familiarity with domestic chores. Most pitiable is the female protagonist, Xia Yingying, a delicate flower ill-suited to such arduous labor. Xia Yingying contemplates seeking succor from Gu Su, but upon observing his own struggles, she recognizes the futility of such a plea. Alas, no assistance is forthcoming. In the original narrative, Nan Qiao, the devoted admirer, proactively assists Xia Yingying, as does Qing Mansong. Now, with Nan Qiao liberated from the confines of the plot, Xia Yingying's sole recourse is Qing Mansong. However, this alters the dynamic significantly. Multiple individuals aiding Xia Yingying would be construed as acts of benevolence, whereas a lone man offering assistance invites speculation from the villagers. What justification could there be for Qing Mansong, if idle, not to devote his energies to his own familial obligations? His eager assistance to Xia Yingying, which he readily accepts, raises eyebrows. Who would believe that their relationship is devoid of ulterior motives? Despite subtle admonitions, Xia Yingying has been cautioned against accepting assistance from men, lest it invite misinterpretation. Xia Yingying, of course, holds Qing Mansong in disdain, yet the prospect of laboring alone is akin to a death sentence. After careful deliberation, Xia Yingying resolves to accept Qing Mansong's assistance, dangling the prospect of a relationship before him. She is resolute in her determination never to marry a rural dweller. Qing Mansong transforms into the devoted admirer, willingly making sacrifices. Xia Yingying, the object of his affections, sets her sights on Gu Su. Displaying a modicum of prudence, she refrains from overtly assisting Gu Su, lest it arouse suspicion. While direct assistance is inadvisable, delivering water is surely permissible. And, of course, a bowl must be proffered to the devoted admirer, lest this invaluable tool be lost. Xia Yingying's responsibilities are now entirely shouldered by Qing Mansong, who labors diligently under the scorching sun. Xia Yingying's mere delivery of water elicits an ecstatic response from Cheng Monsong, invigorating him to toil in the fields with the tenacity of an ox. Observing that Cheng Monsong's attention is diverted, Xia Yingying surreptitiously delivers water to Gu Su, couching it as an act of comradely concern. The villager toiling alongside Gu Su rolls his eyes skyward, questioning why such benevolence is not extended to the other educated youth. Observing Cheng Monsong's exertions, the villager deems him utterly foolish, beyond redemption. Gu Su, indeed parched, accepts Xia Yingying's water, bestowing upon her a smile and a few words of conversation. Xia Yingying is instantly elated, perceiving his demeanor towards her as more favorable than that towards Lu Su. Xia Yingying consumes the remaining water herself, mindful of the need for both sun protection and hydration under the scorching sun. In the vicinity of Nan Qiao, she consumed a daily quota of 100 milliliters of the divine spring water, expelling the toxins accumulated in her body over the years through excretion. While engaged in her labor, she felt the onset of a slight urge to relieve herself. Given the circumstances, Nan Qiao had no choice but to inquire of her companion, Suazi, brother Suazi. I find myself in a bit of a predicament. Is there a suitable place nearby? The earnest Suazi gestured towards a nearby grove, saying, head over there. Typically, when villagers can no longer hold it, they go in that direction. It is a rare occasion for anyone to relieve themselves outside unless absolutely necessary, as they would much prefer to do so at home. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. From Nan Qiao's vantage point, she could perfectly see that the newcomer was none other than Xia Yingying, who had likely indulged in an excess of water and sought a moment of relief. As Xia Yingying removed her trousers and squatted down, Nan Qiao's line of sight was met with the striking sight of a sizable white posterior. Nan Qiao's lips twitched slightly, reflecting her inner thoughts that her lifelong obsession had culminated in this rather unexpected moment. To her surprise, she found herself witnessing an undeniable display of femininity. Concealed, Nan Qiao dared not make a sound, fearing discovery, which would complicate matters beyond explanation. She assumed that the female protagonist would depart after her business was concluded. However, to her astonishment, a delightful turn of events unfolded. Summer Yingying, perhaps in a particularly buoyant mood, serenaded the air with a melodious tune while attending to her needs. The song was performed beautifully, devoid of any discordance, yet its presence in such a context felt entirely out of place. The original world of Nan Qiao bears a striking resemblance to the realm of reality. Everything present in the real world also exists in his world, encompassing the same historical developments, societal progress, and cultural evolution. Thus, he is certain that this song, which has gained immense popularity in later generations, is indeed a creation of the future, one he has even heard of while abroad. The entire situation has begun to take on a magical quality, continually astonishing Nan Qiao. Could it be that Xia Yingying is a time traveler? No wonder this delicate flower seems so adept at the antics typical of a green tea type. She must have traversed from a later era. It is likely that before her journey, Xia Yingying embodied the very essence of such a character. The so-called time travelers are often endowed with extraordinary abilities, with Nan Qiao being the one who bestowed such gifts. The reason he does not suspect her of being a reincarnated soul is largely due to his temperament. If Xia Yingying had truly lived to witness the peak of that song's popularity, she would surely be of considerable age. An individual of such maturity, even if reincarnated, would not lack wisdom or composure. Yet, Xia Yingying's demeanor exhibits no signs of such tendencies. She gives the impression of being a natural performer. Perhaps the individual who traversed time was not particularly advanced in years. Merely being a simple time traveler might be manageable, but the fear lies in encountering a book traveler, one who has perused every plotline. In that case, should anything seem amiss, a book traveler would instantly recognize the transformation in Nan Qiao. Nan Qiao was utterly astounded, forgetting even to glance at the exposed backside. Xia Yingying rose to her feet, completely oblivious to the presence of someone lurking in the bushes behind her. Lacking any paper, she could only shake her rear vigorously, ensuring it was clean before donning her trousers and humming a tune as she departed. The vigorous movement had inadvertently granted Nan Qiao an unrestrained view, revealing everything he ought not to have seen. Nan Qiao reflected once more, pondering whether Nan Qiao still possessed any awareness. If she did, perhaps this time she could manage to close her eyes a little. After Xia Yingying departed for a while, Nan Qiao stealthily slipped away from that place, her mind consumed by thoughts of Xia Yingying. Initially, She believed that Xia Yingying was merely a trivial green tea character and that distancing herself would allow her to lead a fulfilling life. However, the situation had changed. Xia Yingying turned out to be a time traveler, complicating matters significantly. Many of Nan Qiao's actions might escape the understanding or notice of the people of this era. Yet, as a time traveler, Xia Yingying might perceive something amiss. Should Xia Yingying deduce Nan Qiao's true identity, her character would undoubtedly compel her to seize the opportunity to exploit it. For time travelers, discovering the existence of others like themselves often elicits an instinctive urge to eliminate the competition. One time traveler in this world is already ample. Even if Xia Yingying hesitated to resort to violence, she would undoubtedly leverage this knowledge to coerce Nan Qiao relentlessly. One should never underestimate the insatiable greed and moral depravity of a green tea character. The very same individual who could bring ruin to the original Su Nan Qiao clearly reveals her character. Nan Qiao felt an immense sense of relief, grateful that she had discovered this secret before others. The relationship between Xia Yingying and her previous self transcended mere entanglement of fate and resentment. Rather, Xia's existence introduced numerous unsettling elements into Nan Qiao's life. These elements of instability must be eradicated. Otherwise, the forthcoming 5 years would be fraught with unease for Nan Qiao. Upon returning to the fields, Nan Qiao toiled away while devising a plan to eliminate Xia Yingying. Such an opportunity was rare. Despite the villagers of Hehe River being generally honest, the presence of ne'er-do-wells was inevitable. Thus, it was uncommon for the village's young maidens and brides to venture out alone. The educated youth would never act independently, as that would be tantamount to delivering provisions to the enemy. Female educated youth always traveled in pairs, and Xia Yingying and Zhou Li rarely parted ways, often not even stepping outside at night. Luring Xia Yingying out discreetly would prove challenging. The only person capable of enticing her was Gu Su. If Nan Qiao were to secretly contact Xia Yingying, deceiving her with claims that Gu Su was waiting for her, she would undoubtedly be skeptical. Moreover, even if she were to succeed in misleading her, would she truly be willing to take the life of Xia Yingying herself? Many actions leave traces, particularly grave matters such as murder, which law enforcement would certainly investigate thoroughly. Lacking certainty, Nan Qiao hesitated to take action, needing to contemplate various factors. If direct murder was not an option, could an indirect accident suffice? Or perhaps employing a third party to carry out the deed? By placing some English excerpts in Xia Yingying's belongings, she would struggle to clarify their origin, and if reported, it might lead to her being taken away. Nan Qiao pondered the feasibility of her plan, ultimately dismissing it. This approach would not effectively eliminate Xia Yingying. Judging by the adversary's future mindset, in critical moments, Xia Yingying was quite capable of taking bold risks, showing little regard for her chastity. The inexplicable appearance of inappropriate items in her possession would raise suspicions among the educated youth at the commune. Even if Xia Yingying lacked experience, she could certainly deduce that the educated youth were potential suspects. Should she decide to ally herself with a certain leader, it was highly probable that she would retaliate against the commune, leaving no one safe. Rather than allowing Xia Yingying to seek favor from those individuals, it would be wiser to act decisively while they were still powerless. In an era devoid of surveillance, if one could muster the resolve, committing murder could lead to a challenging investigation. A crucial element in this scenario was the alibi, which could be established not only by individuals but also by objects. For instance, if a certain item was unique to point A, Nan Qiao could gather relevant materials in advance and store them in her space. On the day of the operation, she would carry an empty basket to point A in plain sight of others, establishing her presence there. Subsequently, she could stealthily eliminate Xia Yingying at point B, return to point A, and place the pre-prepared items into the basket, all the while maintaining that she had been engaged in gathering and had never left the vicinity. Thus, both testimonial and physical evidence would be secured. The most critical factor was that she held no motive for murder. As long as she avoided excessive contact with Xia Yingying, she would have no reason to harm her. What benefit would there be? The plan was temporarily confirmed, and various preparations would soon follow. Before that, it was essential to ensure that Xia Yingying remained oblivious to any of her unusual behavior. However, it must be said that Nan Qiao was overthinking. Xia Yingying had not spared her even a glance, her focus entirely on Gu Su. At noon, the meal consisted of the pancakes and pickles prepared in the morning, accompanied by cold water. Nan Qiao compelled himself to eat voraciously, appearing to adapt without difficulty. Everyone consumed the same fare, and after a busy morning, he was indeed quite famished. When the stomach lacks sufficient sustenance, hunger ensues easily. No amount of cakes could satiate him, and furthermore, the cakes were not in ample supply. It is no wonder that finding a portly individual in this era is a rare feat. During mealtime, Nan Qiao discreetly observed Xiaoying, who ate delicately, seemingly refined. Yet her expression and gaze revealed much. She was evidently unaccustomed to this food. It was uncertain when Xiaoying had traversed into this realm. Given her temperament, even had she arrived earlier, she would likely still be unadapted to the lifestyle of this epoch. She could be rather finicky. Fortunately, as a female, her demeanor did not raise suspicions. Had she been male, it surely would have drawn attention. After consuming 2 cakes, Nan Qiao felt satiated. Though this sense of fullness was insufficient to stave off hunger, and he found himself at a temporary loss for solutions. The yields from the spiritual spring space had yet to reach maturity. To this end, Nan Qiao had long prepared a clay jar. Awaiting the harvest of grains and vegetables from the spiritual spring, along with the growth of the chickens and pigs he had raised within. Only then could he enhance his meals. The puppets within the spiritual spring space were incapable of cooking, at most. They could assist in processing items before placing them in the storage room, from which he could retrieve them as needed. Residing at the mountain's base offered facile access for foraging expeditions, where earthenware vessels would serve to elevate her repasts in secluded spots. The austerity of flavor during times of lipid scarcity mattered little. Even unseasoned fare became ambrosial. Patience was paramount, enduring until fortune smiled favorably. Following the midday meal, labor resumed apace. Local villagers augmented their assigned tasks, striving to accrue a full complement of work points. However, the urban youth turned rural laborers often struggled to complete their basic duties, deeming a mere 5 work points a substantial achievement. In South Chao's case, even that modest tally proved elusive, were it not for Suazi's forbearance. His efforts would have garnered at least 7 points, yet South Chao's were reduced to a paltry 3. On their inaugural day, the newly transplanted youths received a harsh lesson. Their spirits flagged on the return journey to the communal dwelling. Xiaoying, however, remained remarkably buoyant, her workload having been shouldered by Cheng Monsong. Some men offered assistance to Lu Su, but she demurred, wary of entanglements with the local populace. Zhou Li and Li Shuqin relied solely on their own resources, as did the veteran female youths, save for Xiaoying. With the sensibilities of a time traveler, Xiaoying remained unconcerned about the implications of the situation. Unbeknownst to her, this singular act would initiate a decline in her reputation, exacerbated by Cheng Monsong's continued assistance. Nan Qiao also felt exhausted. For unfamiliar tasks, the effort seemed disproportionately greater than the outcome. Working in the fields was far more challenging for him than mastering culinary skills. At this moment, Nan Qiao realized the significance of innate aptitude. It was no longer a matter of efficiency, but rather how much effort was required to achieve even modest results. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao smiled brightly. It's nothing. I'm not too exhausted yet. You've worked hard all day as well. If you can endure, so can I. Wang Zhiqiu gazed deeply at Nan Qiao, refraining from further persuasion, yet an involuntary ripple stirred within, causing a slight disturbance in his heart. The other educated youth were not idle either. After a brief respite, they busied themselves with various tasks. Sun Mingjia accompanied the senior youth to gather firewood. Nan Qiao assisted Wang Zhiqiu, thereby alleviating others' burdens, and the senior youths had no objections. An extra pair of hands meant they could gather for meals sooner. The atmosphere among the senior youths was amicable, yet discord erupted among the new youths, primarily due to Lu Su's disapproval of Xiaoying's actions, believing her conduct could tarnish the reputation of all female youths. Li Shuqin concurred, acknowledging the impropriety of such behavior. Zhou Li shared similar sentiments, but her friendship with Xiaoying compelled her to support her, albeit not the rationale. The 4 female youths became so engrossed in their quarrel that they neglected meal preparations. Gu Su, observing the heated exchange, felt a profound sense of helplessness. He had never envisioned women could be such formidable beings. Turning his gaze, he beheld Nan Qiao and Wang Zhiqiu busily engaged, their synergy palpable. Although neither possessed striking looks, the harmonious atmosphere they cultivated was enviable. Wang Zhiqiu directed, while Nan Qiao assisted, their rapport evident as they worked and conversed, eliciting occasional laughter from Wang Zhiqiu. An onlooker might easily mistake them for a newlywed couple. A misconception Gu Su himself entertained. In stark contrast, Gu Su found himself fatigued in his own situation, while the senior youths had already commenced their meal. The new group was just beginning, spurred into action by Gu Su's displeasure. Only then did the female youths cease their bickering and hurriedly prepare food. In their kitchen, the cooking duties rotated randomly among five, with only Zhou Li possessing culinary skills, though she was reluctant to play the role of a second Wang Jiqiao, opting only to assist Xia Yingying when her turn came. During mealtime, Feng Goen imparted valuable insights to prevent Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie from taking unnecessary detours. His sincerity was appreciated by Nan Qiao, who later invited Feng Goen outside for a smoke, both indulging in the luxury of cigarettes, a true rarity in this era. Despite having dined with the senior youths for 2 days, Nan Qiao felt little camaraderie, primarily connecting with Feng Goen and Wang Jiqiao. Sun Mingjie, a non-smoker, occasionally joined in their conversations, listening intently as Feng Goen recounted tales of laborious fieldwork, noting that the autumn harvest was far more grueling. Feng Goen was not one to gossip behind others' backs, yet he offered a discreet warning to Nan Qiao regarding her generosity, suggesting not everyone deserved it. Sun Mingjie remained oblivious to the underlying implications, but Nan Qiao comprehended fully, having access to Su Nan Qiao's memories. Among the senior youths, there was also a male youth named Su Hua, who harbored an infatuation with Xia Yingying, and he was notably peculiar due to his fetishistic tendencies. Nan Qiao is unaware of when Su Hua became enamored with Xia Yingying, yet her memories revealed a narrative wherein Su Hua's fetish was exposed, with Sun Mingjie as the discoverer. In the original tale, Sun Mingjie was a subordinate of Gu Su, and it remained unclear how he unearthed this secret. But he boldly disclosed it, motivated by a sense of justice, ultimately confronting Su Hua for what he perceived as sacrilege against his goddess. With Nan Qiao now present, the truth was evident. Sun Mingjie's actions were not out of righteous indignation, but rather a calculated move to retaliate on behalf of Gu Su, who likely had already formed a bond with Xia Yingying. Thus, upon learning of Su Hua's predicament, Sun Mingjie seized the opportunity to publicize it, seeking to vindicate Gu Su. Shortly after Su Hua's predicament was revealed, Su Nan Qiao found herself ensnared in a scheme. Nan Qiao even speculated that Su Hua's situation might be influenced by Xia Yingying. While a fetish may be genuine, its ease of detection is rather abnormal. Feng Goen's warning was not directed at Su Hua alone. It also referred to another male youth, Lu Aigua. This individual is petty and vengeful, willing to take advantage of others, yet he explodes with rage if someone encroaches upon his territory. Despite such character flaws, he has grown quite close to Nan Qiao, for a simple reason. Lu Aigua harbors feelings for Zhou Li, while Nan Qiao is fond of Xia Yingying, rendering them natural allies. Were it Nan Qiao, he would certainly keep his distance from such individuals, not only from Lu Aigua, but also from the remaining female youth. Zhang Zhaodi. The name Zhang Zhaodi is clearly not of northeastern origin. In a region where names like Yin Nan and Sheng Nan abound, one rarely encounters names like Zhaodi. It cannot be said that the Northeast is entirely devoid of a patriarchal mindset, but its prevalence is minimal and steadily diminishing with societal progress, particularly following the implementation of family planning policies. The treatment of single daughters in the Northeast now rivals that of young ladies in the capital and the Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai regions. One can only acknowledge the considerable impact of environment on human character to the extent that Zhang Zhaodi, hailing from a family with a pronounced preference for sons, is entirely brainwashed. Even her relocation to the Northeast has failed to alter her deeply ingrained beliefs. Zhang Zhaodi is the most industrious youth at the commune, despite her meager means for clothing and sustenance. Whenever she finds the time and energy, she ventures into the mountains to gather various harvests, which she then sends home. She resembles a candle, burning herself to illuminate her family, or rather, to brighten her younger brother's path. The true horror lies not in Zhang Zhaodi's actions, but in her ideology. She perceives herself as selfless and noble, even aspiring to indoctrinate other women. The youth at the commune have grown fearful. Female youths maintain their distance, while male youths dread becoming her target, lest they bring home a burdensome sister-in-law who would disrupt their own lives. Thus, Feng Goen's admonition pertained not only to Lu Aigua, but also to Zhang Zhaodi, cautioning Nan Qiao against excessive generosity, which might attract Zhang Zhaodi's attention. Strictly speaking, Zhang Zhaodi is not unattractive. Her undernourished upbringing has stunted her growth. Yet her youthful visage holds a certain charm, and with a little effort, she could exude an air of youthful allure. Feng Goen fears that Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie might fall into this trap, mistakenly believing Zhang Zhaodi to be appealing, which would inevitably entangle them with her family. In truth, Nan Qiao requires no warning. Merely hearing that name is enough for him to maintain his distance. For the past few days, He has scarcely exchanged words with Zhang Zhaodi. Regardless of whether she possesses merely a delicate beauty or resembles a star like Dilraba Dilmurat, he would still refrain from any engagement. After finishing his cigarette, Feng Goen departed, leaving Sun Mingjie somewhat bewildered by the intricacies of the situation. Nan Qiao patted him on the shoulder. Come, let us take a stroll. Upon leaving the commune, the two set out for a walk. Despite their fatigue, Nan Qiao felt compelled to clarify certain matters. If you were to encounter a woman drowning on the road, what would you do? That's a no-brainer. I would save her. Incorrect. Nan Qiao slapped Sun Mingjie lightly. By saving her, you would tarnish her reputation, and afterward, you would be held accountable. Sun Mingjie was taken aback. Isn't that a good deed? You cannot simply watch a person perish, but neither can you recklessly throw yourself into danger. You should only do what you are capable of. What can I do? Find a long, sturdy branch and extend it to her from the shore. But what if I can't reach her? Then you should call out for help, pretending you cannot swim. What if there is no one nearby? Then it is simply her misfortune. Sun Mingjie shivered. Brother, isn't that a bit cruel? How can you be certain she isn't scheming? Deliberately trying to trap you? But Sun Mingjie still felt a pang of sympathy. Just because of suspicion, I cannot stand by and watch someone drown. Then you must accept the corresponding risks. Even if that woman is not someone you wish to marry, you would still bear the consequences. Why should I? Sun Mingjie protested. I am merely trying to do a good deed. I refuse to believe that such altruism has no recourse. In reality, you do not have one. Nan Qiao shook his head and sighed. You underestimate the malice of human nature. There are countless ways for others to coerce you. What do you mean? Consider the various ways one might threaten to commit suicide, holding you responsible for ruining her honor. What would you do then? Should she be fortunate and be rescued in time, that is one instance. But what if she cannot be saved? If you refuse to marry her, she may take her own life. Isn't that extortion? Indeed, it is a deliberate ploy against you. What recourse do you have? I would call the police and ask them to intervene. You are overly optimistic. The police do not concern themselves with your happiness, only with preventing a potential case from arising. Eventually, local authorities will intervene, the village leaders will pressure you. And with public opinion and the uproar of the villagers, refusing to marry is simply not an option. Sun Mingjie felt utterly dazed. You see, these are the risks you must bear. Do you still wish to act recklessly and save someone? Brother, please stop. I need some quiet. Not only in the case of drowning, but at any time you find yourself alone and a woman approaches you, remain vigilant. The best course of action is to turn and walk away. Sun Mingjie could only chuckle nervously. Brother, is that really necessary? In a deserted area? If a woman comes up to you and suddenly tears her clothes, claiming you did it, how can you prove your innocence? You cannot prove anything. If you wish to avoid being taken away, you must simply accept your misfortune. Surely it can't be that bad? Regrettably, I must inform you that these events have indeed occurred in the past. Some youths have already fallen victim. Sun Mingjie shuddered at the thought. Are these events truly real? If there is a wedding or funeral in the village, avoid drinking if possible, lest you become embroiled in a scheme after getting intoxicated. Sun Mingjie was at a loss for words. If you have no feelings for someone, refrain from excessive interaction to avoid misunderstandings. Brother, I will remember. Should someone approach you with a message to meet at a certain location, you must never go alone. I understand. Mingjie, human hearts are treacherous and unpredictable. We do not seek to harm others, but we must possess a modicum of caution. Brother, I will be careful. After Sun Mingjie spoke, a thought struck him, prompting him to ask, Brother, you have been spending a lot of time with Wang Jiqing lately. According to your own advice, this shouldn't be the case. I have already stated, if you have no interest in someone, do not get too close. I know, but wait. Sun Mingjie finally pieced it together. Looking at Nan Qiao with confusion, Brother, what is it about? This is a conundrum that Sun Mingjie cannot fathom. Among the old and new educated youths at the commune, Wang Qiao occupies the lowest tier in the eyes of the female educated youths. At the top tier are undoubtedly Xia Yingying and Lu Su, followed by Zhou Li. Li Shuqin and Zhang Zhaodi in the second tier, with Wang Qiao relegated to the third. It is not that Wang Qiao is unattractive. Rather, she is simply too ordinary, overshadowed by the brilliance of others. Sun Mingjie holds a deep admiration for his elder brother Nan Qiao, who seems to possess an abundance of wisdom. It perplexes him that such an impressive figure would be interested in Wang Qiao. He truly does not comprehend it. You, my friend, have poor judgment. While physical appearance is indeed significant when choosing a partner, character holds even greater weight. A good wife is essential for a harmonious life. Marrying the wrong person will only lead to domestic unrest. Brother, I won't question whether Wang Zhiqiu is good or not, but regarding the others, I am curious why you perceive them as unfavorable. Very well, allow me to elaborate. Let us first discuss Zhang Zhaodi. Her name signifies a profoundly intricate family background, which has inevitably influenced her mindset. You must acknowledge this, right? Indeed, I have considered that. Li Shuqin constantly espouses the notion that women can hold up half the sky, desperately striving to prove her worth. The more one seeks validation, the more they reveal their deficiencies. She places excessive emphasis on her pride, which stems from her underlying insecurities. Isn't that so? Li Shuqin must have endured some experiences that shaped her perspective, possibly related to the cultural preference for males. Thus, she feels compelled to assert that a woman can achieve just as much. I doubt it reaches the severity of Zhang Zhaodi's circumstances. Very well, brother, please continue. Zhou Li, a childhood friend of Xia Yingying, appears to be nothing more than a sidekick. She is aware of her position, yet chooses to remain in it. What could be her motivation? I cannot say. Perhaps she is cunning with ulterior motives, or perhaps she possesses a flawed character, unable to make decisive choices. Could it not be that she values friendship too highly to sever ties? Even if that were the case, do you wish to be in a relationship where your wife prioritizes her friend over you? Sun Mingjie pondered this, shaking his head vigorously in disagreement. I would prefer not to. A person who lacks the courage to refuse is not someone I would wish to share my life with. If Xia Yingying requires assistance, she would drag her partner into it, and the only way to alter that dynamic is if you hold greater importance than Xia Yingying. Sun Mingjie doubted his ability to replace a friendship that had endured since childhood. Lu Su, of respectable origins, has a somewhat headstrong disposition, yet is not unkind. My attraction to her is not the issue. Rather, it is whether she would find me appealing. Sun Mingjie realized that while he admired his brother, Lu Su might not share the same sentiment, as his brother's appearance was indeed quite ordinary. Choosing a partner is not solely about my selection of others. It is also about their selection of me. At present, I possess no attributes that would captivate Lu Su, so why should I invest time and energy in her? That is a valid point, brother. And what of Xia Yingying? Ah, she is quite another matter. This woman is anything but ordinary. Nan Qiao began to elucidate the concepts of innocent flowers, black-hearted lotuses, and green tea bitches. Sun Mingjie was astounded to learn of the depths of women's thoughts in the myriad ways they can ensnare men. For your own good, it would be wise to avoid Xia Yingying and maintain as little contact with her as possible. Rest assured, brother, I shall completely disregard her. Sun Mingjie asserted, unwilling to engage with such a woman, finding her utterly terrifying. Now, reflecting back, do you not see the merits of Wang Zhiqiu? Brother, this isn't merely a matter of good or bad. It is akin to finding the tallest among the short. Nonsense. You must learn to recognize Wang Zhiqiu's virtues. Very well. You need not remind me of that. As long as you find her appealing, that suffices. I am still young and not in a rush regarding matters of the heart. Indeed, that is the right mindset. Even if you wish to marry someone in the future, it should be a genuine desire to be with her, not a result of manipulation. I understand. I truly do. Thank you, brother, for imparting such wisdom. Nan Qiao gently tousled Sun Mingjie's hair, saying, You are my brother. How can I not look after you? What if you encounter misfortune? Come, let us return and rest. We must continue our labor tomorrow. Sometimes, events unfold in such a manner that a mere flutter of a butterfly's wings can trigger a tempestuous chain reaction. Influenced by Nan Qiao's words, Sun Mingjie regarded the women with a watchful eye, treating them as potential threats, to the extent that he refrained from speaking to the female-educated youth individually. It was not only Sun Mingjie who felt this way. Gu Su was also affected. He found himself overwhelmed by the incessant attention from 4 female-educated youth in his group, and deep within, a sense of disdain towards women began to brew. With Nan Qiao no longer entwined in her affairs, Xia Yingying devoted all her energy to Gu Su, and the repercussions of her excessive pursuit became evident, placing immense pressure on him. Furthermore, there was Lu Su, who kept a watchful eye on him. Her rivalry with Xia Yingying caused significant distractions, hindering many important matters. This was something Gu Su could hardly tolerate, for at heart, he was a diligent individual. In both his personal and professional life, he exhibited a profound sense of responsibility. He held a low opinion of those lacking in accountability, deeming it a flaw in character if one could not even manage their own duties. Xia Yingying and Lu Su had yet to showcase their merits, yet their antics had already left a negative impression on Gu Su. Were it not for the fundamental decency in human nature, he might have considered abandoning them for the company of the senior educated youth. Of course, such thoughts were merely fleeting. Even if he wished to join them, the elder educated youth would not permit it. Should Gusu arrive, the 4 female educated youth would inevitably follow, and the first to object would be Wang Qiao, exclaiming, "I prepare meals for so many people. Do you wish to exhaust me?" Not to mention the notion of taking turns cooking. The culinary skills of the others were not to the liking of the senior educated youth. Had it not been for Nan Qiao's commendable prior conduct, Wang Qiao would have been reluctant to include him and Sun Mingjie. Now, with Nan Qiao assisting in various tasks, Wang Qiao found her workload significantly alleviated, and she felt quite gratified for having accepted his request to collaborate. In just a few days, Wang Qiao had grown accustomed to Nan Qiao's presence. If one morning she awoke to find Nan Qiao absent from the kitchen, she would feel a slight disquiet. The two developed an increasing rapport, often communicating without the need for words. A mere glance from Wang Qiao would suffice for Nan Qiao to understand her intentions. This sense of understanding was not unique to Gusu. The other educated youth also recognized the remarkable harmony between the two. So much so that no one would believe they were not a couple. The crux of the matter lay in the kitchen, where their synchronicity was striking. Yet once they exited that realm, they returned to their respective lives. During meals, Nan Qiao seldom engaged in conversation with Wang Qiao, preferring to speak with Sun Mingjie and Feng Goen instead, and after dining, she would promptly retreat to her room. In private, Nan Qiao had no intention or inclination to seek out Wang Qiao, nor would he engage her in discussions about ideals or similar topics. Such behavior made it impossible for anyone to claim that Su Nan Qiao had feelings for Wang Qiao, especially considering that both of them possessed rather unremarkable appearances, which further diminished the likelihood of any romantic ambiguity. While others may have been oblivious, only Wang Qiao was aware of the multitude of virtues Su Nan Qiao possessed, which he revealed solely during their moments alone in the kitchen. Outside of that intimate space, Nan Qiao consistently maintained a low profile, lacking a strong presence and never boasting or parading himself like a peacock. Su Nan Qiao was a reserved individual with a mature mindset, demonstrating steadiness, diligence, and a deep sense of responsibility in all his endeavors, particularly his eagerness to learn. He embodied the essential qualities of a successful person, blending seriousness with a unique sense of humor that could always elicit a smile from Wang Qiao. With high emotional intelligence, he spoke words that resonated with her, making him a man of undeniable charm. Even if his looks were somewhat ordinary, he still stirred something within Wang Qiao's heart. In the throes of youthful infatuation, which girl does not dream of a sweet romance? Wang Qiao also yearned to find a man with whom she shared a deep connection, someone with whom she could engage in meaningful conversation and harmonious understanding. Su Nan Qiao had begun to evoke such feelings within her, yet Nan Qiao's demeanor left Wang Qiao feeling somewhat apprehensive, wondering if the other party harbored any interest in her at all. After all, considering her appearance, she was hardly remarkable among the educated young women, and it seemed perfectly reasonable for others to overlook her. This insecurity caused the ripples within Wang Qiao's heart to gradually settle into tranquility. Although she concealed her feelings adeptly, Nan Qiao still discerned the shift in her attitude. Everything had unfolded as he had anticipated, and he was acutely aware of that fact. Nan Qiao analyzed Wang Qiao's character and concluded that pursuing her fervently at this moment might only frighten her away. The most prudent course of action was not to be forthright, but rather to facilitate her self-realization. Wang Qiao harbored merely a faint affection for Nan Qiao, a sentiment so tenuous that it could vanish without notice. What Nan Qiao needed to do was to amplify this nascent fondness without overstepping. Observing Wang Qiao's increasingly indifferent demeanor, Nan Qiao refrained from displaying undue enthusiasm. If she was cold, so would Nan Qiao be maintaining a strictly professional rapport? Other youth in their circle began to notice the palpable shift in their dynamic, questioning what had transpired to alter the previous atmosphere. Sun Mingjie discreetly inquired about the situation, to which Nan Qiao reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Everything is under control. Sun Mingjie, wide-eyed, responded, "All right. Big brother, I shall trust your wisdom." Under Nan Qiao's guidance, Sun Mingjie gained considerable insight and learned various strategies. In his eyes, his older brother was nothing short of omnipotent. Nan Qiao did not intentionally devise a scheme. She merely sought a tool among the young female intellectuals to provoke a slight jealousy in Wang Qiao. For this role, she chose Zhou Li, as she was resolute in her decision not to select Zhang Zhaodi or Li Shuqin, lest the latter feel belittled. As for the protagonists Xia Yingying and the supporting character Lu Su, she maintained a respectful distance, leaving Zhou Li as her only viable option. Nan Qiao, with her warm-hearted nature, eagerly assisted Zhou Li in fetching water and even lent a hand while she was cooking on that particular day. Witnessing this scene, Wang Zhiqiu felt a pang of sorrow, akin to the sensation of having a cherished toy snatched away. Observing Zhou Li's demeanor and then reflecting on her own, Wang Zhiqiu came to a realization. Su Jiqing's desire to learn cooking from her must surely be a means to ingratiate himself with Zhou Zhiqiu. This sentiment was not unique to Wang Zhiqiu. Many of the educated youth appeared to have seen through the facade, concluding that Su Jiqing harbored feelings for Zhou Li. As a result of this situation, Lu Aigua frequently resorted to veiled jabs. However, Nan Qiao was not one to tolerate such behavior and retorted with vigor. As the great leaders have stated, without investigation, one should not speak. My actions are merely those of camaraderie and concern for my fellow comrades. It is unfortunate that you interpret them as something nefarious. Perhaps it is your own heart that perceives the world through a tainted lens. You. Lu Aigua erupted in fury. Is it not true? Nan Qiao delivered a decisive blow. I have assisted Wang Zhiqing before. Why did you remain silent then? Or do you believe Zhou Zhiqiu to be so lacking in self-respect that my help would influence her actions towards me? I am not. Lu Aigua exclaimed, hastily turning away. Indeed, Zhou Li's expression had soured considerably. No one wishes to be regarded in such a manner. Nan Qiao is not yet finished. She delivered another sharp remark. Your disdain for the youth of the Wang family only reveals your bias against them. How hypocritical of you to enjoy the fruits of their labor while simultaneously looking down upon them. What kind of person are you? Lu Aigua found himself utterly unable to defend his stance. Every argument seemed flawed. Wang Zhiqiu's expression soured, discomfort gnawing at him. Lu Aigua's perception stemmed from his own insecurities, leading him to belittle himself. I am ashamed to be associated with someone like you, Nan Qiao stated coldly, pulling Sun Mingjie away from Lu Aigua. In the future, refrain from bothering us. We have no desire to engage with someone harboring such problematic thoughts. Lu Aigua opened his mouth, words failing him as rage surged within, culminating in a punch aimed at her. I may not be able to outwit you, but I can strike you. Nan Qiao has been drinking the spiritual spring, and her physical prowess is undeniable. With a swift motion, she grasped Lu Aigua's fist and squeezed with considerable force. Lu Aigua let out a cry of agony, his body bending in response to the pain. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao truly did not regard Lu Aigua. Yet he would not neglect those who harbored ill intentions towards him. This matter required careful maneuvering. Conveniently, within his plans, he needed a scapegoat for the demise of Xia Yingying, and Lu Aigua appeared to be quite suitable for this role. The two men did not come to blows, and the incident passed without further ado. However, Wang Zhiqiu felt a profound sorrow, and Zhou Li's mind wandered into fanciful thoughts. Could it be that Su Jiqing truly harbors feelings for me? As she lay awake at night, Zhou Li continued to ponder the events of the day. Su Jiqing was rather pleasant, albeit rather ordinary in appearance. Zhou Li had a penchant for handsome men and had even taken a liking to Gu Su. Yet she was acutely aware that she could not compare herself to Xia Yingying. Thus, she resolved to relinquish any unattainable desires. Among the remaining Jiqing, the only one who met Zhou Li's standards was the youngest, Sun Mingjie. However, with the emergence of Su Nan Qiao, she could not help but feel a sense of pride in her allure. This sense of pride was short-lived, as the following day, Nan Qiao treated her with his usual indifference, as if the previous day's assistance had been rendered by someone else entirely. Zhou Li found herself in a quandary, uncertain whether his actions indicated affection or were merely a reflection of his benevolent nature. Nan Qiao returned once more to Wang Zhiqiu's kitchen. Though she spoke not a word about it, her heart brimmed with joy, a thrill akin to recovering something precious once lost. In this moment, Wang Zhiqiu could no longer evade the truths of her own heart. The series of emotional upheavals stirred by Su Jiqing unequivocally indicated one undeniable fact. She had begun to care for him. Her own insecurities rendered Wang Zhiqiu hesitant to take the leap, and she resolved to observe further, to discern if Su Nan Qiao was truly the person she sought. Should Su Nan Qiao remain entangled with Zhou Li, then she would have no choice but to relinquish her hopes. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao apologized to Zhou Li, acknowledging that his careless actions had led to a misunderstanding. He took full responsibility for the situation. Zhou Li remained silent, grappling with an indescribable feeling that left her uneasy. It was one thing for her to feel disdain towards him, but the notion that he harbored no such feelings in return was deeply unsettling to her. As Nan Qiao observed that Zhou Li was feeling discontented, she promptly shifted the subject. Do you know why Lu Aigua sought trouble with me that day? Zhou Li blinked. Her attention indeed diverted and tentatively inquired, could it be that he? The words likes me lingered unuttered on her lips, as she felt a bit shy. He is enamored with Xia Jiqing. Nan Qiao began to fabricate a story. Zhou Li responded, are you certain of the truth of your words? Skeptical. She pondered why Lu Aigua, who fancied Xia Yingying, would create trouble for her ally, Nan Qiao. It simply did not add up. That day, Nan Qiao glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then spoke in a conspiratorial tone. I was chatting with someone, proclaiming that Xia Jiqing was the most beautiful, and Lu Aigua overheard. And then? Zhou Li pressed, intrigued. Then he assumed I had affections for Xia Jiqing and believed that helping you would encourage me to speak favorably of her, which is why he targeted me. Oh, I see, Zhou Li responded, though not entirely convinced. Do you have feelings for Yingying? Why did you declare her the most beautiful? I harbor no affections for anyone. My purpose in coming to the countryside is to aid in its development. What? Zhou Li exclaimed in astonishment. Not only Lu Aigua, but even Su Hua harbors feelings for Xia Yingying? This is a sentiment I shall deny later. If you are observant, you will discern it yourself. You needn't mention it. I will observe, she retorted. As for Lu Aigua, he likely seeks to win you over, hoping you might speak well of him, which is why he disapproves of me. Ah, I would never be swayed by such a person, Zhou Li scoffed, her expression one of disdain. The mere thought of Lu Aigua viewing her in such a light infuriated her. That is the crux of the matter. I never gave it much thought. Nor did I anticipate. Nan Qiao chuckled wryly. All right, no more of that. It's good to have it out in the open. We shall remain good comrades. Indeed. We must. Nan Qiao resolved the misunderstanding with Zhou Li and conveyed a piece of intelligence. Both Lu Aigua and Su Hua harbored secret affections for Xia Yingying, albeit through disparate means. Through discreet observation, Zhou Li came to trust Nan Qiao's words, as she discovered that Su Hua indeed covertly watched Xia Yingying, while Lu Aigua persistently sought to forge a closer bond with her. A cold smile crept across Zhou Li's mind. How could they expect her to speak favorably on their behalf? Such dreams were utterly fanciful, due to her ingrained thought patterns and accustomed role as a mere backdrop to Xia Yingying. Zhou Li had never entertained the notion that Lu Aigua's affections could possibly be directed towards her, with Xia Yingying present. It was entirely reasonable for Lu Aigua to be enamored with her, even if Zhou Li were to become a witness. Should she eventually uncover evidence implicating Lu Aigua in Xia Yingying's demise, the motive would be evident: unrequited love. In fact, Zhou Li's actions surpassed Nan Qiao's expectations. As she had spoken ill of Lu Aigua in front of Xia Yingying, leading to Xia's indifference towards him, her gaze filled with disdain. Lu Aigua had fallen to a status unworthy of being regarded as a fish in Xia Yingying's pond. She could scarcely be bothered to feign interest in such a person. Presently, Lu Aigua had become the least favored among the female intellectual youth at the commune, with Wang Jiqiu's attitude towards him also deteriorating. This infuriated Lu Aigua, who wished nothing more than to eliminate Nan Qiao, yet found no opportune moment to act. Nan Qiao's life is remarkably simple, devoid of any contraband. She refrains from uttering inappropriate words and maintains a respectable distance from entanglements of romantic nature. It can be said that her interpersonal relationships at the youth station are quite commendable, even though she does not closely associate with the new young intellectuals. She is not disliked by them. Among the seasoned youth, Feng Goen and Wang Jiqiu hold a favorable impression of Nan Qiao, particularly for Wang Jiqiu. The seeds of affection have begun to take root within her heart. The emotional landscape of a young woman is often rich and complex at times. She indulges in fanciful thoughts, imagining both positive and adverse scenarios, leading to her unpredictable temperament. When alone, Wang Jiqiu finds herself lost in reverie, her imagination occasionally spiraling into daydreams about the future. Her inclination to envision uplifting possibilities surpasses that of darker musings. One fateful night, after dreaming of Nan Qiao, the seed of her affection began to sprout. Yet, despite this burgeoning sentiment, she lacks the confidence to confess her feelings, convinced that Nan Qiao would never reciprocate her affections. Wang Jiqiu perceives so many admirable qualities in Nan Qiao, combined with the emotional lens through which she views him, making her feel unworthy. The youth station is home to numerous beautiful young women, not to mention Xia Yingying and Lu Su. Even Zhou Li appears more attractive than herself. Thus, she grapples with her insecurities, hesitant to voice her feelings, while simultaneously savoring the busy day spent alongside Nan Qiao, growing increasingly accustomed to his presence. A month has swiftly passed. Within the Lingquan space, a considerable harvest has matured. The vegetables, with their rapid growth cycles, have been harvested twice and stored away. Now, the grains have also ripened, prompting Nan Qiao to decide on a trip to the county town to sell some of her goods. Throughout this month, she has diligently honed her painting skills, with Sun Mingjia witnessing her progress all along. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, having crafted several illustrated idiom narratives, such as borrowing arrows with straw boats, calling a stag a horse, and deceiving oneself. Nan Qiao enclosed them in envelopes, preparing to dispatch them to a publishing house during his forthcoming trip to the county seat. Should the publisher find his sequential drawings appealing, they would undoubtedly contact him. Subsequently, he would procure professional drawing paper, complete the artwork, and mail it. This initial submission serving merely as a sample. Having obtained leave from the production brigade leader, Nan Qiao, accompanied by Sun Mingjia, set off for the county town. He deemed it essential to bring his young companion, not only for safety during the lengthy journey, but also for companionship. A solitary 2-hour trek would be unbearably tedious. Nan Qiao also intended to procure necessities for the educated youth community and assist his fellow residents with any errands they might have, provided the items were manageable. During this excursion to the county seat, Nan Qiao entrusted Sun Mingjia with a specific task to inquire about the location and operational procedures of the local black market. Brother, what are you planning? Merely aspiring to a better life. Brother, we mustn't engage in unlawful activities. Nonsense, I am well aware of that, rest assured. Simply gather the information. But, do you yearn for satiety? Certainly. Do you crave meat? Brother, are you serious? Go forth and ascertain the details, henceforth. I shall guide you toward a prosperous existence. Understood. Brother, have no doubt. I shall procure the information with utmost clarity. Nan Qiao felt no concern for Sun Mingjia. After all, he was an important supporting character, and this minor matter could be entrusted to him without hesitation. After Sun Mingjia departed, Nan Qiao visited the supply and marketing cooperative, where he happened upon Sister Sunday. He approached her briskly, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Sister." Upon looking up, Sun Hong's face brightened at the sight of Su Nan Qiao. After a moment's thought, she smiled. "Brother, you finally came to see me." Another individual nearby interjected. "Is this your brother, Sun Hong?" "Just a distant relative." Sun Hong casually fabricated an identity, and the person nodded in understanding. Sun Hong stepped away from the counter and led Nan Qiao to a secluded spot, quietly inquiring, "Brother, what fine gifts have you brought for me?" "Premium rice, refined flour, and vegetables," Nan Qiao replied. Sun Hong's excitement was palpable. "How much do you have?" "At least 100 jin," he answered. "Brother, I want it all. Wait here. I shall return shortly with the money," she declared. "Sister, there is no rush. Do you doubt me? The quantity is too substantial to carry. Perhaps you could come to my home, and I'll deliver it directly there. Then you can accompany me back." "Sister, won't you neglect your work?" "Well, is brother-in-law not at home?" "He has gone to work. Only my mother-in-law is here." "Then it's just as well. I can entrust the goods to your aunt as well. But all the money is with your brother-in-law." "Oh, what is the big deal? I'll give you the goods first, and I can come back for the payment later." "This is unacceptable." Sun Hong's expression shifted. "Brother, while I trust you and my heart is filled with joy, matters must be handled appropriately. If you are not in immediate need of money, there is no reason to engage in such a perilous endeavor. I cannot be so thoughtless." Nan Qiao couldn't help but regard Sun Hong with newfound respect. She was indeed a person of poise in challenging situations. Sun Hong gritted her teeth and replied, "Just wait, I will find someone to borrow some money." Sister, it really isn't necessary. If you borrow money, there should be a proper reason, lest it be discovered later." "That's true." Sun Hong pondered for a moment. Though she felt unable to eat, she realized that if Ma Ping joined her, it would be manageable. "Wait for me a moment. I will have a chat with that sister from before." Nan Qiao understood instantly, smiling as she nodded and softly remarked, "Sister, regardless of whom you approach, my offer will always be more favorable than theirs." Sun Hong couldn't help but feel elated, her enthusiasm propelling her back with vigor. Initially, she intended to include Ma Ping, but now she directly sought out the director of the supply and marketing cooperative, fabricating a story about receiving goods from relatives at home and inquiring if the director had any interest. The director, taken aback, exclaimed, "Who would decline such an opportunity?" Thus, Sun Hong, Ma Ping, and the director collectively acquired these items, with the director graciously fronting the cost, which Sun Hong and Ma Ping promised to repay the following workday. This arrangement also suited Nan Qiao, as it spared her the trouble of running from place to place. They found an unoccupied area to retrieve the supplies from the storage room, all neatly packaged and placed in the most ordinary burlap sacks, no questions asked about their origin. They simply appeared. 100 pounds of fine rice, 100 pounds of refined flour, and 100 pounds of assorted vegetables were delivered in several trips to the cooperative. In return, the cooperative demonstrated their goodwill by gifting Nan Qiao 2 packs of cigarettes, a bag of candies, and an assortment of snacks. Sun Hong further pledged that in the future, any valuable items that did not require tickets would be reserved for Nan Qiao. Nan Qiao left the supply and marketing cooperative with a grateful smile, clutching his belongings. He then proceeded to the recycling station, where the elderly gentleman at the entrance recognized him. "Young man, it's about time you showed up. The books you asked me to keep an eye on are all here. Take a look and see if any are of use to you." "Ah, thank you, sir," Nan Qiao replied, casually handing over a few cigarettes, which delighted the old man immensely. Among the collection of books the elderly gentleman had gathered, few were of any practical use, most were contraband. Nan Qiao selected a few volumes, recognizing their potential as instruments for deception if wielded wisely. With all his possessions safely stored in his inventory, he felt no trepidation about being discovered. He scoured the other recycling piles but found no hidden treasures. The wooden furniture pieces were all broken and splintered. Even if something valuable were concealed, it had likely been uncovered long ago. Although he did not unearth any riches, he did come across a rusted little knife discarded among the refuse. It appeared so unremarkable, it would have been scorned even during the Great Leap Forward. Seizing the opportunity while the elderly gentleman was distracted, Nan Qiao deftly tucked the knife into his storage space, ensuring that no one would be aware of its presence. The rust was of little concern. He planned to find a moment to see if he could restore it, for even if he failed in that endeavor, sharpening it slightly would suffice. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. When Nan Qiao arrived, Sun Mingjie had only just gotten there. The two entered the restaurant, with Nan Qiao footing the bill while Sun Mingjie ordered a few dishes and chose a relatively secluded corner. It was quite pleasant. There were few patrons, and the waitstaff were engaged in idle chatter, oblivious to their presence. Once Sun Mingjie assessed that no one could eavesdrop on their conversation, he spoke quietly, "Brother, I've gathered the information, and it's not particularly difficult." "Well, go on. I'm listening," Nan Qiao replied. Sun Mingjie began to relay the details he had uncovered. The black market in the county town was essentially a well-known unspoken rule. Many were aware of it, and it typically went unregulated. The authorities were also cognizant that the existence of the black market was impossible to eradicate, as the populace needed to sustain their livelihoods. Today, one might be apprehended, but tomorrow, another would emerge in their place. Moreover, even those in officialdom had necessities that required procurement from the black market. After all, everyone shares similar needs. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, there wouldn't be any sudden crackdowns on the black market. Such actions would only occur in the wake of significant cases that warranted a thorough investigation throughout the county. Further, it depended on the discretion of those managing the black market. Whether they offered tributes during holidays mattered. If the person in charge was competent, all parties involved would benefit. If not, a more astute individual would take their place. Currently, the two heads of the county's black market appeared to be reasonable. There were 2 black markets established for the convenience of the local populace. It would be impractical for someone living in the eastern part of the town to travel all the way to the west for minor purchases. The black markets were nestled within various alleys, creating an interconnected area for covert transactions, with key entry and exit points being monitored. When entering the black market to buy items, no payment was required, but vendors needed to pay a stall fee of 50 cents per day. If one was unwilling to pay, they ought not to enter. Those who had paid received proof, and inspections occurred periodically. Should anyone be discovered selling items while disguising themselves as a buyer, the black market operators would not hesitate to act. Goods would be confiscated, and the offenders would be dealt with harshly. No one dared to retaliate, as the individuals behind the black market were notorious figures. Offending them could lead to dire consequences for an ordinary person. In other words, as long as one abides by the rules of the black market, it is, paradoxically, a place of reason. The black market operated in 2 sessions. The morning session commenced before dawn, where patrons brought illumination devices, permitted only to shine on the goods and not on individuals, concluding when daylight broke. The evening session followed the same protocol, accommodating those who could not attend early in the day, ending at 9 o'clock. Visiting the black market was not akin to a leisurely stroll. Patrons were usually driven by a strong purpose, typically making their purchases swiftly without aimless wandering. The prices of goods in the black market were approximately 20% higher than those in regular circulation. For items requiring tickets, the black market did not necessitate them. But the prices surged by 50%. The pricing of scarce items was more variable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Everything that Nan Qiao does is aimed at improving her own life rather than relying on the Linquan space to amass wealth, as that would be an exceedingly slow process. It would be far more advantageous to wait until restrictions are lifted and then venture south, casually bringing back some goods to the north, which would yield a considerable profit. The initial capital could easily be covered by the proceeds from selling tobacco leaves. It is essential to note that the items cultivated within the Linquan space are of the highest quality, nourished by the pristine well water from the space, resulting in tobacco leaves of unparalleled caliber. Nan Qiao need not concern herself with the maturation and harvest periods of the tobacco. She is not required to understand these matters, for everything is managed by her puppets. Thankfully, this portion of her spiritual energy has not been squandered, as maintaining the puppets necessitates an additional 10% yield. Regardless of what is cultivated in the space, any produce sown by the puppets guarantees that 10% of the yield belongs to them. The same principle applies to the rearing of puppets. Currently, only the chicks in the breeding area have matured, and they can be harvested for consumption at any moment. With the puppets having thoughtfully prepared everything, the piglets are still in their early stages. Even though the Linquan space matures faster than the outside world, it is improbable that they would grow in just a month. As for the feed for the chicks and piglets, it is all stored in the pantry. Thus, the cultivation of puppets takes precedence over their rearing, as without production, the breeding area would be unable to sustain the chickens and pigs. Nan Qiao now craves meat, but for the time being, he can only consume chicken. For pork, he must venture outside to procure it himself. Once the pigs in the Linquan space mature, he will no longer have to worry about sourcing meat. The fatty portions can even be rendered into lard. Sun Mingjie possesses a commendable quality. He refrains from questioning Nan Qiao about matters the latter chooses not to disclose, and he is notably discreet, alleviating any concerns that this lad might divulge secrets. After discussing the affairs of the black market, Nan Qiao has gained a certain understanding and does not feel the need to delve deeper. In any case, he intends to assign the task of trading in the black market to Sun Mingjie, confident that the boy can manage it adequately. The supply is Nan Qiao's responsibility, while Sun Mingjie will merely contribute his efforts. Once profits are made, he will receive a 30% share, which would motivate the lad to work diligently. As for cigarettes, Nan Qiao retains them for himself, while the snacks he purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative were gifted to Wang Qiao. He discreetly presented them to her in the kitchen, under the pretense of expressing gratitude for her culinary teachings. This gesture left Wang Qiao somewhat embarrassed. Despite his good intentions in assisting her, she felt it inappropriate to accept his offerings. When Wang Qiao initially declined, Nan Qiao swiftly employed another tactic, claiming he had little appetite for snacks and would rather give them to other female sent-down youths if she did not want them. This prompted Wang Qiao to feel flustered. Her reluctance stemmed not from disinterest, but from a sense of awkwardness. Moreover, even if she refused, he could not simply bestow them upon others, as that would be quite improper. In order to prevent the snacks from being taken by other female sent-down youths, Wang Qiao, albeit reluctantly, accepted Nan Qiao's treats, contemplating that she might impart more culinary skills to him in the future, thus solidifying her excuse to avoid further scrutiny from others. Having spent a month in the countryside, Nan Qiao, through his subtle inquiries, had already discerned the circumstances surrounding Wang Qiao's family, which aligned closely with his recollections. Her ancestry traces back to imperial chefs. Currently, Wang Qiao's father serves as the head chef in a certain factory. However, among her siblings, none have inherited the family culinary legacy. Wang Qiao is one of 4 siblings. Her elder brother, Wang Jiafeng, has long been employed, while she is the second child, with her younger brother, Wang Guoqiang, a year her junior, both having been sent down to the countryside at different locations. Her younger brother is situated in the western region. There is also a younger sister, Wang Mingxue, who is still quite young. Nan Qiao calculated that by the time she reaches the age for such policies, they will likely no longer exist. The core culinary skills of the Wang family are passed down to sons, not daughters. and Wang Jiqiao possesses only a superficial understanding of these traditions. She is unaware of the truly essential techniques. Logically, it should have been Wang Jiefeng who inherited the family culinary skills, but he has shown no interest in cooking, preferring mechanics instead. In Wang Jiqiao's words, her father has scolded Wang Jiefeng countless times throughout his life, yet to no avail. He steadfastly refuses to learn the culinary arts. Wang Jiqiao's father, having exhausted all means, used Wang Jiqiao as an example, hoping to show Wang Jiefeng that there is merit in learning to cook, which ultimately led her to develop her skills, albeit gradually. As for Wang Guoqiang, the situation presents its own challenges. His lack of desire to learn stems from a deficiency in talent. My younger brother, Wang Jiqiao expressed this with a pained expression, lamenting his overly earnest nature. Nan Qiao quickly comprehended that referring to Wang Guoqiang as simple-minded was a euphemism, while a more unflattering interpretation would suggest a lack of intelligence. It was not that he was utterly foolish. Rather, his cognitive response was somewhat sluggish, and his memory left much to be desired. If he could not even remember the steps of cooking, how could he aspire to be a chef? Wang Guoqiang possessed a commendable physique, being the strongest in his family. And he was more than capable of performing agricultural tasks in the countryside, matching the local farmers in strength. However, his mental faculties faltered when faced with complex matters, making him ill-suited for a culinary career. Perhaps he would fare better in Britain, where the seasoning was limited to just salt and black pepper. With only 2 sons in the family, it seemed the culinary legacy would not be passed down, leaving Wang Laojia in a state of concern. Wang Mingshua's situation was even more precarious. By the time she was born, her mother was already quite advanced in age and lacked proper nutrition, compounded by her premature birth, resulting in a frail constitution. Upon reflection, it appeared that only Wang Jiqiao was truly suitable to inherit the family recipes. Nan Qiao stored this information in his mind, recognizing it as valuable intelligence. Given Wang Jiqiao's culinary talent, he could not let the Wang family legacy slip away. If he were to have children with her in the future, they could simply carry her surname. As a modern individual, Nan Qiao was indifferent to the issue of surnames. The notion of continuing a lineage seemed irrelevant, especially when there was no throne to inherit. To achieve his goals, Nan Qiao was even willing to marry the unassuming Wang Jiqiao, which speaks volumes about his character. By allowing their child to inherit the Wang surname, he would gain access to their ancestral recipes, a deal he found exceedingly advantageous. Wang Jiqiao had become an integral part of Nan Qiao's life. Yet he was in no rush. The autumn harvest was imminent, and no one was permitted to take leave. Those genuinely ill had no choice but to endure. While personal matters were out of the question, the urgency of the harvest was palpable, with the looming threat of sudden rain. The new educated youth were wide-eyed and naive, while their more seasoned counterparts wore expressions of hardship. Despite having spent considerable time in the countryside, they still struggled to adapt to the strenuous labor. The autumn harvest felt akin to a near-death experience, with their bodies protesting under the strain. The newcomers were skeptical. Was it truly as arduous as described? Soon enough, they would witness what rushed harvesting entailed. Had they not been acclimated after over a month in the countryside, they might have collapsed in the fields. After a long day's toil, Wang Jiqiao lacked the energy to cook and resorted to whatever was available. In the new youth's quarters, a chorus of groans filled the air as they lay in bed, too weary to move, each movement sending pangs through their backs. Even the most energetic among them, Sun Mingxie, appeared drained, though his youth allowed for quick recovery. In contrast, those older, like Feng Goen, were completely spent, resembling lifeless forms. Nan Qiao was not in a much better state. Fortunately, he had access to a daily ration of 100 milliliters of spiritual spring, which alleviated his physical fatigue. Or else he truly would have struggled to endure. By the 3rd day, the new educated youth could no longer bear it, not out of a mere subjective desire to escape, but rather due to the objective reality of their physical limitations. The team leader did not expect the newcomers to match the locals in stamina, so he assigned them lighter tasks. However, avoiding work altogether was not an option. Those who were unable to cope among the veteran educated youth were treated similarly. Among the veterans, the most formidable was undoubtedly Zhang Zhaodi. This woman was exceptionally hard on herself, driven by an almost frenzied determination to earn work points solely to secure more food for her family back home. Zhang Zhaodi was not inherently robust. Rather, she persevered through sheer willpower, evident in her labor in the fields, all for the sake of accumulating work points. One could assert that she surpassed the local villagers in strength, and were it not for her complicated family situation, many would have eagerly sought to take such a capable woman as their bride. Zhang Zhaodi was quite well known in Shaha village. The villagers were neither blind nor foolish and could foresee the implications of marrying her, inevitably leading to a continuous drain of resources from her in-laws to support her natal family, a scenario that few would find agreeable. Nan Qiao witnessed Zhang Zhaodi working tirelessly, exhibiting an unwavering dedication that was impossible to disregard. For Zhang Zhaodi, caring for her brother was not merely a responsibility, but her very faith and purpose in life, a deeply ingrained belief that fostered an astonishing willpower. The revolutionary martyrs of your persevered through countless tortures, relying on this same indomitable spirit, the power of faith. Time has passed, yet Nan Qiao found herself astonished to discover a similar tenacity in Zhang Zhaodi, her willingness to endure any hardship for her brother, even facing punishment without fear. With this realization, Nan Qiao urgently advised Sun Mingjie to steer clear of Zhang Zhaodi, cautioning that any association could spell disaster for his future. Sun Mingjie wholeheartedly agreed. Having witnessed Zhang Zhaodi's fervent nature, which instilled fear within him, he pondered the implications of marrying such a woman. Would she not resort to violence if her brother were criticized? In response to this concern, Nan Qiao remarked that inflicting harm would only incur medical expenses, suggesting that such money would be better spent supporting her brother instead. Sun Mingjie shivered at the thought, realizing that a woman like Zhang Zhaodi would drain the life from her partner, prioritizing her brother's needs above all else. The old ox must not falter. Otherwise, what would become of her brother? Exhausting one provider only meant seeking another. For a woman like Zhang Zhaodi, her husband and children were merely extensions of her devotion to her family, and without that, her existence held no value. Sun Mingjie, unsettled by this line of thinking, resolved that he would never marry a woman with a brother. If only Nan Qiao could hear his silent vow, she would surely dissuade him. For there existed families where brothers were treated as slaves by their sisters. Meanwhile, Sun Mingjie's alarm at Zhang Zhaodi's situation was mirrored by Gu Su, who found himself similarly intimidated by his ardent admirers. The rivalry had expanded beyond Xia Yingying and Lu Su, now encompassing Ma Hahua, the youngest daughter of the brigade leader, who had set her sights on Gu Su. Ma Hahua would secretly present her family's treasures to entice him, but Gu Su, having firmly rejected her multiple times, found her persistence bewildering. Ma Hahua's pursuit of Gu Su had become a spectacle in the village, drawing the attention of many. Faced with Ma Hahua's relentless advances, Xia Yingying and Lu Su momentarily set aside their feud and formed an alliance. In their minds, regardless of Gu Su's choice, he would ultimately select from among the educated youth, and a village girl like Ma Hahua would never suffice. If Gu Su were to choose her, what would become of their dignity as educated women? Ma Hahua was now a common adversary, and both factions rallied to defend Gu Su's honor. He felt utterly drained. Had it not been for his grandparents being sent to this village, he would deeply regret coming to Xiahe village, with 3 women scrutinizing his every move. Even visiting his grandparents required more caution than a spy would exercise. Truthfully, Gu Su was beginning to develop a fear of women, as they seemed poised to devour him whole. Despite working diligently throughout the autumn harvest, he remained relatively unscathed by the sun, maintaining a refined demeanor that captivated Ma Hahua, the very man she yearned to marry. Another who had escaped the sun's harshness was Nan Qiao, thanks to the blessings of the spiritual spring. Without such a fortuitous endowment, her fate as a mere pawn would have left her sun-kissed like a cherished gem from Lu province. Feng Goen, Su Hua, and Sun Mingjie had all darkened considerably, with Lu Aiguo becoming the darkest, embodying the very essence of a son-in-law from Guang province. After the autumn harvest, families took a few days to rest before preparing for the construction of Nan Qiao's new home. It was only at this juncture that the educated youth learned of her plans to move out. Feng Goen expressed confusion, questioning why she would leave a perfectly good dwelling. Nan Qiao offered a pretext, suggesting uncertainty about when she would return to the city and the potential influx of more educated youth. "Oh, this place is so small. It is sufficient for us now, but if more come, it will become cramped. It is better to move out sooner," she explained. "Such trivial concerns," Lu Aiguo interjected. "You are merely indulging in capitalist tendencies, seeking comfort." Nan Qiao was unwilling to bear this accusation and immediately retorted, "Moving out and living on your own is a capitalist lifestyle? According to your logic, the entire Xiahe village should live together in a communal courtyard. You are being sophistical." Lu Aiguo jumped up and down, shouting, "We are all educated youth. Why should you be special? Firstly, I'm not being special, but considerate of the educated youth who will come in the future, so as to avoid insufficient space. Secondly, there is no explicit rule that one cannot move out. No matter what you say, we have not done anything wrong. On the contrary, it is you. What about me?" Lu Aiguo retorted stubbornly. The village agreed to build the house. The village leader and the village secretary didn't say anything was wrong. You are harping on it. Are you dissatisfied with the village's decision? Or are you saying that you are more enlightened than the village leader and the village secretary? I didn't. Whether you did or not, you are the one saying it. The village and I, the person involved, don't object to it. But in your mouth, we have become heinous. We have to be careful of you slandering us behind our backs. You are talking nonsense. Lu Igua exclaimed anxiously. Sure enough, the gazes of the other educated youth towards him changed, filled with deep wariness. They hated those who gossiped behind their backs the most. It is worth mentioning that, based on Lu Igua's personality, he could really do such a thing. Lu Igua didn't care about other people's opinions, only about whether Zhou Li would think of him that way. He couldn't help but turn his head to look. Zhou Li and Xia Yingying stood together, and it was difficult to say who this guy was looking at. Xia Yingying had long misunderstood that Lu Igua was thinking of pursuing her. Seeing him look over at this moment, her expression changed immediately, and she whispered, "Petty person. Disgusting." Xia Yingying thought her voice was not loud, but everyone around her heard it. Zhou Li even tugged at Xia Yingying's sleeve, signaling her not to speak, lest she be resented by a petty person like Lu Igua. Lu Igua deeply resented Nan Qiao, wishing he could kill him, but when he thought of the other person's strength last time, he was discouraged again. He glared at Nan Qiao fiercely and turned to leave. Sun Mingjie approached and said in a low voice, "Brother, did you see the look in his eyes? I reckon this is not over. He might be planning something bad." "I know. As long as we are careful and vigilant, he can't do anything." "Okay. It's good that you know, brother." Nan Qiao was certainly well prepared, having diligently practiced since his last return. He had specifically sought out a wooden post of appropriate girth to refine his technique of slitting throats with a reverse grip on a small knife. The rusted blade had received a discreet touch-up, rendering it sufficiently sharp to sever Xia Yingying's neck with a forceful stroke. His storage space was also equipped with cloths and a water jug, ensuring he could cleanse any bloodstains that might mar his hands. As for incriminating evidence, he had procured pig fodder, which remained in pristine condition within the time-stopped confines of his storage. Half a month after the autumn harvest, Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie made another trip to the county town, this time for a significant purpose. The publishing house had responded positively to Nan Qiao's proposal, expressing keen interest in his educational yet entertaining series of comic strips based on idiomatic expressions. However, they requested that he produce the artwork on high-quality paper before sending it back. Accompanying the publisher's correspondence was a contract, already signed by the other party, which Nan Qiao needed only to sign and return with the comic strips on his next submission. This journey to the county town was primarily to procure the necessary paper. Although the earnings from the comic strips were modest, they represented a means of legitimizing his assets. After all, outsiders were unaware of his true profits. The money earned from the black market could easily be claimed as income from the publishing house. Who could dispute that? Construction on his house had commenced, and he had already prepared ample provisions, including cornmeal for sustenance. In truth, Nan Qiao was a remarkably considerate employer. Many households claimed to provide meals, yet often fell short of even that promise. His establishment offered ample steamed buns, ensuring that laborers would sing his praises for his generosity. Such a situation suited him well. He was wary of being too kind, lest it attract unwanted attention. To venture into the black market, Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie set out in the afternoon, arriving in the county town well before dusk. Having journeyed to the supply and marketing cooperative, Nan Qiao sought out Sun Hong and vended another consignment of grains and vegetables. He maintained absolute discretion regarding the tobacco leaves, presenting himself merely as a simple educated youth trading modest amounts of produce. He even procured 3 packets of cigarettes from Sun Hong, a purchase necessitated not by want of tobacco, for his own supply was of superior quality, but by the need to establish a plausible facade. This would deflect suspicion in the event of an official inquiry, ensuring that he, a mere smoker, would be an unlikely suspect in the clandestine sale of tobacco leaves. Subsequently, Nan Qiao visited the bookstore, acquiring professional-grade drawing paper, an overt purchase, unsuitable for concealment within his storage space and intended for Sun Mingjie's observation. Nan Qiao possessed a clear understanding of what to reveal and what to conceal from Sun Mingjie. As for sustenance, that was of little consequence. Since the chicks had matured, he had frequently indulged in meat, surreptitiously venturing into the mountains alone. He also brought back roasted fowl for Sun Mingjie, claiming to have encountered them in the mountains. Sun Mingjie, preoccupied with satiating his appetite, harbored no suspicions. Furthermore, Nan Qiao often fabricated accounts of forging connections during his solitary excursions. In Sun Mingjie's estimation, Su Gu was a formidable individual, far from ordinary. With this perception firmly entrenched, Sun Mingjie found nothing peculiar when Nan Qiao produced the tobacco leaves. Su Gu undoubtedly possessed his own channels, and his willingness to include him was a testament to his trust. Determined not to betray Nan Qiao's confidence, Sun Mingjie resolved that, should matters remain uneventful, all would be well, but should adversity strike, he would ensure that Su Gu remained unscathed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao had already positioned himself discreetly along the route to the appointed meeting place. Prepared to surreptitiously observe Sun Mingjie's situation and ascertain whether anyone was tailing him. It must be said that Sun Mingjie, this pivotal male character, possessed a stroke of luck. Upon learning that the items he was selling were tobacco leaves, the overseer of the black market promptly took him under his wing. In a bid to sustain the long-term operation of the black market, the overseer refrained from simply seizing the tobacco leaves. Such an act would lack decorum, and instead arranged to purchase them outright. In the future, when you procure more tobacco leaves, there will be no need for you to sell them elsewhere. Just come to me, he instructed. I will provide you with an address upon your arrival. Simply mention you are looking for Brother San. Very well, I understand, as I am merely selling. I have no qualms about selling to you. But what about the price? Sun Mingjie retorted, unfazed. Rest assured, since I intend to conduct this business for the long haul, I will certainly offer you a fair price. After some calculation, Brother San arrived at a figure. Do you prefer cash, tickets, or other items? I want both cash and tickets. Do you have cotton? That is quite a rarity. Brother San, just let me know if you have it or not. You, with your temperament. Brother San pointed at Sun Mingjie, seemingly lost in thought. Then chuckled and waved his hand. Never mind. Why should I bicker with a young lad like you? Sun Mingjie was puzzled, having applied makeup. How could the other party still discern his youth? Nan Qiao had long since discerned the issue at hand. It was the voice. No matter how much he tried to disguise it, one could easily infer that Sun Mingjie was still quite young. This was of little consequence, as long as his face remained unseen. After all, the black market's rules strictly prohibited revealing one's face, and he had not anticipated that Sun Mingjie would be taken away so abruptly. The process was somewhat convoluted, yet the outcome was favorable. Not only had the tobacco leaves been sold, but there was no longer a need to adhere to the black market's operating hours. Regardless of when Sun Mingjie visited that location, there would always be someone waiting for him. He merely needed to bring the tobacco leaves for the transaction. As for the origin of Sun Mingjie's tobacco, Brother San did not inquire, nor did he assign anyone to follow him. After Sun Mingjie departed, one of the lackeys in the black market asked, Brother San, why is that? Brother San remained silent, rolling a cigarette. Once it was prepared, he took a puff, revealing a look of satisfaction before passing the rolled cigarette to the lackey. The lackey, puzzled, accepted it and took a drag. Surprisingly, despite the absence of a filter, it did not scorch the throat or induce a choking sensation. When inhaled, there was no harshness felt in the throat. The tobacco. The lackey's eyes sparkled. This is exquisite. Humph. Brother San chuckled coldly. My discerning eye can tell at a glance that this is no ordinary product. Brother San, shouldn't we seize it then? There are two possibilities, Brother San replied, holding up two fingers. First, that lad has a powerful backing. Such tobacco is not something an ordinary person can acquire, and we cannot afford to offend such individuals. Second, he may lack formidable support, but possesses a master capable of cultivating this exceptional tobacco. That lad has a foul temper and may not be willing to betray his benefactor. Therefore, capturing him would yield no benefit for me, only a loss of revenue. Brother San wore a knowing smile. The other party surely remains unaware of the true value of this batch of tobacco. The tobacco produced in the Lingquan space is of the highest quality, and the price at which Sun Mingjie sold it was merely that of an ordinary grade. With a simple transaction, Brother San could reap considerable profits. Thus, he would not dare to risk offending Sun Mingjie. He chose to feign ignorance and conduct his business quietly. As long as Sun Mingjie continued to supply him with this tobacco, the lad would remain his esteemed customer. Though Sun Mingjie did not smoke, he was unaware of this fact, whereas Nan Qiao was well informed. Yet, knowing did not equate to power. He could not simply raise the price due to the tobacco's high value. This was not the capital. He could not find suitable buyers here. In this county, it was, to put it plainly, a buyer's market. No matter how exceptional the product, it amounted to nothing without buyers. The tobacco could be cultivated in successive cycles. But the real concern for Nan Qiao lay in converting these leaves into profit, rather than fretting over whether he was underselling them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao listened quietly, somewhat surprised yet not entirely taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, she discerned the intentions of third brother, unable to suppress a chuckle. That's quite good. You can trade with confidence from now on. Sun Mingjie was perplexed, unsure of what was so good. Come on, you silly boy. I'll explain on the way. We need to head back quickly. Hey, brother, wait for me. On the journey back to the village, Nan Qiao elucidated the situation to Sun Mingjie, shedding light on the psychological dynamics at play. Sun Mingjie gasped in admiration throughout. Brother, you are incredible. How did you come to such conclusions? It's merely human nature. By placing oneself in another's shoes, the analysis becomes rather straightforward. Brother, it's true. It all comes back to you. I hadn't considered so much. On our way back, I still thought third brother was a good person. It turns out he was not benevolent, but rather cautious. Nan Qiao chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Continuing down that path would lead to unpleasant discourse, particularly concerning the other's conjectures about herself. In the eyes of Sangu, Sun Mingjie was merely a pawn, an expendable piece in a larger game, making any move against him an unwise investment. Such sentiments were far too harsh for Nan Qiao to convey directly to Sun Mingjie. Furthermore, the allure of wealth can cloud judgment. A person's integrity is often measured by the value of their betrayal. Each individual possesses a certain price, and when that price outweighs principles and boundaries, the situation becomes precarious. This, too, was a sentiment best left unspoken with Sun Mingjie, as it would yield no benefit for Nan Qiao, and given Sun Mingjie's current disposition, he did not embody such traits. It is often said that youth is characterized by fervor, loyalty, and impulsiveness, yet as one matures, the emphasis on personal gain intensifies. After all, how much is loyalty truly worth? Nan Qiao does not place faith in loyalty. Rather, he is tethered solely to the allure of profit. Sun Mingjie, however, holds loyalty in high regard, which he perceives as a virtue in this young man, and he has no intention of altering this admirable trait. As for the future, when the tides of reform and opening up sweep through, whether things will change seems of little consequence. The two of them strolled back under the moonlight, only retrieving the flashlight, borrowed from the captain, when darkness enveloped their path. By the time they return the flashlight tomorrow, it is certain that there will be more than just one to return, and the cigarettes purchased today will have served their purpose. From time to time, Nan Qiao discreetly sought out the team leader and the village secretary, presenting them with tokens of concern from a younger generation, both parties fully aware of the underlying understanding. The team leader and the village secretary held a fondness for Xiong Nan Qiao, appreciating his thoughtfulness. Why is he considered thoughtful, you may wonder? It is not merely the act of gift-giving. Rather, it is the clandestine manner in which he bestows these gifts, keeping their wives completely oblivious to the fact that the team leader and village secretary possess cigarettes with filters tucked away in their pockets. Once the gifts are given, how the team leader and village secretary choose to conceal them is of no concern to Nan Qiao. Nan Qiao, of course, indulged in the exquisite tobacco leaves from the Spirit Springs realm. Having long procured rolling paper, he resolved to learn the art of rolling. Such premium tobacco was too precious to forego. The absence of a filter mattered little, as it contained no added fragrances. Cigarettes with filters were reserved for dispersing. For Nan Qiao would never allow others to discover that his tobacco was akin to that sold in the black market. Sun Mingjie, who abstained from smoking, failed to grasp this nuance. He believed that filtered cigarettes held greater prestige, hence were set aside for loose tobacco. This time, Nan Qiao allocated 30% of his earnings to Sun Mingjie, who accepted it without pretense, grateful for his elder brother's generosity. The receipts procured by Sun Mingjie would await their next trip to the county during daylight. Particularly, the cotton and fabric rations must be utilized, for otherwise, Nan Qiao would struggle to endure the winter. The Su family was rather callous, providing nothing to help Nan Qiao through the cold season. The cotton coat he inherited had seen countless winters, rendering it ineffective for warmth, especially in Heilongjiang province. Constructing a house would not be an expedient endeavor, once built. It would require heating and the crafting of practical furniture, all of which demanded financial resources. Were it not for the bounty of the Spirit Spring, Nan Qiao would have long since depleted his funds, and in this regard, Sun Mingjie was only marginally more adept. Sun Mingjie's family circumstances were modest. offering little substantial assistance. His success in the countryside would ultimately hinge upon his own efforts. Presently, Sun Mingjie felt a sense of contentment. Believing that following Su Gu was indeed a fortunate choice, there was money to be earned, and occasionally, he could procure meat with ample food supplies. Su Gu was a capable individual. Had it been someone else, they surely would not have amassed such fine provisions. To Sun Mingjie, Su Gu was genuinely a good person, and he valued this elder brother's presence. Meanwhile, Nan Qiao, perceived as the good-natured one, discreetly picked up a cigarette but discarded by Lu Aigua. After being rebuffed twice by Nan Qiao, Lu Aigua felt a sense of indignation, witnessing Nan Qiao smoking a filtered cigarette. He resolved to make a purchase of his own, convinced that his selection would surpass that of Nan Qiao. Nan Qiao purchased a large front door, while Lu Aigua opted for the prestigious peony cigarettes, a true luxury in the county town. As he indulged in the peony cigarettes, Lu Aigua became the most fashionable young man around. Not only the educated youth but also the local villagers recognized that Lu, the educated youth, was affluent enough to smoke peony. After a heavy rain, both the locals and the educated youth ventured into the mountains to forage for mushrooms. Sun Mingjie called out to Nan Qiao, who waved him off, expressing disinterest in joining due to the crowds and the limited yield they would manage to gather. "Brother, there are plenty of people, and the mountains are vast. You should go," Sun Mingjie suggested. "How about this? You go gather mushrooms, dry them out, and when we move, I'll prepare a chicken stew with mushrooms for you." "Deal," Sun Mingjie replied with enthusiasm. "I have nothing else to do while you all gather mushrooms. I'll go cut pig grass." "Brother, you truly have too much free time," Sun Mingjie remarked, but he couldn't say more, allowing his brother to go. Sun Mingjie joined the other educated youth in the mountains while Nan Qiao collected a basket and sickle for cutting pig grass. In his storage space, he found a small knife, gloves, and a pair of shoes identical to Lu Aigua's. In this era, clothing was quite uniform, so Nan Qiao changed into a different outfit, donned the shoes, and stealthily made his way into the mountains, waiting for the right moment to act. Specifically, he hoped to catch Xiao Yingying alone once the group dispersed. Xiao Yingying had initially no desire to ascend the mountain, but was reluctantly persuaded by Zhou Li's persistent insistence. After spending considerable time in the countryside, she found little joy in the rural life, yet the current policies made it clear that returning to the city was not an option, and thus she endured. Xiao Yingying was aware of the reinstatement of college entrance examinations in 1977, yet she could not share this knowledge with others. Nor could she participate herself, not for lack of desire, but due to her circumstances. Before her time travel, she had struggled academically and had spent years navigating the complexities of life outside of school. If it were a matter of becoming a broadcaster, she would have no issues. But attending university? That seemed impossible. Xiao Yingying was acutely aware of her limitations. The prospect of achieving wealth through her own efforts seemed exceedingly difficult, as she was not one to engage in diligent work. Her best strategy appeared to be finding a suitable husband. After careful consideration, she settled her sights on Gu Su. Firstly, she was quite pleased with his looks and physique. Secondly, she had caught a glimpse of Gu Su discreetly tending to someone in the cattle shed, who she suspected was a relative. This stirred her curiosity. These individuals who had been sent down would, after their eventual vindication, likely become quite remarkable. And Gu Su's family background was significantly superior to her own. If Gu Su were indeed a descendant of a revolutionary lineage, marrying him would elevate her status immensely once his family was rehabilitated. However, recently, Xiao Yingying felt increasingly troubled. Not only was there the issue of Lu Su, but now Ma Hua had entered the picture, increasing her competition. What she feared most was the possibility of anything happening to Gu Su's family. If something were to befall them, Ma Hua, as the youngest daughter of the brigade leader, could seize the opportunity to win over Gu Su, leaving her with no hope. Xiao Yingying pondered various strategies, wishing she could somehow displace the brigade leader. In her quest for information about the brigade leader, Xiao Yingying discreetly offered Cheng Monsong a small favor, hoping to extract useful information from him. While her intentions were commendable, the brigade leader proved to be a fair and just individual who did not bully others. Unless one fabricated evidence, it would be challenging to remove him from his position. Though she excelled in the art of manipulation, Xiao Yingying found herself at a loss when it came to outsmarting someone of his caliber. After much contemplation, she thought of Lu Aigua. The educated youth at the camp held a low opinion of him, particularly Zhou Li, who frequently criticized Lu, describing him as petty and vindictive, even labeling him a true scoundrel who enjoyed reporting others. Xiao Yingying's mind raced. If Lu Aigua had a penchant for reporting, could she not leverage this to her advantage? By exploiting Lu Aigua's tendency to inform on others, she might orchestrate the downfall of the brigade leader. After all, if the truth came out, it would hardly implicate her. Once this idea took root in her mind, she became restless, recognizing that with everyone else gathering mushrooms, it was the perfect opportunity to have a private conversation with Lu Aigua. Today was the day. At worst, she would have to offer Lu Aigua a small incentive, as long as she maintained her virtue. Cheng Monsong had once experienced the softness of Xia Yingying's nature, and if it meant securing the brigade leader's position, she would not mind allowing Lu Aigua a taste of the mountain's refreshing waters. Lily, there aren't many mushrooms left here. I'll check over there, Xia Yingying announced before turning to leave. Jolie had no time to stop her, reasoning that with so many people in the mountains, there was little danger. So she let it be. Xia Yingying made her way towards Lu Aigua, having previously noticed that he had headed in that direction. The villagers were well aware of where mushrooms grew abundantly and tended to cluster together, rarely inviting the educated youth to join them. Thus, the educated youth remained on the periphery, gradually dispersing. When Nan Qiao arrived, he happened to catch sight of Xia Yingying. Just a short distance ahead lay the location of Lu Aigua. Having lived 2 lifetimes, it was Nan Qiao's first encounter with the act of murder. To be honest, he felt somewhat hesitant, not out of kindness, but rather due to a palpable sense of anxiety. Nan Qiao is, at her core, an ordinary individual who has never served in the military and has not even taken the life of a poultry. The chickens within the spiritual spring realm were slain by puppets. Now, suddenly thrust into the act of murder, a flicker of fear stirs within her. To alleviate this disquiet, Nan Qiao begins to delve into the memories of her original self, immersing herself in the persona of Su Nan Qiao. As she reflects upon the grievances inflicted upon Su Nan Qiao by Xia Yingying in the original narrative, a simmering anger begins to rise within her. When the moment of betrayal unfolds, the time has come. Rage ignites from the depths of her heart, giving birth to a fierce determination. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao's small knife was pressed against Xia Yingying's throat, and with all her might, she pulled sharply. Blood erupted forth, splattering across a considerable distance, while the strength drained from Xia Yingying, her mind consumed by the thought of having her throat slit. She could not fathom who bore such deep-seated animosity towards her. Was it Lu Su? Mahua? To prevent the blood from staining her own clothes, Nan Qiao forcefully pushed Xia Yingying away, sending her sprawling onto the ground. Blood continued to flow, though the pressure had lessened considerably. Xia Yingying tilted her head. Catching a glimpse of the figure behind her, she recognized her, Su Nan Qiao. This revelation only deepened her confusion. Why? Their interactions had been infrequent. So why would she wish her harm? This question lingered unanswered until the very moment of her demise. The villain perished from excessive verbosity. Nan Qiao felt no obligation to respond, choosing instead to attend to the scene. Apart from the footprints, a cigarette, but lay not far off. Strategically placed as if someone had hidden there, waiting for an unsuspecting soul, having smoked a cigarette in the interim. Coincidentally, it was a Peony brand cigarette but fresh and dry. Undoubtedly not discarded long ago, for it would have been washed away by the heavy rain. This cigarette, but could only have been cast aside recently. After ensuring the scene was meticulously managed and checking that no evidence was overlooked on her person, even without fingerprint technology, Nan Qiao wore gloves and verified that all the buttons on her attire remained intact. Once she confirmed that Xia Yingying had drawn her last breath, Nan Qiao stealthily descended the mountain, bending low to evade detection, fearful of being discovered. At that moment, everyone was preoccupied with mushroom foraging, oblivious to her presence. Nan Qiao made his way back to the place where he had been cutting pigweed, embarking on a meticulous task of camouflaging himself, changing clothes, and filling his basket with the pigweed before returning. This time, he deliberately chose a path frequented by others, ensuring that more people could witness that he had indeed been gathering pigweed at the time of the incident. The overflowing basket served as irrefutable evidence of his alibi. Simultaneously, he came to the unsettling realization that he was, in essence, a glitch in the world. The protagonist's fortune and aura held no sway over him. Had it been someone else, the protagonist might have had a chance to turn misfortune into fortune, but such was not the case for him. Eventually, the body of Xia Yingying was discovered, blood pooling on the ground, the surrounding air thick with the smell of iron. A shrill scream pierced the atmosphere, and the entire affair erupted into chaos. Villagers flocked to the scene, while the captain and the village secretary stood in stunned silence, grappling with the shocking turn of events. How could it come to this? The tragic death of Xia Yingying was clearly no accident. The captain realized that the truth could not be concealed any longer. There was no point in saying anything further. It was time to report to the police. The village secretary, recalling the importance of preserving the crime scene from his previous observations of police investigations, urged everyone to refrain from moving about. The news of Xia Yingying's death sent shockwaves through the intellectual youth, leaving them bewildered. Zhou found herself in a particularly tumultuous state, torn between her resentment towards Xia Yingying and her cherished memories of their friendship. Though she had contemplated severing ties, the thought of losing her friend was unbearable. Now, faced with the grim reality of death, she was left in a daze. It took a few nudges from others to snap Zhou back to reality, leading her to burst into inconsolable tears. Regardless of her feelings of animosity, once life had departed, all grievances faded into nothingness. Zhou Li's sorrow was genuine. She would gladly welcome back her dear friend, even as a mere shadow of her former self. The complexity of human emotions was evident, at times. Zhou Li wished for Xia Yingying's demise, yet now that it had come to pass, she found herself unable to let go. The captain discreetly observed the youth, contemplating who among them might be capable of such an act, for he could not fathom that anyone from the village could be a murderer. The local scoundrel, Yang Balai, was known for his loose tongue but lacked the courage to harass young women, let alone commit murder. Before long, the villagers learned of the commotion. The captain ordered the crowd on the mountain to disperse, leaving a few individuals behind to secure the scene. The village secretary returned to the village to calm the residents, while the intellectual youth also returned, with Zhou Li refusing to leave, choosing instead to remain by Xia Yingying's side. Sun Mingjie, pale and shaken, hurried back, and the expressions of the others mirrored his distress. Wang Zhiqiu remained in the kitchen, preoccupied with preparing food, while Nan Qiao assisted. Upon seeing the group return, he remarked, "You all returned a bit early. The dishes aren't ready yet. Good heavens! What time is it, and you're still thinking about cooking?" Sun Mingjie exclaimed in terror, grabbing Nan Qiao's arm. "Brother, something has happened. Calm down. What could possibly have happened?" "Xia Jiqing is dead," Sun Mingjie stammered, unable to suppress a shiver, primarily due to the horrifying scene of Xia Yingying's body, drenched in blood. Nan Qiao slapped Sun Mingjie lightly and exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting? How can you speak of others in such a manner?" Sun Mingjie, with a hint of seriousness, replied, "Brother, I am not jesting. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with them." He gestured towards the others, who appeared utterly dejected. Nan Qiao's expression was one of bewilderment as she glanced at Sun Mingjie, then at the others, and finally at Wang Zhiqiu, who had just emerged from the kitchen. "Did you hear what he just said?" "Ah." Wang Zhiqiu was equally perplexed. He mentioned Xia Jiqing. "What on earth is going on?" Nan Qiao exclaimed. "Did he fall from the mountain?" "Brother, don't ask me. Just thinking about it frightens me." It was Fenghua who remained composed, approaching to elucidate. "Xia Jiqing has been secretly harmed. He is no longer with us. The team leader has reported this to the authorities." "Secretly harmed?" Nan Qiao was even more astonished. "A murder case?" "Yes, but Su Jiqing." "Try not to be overly agitated. It's not as terrifying as it seems," Fenghua felt compelled to reassure, noticing Su Jiqing's pallor. "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." The second pit that Nan Qiao dug contained cigarette butts, while the third concealed a weapon, a small knife buried in the spot most frequented by Lu Aigua. The final pit bore no connection to Xia Yingying. It was where he stealthily placed the contraband books he had prepared, hidden away in Lu Aigua's box. For Nan Qiao, this task was remarkably effortless, as he often assisted Wang Zhiqiu in the kitchen. Returning earlier than other educated youth was perfectly normal. While helping out, he could easily fabricate an excuse to visit the restroom, granting him ample time to secrete the books. Typically, the forbidden texts were stored in a space where no one could discover them. The unfolding events transpired precisely as Nan Qiao had anticipated, in an era devoid of surveillance. The most prevalent method to unravel a murder case is to investigate motives and scrutinize relationships. The public security officers conducted their inquiries and examined the crime scene. As suspected, they unearthed the cigarette butts, which the officers discreetly collected for further analysis. Through snippets of conversation with local villagers and interviews with the educated youth, they gleaned insights into the victim, Xia Yingying, revealing multiple individuals with potential motives for the crime. Lu Su and Ma Hua could be implicated, driven by jealousy to eliminate a rival. Lu Su is also a possibility, as he had been intimidated by Xia Yingying's persistent advances. Cheng Monsong, while connected to Xia Yingying, lacked a strong motive. The most compelling motive belonged to Lu Aigua, as the cigarette butts found at the scene implicated him significantly. The police divided their investigative team, with a primary focus on Lu Aigua, leading them to discover the concealed weapon in a location he often frequented to daydream. The lead officer decisively declared, "Arrest the suspect Lu Aigua. I suspect this to be a crime of passion born from love and hatred." Lu Aigua was unlikely to confess. As he was not the perpetrator, he was still in a state of bewilderment when apprehended. Despite the thorough investigation and numerous witnesses and material evidence pointing towards Lu Aigua, his denial could not easily absolve him. Lu Aigua harbored feelings for Xia Yingying, who remained unattainable, fixated instead on Gu Su, often treating Lu Aigua with disdain and even uttering derogatory remarks. It was conceivable that Lu Aigua's unrequited love could incite a violent reaction. The location of Xia Yingying's demise was not far from Lu Aigua. It was hardly mere coincidence. Could it be that Xia Yingying, who held a disdain for him, sought him out? The police had ample reason to suspect Lu Aigua had been covertly observing Xia Yingying, and the cigarette but served as irrefutable evidence, having been recently smoked. Additionally, footprints were discovered near the crime scene, matching the soles of Lu Aigua's shoes, and the hidden weapon was found in a place he frequently visited. Such evidence was sufficient to establish a case against him. Should Lu Aigua refuse to confess, the authorities would devise methods to compel him to do so. In this era, the concept of civilized law enforcement was virtually non-existent. During the search of Lu Aigua's personal effects, the police uncovered a stash of forbidden books, indicating his dubious ideological stance. Coupled with statements from fellow educated youth and local villagers, it became evident that Lu Aigua possessed a narrow-minded disposition, making him capable of committing murder. Considering the cause of Xia Yingying's death, the police speculated that Lu Aigua had been secretly following her, seizing the opportunity when she was alone, perhaps after a disagreement or an unkind word exchanged between them. In a fit of impulse, he may have used the hidden weapon to strike her from behind as she turned to leave. This was the police's hypothesis. Whether it could be substantiated in court depended on their skill. Lu Aigua's unwillingness to confess would hinge on his ability to endure the situation. The atmosphere among the educated youth was somber due to these events. Zhou wept for Xia Yingying, while the police had already informed her family, who would arrive promptly. Cheng Monsong's grief surpassed that of Zhou Li's. At the village secretary's home, he lamented bitterly, mourning the loss of his beloved fiancée, the woman he intended to marry. He had already envisioned a future together, only to have her life cruelly snuffed out. The seasoned, educated youth, like Feng Goen, were left with a lingering sense of dread, never anticipating that Lu Aigua could be so ruthless. They were immensely relieved that they had not provoked him, for otherwise, they too might have met a similar fate. Nan Qiao naturally expressed a similar sentiment and privately confided in Wang Zhiqiu. Fortunately, they had apprehended Lu Aigua. Otherwise, she could scarcely imagine the repercussions of offending such an individual. Wang Zhiqiu wholeheartedly agreed and sought to comfort Nan Qiao, leading their conversation to the topic of her impending move. Having grown accustomed to Su Nan Qiao's presence, Wang Zhiqiu found herself ill at ease with the thought of her departure, yet she lacked any justification to impede her friend's decision. "Wang Zhiqing, even if I move out, I shall still occasionally disturb you," Nan Qiao remarked with a smile. "Did we not agree that you would teach me culinary skills in the future?" Wang Zhiqiu lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushing, pondering how such a statement implied an intimacy between them. Nevertheless, deep within, she felt a surge of joy. Even if Su Nan Qiao were to relocate, the prospect of their occasional encounters was more than sufficient for her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao harbored no sense of guilt whatsoever. In the original narrative, Xia Yingying had caused the demise of Su Nan Qiao, and now he had returned to settle the score. The public security officers had essentially identified the prime suspect as Lu Aigua. However, the investigation remained ongoing. Once the suspicions surrounding other individuals were dispelled, Lu Aigua would be deemed the perpetrator. The few individuals under suspicion were able to assert their innocence. Lu Su had been with Li Shuqin the entire time, foraging for mushrooms, providing an alibi. Cheng Monsong had not ventured into the mountains today, and given his slight flirtation with Xia Yingying, he had no motive for murder. Ma Hua had accompanied villagers deep into the mountains, intending to gather more mushrooms to prepare a delightful meal for Gu Su. With the surrounding villagers able to attest to her whereabouts, Gu Su had not ascended the mountains, and when questioned by the police, he was compelled to reveal his identity and confess his location. He had gone to the cow shed. Fortunately, the police were not part of the Revolutionary Committee and did not cling to this matter. Their sole responsibility lay in investigating the homicide, leaving other concerns beyond their jurisdiction. Feng Goen, Su Hua, and Sun Mingjie could all vouch for their innocence. Wang Jiqiao had remained at the youth commune, occupied with the kitchen duties, and had also not ascended the mountains. Nan Qiao, who had ventured out only once, was also interrogated. He lacked a witness but possessed material evidence, a full basket of pigweed. If Nan Qiao had gone to kill Xia Yingying, he certainly would have had no time to cut pig grass. The abundance of pig grass serves as proof that he was genuinely occupied. The investigating officer casually inquired, "What prompted you to suddenly think about cutting pig grass?" Nan Qiao, lowering his head in embarrassment, confessed, "To be honest, the autumn harvest has left me quite fearful. Working in the fields is exceedingly exhausting. I merely wished to familiarize myself with those lighter tasks, to see if I might be able to change to a less strenuous occupation in the future." Although cutting pig grass is indeed easy, the work points accrued are scant. Relying solely on cutting pig grass for points would yield insufficient food to sustain oneself. I haven't considered much beyond wanting to take it easy. If it turns out to be inadequate, I'll deal with it then. What do you mean by deal with it? Perhaps borrow, or if all else fails, marry a local girl. The police officer cast a disdainful glance at Nan Qiao, filled with contempt. After all this, he was just this type of person. He hardly seemed like someone capable of murder, just a lazy man, and one wondered which unfortunate girl might fall under his gaze. Half a month passed, and the case of Xia Yingying's murder was resolved. The perpetrator was Lu Aigua, who confessed to his crime. Villagers and the educated youth were abuzz with discussions about the affair, but only Nan Qiao felt a chill run down his spine, for he, as a party to the matter, was all too aware of the truth. He had not anticipated that Lu Aigua would indeed break down and admit his guilt. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. South Chao's intention was undoubtedly to showcase the environment to Wang Jiqiao, particularly the kitchen. The modest courtyard featured 3 main rooms facing the entrance, the central hall flanked by 2 bedrooms, while the sides of the courtyard housed the kitchen and firewood storage. The firewood room, filled with logs, also served as a storage space. The true highlight was the kitchen, where South Qiao had genuinely invested her efforts. Although it was a traditional earthen stove, it was far cleaner than the youth station's. The cabinets were exceptionally functional, capable of accommodating numerous condiments. The kitchen boasted 2 stovetops, facilitating the cooking process, along with a coal stove perfect for steaming rice or simmering soups. There was a small patch of land for growing vegetables, and not far from the courtyard flowed a river, making water collection convenient. The outdoor toilet left much to be desired, with little potential for modification due to the absence of drainage. An indoor alternative would be cumbersome, rendering a chamber pot more practical. Wang Jiqiao found great delight in this place. It exuded comfort, especially the kitchen. If she were to reside here, her satisfaction would be unbounded. The firewood room was stacked high with logs, collected by the village's young boys, whom South Qiao had traded candies and snacks for the firewood. Apart from that, the storage room contained ordinary items commonly found in the village, with nothing particularly noteworthy. Those items not meant for display were secured within the spirit spring space. The warm pot feast brought immense joy to the youth, who savored the delightful dishes. One could only wonder where Su Jiqiao had procured such delectable treats, making the experience akin to a festive celebration. Even after returning to the youth station, the young people continued to reminisce about the feast, relishing the memories of such a splendid occasion. Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie excitedly returned to their respective rooms. From this day forward, they would have a bed all to themselves, a delightful prospect indeed. What truly brought joy to Sun Mingjie was the fact that with their departure from the sent-down youth site, Su Gu could freely enhance their meals. Sun Mingjie never inquired about the source of the ingredients Su Gu procured, demonstrating a commendable understanding. As long as there was food, there was no need for excessive questioning. The location of their small courtyard was quite distant from others, alleviating any concerns about aromas wafting through the air, and even if someone did catch a whiff, it would be uncertain from which household it originated. In stark contrast to Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie, the male protagonist, Gu Su, faced a far less favorable situation. Following a crisis in the Gu family, to safeguard the next generation, his father's generation, for the most part, divorced their spouses. Severing ties as their wives took the children away. Some truly ended their relationships, such as Gu Su's third uncle and aunt. Others maintained tenuous connections, like Gu Su's family and his elder uncles, as they sought to care for their relocated grandparents. Gu Su resolutely came to this rural area. His uncle and father had gone to the northwest farm, where visits were impractical. Meanwhile, his cousin had ventured to nearby villages, hoping to offer assistance when possible. Given the manageable challenges in He River village, Gu Su was entrusted with their care, yet upon his arrival, he found himself under constant scrutiny from several female sent-down youths, which rendered him feeling quite constrained. During the confiscation, the Gu family's assets were seized, leaving Gu Su with little to no money. Thus, in the original narrative, he took the perilous route of engaging in black market trade, supported by Xia Yingying. In the original text, Xia Yingying possessed a mystical space abundant with resources, which rendered her invaluable to Gu Su, allowing him to see her through a favorable lens. However, without her extraordinary resources, Xia Yingying was rather ordinary, and Gu Su found himself increasingly irked by her presence. Devoid of her assistance, Gu Su faced a dire situation as winter approached. He worried for his grandparents in the cattle shed. Their cotton clothing was barely sufficient, and with resources dwindling, any illness or disaster could render them unable to endure the winter. Last winter, his grandmother had suffered a severe illness before he even arrived. Now present, Gu Su was at a loss for solutions, his anxiety mounting. In a moment of desperation, he considered Nan Qiao, a fellow sent-down youth with whom he had little prior interaction. As the protagonist, Gu Su possessed a certain perceptiveness, perhaps more than other youths who had failed to notice, that Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie harbored secrets unbeknownst to others. After arriving in the countryside, all of these youths inevitably lost weight due to the strenuous labor and insufficient nutrition. They barely managed to fill their stomachs, let alone enjoy a decent meal. With their bodies deprived of fat, they naturally appeared emaciated, reminiscent of Zhang Xiaodi, who resembled little more than skin and bones. Yet, unlike the others, Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie had lost weight in a different manner. Their slenderness stemmed not from hunger, but rather from the burning of fat that revealed muscle beneath. To put it plainly, there was still flesh on their faces. Their complexion was rosy, and their skin appeared healthier than that of their peers, leading Gu Su to believe they must be supplementing their rations in private. While he did not envy their capabilities, Gu Su had no intention of resorting to underhanded tactics such as reporting them, as such actions would offer him no benefit. He simply lacked the character to threaten others. Coupled with his experiences with Xia Yingying, he was wary of pushing anyone too far, fearing it could lead to dire consequences for himself. Gu Su's strategy was to align himself with Nan Qiao, adopting Sun Mingjie's approach, and serve as a subordinate to Su, seeking nothing more than to secure enough food and perhaps receive assistance in critical moments. This unexpected turn of events took Nan Qiao by surprise when Gu Su discreetly approached him. The male protagonist wished to recruit him as a mere pawn? Surely, this was a dream. To demonstrate his sincerity, Gu Su laid bare his intentions to Nan Qiao, explaining his reasons for coming and the subsequent matters at hand. For Nan Qiao, the Gu family indeed represented a significant ally. Once vindicated, they could provide substantial support. However, he wished to avoid entanglements with the male protagonist, as association with him often heralded trouble. Without any ties, there would be no issues, but once connections were made, one could never tell when they might become collateral damage. Therefore, when Gu Su extended his olive branch, Nan Qiao had no inclination to accept it. The dealings in the black market were adequately managed by Sun Mingjie alone. Gu Su's situation was indeed desperate, yet to prevent him from spiraling into darkness, Nan Qiao refrained from being overly harsh and declared, "If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Upon hearing this, Gu Su understood. The offer was not an invitation to join in his schemes, but rather an opportunity to borrow resources. Although it fell short of his expectations, achieving this much was already commendable. With Nan Qiao's promise in hand, Gu Su felt a slight sense of relief, at least. He now had a means to seek help when necessary. That very night, Gu Su left his home alone, silently making his way to the cattle shed. He left some grain at the entrance, knocked on the door, and departed without revealing himself. There was no need for a personal appearance. As long as Gu Su was not foolish, he could surmise the source of the grain, which was accompanied by 100 yuan concealed within the bag. Nan Qiao embodies the attitude of "I help when busy, I disavow responsibility when matters arise." Should any inquiries surface afterward, she remains unscathed. Regarding the integrity of the male lead, Nan Qiao harbors unwavering trust and is unperturbed by the possibility of him disowning his obligations. In truth, even if Gusu were to ultimately deny his accountability, Nan Qiao would incur minimal loss. After all, it is merely a trifling amount of food and money. With her spirit spring space at her disposal, she fears nothing. Trading provisions and currency to ensure the male lead's emotional stability and to secure her own safety during the 5-year rural stint is, in her view, a most advantageous exchange. Indeed, upon learning of this matter from his grandparents, Gusu gazes at Nan Qiao with profound gratitude in their subsequent private encounters. He comprehends Su Jiqing's apprehensions without uttering a word, yet he duly acknowledges this favor. Sun Mingjie, remaining inquisitive, focuses solely on his task of selling tobacco leaves in the black market, ensuring the necessary supplies for him and Su Gu are prepared by third brother. At the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Nan Qiao personally cultivates relations with Sun Hong, beyond grains and vegetables. She occasionally trades processed chicken to procure items absent from her spirit spring space, such as pastries, candies, milk powder, malted milk, and snowflake cream. When the eldest daughter-in-law of the village secretary recently welcomed a newborn, Nan Qiao promptly delivered milk powder, and the village secretary, without a word, patted her arm, henceforth regarding her as his protected one. The third son of the brigade leader, known for his frail health and frequent winter ailments, received Nan Qiao's malted milk as well, prompting the brigade leader's wife to eagerly consider marrying Mahahua to Su Nan Qiao. Yet, Mahahua holds no interest, as her affections lie solely with Gusu. Sun Mingjie procured a selection of essential medications and warm clothing from third brother in the black market, which Nan Qiao stealthily delivered to the cow shed at midnight, their paths never crossing. This act of kindness was duly noted by those within the cow shed. At Wang Jiqio's, under the pretext of having learned a few culinary dishes, Nan Qiao also gifted her snowflake cream, causing her to blush profusely. What could this imply? Such a precious item, simply given without reservation? The relationship between Nan Qiao and Wang Jiqiao did not grow distant due to his moving away. Rather, it intensified Wang Jiqiao's feelings. She found herself unaccustomed to his sudden absence, longing for him deeply. Thus, when Nan Qiao made an appearance every few days, it further ignited Wang Jiqiao's emotions. Their relationship was akin to a state of more than friends, yet less than lovers. And the catalyst that shattered the fragile barrier between them was an illness. As winter settled in, households were enveloped in the cold. Unbeknownst to him, Nan Qiao caught a cold. Sun Mingjie, a young man ill-equipped to care for others and unable even to cook, had no choice but to seek help from the youth commune. Upon learning that Su Jiqing had fallen gravely ill, Wang Jiqiao could not remain idle. Before the other youths had even registered the situation, she hurriedly left the commune. Feng Guan remarked, "This must indicate that something good is about to happen." However, without anyone to play along, the others were not well acquainted with Su Nan Qiao. Zhang Zhaodi's eyes flickered with a hint of regret. She had genuinely hoped for a future with Su Nan Qiao, envisioning a pleasant life together, supporting her family. Now, it seemed her chances were dwindling. If Su Nan Qiao was not an option, Sun Mingjie shivered, feeling as though he were being watched by some malevolent force. He turned and met Zhang Zhaodi's penetrating gaze. "What is going on? Please don't look at me. It frightens me." With others already attending to Su Gu, Sun Mingjie hastily departed from the commune, feeling a chill run down his spine, not wishing to attract Zhang Zhaodi's attention. Meanwhile, Lu Su continued to pursue Gu Su, despite his lack of interest. He found himself hesitant to engage in a relationship. What if he had to discuss personal matters with a partner, and they were not agreeable? Furthermore, Lu Su was not his preferred type. He favored the delicate charm of Xia Yingying over her. With Xia Yingying now gone, Gu Su's inclination towards romance had vanished entirely. Li Shuqin remained steadfast in her dignity, embracing her independence and striving to prove that women were not inferior to men. As for seeking a partner, such thoughts were frivolous. Only those who contributed nothing to society would entertain the idea of finding a mate. Su Hua, who secretly admired Xia Yingying, experienced little change. With her passing, he had yet to discover a new interest and continued to lead his life as usual. The most significant transformation occurred with Zhou Li. Xia Yingying's death delivered a profound shock. Her lifelong friend was suddenly gone. The official explanation for Xia Yingying's demise attributed it to Lu Aig's jealousy, instilling fear in Zhou Li regarding romantic relationships. In truth, there was no one in the village or at the commune who piqued her interest. Before returning to the city, she resolved to set aside any thoughts of romance. Initially, she had entertained some feelings for Gu Su, But following Xia Yingying's death, those feelings extinguished, leaving Zhou Li apprehensive. In the presence of Nan Qiao, Wang Zhiqiu tended to him with meticulous care, exhibiting a gentleness akin to that of a newlywed wife. Their relationship blossomed rapidly, particularly when he reclined against the headboard and Wang Zhiqiu personally fed him kanji, a gesture that shattered the barriers of mere friendship between youth. There were no passionate confessions or declarations of love. Their union felt as if it were destined, as though they were inherently meant to be together. Yet, while Wang Zhiqiu's gaze towards Nan Qiao was imbued with profound affection, Nan Qiao's demeanor often appeared performative. This is not to suggest that Nan Qiao was devoid of emotions. Despite his self-serving nature, he was indeed touched by Wang Zhiqiu's kindness. However, his feelings for her lacked the same depth. A sophisticated opportunist does not necessarily equate to a villain. Such individuals invariably prioritize their own interests, even in matters of the heart, which they often approach with calculated intention. Perhaps, after a lifetime together, Wang Zhiqiu could indeed penetrate the walls around his heart. Nonetheless, it is certain that his emotional investment would never match the depth of hers. Nan Qiao is the type of person who remains remarkably composed, even in the throes of passionate romance. Even when lying atop a woman, the moment the subject of marriage arises, his instinctual response is to safeguard his premarital assets and to contemplate the division of property in the event of a divorce. This reaction seems almost instinctive. Although he experiences emotional highs, the moment personal interests are at stake, his selfish instincts become evident. Were it not for this inherent disposition, Nan Qiao would not have awakened within the realm of his own narrative. His conduct towards the female protagonist starkly contrasts with his true nature, leading him to often question whether something is amiss within himself. Within the intellectual youth community, the budding relationship between Su Jiqing and Wang Jiqing elicits no surprise. These two individuals are remarkably well suited for one another, a realization that has long been apparent to those around them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao retorted. Why do you breathe? Why eat when hungry? Why sleep when tired? This question left Wang Zhiqiu bewildered. Isn't this how it should be? Indeed, being with you evokes that very feeling. Isn't it simply natural, devoid of any questions? Wang Zhiqiu blinked, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with joy, radiating a delightful expression. In that moment, her otherwise ordinary beauty was accentuated by her smile. The most exquisite smiles are not dictated by appearance, but rather by their genuine origins. Both individuals are 18 years of age. While dating poses no issue, marriage remains out of reach. Current regulations stipulate that the male must be 20, while the female must be 18, thus preventing Su Nanxiao from meeting the age requirement. Wang Zhiqiu, however, is not in haste to marry. She yearns to spend more time with Su Nanxiao and wishes to reside in this quaint courtyard. Having fallen in love with it upon her initial visit to the warm pot, Nanxiao contemplated cohabiting with Wang Zhiqiu. At 18, he found himself with his own physiological needs to address. Moreover, without Wang Zhiqiu's presence, how could he hone his culinary skills? After a discussion, they decided to obtain a certificate from the village to validate their relationship. They planned to wait until they reached the appropriate age to register their marriage officially. In the meantime, they would hold a wedding ceremony. After all, in the countryside, many couples marry without formal registration. In contemporary terms, this is referred to as a de facto marriage. If the entire village accepted this arrangement, no one would dare to claim that unregistered couples were engaging in impropriety. In January 1973, Su Nanxiao and Wang Zhiqiu were wed in a modest banquet held in Xia village, inviting the young intellectuals from their collective and some acquaintances from the village. Wang Zhiqiu also had two local friends in Xia village, both of whom were young women. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao never anticipated that Wang Zhiqiu concealed herself so profoundly. Her usual attire rendered her appearance unremarkable, yet her physique was anything but ordinary. In this era of malnutrition, Wang Zhiqiu had developed a C-cup bust and, coupled with her cherished hourglass figure, the only flaw was her lack of fair skin. Was this truly a formidable challenge? With just a month's nourishment from the spiritual spring, Wang Qiao could achieve a radiant complexion. Her modest clothing was a deliberate choice to obscure her figure. In this society, revealing such a form would only invite gossip. The only one privy to her secret was Nan Qiao, as even Zhang Xiaodi, who shared a room with Wang Qiao, remained oblivious. Fortunately, Nan Qiao was level-headed. On their wedding night, she refrained from excessive intimacy, mindful of Wang Qiao's feelings, determined not to frighten her. Wang Qiao, shyly acquiescing to her husband, was cautious about her volume, lest Sun Mingjie overhear, which would be unbearable for her. To Wang Qiao, Sun Mingjie was akin to a younger brother, and she had no qualms about cohabitating with him, fully aware of her husband's regard for the young man. In the frigid winters of northeast China, entertainment was scarce, dominated solely by the cold. Nan Qiao's collection of textbooks proved invaluable, compelling Wang Qiao and Sun Mingjie to diligently study alongside him. Naturally, Wang Qiao offered no objections. She adhered to the words of her partner. Sun Mingjie lamented, "Brother, the college entrance examination is no more. What is the point of studying?" "Foolishness," Nan Qiao retorted. Unable to mention the potential restoration of the examination, he instead remarked, "Reflect upon history. Throughout the ages, which prosperous dynasty has not esteemed talent? What constitutes talent? In the past, it was the imperial examination, requiring mastery of the 4 books and 5 classics, and understanding of Confucianism. Today, it is science. Only those who grasp profound knowledge can be deemed talented. Even prior to the founding of the nation, intellectuals were highly valued. The pursuit of knowledge pays dividends. Darkness is but a temporary state. Dawn will inevitably arrive. For our country to flourish, it must eventually prioritize scientific advancement. And who shall lead this progression? Undoubtedly, it will be the university graduates. Thus, the college entrance examination will surely be reinstated one day. We must not forsake our aspirations due to transient decisions. Remember, opportunity favors the prepared. Let us not wait until the examination is reinstated, only to find ourselves bereft of knowledge, blinded by ignorance. Regret will come too late then. What could Sun Mingjie say? With his elder brother's insistence, he resigned himself to study. Sun Mingjie was not academically inclined, and Wang Qiao was only marginally better. Her school performance had been average, and she had long since forgotten much, devoting her energies instead to culinary arts. In truth, Nan Qiao himself had nearly forgotten as well. Previously an art student, he had participated in the domestic college entrance examination, but had since pursued studies abroad, and many years had passed since then. Nan Qiao could only turn to her books to awaken her memories. Fortunately, the knowledge of this era is not as difficult as that of later generations. With diligent study, comprehension becomes attainable. Essentially, whenever Nan Qiao recalls something, she imparts lessons to the other two, whose foundational knowledge has deteriorated to the point that they must begin their studies from the middle school level. Wang Qiao has also come to witness what true diligence entails, embodied by her own partner. While Nan Qiao engages with the academic content of the textbooks, she does not neglect her culinary skills. In fact, she devotes even more energy to them. Yet, this is not the end of her endeavors. She also must illustrate various comic strips and send them to publishers, leaving her with no moments of respite throughout her day. For others, winter may signify a time of rest. For Nan Qiao, it represents a rare opportunity for learning. As once spring plowing commences, she will once again be engulfed in busyness. Nan Qiao's character is thus: he possesses a strong sense of purpose. If he undertakes a task, he dedicates himself wholly to it. Abandoning it midway is not in his nature. Wang Qiao greatly admires this quality in him. For perseverance is the hallmark of a successful individual. Observing her man in such earnestness fills Wang Qiao's heart with affection. This life is truly wonderful. Gu Su's grandparents fell ill once more, and had it not been for the medicine provided by Nan Qiao, they might not have survived this time. The debt of gratitude is immense, and Gu Su specifically called out to Nan Qiao in the winter, expressing his heartfelt thanks, almost to the point of kneeling before him. Nan Qiao waved her hand dismissively, stating it was not her concern and that he had mistaken her for someone else. Gu Su refrained from further discussing the matter, simply remarking, "If you need anything, come to me. I will do my utmost to assist you." That evening, the barn received a clay pot filled with chicken soup and an abundance of chicken meat, intended to nourish the ailing. At the rural market, Nan Qiao accompanied Wang Qiao to join the festivities, appreciating the simplicity of marrying an ordinary woman, as it promised a life free of unexpected troubles. Had Xia Yingying been present, the situation might have been different. In Nan Qiao's recollections, there was a time when, during a visit to the market, Xia Yingying was harassed, and it was Gu Su who intervened to resolve the issue. You see, beauty often attracts complications, Before possessing absolute strength, beauty can become a source of trouble. And the protagonist often finds themselves in a predicament. Cherish life and steer clear of the protagonist. Take Sun Mingjie, for instance, without following Gu Su. He had frequented the black market numerous times without encountering any danger. However, Sun Mingjie's life was not without its hardships. He constantly felt he was being watched, particularly by Zhang Jiaodi. Terrified, he returned to seek counsel from Su Ge. There's no solution. Nan Qiao shook her head, saying, Zhang Jiaodi is a person with a singular purpose, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve her goals. What Nan Qiao did not mention was that he was similarly affected. Once Zhang Jiaodi has set her sights on you, action is inevitable. Brother, what should I do? Everything I taught you has been retained, ensuring a degree of safety. However, such matters only allow for the thief's endless practices. There is no foolproof way to prevent theft. Indeed, I am nearly consumed by worry. The only viable solution is for you to find a partner. This way, Zhang Jiaodi will have no reason to fixate on you. Find a partner? Sun Mingjie was taken aback. He had never considered this option before. You are only 16, approaching 17 after the new year. There is truly no rush. Yet, given the circumstances, it is up to you to decide whether to pursue this course of action. Nan Qiao never anticipated that as soon as Sun Mingjie's circumstances improved slightly, he would attract the attention of Zhang Jiaodi. He could not simply eliminate Zhang Jiaodi due to this situation. With a heavy heart, Sun Mingjie departed, as he had no desire to pursue a romantic relationship. He was genuinely apprehensive after what Su Ge had said, especially given that he had younger siblings at home. The crux of the matter was that finding a family with an only daughter was exceedingly challenging. The village girls did not meet his standards, and the educated youth held a certain pride, often preferring not to engage with locals unless the village girls were extraordinarily beautiful. Among the educated youth, it seemed none were only children. Zhang Jiaodi and the deceased Xia Yingying were well known, while the remaining Lu Su was enamored with Gu Su, leaving Sun Mingjie with no opportunity. Li Shuqin and Zhou Li both came from families with siblings. During their brief 2-month stay at the educated youth site, various details about each other's families had been casually discussed, and everyone was well aware of the circumstances. For instance, Sun Mingjie did not conceal Su Nanqiao's family situation, as such matters were not uncommon in that era, and no one deemed his openness inappropriate. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhiqiu felt a pang of sympathy. Their union would be based on marrying the person Su Nanqiao, without any suggestion to cultivate a better relationship with the Su family. Li Shuqin was the eldest of 3, with 1 brother and 1 sister below her. Zhou Li was the second child with 1 brother and 1 sister beneath her, seemingly not the type to support her family. The only drawback was that Zhou Li was 2 years older than Sun Mingjie, which might deter her from being interested in him, a younger man. Sun Mingjie was reluctant to pursue a relationship. He also perceived Zhou Li's hesitance due to Xia Yingying's demise, creating an opportunity for negotiation. In private, he approached Zhou Li to express his intention to feign a romantic relationship. Zhou Li was unwilling, stating that if he feared being pursued by Zhang Jiaodi and sought her to play the role of his girlfriend, what would become of her reputation? She had contemplated this prior to her arrival, considering her youth and the fact that they were not at an age for marriage. Their pretense could indeed avert significant complications. Zhou Li had to concede that after Xia Yingying's passing, some villagers had begun to show her undue attention. The likes of Lu Su, who was openly devoted to Gu Su, were disregarded by the male villagers, who instead focused on Zhou Li and Li Shuqin. However, Zhou Li felt it was not worth sacrificing her reputation merely to avoid trouble. Observing her reluctance, Sun Mingjie immediately sweetened the deal. If you assist me, I will provide you with 5 yuan each month. Zhou Li regarded him with intrigue. No wonder Zhang Jiaodi has set her sights on you. You appear quite affluent. Sun Mingjie chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. But 5 yuan is not sufficient for me to agree to this, she declared, turning to leave. Wait, he called after her. In addition to the 5 yuan, I will also present you with daily gifts. Zhou Li halted her steps, but did not turn around. I will manage to procure snacks, candies, hairpins, fabrics, and even snowflake cream for you. Zhou Li felt a deep stir of interest. Turning to him with suspicion, you cannot genuinely be suggesting a romantic relationship, can you? It was impossible for her not to doubt. Such generosity was rarely seen in true courtships. No, it is merely a charade. I have no intention of pursuing a relationship. I simply require someone to shield me. And this is your compensation. Zhou Li struggled to comprehend why he would be willing to offer so much for this. I may appear to be spending a considerable amount, But in exchange for my safety and lifelong happiness, I deem the expense worthwhile. Undoubtedly, this line of thinking was influenced by Nan Qiao. Nan Qiao had often imparted lessons to Sun Mingjie, particularly regarding the expenditure of money. At times, one must overlook the intrinsic value of a product and focus on the demand it fulfills. For instance, is the price of a bottle of water in the desert comparable to that in a supermarket? When the need arises, it is worth that price. Matters that can be resolved with money are trivial. What truly incites fear are the issues that money cannot mend. For Sun Mingjie, his current predicament reflected this sentiment. He was not short on funds, and having Zhou Li to deflect unwanted romantic advances was of greater significance. Zhou Li appraised Sun Mingjie, noting his commendable appearance. And aside from Gu Su, he was the most appealing option. Regrettably, he was somewhat younger, but that was inconsequential. He would mature over time. This thought ignited a spark of interest within Zhou Li. Pursuing a relationship with Sun Mingjie seemed quite appealing. However, the lad appeared disinterested in romance. Perhaps due to his inexperience. That was fine. She could assume the role of his partner in name, feigning a relationship. When the time was right, they could transition from pretense to reality. It would also depend on how he fared in the future. Should he not thrive, she could easily sever ties, ensuring her own interests remained safeguarded. Very well, I accept, Zhou Li concluded with clarity. Agreeing to the charade of being his girlfriend for a nominal fee of 5 yuan a month, while gifts would be at her discretion. Excellent, it's a deal. Sun Mingjie exclaimed with delight, believing this arrangement would deter Zhang Zhaodi from pursuing him any further. Zhou Li was not accepting this money without purpose. As Sun Mingjie's supposed girlfriend, she bore the responsibility of monitoring Zhang Zhaodi's actions. If Zhang Zhaodi persisted, Zhou Li could confront her, and outsiders would not be able to fault her actions. In this era, the concept of mutual combat was absent if the individual receiving blows was deemed deserving. As long as the situation did not escalate too severely, it would be considered a mere scuffle. The news of Sun Mingjie and Zhou Li's faux relationship swept through the youth commune like a whirlwind, distorting Zhang Zhaodi's expression upon hearing it. Feng Goen's eyes darted, and he surmised the underlying circumstances. He was aware of Zhang Zhaodi's fixation on Sun Mingjie, which had evidently cornered the young man. Su Hua was indifferent, holding himself in high regard. Having mourned the loss of Xia Yingying, he had since turned his attention to Lu Su, believing that only the top-tier female youth were worthy of his affections. Confessing was out of the question for Su Hua. He would only steal glances and, when the opportunity arose, pilfer small items. Previously, he had covertly approached to inhale the scent of Xia Yingying's freshly cleaned shoes, lamenting their already washed state. Now, his sights were set on Lu Su, but this endeavor would prove more challenging, as she was a product of her time, keenly protective of her privacy. Xia Yingying, in contrast, was the type who displayed her undergarments without a care, and had it not been for Zhou Li's intervention, she would have hung them outside. Xia Yingying's behavior was shockingly audacious for the times, embodying a spirit of boldness. Lu Su, however, was far more conservative, never airing her belongings outside, not even removing her shoes in public. Even after the establishment of the Republic, many women maintained certain beliefs regarding their feet as something that should not be displayed to men. Xia Yingying was an exception, and under her influence, Zhou Li did not take the matter too seriously. But Lu Su was different. Thus, she guarded her shoes closely. For Su Hua to acquire Lu Su's personal belongings, his only recourse was to infiltrate the female youth's quarters or enlist Li Shuqin's assistance in pilfering them. Throughout the winter, Su Hua had been preoccupied with this scheme, yet had found no opportunity. Now that Zhou Li and Sun Mingjie were involved, he was unconcerned. It was irrelevant to him. Li Shuqin shared this indifference, looking down upon Zhou Li's practice of accepting gifts from her boyfriend, believing that whatever she desired should be earned through her own efforts. Zhou Li, however, was unperturbed by Li Shuqin's opinion. She had already reaped her rewards, and being gossiped about was a trivial matter. With Zhou Li's support, Sun Mingjie had temporarily evaded Zhang Zhaodi's advances. Other male youths were not a concern. Even the handsome Gu Su was dismissed by Zhang Zhaodi for his lack of wealth, as he could not assist her family. Sun Mingjie and Zhou Li were merely playing the part of a couple, maintaining a respectful distance in their interactions. Among the youth, only one couple radiated true happiness, Nan Qiao and Wang Zhiqiu. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Nan Qiao believed that this talent was extraordinarily impressive. In the realm of culinary arts, He resembled a protagonist endowed with unparalleled aptitude from a fantastical novel, progressing at an astonishing pace. Nan Qiao had imparted all that she could teach. What remained was the gradual refinement, a slow yet steady improvement. As for the techniques, she could not teach. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather because she herself was unacquainted with them, as the family recipes were firmly held in her father's hands. Nan Qiao could not help but inquire, if I were to learn culinary arts from my father-in-law, would he consent? It is quite unlikely, Nan Qiao replied, shaking his head. This is a tradition upheld by the Wang family, and my father cannot contravene it. Nan Qiao had already written to inform his family of the marriage. And while the Wang family knew of Nan Qiao, they had yet to meet him. This year felt rushed. And Nan Qiao resolved to accompany Nan Qiao to visit his family during the upcoming New Year. Although he could not return this time, he had sent substantial New Year gifts through the post, intending to leave a favorable impression on the Wang family. In truth, the Wang family held him in good regard, believing him to be a fine son-in-law who would treat them well and would certainly cherish Nan Qiao. Despite this recognition, the family patriarch remained reluctant to pass down the ancestral culinary skills to his son-in-law. Now, the elder faced a dilemma: adhere to the family tradition and allow the culinary legacy to cease with him, or take on an apprentice to ensure its continuation. The issue lay in the changing times. Prior to liberation, the distinction between an apprentice and a son was minimal, with the latter expected to care for the master in old age. Nowadays, however, apprentices could easily turn against their mentors, rendering them unreliable. The family motto explicitly stated that knowledge should be passed down to sons only, and that sons-in-law were excluded from this inheritance, which was a rather unfortunate stipulation. Nan Qiao found himself at a loss regarding this matter. Thus Nan Qiao boldly proposed, "What if you were to tell your father-in-law that our future son would carry the Wang surname? Would that be acceptable?" Nan Qiao was utterly taken aback. His partner's passion for culinary arts was so profound that he was willing to overlook even the surname of their child. Did he not fear the ancestral spirits of the Su family seeking retribution? Upon reflection, however, given Nan Qiao's relationship with the Su family, it was somewhat understandable that he would be indifferent to the surname. "Are you serious? Indeed, you could write to your father, expressing my reluctance to see your family's culinary heritage come to an end. Since you have a passion for cooking, and I share that enthusiasm, it would be a pity for it to be lost. But that would be our son. And what of it? Does it matter if our son bears the Wang surname? Would he not still be my son? People will regard you as the son-in-law. Then we can simply have another child who carries my surname." Su. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao is quite confident about this matter. Based on the information currently at hand, her father-in-law has absolutely no reason to refuse. Even without a marriage certificate, Nan Qiao is prepared to have a child. After all, when they eventually obtain the certificate, they can simply amend the child's household registration. In this era, there are countless couples who remain unregistered. Can anyone truly deny their relationship and their offspring? Since the implementation of family planning in 1982, Nan Qiao's intention is to conceive a son before the policy takes effect, thereby providing the Wang family with a sense of closure. Failing to do so would mean she would never gain access to the family's cherished recipes. Perhaps, as times change, so too will people's perspectives, but by then, it would be far too late. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao's artistic prowess is predominantly rooted in sketching and hand-drawing, and he could effortlessly replicate the image of the dollar bill. However, when it comes to traditional ink painting or oil painting, his skills are somewhat lacking. In contrast to painting, the culinary arts possess an immense depth. Diverse regions boast their unique delicacies, and a single ingredient can be transformed into dozens, if not hundreds, of exquisite dishes. These are the skills he aspires to master in the future. Regrettably, many traditional culinary techniques have been lost to time, along with numerous valuable recipes, which is why Nan Qiao holds the Wang family cookbook in such high regard. Thus, he is resolved to dedicate his life to the culinary arts. Furthermore, Nan Qiao's physique truly captivates Nan Qiao, and they share a daily intake of 100 milliliters of spiritual spring water, dividing it equally between them. Nan Qiao mixed the spirit spring into the water, allowing Wang Zhiqiu to drink it without noticing anything amiss. Her skin became increasingly radiant, smooth, and fair, to the point where even her pores seemed to vanish. Wang Zhiqiu thought little of it, attributing the change to the positive effects of married life and the balance it brought to her endocrine system. In the blink of an eye, the season for spring plowing arrived, and the villagers of Xiahe began their bustling activities once more. Wang Zhiqiu had just visited the hospital and confirmed her pregnancy when Nan Qiao revoked her eligibility for labor in the fields. In this era, it was commonplace for pregnant women to toil in the fields. However, for Nan Qiao, this was unacceptable. Nothing was more important than the child growing within Wang Zhiqiu's womb. What if something were to happen? It would not merely signify the loss of a child, but also the extinguishing of hope for learning culinary skills. Wang Zhiqiu had already communicated with her father regarding this matter, aligning with Nan Qiao's predictions. Since both the daughter and son-in-law had a profound appreciation for culinary arts, and there was a plan for a son to bear the Wang surname, Wang Laopa had no objections. At the very least, this decision ensured the continuation of the Wang family's culinary legacy. As for whether this future little Wang would share an affinity for cooking, Wang Laopa could hardly dwell on that. What else could he do? This approach of Nan Qiao's offered a novel perspective to old Wang. If his son's generation proved unsuitable, perhaps his grandson's generation would bear fruit. Could it be that among his son's offspring, there would be someone passionate about culinary arts? Of course, before that, he intended to impart the ancestral culinary skills to his daughter and son-in-law, fearing he might not persevere until his grandsons matured. What a jest it would be if he were to pass away before his grandsons developed a penchant for cooking. Therefore, Nan Qiao held this child in high regard, anxious lest Wang Zhiqiu encounter any mishap, especially during the delicate early stages of pregnancy. Observing her husband's demeanor, Wang Zhiqiu couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy. What if it's a daughter? You need not fret over that, Nan Qiao chuckled. In essence, I actually favor daughters. My desire for a son stems from necessity. If you were to bear a daughter, I would be even more delighted. Really? Absolutely. What if I never conceive a son? Then it would imply that I am not destined to be part of your family's lineage, and I shall not insist. Wang Zhiqiu regarded Nan Qiao with suspicion. Are you certain you're not deceiving me? Do you genuinely prefer daughters? More genuine than genuine itself. When we are blessed with both a son and a daughter in the future, you shall discern my true feelings towards the children. My attitude towards them shall not be feigned, shall it? Humph. Very well. I shall trust you this once, but do not blame me when I bear a daughter. That shall not happen. A daughter shall be the apple of my eye. In his original world, Nan Qiao hailed from the northeast, specifically from Liaoning province rather than Heilongjiang, which naturally fostered a fondness for the region. When he professed his affection for daughters, it was not merely a fade. In truth, it reflected a certain preference for daughters over sons. His daughter was his cherished jewel, while he deemed his son merely capable of surviving. Were it not for the Wang family lineage, he might have been disinclined to have a son at all. For no son could be as delightful as a sweet and endearing daughter. While it may not be accurate to claim that all men from the northeast shared this sentiment, the preference for daughters was indeed predominant in the region. If it weren't for the overwhelming popularity of short videos in later years, Northeasterners might have assumed the rest of the country mirrored their views. The value of a single daughter in Northeast families underscores the affection men in the region hold for their daughters. Interestingly, even a self-centered individual like Nan Qiao found himself drawn to daughters. Wang Zhiqiu's concerns were entirely unwarranted. The prospect of having a daughter was, in Nan Qiao's eyes, an even greater blessing. Thus, Wang Zhiqiu lived a life envied by the women of the entire Xiahe village, free from labor in the fields and household chores, as everyone feared exhausting her. This situation sparked much gossip among the village women, with various speculations circulating. Wang Zhiqiu chose to remain oblivious, for she was living her own life, enjoying her fortune while dismissing the petty remarks of others as mere envy. Fortunately, during this time, news of Nan Qiao's submission to a publishing house spread throughout the village, and while everyone knew he had begun earning money, the exact amount remained a mystery. It was understandable that Su Jiqing could earn a living through his writing, dismissing the labor points system. As long as Nan Qiao fulfilled his agricultural duties, no one could question his progressive mindset. The young intellectuals who moved to the countryside did not come merely to enjoy leisure. Even if their basic needs were met, they were still expected to work the fields, and evading labor would invite criticism. The saying "you cannot gain without sacrifice" aptly described Nan Qiao's situation. Initially, he had hoped to leverage his connections with the brigade leader to secure a task of cutting grass for pig feed, but that was no longer feasible. With Wang Zhiqiu unable to work the fields, it would indeed seem unreasonable for him to take on that responsibility. With daily access to the nourishing spring water, Nan Qiao's physical condition had improved remarkably. Fieldwork was merely a matter of routine for him now. Human habits are profoundly ingrained. And while Nan Qiao may not have matched the expertise of local farmers, he had certainly progressed since his arrival. He consistently earned 7 or 8 labor points daily, and combined with his income from the publishing house, he was more than capable of supporting himself and his wife. As for the black market, Nan Qiao had never ventured there, leaving everything to Sun Mingjie. The tobacco leaves from the spiritual spring space had become a hot commodity in the county, so sought after that they were difficult to acquire even with money. San Gu monopolized this resource, using the leaves to curry favor with influential individuals. High-quality tobacco leaves had transformed into genuine luxury items. Prominent figures in the county no longer smoked filtered cigarettes, but preferred this type of tobacco. Sun Mingjie had thus become a favored guest of San Gu, who was naturally intrigued by the connections behind him. No issues arose during their transactions, but once Sun Mingjie's vigilance was relaxed, San Gu dispatched someone to follow him, determined to uncover the individuals behind the scenes. It could be said that Sun Mingjie was somewhat fortunate, as he remained unaware of the lurking danger. However, Gu Su, who was also engaged in the black market trade, noticed something amiss. Gu Su, unwilling to rely solely on Su Jiqing, sought his own profitable ventures and thus focused on the black market, becoming a secondary dealer there. Numerous secondary dealers existed in the black market, and none regarded Gu Su as significant or questioned his identity. In the black market, Gu Su was relatively inconspicuous. After disguising himself, very few recognized him. Yet, he was well acquainted with the people in the black market. Noticing that a significant commotion was brewing within the black market, Gu Su's first instinct was to suspect a crackdown. Could trouble be brewing? Given the precarious situation of the Gu family, if he were to be apprehended, it would spell disaster for them. While others remained unperturbed, Gu Su was the first to flee. After leaving the black market, he inadvertently discovered that individuals there were tailing Sun Mingjie. As they were all part of the same group of young intellectuals, Gu Su could easily recognize Sun Mingjie. Even in disguise, his gait was unmistakable. Gu Su had long suspected a connection between Su Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie, and now it appeared to be linked to the black market as well. Regardless of the circumstances, Sun Mingjie being followed was undeniably a troubling matter. After contemplating for a few moments, Gu Su resolved to assist. He could not allow Sun Mingjie to come to harm, especially since he owed a favor to Su Nan Qiao. Sun Mingjie remained blissfully unaware of the danger trailing him, continuing to wander around the county. While the pursuers switched out intermittently, Gu Su kept a steady watch, biding his time until Sun Mingjie entered a more complex environment, at which point he sprang into action. Gu Su sprinted to Sun Mingjie's side, grabbing him and urging him to run. "I am Gu Su. Follow me. There's danger." Upon hearing Gu Su's words, Sun Mingjie instinctively chose to trust him and followed suit. As they fled, their pursuers grew frantic and gave chase. Gu Su had already planned his escape route, utilizing the intricate surroundings to shake off their followers. This strategy had also served as a backup for himself in case he ever found himself in a similar predicament. But unexpectedly, it allowed him to save Sun Mingjie this time. Sun Mingjie, still young and shaken by the experience, was left in a state of confusion. It was Gu Su who calmed his fears, methodically guiding him through the aftermath, altering their appearances, and taking various detours until they safely exited the county. On the way back, Gu Su remarked, "I want to pry into what you're doing with Su Jiqing in the black market, but given the current situation, you should avoid going there again." Sun Mingjie nodded in agreement and retorted, "How did you recognize me? Your gait gave you away. There's no need to worry. Those unfamiliar with you wouldn't notice. Your disguise was quite effective." Sun Mingjie's anxiety lessened considerably, but he soon felt anger as well. Lamenting the lack of discretion displayed by the black market individuals and blaming himself for being careless, he fretted over the fallout. Realizing that he had effectively severed ties with the black market and now faced the challenge of explaining the situation to Su Gu upon his return, Gu Su and Sun Mingjie returned to the village, appearing as though they had merely gone to the county for supplies, which raised no suspicion among those who saw them. Gu Su returned to the young intellectual's post, while Sun Mingjie made his way back to the courtyard, where Wang Zhiqiu was basking in the sun. "You're back." Wang Zhiqiu greeted him, noticing the pallor of Sun Mingjie's face and inquiring, "What happened?" "Just a minor issue. I'll discuss it with Su Gu when he returns." "Is it serious?" "Rest assured, sister-in-law, it's nothing to worry about." Sun Mingjie forced a smile, adding, "Look, I've returned safe and sound. That's good. That's good. Sister-in-law, do we have anything to eat? I'm starving. Sun Mingjie quickly shifted the topic, hoping to alleviate Wang Zhiqiu's concerns. While genuinely feeling hunger pangs as he had not eaten in the county that day, after finishing work, Nan Qiao returned home, where he had to prepare meals. Such opportunities to hone his culinary skills were certainly not something he would relinquish to others. Wang Zhiqiu was displeased. She was not inept and could not simply remain idle after he had married her. The household cleanliness was entrusted to Wang Zhiqiu, and with the weather warming up, she could also do the laundry. When the water was cold, Nanji would not permit it. Wang Zhiqiu was well aware of her husband's habits. She merely prepared the ingredients for dinner and left the rest unattended. As Nan Qiao hurriedly returned to prepare dinner, she had scarcely stepped into the courtyard when Sun Mingjie approached her, having waited for quite some time. Brother, I encountered something today that I would like to discuss with you. Nan Qiao glanced at Wang Zhiqiu not far away and said, My dear wife, could you please help me gather some ingredients? I will personally prepare the dish shortly. Certainly, Wang Zhiqiu replied as she promptly headed to the kitchen. Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie were conversing in the courtyard. What happened? Sun Mingjie recounted his experiences from the day, particularly emphasizing the incident involving Gu Su. He remarked that had it not been for Gu Su, he would have faced a significant setback this time. Nan Qiao was not surprised by the occurrence of this event. Rather, it could be said that San Gu's following had come later than he had anticipated. At the supply and marketing cooperative, he had often heard gossip from Sun Hong. Sun Hong's partner, a department head, was neither too high nor too low in rank and engaged in numerous social transactions. Though he did not smoke, he was capable of presenting gifts, albeit they were quite difficult to procure. In regard to this matter, Sun Hong had even expressed her grievances to Nan Qiao, lamenting that her partner was becoming quite obsessed, oblivious to the merits of those tobacco leaves. Now that Sun Mingjie was embroiled in the clandestine tracking, it indicated that the other party's intentions had grown reckless, transforming into a potential threat. When one fails to act decisively, chaos ensues. Nan Qiao promptly made a decision. The trade of tobacco leaves would cease from that moment forth. After all, he and Sun Mingjie had garnered considerable profits previously, even if they no longer sold tobacco leaves. The wealth they had accumulated would suffice to sustain them until the resumption of the college entrance examinations. Furthermore, without tobacco leaves, his spiritual spring still contained soybean oil for sale, and he had raised plenty of piglets. He had an abundance of meat. Sun Mingjie was instructed not to venture into the county seat for 6 months, just as Gu Su had advised. What if someone recognized him by the way he walked? During this half year, Sun Mingjie needed to alter certain habits, particularly his walking posture. The profits from tobacco leaves were exceedingly lucrative, and many were willing to take risks. Sun Mingjie's decision to refrain from the black market would undoubtedly prompt inquiries into the matter. However, the more they investigated, the more perplexing it became. How was it possible to cultivate tobacco leaves in the frigid Northeast? At least the third brother of the black market had yet to fathom this conundrum, nor had he heard of any nearby villages clandestinely growing tobacco. The third brother deduced that the tobacco leaves were likely trafficked in small quantities. Thus, he harbored ambitions of locating the puppet master behind the scenes, wishing to engage in direct transactions for larger shipments. Little did he anticipate his failed surveillance. The third brother now found himself in a state of utter disarray. Having irrevocably offended the other party, uncertain if any remedies remained, should this incident result in a complete cessation of transactions and the supply of tobacco leaves be cut off, the individuals above would not spare him. Search. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary to unearth the pawn in this transaction, whatever the third brother could conceive. So too could Nan Qiao, which is why he forbade Sun Mingjie from returning to the county seat, fearing recognition. The desperate individuals in the black market, if they were to capture Sun Mingjie, might resort to unspeakable actions. If Sun Mingjie, in his loyalty, chose silence, the outcome would likely be either death or severe injury, an eventuality he wished to avoid. Sun Mingjie was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and assured that he would amend his ways and refrain from visiting the county seat. After sending Sun Mingjie to his room to rest, Chun Shi proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The ingredients in the kitchen were never questioned by Wang Zhiqiu. She simply urged caution to avoid detection. Wang Zhiqiu suspected that these items were procured by Su Nanjiao and Sun Mingjie from the black market. Moreover, the people of this era lacked the imagination to conceive of systems or spiritual springs. Had Xia Yingying still been around, it would have been a different story. Having been exposed to a myriad of information from the future, she might have speculated further. with a penchant for reading female-centric novels. Xia Yingying could potentially have deduced the truth. Thus, such an unstable element could not be allowed to survive under Nan Qiao's watch. That evening, Nan Qiao prepared braised spare ribs. Contrary to the others who favored fatty meats, he preferred lean meat close to the bone, once he had enough oil. Overly fatty meat became unpalatable. The pork in the spiritual spring was already processed. He could simply take out whatever cuts he desired. And even the puppet could assist in drying it into cured meat. Once dried, the cured meat could be stored for an extended period, making it an ideal gift. After dinner, Wang Qiao retired to her room to rest. Since her pregnancy, she had been experiencing a lack of appetite and frequent drowsiness, often needing to doze off momentarily. In the kitchen, Nan Qiao was diligently preparing steamed buns. Once the buns were steamed and dried, they were less prone to mold. And all it took to enjoy them was a simple soak in hot water, far superior to the hard, dry steamed corn buns. The lard and fatty pork from the spiritual space were also brought out. After much effort, 2 large pots of buns and a jar of lard were prepared. Nan Qiao called for Sun Mingjie. Wrapping the buns carefully, she carried the dried cured meat while Sun Mingjie held the jar of lard. And together they stealthily approached the cow shed. This favor was certainly to be repaid. Placing their offerings at the doorstep, Nan Qiao knocked on the door and left with Sun Mingjie. Having done this several times, both parties had developed a tacit understanding. Upon hearing the familiar knocking rhythm, the occupants of the cow shed immediately recognized who had arrived. As expected, when the door was opened, a pile of goods awaited them. The grandparents of Gu Su were taken aback. Was this gift too generous? The bag was filled with pure flour buns, a large jar of lard, and perhaps 20 pounds of cured meat. The other individuals in the cow shed were equally astonished, 5 of them gathering around the heap, puzzled about the reason behind such a bounty. Old Gu, could it be that your grandson has done something? Someone pondered. They had done nothing wrong. But that didn't mean Gu Su had not. Little Su? Yes, that was the only conclusion they could draw. Perhaps Gu Su had done something that warranted this return of favor. I have no clue. When he comes back, I'll ask him. All right, should we accept these gifts? Of course, they brought them over. We received plenty before. And we'll repay the favor when the opportunity arises. Everyone agreed with this sentiment. They genuinely needed the lard and meat. Who could resist such a large jar of lard and all that cured meat? Nan Qiao did not send the oil dregs, as Wang Qiao loved them. And keeping them as a snack was quite delightful. Some enjoyed sprinkling sugar, while others preferred salt. Regardless of the seasoning, it was all delicious. Nan Qiao prepared a small bowl of oil dregs and sent Sun Mingjie to deliver it to Gu Su. Brother, what about my share? It's right there. Why do you ask? I was just thinking, since I'm pretending to be in a relationship with Zhou Liying, should I send something over? If you want to send it, go ahead. It's merely a bit of oil dregs, nothing substantial. Would the people at the youth point suspect anything? What could they suspect? Who doesn't he have their own share of oil? Nan Qiao reassured him, don't worry, everyone knows certain things. But they just can't be openly discussed. No one would truly flip the table. All right, with you saying that, I feel at ease. Sun Mingjie went to the youth point, delivering a bowl of oil dregs to Gu Su, who graciously invited Feng Goen to share in the treat. As this old youth had often looked after him, Su Hua was excluded from this, as there was no rapport between them. He was too gloomy and seemed unable to connect with anyone. Sun Mingjie took his portion of oil dregs to Zhou Liying, who was delighted. This pretend relationship was quite pleasant. Currently, the accommodations at the youth point were still sufficient, provided one could afford firewood for warmth. Living alone attracted no scrutiny. Zhou Liying had originally shared a room with Xia Yingying, but after Xia's passing, she had the space to herself. With Sun Mingjie's support, she had no trouble paying village children to help gather firewood. Lu Su and Li Shuqin shared a room. After Wang Qiao married, the issue of meals for the old youths became quite challenging, with a clear divide between the old and new youths. It was no longer possible to enjoy Wang Qiao's cooking. The old youths had to learn to fend for themselves, and thankfully, Zhang Zhaodi could cook, albeit without much flavor. The new youths relied on Zhou Liying and Li Shuqin, while Lu Su had no interest in learning to cook. It was evident how poorly the youths treated their own appetites. When 2 bowls of oil dregs arrived, Feng Goen's eyes sparkled with delight. Zhou Liying was equally enamored, taking a large spoonful of oil dregs and displaying a look of sheer satisfaction. Delicious. So fragrant. Zhou Liying, being considerate, did not ask too many questions. As she and Sun Mingjie happily devoured a bowl of oil dregs, though it was primarily her indulgence. As Sun Mingjie had already eaten a generous dinner and did not mind this small portion. Meanwhile, Gu Su, relishing the oil dregs, contemplated the gifts sent to his grandparents. Knowing Nan Qiao as he did, he understood that what was sent to his grandparents would undoubtedly be more valuable. The following day, Gu Su stealthily visited the cow shed, and upon this encounter, the occupants felt completely reassured. Indeed, it was Gu Su's goodwill. Gu Su was also astonished by Nan Qiao's generosity, internally labeling her as someone worth befriending. He was eager to cultivate a good relationship with Nan Qiao, yet she seemed to avoid him. This perplexed Gu Su. Did he come off as so bothersome? Was it that Nan Qiao was wary of his situation? No, that couldn't be it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have aided those in the cow shed. Perhaps it was simply a matter of her disliking him? That seemed unlikely. Gu Su felt he had done nothing wrong, so it was puzzling indeed. Nan Qiao would certainly refrain from expressing such sentiments. In any case, he maintains a stance of avoidance towards the protagonist. In contrast, Sun Mingjie, having been saved by Gu Su last time, has seen their relationship rapidly intensify, resembling the camaraderie of good brothers. Nan Qiao was not bothered, after all. Sun Mingjie had originally followed Gu Su, indicating a compatibility between the two. As long as Sun Mingjie did not completely abandon his loyalty to others, it was of little consequence. Naturally, Sun Mingjie would never forsake Nan Qiao to become a subordinate to Gu Su. What would he gain from that? The comfortable life he currently enjoyed was a gift from Su Gu, and anyone with a functioning mind would understand the proper choice to make. To Sun Mingjie, Gu Su was a friend, a comrade. In contrast, Su Nan Qiao held a status akin to that of a beloved elder brother, an idol. Wang Zhiqiu consumed 50 milliliters of spiritual spring water daily, enjoying an ample supply of meat and eggs, while Nan Qiao was able to procure other items unavailable in the spiritual spring realm. When Sun Mingjie refrained from going to the county, Nan Qiao took it upon herself to venture there, visiting the black market to acquire goods. After all, the people of Third Brother were unfamiliar with him. They had never laid eyes on him. The trade of tobacco leaves had completely ceased, leaving Third Brother in despair, as he lost clumps of hair in regret. Realizing it was too late, those individuals simply did not return. After the final batch of tobacco leaves was harvested in Nan Qiao's Lingquan space, he promptly began planting other crops. After all, the stockpile of tobacco was sufficient to last him for quite some time. At the supply and marketing cooperative, his connection with Sun Hong remained steadfast. Nan Qiao sold all the supplies in the storage room to Sun Hong, and he did not inquire about how the latter would sell them. Sun Hong, in turn, leveraged his connections at the cooperative to assist Nan Qiao in acquiring some sought-after goods, such as milk powder and malt extract, which he had accumulated in considerable quantities. Through Sun Hong, Nan Qiao also procured some soybean oil and meat. He had an abundance of pork, and the chicken stock was even more impressive. Having amassed an unknown number of birds, this income did not require him to share with Sun Mingjie. He kept it all for himself. When the regulations on property transactions allowed for buying and selling, he planned to purchase a Sihiyuan in the capital, as long as he held several Sihiyuan. Even if he did nothing for the rest of his life, the proceeds from their eventual sale would be ample enough to enable him to travel across the country, honing his culinary skills. Nan Qiao's aspiration is to acquire a courtyard residence and commercial properties, specifically along Chang'an Avenue, to establish a restaurant. His intention is not driven by profit, but rather to hone his culinary skills. The business affairs can be entrusted entirely to Sun Mingjie. They shall partner together, with Nan Qiao steering the broader vision while Sun Mingjie manages the operations. Sun Mingjie serves as a valuable asset for generating revenue, which Nan Qiao will then utilize to refine his culinary artistry. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he envisions settling in the capital for the remainder of his life. As Wang Zhiqiu's family is rooted in the heart of the city, South Qiao was indifferent to which university he could get into, as long as it was in the capital. He conveyed this requirement to Wang Zhiqiu and Sun Mingjie. Sun Mingjie, hailing from Hunan, possessed an enterprising spirit and desired to remain in the capital rather than return to his hometown. To realize this ambition, their evenings were dedicated to supplementary lessons. The pregnant Wang Zhiqiu was spared, succumbing to irresistible drowsiness. Sun Mingjie, begrudgingly, was compelled to study under Su Ji's tutelage, receiving personalized instruction to address his academic deficiencies. The trio's academic pursuits remained concealed from the other educated youth at the commune, including Zhou Li. Their purported romantic involvement was merely a facade, as Sun Mingjie never divulged his academic endeavors to her, nor did he contemplate attending the same university as her. In Sun Mingjie's estimation, their contrived relationship would dissolve upon his admission to university. He reasoned that Zhou Li, a virtuous maiden, would remain untainted. and no one would be aware of her past relationship, thus sparing her any detriment. Time elapsed, and Wang Zhiqiu's pregnancy progressed healthily. South Qiao conscientiously escorted his wife to the county town for prenatal checkups. This gesture incited gossip among the village women, who, while relishing in their disparaging remarks, secretly envied Wang Zhiqiu's fortune in finding such a devoted partner. Certain deviations began to manifest, such as the arrival of new educated youth. In the original narrative, the second year of their rural sojourn witnessed the arrival of 4 new educated youth, 2 males and 2 females. However, due to the demise of Xia Engying and the execution of Lu Aigua, the reduced number of educated youth in Xiahe village necessitated a larger influx of newcomers, totaling 8 individuals. Fortunately, South Qiao and his companions had relocated, averting potential overcrowding. It was surmised that the Educated Youth Affairs Office was cognizant of this situation, prompting their deliberate arrangement. Observing the new arrivals, South Qiao's cohort recognized vestiges of their former selves. The contingent comprised 5 males and 3 females, encompassing both familiar and unfamiliar faces, with no immediately discernible exceptional individuals. The character of the new educated youth remained indeterminate, requiring prolonged observation. The veteran educated youth, Feng Goen, retained responsibility for educated youth affairs, commencing the orientation of the newcomers to the realities of rural life. The other educated youth evinced limited interest in the newcomers, particularly South Qiao and his companions, who, having established their independent residence, perceived no imperative for interaction. The new and veteran educated youth cohabitated at the educated youth commune, necessitating a period of adaptation. Among the new arrivals was Wang Jie, who hailed from a privileged background. Upon learning of South Qiao's construction of a private residence, Wang Jie harbored similar aspirations. He privately approached the village secretary, seeking to emulate South Qiao's example. To expedite the process, Wang Jie offered additional financial incentives, seeking prompt completion. Enticed by the remuneration, the village secretary readily assented, capitalizing on the availability of local laborers. Wang Jie's munificence attracted the attention of Zhang Xiaodi, who regarded him with covetous eyes, eager to seize his wealth and remit it to her natal family. Wang Jie, newly arrived, remained oblivious to Zhang Xiaodi's predatory nature, unaware that he was perceived as an easy target. South Qiao dismissed these matters, deeming them irrelevant to his concerns, provided that Zhang Xiaodi did not fixate on him or Sun Mingjie. Wang Jie, despite his affluence, lacked South Qiao's interpersonal skills and made no effort to cultivate relationships, maintaining a solitary demeanor. In essence, South Qiao shared this inclination but compelled himself to adapt to the prevailing social norms. Wang Jie, in contrast, remained steadfast in his unwillingness to conform or engage with others. While such behavior might be inconsequential in later times, its implications in the current era were uncertain. Although fostering interpersonal relationships was not invariably essential, their absence could impede the acquisition of information. Wang Jie treated everyone with aloofness, including Feng Goen, who had extended his assistance to the new educated youth. Feng Goen, sensing Wang Jie's indifference, refrained from further engagement, withholding potentially beneficial information. Even Gu Su, renowned for his affability and social prowess, failed to establish rapport with Wang Jie. Gu Su's attention was diverted by the repercussions of his assistance to Sun Mingjie at the black market, which had embroiled him in unforeseen complications. Consequently, he refrained from frequenting the black market, resorting to clandestine transactions at alternative locations, employing elaborate disguises to evade detection. South Qiao, cognizant of Gu Su's losses, thoughtfully compensated him, periodically delivering provisions to the cowsheet. Nan Qiao does not deliberately seek to ingratiate himself. He simply offers gifts without making his presence known. He waits for those individuals to reciprocate in the future, accepting their goodwill without any insistence if they choose not to. Ideally, it should have been Gu Su caring for his grandparents, but circumstances have led to the opposite, with Nan Qiao occasionally visiting the cattle shed to improve their living conditions. As his own residence at the youth station is not particularly convenient, life is manageable, yet he is incessantly bothered. Gu Su is genuinely frightened of Mahahua. The experiences that Nan Qiao imparted to Sun Mingjie have been relayed to Gu Su, and unexpectedly, he finds himself in a similar predicament. Whenever Gu Su is alone and spots Mahahua, he turns and flees, resolutely avoiding any solitary interaction with her. Mahahua, having plotted for quite some time, finally seizes an opportunity to stage a scene of falling into the water on Gu Su's path. Gu Su staunchly refuses to enter the water, opting instead to assist from the bank with a branch while loudly calling for help. By the time Ma Hua reaches the riverbank, clutching the branch, a crowd is gathered. And Gu Su hands the branch to a woman, turning away to avoid being implicated. Ma Hua's expression twists in anger. Gu Su also notices that two individuals are lurking nearby, awaiting his descent into the water to rescue Ma Hua, ready to emerge to substantiate the situation. Ma Hua's scheming heightens Gu Su's wariness of outsiders, and he begins to feel overwhelmed. Being constantly pursued is becoming unbearable. If it continues like this, perhaps he should follow Sun Mingjia's example and find a female youth to feign a romantic relationship. It is a fine idea, but Gu Su lacks Sun Mingjia's financial means. The money would be better spent on his grandparents. Without incentives, who would willingly engage in such a charade with him? Gu Su confides his concerns to Sun Mingjia, who retorts, if you cannot pretend, why not seek a genuine partner instead? Gu Su is taken aback, as he had not contemplated the prospect of pursuing a relationship. Lu Jiqing has been interested in you for so long, and you are completely unmoved? Gu Su hesitates, claiming that he is unaffected is a stretch. After all, Lu Su is indeed a beauty, while Gu Su has a preference for the likes of Xia Yingying. He cannot deny that a stunning red rose could also stir his emotions. Lu Jiqing is quite fond of you, and her circumstances are favorable. I cannot fathom what discontent you harbor. Sun Mingjia's words elicit a bitter smile from Gu Su. It ultimately boils down to his concern for his grandparents. I suggest you have an open conversation with Lu Jiqing. If she is willing, you could pursue a relationship. But what if she reports me? She wouldn't. Lu Jiqing is so fond of you. Reporting you would serve no benefit for her. In fact, she might leverage the situation to her advantage. Leverage me? Yes. She could use this incident to compel you into a relationship. What I mean is, if she discovers the truth and you personally inform her, it should not be a grave matter. Gu Su glances at Sun Mingjia. How old are you to possess such experience? Some matters are intuitive. I may not grasp them. But Su Gu certainly does. Su Jiqing? Indeed. Listen to Su Gu, and many truths will become clear to you. I assure you, he is a man of great wisdom. With Sun Mingjia's encouragement, Gu Su chooses to be candid with Lu Su, and as predicted, she is entirely unperturbed. The most trending topic at the youth station becomes the relationship between Gu Su and Lu Su, which, within a day, is overshadowed by a more explosive piece of news, Su Hua's affair. Su Hua has long coveted Lu Su's belongings but found no opportunity, as Li Shuqin would never assist him. Unexpectedly, among the new youth, there is a particularly greedy female youth who, for monetary gain, stealthily infiltrates Lu Su's room and steals a pair of her unwashed socks. Su Hua, overjoyed, purchases the socks at a high price, and from that moment on, they become his source of solace. When news of Gu Su and Lu Su's relationship spreads, Su Hua is deeply disheartened, returning to his room alone, in need of solace. Feng Goen, sharing a room with Su Hua, is occupied with his own affairs and will not return at this hour. Su Hua, unrestrained, retrieves Lu Su's socks, burying his face in them. Coincidentally, with Feng Goen absent, a new youth, unaware of the situation, pushes open the door. What they witness is Su Hua, holding a distinctly feminine pair of socks, inhaling their scent, leaving both parties stunned. Su Hua, equally astonished, meets the new youth's gaze, his expression contorting into a menacing grimace. Fearful, the new youth screams, "Murder!" This outcry draws the attention of the other youths at the station, although they do not find a murder scene. The secret of the socks cannot remain hidden. Lu Su immediately recognizes her lost socks, her entire being trembling with rage, utterly revolted. Both Su Hua and the female youth who stole Lu Su's socks are swiftly escorted to the youth office, as this matter must be addressed with seriousness. Failing to address Su Hua's actions endangers the female youth's sense of security. While stealing a pair of socks may seem trivial, Su Hua's behavior elevates the incident, associating it with lewdness. The female youth, filled with regret, realizes it is too late to say anything. She loathes Su Hua, wishing he could simply refrain from such perverse behavior. Upon learning this information, Nan Qiao is also taken aback. Good heavens, leave it to you. In the original owner's memories, Su Hua had indeed concealed Xia Yingying's undergarments. Now, it had transformed into Lu Su's socks. One must concede, this individual possesses a penchant for the unconventional. Su Hua and that female-educated youth were both relegated to the most arduous farm, the very one Nan Qiao had been assigned to. Whether they survive remains to be seen. Lu Su was profoundly shaken by this incident. Having lived for so many years, she had never encountered such a perverted individual. leading her to hesitate to wear socks. Gu Su, too, felt a deep sense of unease. Fortunately, he did not hold Lu Su accountable, as she was innocent in the matter. However, he harbored a genuine aversion towards Su Hua. Subsequently, Gu Su confided in Sun Mingjie, and the two, filled with righteous indignation, vehemently condemned Su Hua's aberrant behavior. Back in the courtyard, Sun Mingjie continued his impassioned discourse, portraying Su Hua as utterly depraved, nearly akin to a traitor. Wang Jiqiao stifled her laughter, while Nan Qiao sat there awkwardly, listening. What could he do? Was he to confess his own fondness for caressing Wang Jiqiao's delicate feet? Feng Goen, due to this event, felt somewhat dispirited. Both of his close acquaintances among the older educated youths had encountered misfortune. Within the educated youth center, only Gu Su remained as a close companion. This new cohort of educated youths, as a result of this incident and the rumors surrounding Lu Aigua, developed a sense of estrangement from the older ones. In their eyes, the older educated youths were all problematic and to be avoided. It was precisely due to this perception that Wang Jie inadvertently steered clear of Zhang Zhaodi. As a new educated youth, Wang Jie had no interaction with Zhang Zhaodi. An older one, Zhang Zhaodi was frantic but unable to get close, forced to watch Wang Jie spending his own money. In her view, that money was rightfully hers, belonging to her younger brother. It was not without reason that Zhang Zhaodi was so anxious. Initially, upon arriving in the countryside, it was not so urgent. But in the past 2 years, her younger brother had grown up and was preparing to marry, placing the family in dire need of funds. Zhang Zhaodi's hometown, though urban, was not particularly developed, scarcely better than the countryside. Yet, her unremarkable brother had set his sights on a girl far above his station. To pursue such a girl, lacking personal qualities, he would have to resort to spending money. Where would the money come from? From the Zhang family's daughter, of course. Zhang Zhaodi was under constant pressure to provide funds. Wang Jie's willingness to spend money expedited the construction of the house in the village. In less than a month, he had moved out and was living independently. As he departed, Zhang Zhaodi stood in the shadows, gazing somberly at Wang Jie's retreating figure. With her brother urgently needing money, and legitimate methods proving ineffective, she could not be blamed for contemplating unorthodox schemes. Wang Jie's solitary residence presented an opportunity, allowing her to sneak into his room under the cover of night, confident that he would be unable to resist. Zhang Zhaodi's plans were well laid, yet she was unaware that Wang Jie's decision to move out was driven by ulterior motives. Wang Jie's family was well off, and he would not have needed to come to the countryside, but he had stirred up trouble, impregnating a young female intellectual and subsequently denying responsibility, leading the girl to take her own life. This incident caused a considerable uproar. Leveraging his family's connections and the lack of conclusive evidence, the matter was suppressed. But Wang Jie needed to lie low. Reluctantly, the Wang family arranged for Wang Jie to go to the countryside, intending to bring him back after a year or two. Wang Jie's greatest indulgence was in female companionship. Even in the countryside, he could not shake this habit. Upon arriving in Xia village, he immediately set his sights on a woman, the widow's son. Indeed, the very widow's son who had framed Nan Qiao in the original story. Wang Jie had no interest in young girls, finding them uninteresting. He preferred the allure of the widow's son, her status as a bereaved woman adding to her appeal. Having inquired about Sun's circumstances, Wang Jie learned that she was only a few years older than him, raising 2 children alone, without assistance. As an outsider in Xia village, she had no relatives of her deceased husband in the village. Such circumstances seemed ripe for the taking. Wang Jie was confident that his money would open Sun's door. 3 days after moving out, Wang Jie had already become entangled with Sun, a feat that came naturally to him. Sun, herself, was not virtuous. Otherwise, she would not have framed Nan Qiao for money in the original story. Now that Wang Jie was offering money, although he was of ordinary appearance, he was young and vigorous. For Sun, a widow, this arrangement satisfied her desires and provided financial gain. What could be better? Zhang Zhaodi had been secretly observing Wang Jie, seeking an opportunity to sneak in. Unexpectedly, she stumbled upon a scandalous revelation. Sun had entered Wang's courtyard late at night and had not emerged. Only a fool would believe nothing was amiss between them. Zhang Zhaodi was not an innocent, understanding the nature of their relationship. Zhang Zhaodi's eyes lit up. Here was a means to make money. She would use this affair to blackmail Wang, demanding money. Furthermore, she would seize the opportunity to marry him, ensuring that the entire Wang family would support her family. It can only be said that recklessness invites disaster. Zhang Zhaodi had no understanding of Wang. Unaware of his true character, she was blinded by money, fixated on wealth. She prepared to sneak over, hoping to uncover some distinctive features of Wang's private parts, thereby gaining leverage over him. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole lurking behind. Sun was the cicada, eagerly embraced by Wang upon entering. Consumed by passion, they made their way to the bedroom. The courtyard gate was closed but not bolted from the inside, making it convenient for Zhang Xiaodi. Zhang Xiaodi, the mantis, stealthily pushed open the gate, crept inside, and cautiously approached the bedroom. As she neared, she could hear sounds of heavy breathing. Wang, perhaps finding the darkness unfavorable, had placed an oil lamp on the table, providing sufficient illumination. Zhang Xiaodi, from outside the window, could see the figures on the bed. With no curtains drawn and the presence of a courtyard wall, Wang had not anticipated anyone entering the yard. He and Sun were engaged in a passionate encounter. Zhang Xiaodi, witnessing such a scene for the first time, could not help but gulp, finding it intensely stimulating. The sensory stimulation was fleeting. Zhang Xiaodi quickly regained her composure. She was not there to watch a live performance, but to seize leverage over Wang. Zhang Xiaodi widened her eyes, carefully scrutinizing, hoping to identify any unique marks on Wang and Sun's bodies, such as birthmarks or moles. So engrossed was Zhang Xiaodi that she failed to notice the presence of two orioles lurking outside Wang's courtyard. Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie were on their way to deliver supplies to the cattle shed when, from a distance, they spotted Zhang Xiaodi behaving furtively, akin to a thief. Sun Mingjie was genuinely frightened of Zhang Xiaodi and instinctively concealed himself, pulling Su Ge to the side as well. The two of them hid behind a wall in a courtyard, with Sun Mingjie whispering, "That must be the house that Wang Jie just built, right? What is Zhang Xiaodi doing here at this late hour? She must be targeting Wang Jie." Nan Qiao deduced the truth. "I heard that in order to expedite the construction, Wang Jie offered an additional 50 yuan. Goodness, he truly doesn't value his money. That house is even inferior to ours." It seemed Zhang Xiaodi had set her sights on it, likely planning a nocturnal raid. "This woman is terrifying, brother. We should leave at once." Sun Mingjie was too apprehensive to let Zhang Xiaodi notice him, solely focused on escaping this troublesome place. "All right, we will have to pass by Wang Jie's house on our way home. Let us be cautious about our footsteps so she doesn't hear us." "I will heed your advice, brother." Thus, they proceeded quietly, but as they passed by the entrance, they noticed the gate was not completely closed, leaving a narrow gap. Bathed in moonlight, they unexpectedly beheld a startling sight. Zhang Xiaodi was not attempting to sneak in. Rather, she was crouched outside the window. What on earth was she up to? Nan Qiao restrained Sun Mingjie, peering inquisitively into the room. Dimly, she discerned what appeared to be two figures in close proximity. What could this be? Realization dawned upon Nan Qiao. Wang Jie was embroiled in something clandestine. She wondered with whom he was entangled, while Zhang Xiaodi was surreptitiously eavesdropping. Retracting her head, Nan Qiao whispered into Sun Mingjie's ear, "Something's happening inside." "What is it?" Sun Mingjie silently mouthed. "Wang Jie is engaging in improprieties with a woman, while Zhang Xiaodi is eavesdropping." Sun Mingjie. Well, who would have guessed that Zhang Xiaodi harbored such proclivities? Suddenly, something dawned on Sun Mingjie, and he murmured into Nan Qiao's ear, "Brother, I know who's inside." "Who is it?" "The village's widowed Sunday. I inadvertently saw Wang Jie and her huddled together, conversing about something earlier today." "Are you certain it's her?" "Wang Jie doesn't fraternize with anyone, barely even acknowledging the educated youth. If there were nothing amiss, why would he be in private with the widow's son?" Even Nan Qiao had to concede that Sun Mingjie's words held a certain validity concerning the widow's son, having become intimately acquainted with the locale. Nan Qiao retained vivid recollections from her predecessor's memories, notably those concerning the widow's son's ample bosom. Had the altercation not escalated so dramatically, the original occupant of this body would not have faced such severe repercussions. Upon recognizing the instigator as the widow's son, Nan Qiao experienced no astonishment, as such actions were entirely consistent with the widow's character. Just as Zhang Xiaodi's avarice led her to pursue Wang Jie, so too would the widow's son's pecuniary desires motivate her to seek Wang Jie's affections, or rather, his bed. As for Zhang Xiaodi, upon reflection, Nan Qiao surmised Zhang Xiaodi's intentions. Having discerned the clandestine affair between Wang Jie and the widowed son, she opted not to expose it, perhaps intending to leverage it as a form of coercion. Regardless of the veracity of this conjecture, it remained inconsequential to her. Nan Qiao had no intention of interfering in others' affairs and was just about to leave with Sun Mingjie when a furious shout echoed from within. Who? It was Zhang Xiaodi, who, upon finally recognizing a particular feature of Wang Jie, became so agitated that she accidentally collided with the window, startling everyone in the room. Moments later, Wang Jie burst out, still unclothed. wielding a wooden stick he had kept by his bedside for self-defense. As the situation began to unfold amusingly, Sun Mingjie found himself reluctant to depart, grasping Nan Qiao's arm and silently signaling her to wait a moment longer. I am quite surprised by your penchant for gossip, which I hadn't noticed before. Zhang Xiaodi, confident of her impending triumph, initiated her scheme of coercion. During her parley with Wang Jie, the widow's son emerged. Clad in hastily donned attire, her countenance betraying a sense of disquietude. Anxious to prevent the dissemination of this affair, she implored Wang Jie with her gaze, tacitly urging him to acquiesce. Wang Jie's complexion was a study in discontent. His reluctance stemmed not from a disinclination to concede, but from the exorbitant sum Zhang Xiaodi demanded, a staggering 200 yuan. While this amount was within Wang Jie's means and of little consequence to him, he harbored a deep-seated skepticism that Zhang Xiaodi's extortion would be a singular event. Extortion, by its very nature, knows no bounds. A single concession merely serves to whet the appetite of the extortionist, fueling their rapacity. Wang Jie hesitated to capitulate, opting instead to temporize. However, the widow's son, acting as an unwitting accomplice, persisted in her interference. Witnessing Wang Jie's unwavering refusal, Zhang Xiaodi's temper flared. "Very well," she exclaimed, "if you refuse to pay, I shall summon the entire village to witness your scandalous affair." The widow's son, seized by panic, rushed forward to restrain Zhang Xiaodi, who had already turned to depart. Wang Jie, his emotions fluctuating tempestuously, stood his ground. Never one to be constrained by morality, the homicidal intent lurking within him was irrevocably ignited by Zhang Xiaodi's actions. Zhang Xiaodi, having just disentangled herself from the widow's son's grasp, was struck upon the head by Wang Jie with a bludgeon, collapsing to the ground. The widow's son stood aghast, while In and Sun Mingjie, positioned outside, were equally stunned by the unforeseen escalation of events into a homicidal act. Nan Qiao silently gestured to Sun Mingjie, mouthing the words, "Go summon someone." Sun Mingjie nodded and quietly departed, walking on tiptoe to avoid making any sound. If Nan Qiao were to rush in now, he might be able to save Zhang Xiaodi in time. However, what reason does he have to do so? Placing himself in peril merely to rescue someone unrelated to him seems far beyond his sense of greatness. He feels that merely reporting Wang Jie as a witness would suffice to honor Zhang Xiaodi. Wang Jie, with a single blow, unleashed his murderous intent, relentlessly striking Zhang Xiaodi on the head with his club. Zhang Xiaodi, now unconscious and bleeding profusely, seemed on the brink of death. Yet, the horror was far from over. Wang Jie handed the club to the terrified widow's son, his expression fierce and menacing. "You hit her a few times. If you don't, I will kill you." Tears streaming down her face and trembling, Sun shook her head in fear, unable to comply. Wang Jie raised the club menacingly toward her. "Either she dies, or you both perish." Under the immense pressure of life and death, the widow, shaking uncontrollably, took the wooden stick, closed her eyes, and struck Zhang Xiaodi. Why not aim for the head? Fearful of missing her mark, she hesitated. "Aim for the head." Wang Jie's voice echoed like a demon from the depths of hell. Terrified, Sun felt compelled to direct the club towards Zhang Xiaodi's head and struck again, though lacking any force. By this time, Zhang Xiaodi had already succumbed to her injuries, having been fatally struck by Wang Jie. When Sun Mingjie arrived with the squad leader, the village secretary, and the villagers, they were met with the unsettling sight of the widow attacking Zhang Xiaodi. This situation would implicate them as accomplices, rendering any explanation futile. Zhang Xiaodi was dead. Who could ascertain the true cause of her demise? Both individuals stood as murderers in the eyes of the law. Upon seeing the gathering crowd, Wang Jie panicked and attempted to flee. If he could escape from the village, his family could provide him with a new identity, allowing him to start anew. While he could handle Zhang Xiaodi, facing so many villagers alone was an insurmountable challenge. Soon enough, he was subdued, while the widow collapsed in despair, weeping uncontrollably. She felt utterly wronged, believing she merely sought a bit of money, unaware of the murder case she had become entangled in. The squad leader dispatched someone to report the incident to the police station, where officers were likely on duty. They rode village bicycles, flashlights in hand, hastily making their way to the scene and back. However swift their return, it would still take over 2 hours for the police to arrive. All involved were taken into custody, and Zhang Xiaodi's body was transported by ox cart to the station, where her family would be notified. As the primary witnesses, Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie also accompanied them. Aside from the incident in the barn that could not be disclosed, they had little to conceal. As for their late-night outing, was a stroll not permissible? They were merely walking when they stumbled upon this tragic event. It was then that Nan Qiao instructed Sun Mingjie to summon help while he stood guard outside. Why not attempt to save her? I was afraid. Nan Qiao manifested a countenance of trepidation, exclaiming to the officers, "Comrades, you did not witness Wang Qi's visage at the moment of the homicide. It was utterly terrifying. I had the intention to intercede, but upon beholding his countenance, I was overcome by trepidation." The officers of the constabulary nodded in understanding, recognizing that Su Nan Qiao was but an ordinary soul, and her timidity was thus understandable. In the interim, the officers interrogating Wang Qi and the widow's son swiftly secured their depositions, thereby substantiating that neither Nan Qiao nor Sun Mingqi were implicated in the matter. It was devoid of any deliberate machinations. It was merely an unfortunate encounter. The genesis of the entire affair lay in the clandestine union of Wang Qi and the widow's son, which was subsequently discovered by Nan Qiao, who then employed it to coerce Wang Qi, thereby precipitating a fatal outcome. At the break of dawn, the officers of the constabulary unearthed further clues from Nan Qiao's epistolary correspondence. The rationale behind Nan Qiao's relentless extortion of Wang Qi stemmed from familial duress. Coupled with the testimonies of others, the conclusion drawn was that Nan Qiao was an exceedingly zealous supporter of her sibling, willing to perpetrate such acts for the sake of her brother, which was not altogether astonishing. It could only be inferred that Nan Qiao had sown the seeds of her own destruction, underestimating Wang Qi's ferocity, thereby meeting her demise on the spot. The director of the Educated Youth Office also received the missive, and he was utterly discombobulated. Was Lower River Village destined to be his nemesis? This marked the third incident to have transpired, encompassing 2 homicides. He was on the verge of succumbing to despair. The director vowed to never again dispatch educated youths to Lower River Village, deeming the locale to be inherently jinxed. The homicidal perpetrator, Wang Qi, and the widow's son were formally apprehended. Irrespective of any assertions of coercion by Wang Qi, the widow's son's actions rendered her far from innocent, and she was directly implicated as an accomplice. Wang Qi, unwilling to face death alone, even attempted to shift the blame onto the widow's son, alleging that he had initially intended to offer monetary compensation, but it was the widow's son who had beguiled him into committing the homicide. In the face of impending calamity, each sought to evade responsibility. Moreover, Wang Qi and the widow's son were not even wedded. Both parties cast aspersions upon the other, thereby ensnaring themselves further. Wang Qi's parents were rendered helpless. The gravity of the case was immense, directly resulting in a homicide with an abundance of witnesses. Furthermore, they possessed no social connections in the vicinity. Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie returned safely to Xiaohe village, alleviating Wang Zhiqiu's worries, who could finally rest after seeing them. At this moment, Wang Zhiqiu was 8 months pregnant, and Nan Qiao was fearful for her well-being. The series of unfortunate events involving the educated youth had instilled a sense of trepidation among the villagers. These seemingly virtuous youths harbored insidious intentions within. Lu Aigua, driven by unrequited love, had killed Xia Yingyi. Su Hua was a pervert, inciting others to steal the female youth stockings. Wang Jie arrived and began to seduce the village widows. Zhang Zhaodi, upon discovering the misdeeds, chose not to report them and instead threatened others, which ultimately led to her demise. Look, just look. Among these educated youths, there were simply too many nefarious individuals. Even though Wang Jie's newly constructed house now stood empty, no one dared to occupy it, for a death had occurred within. A violent one at that, who could bear such a thought? As Wang Zhiqiu approached her time of delivery, the case concerning Wang Jie and the widow's son was also concluded. With no surprises, both were sentenced to death, and harbored no thoughts of avenging Su En, and Sun, the widow, had already brought about her own demise. With Wang Jie and the widow's son facing their execution, En remained at the county hospital, attending to Wang Zhiqiu, this being her inaugural pregnancy. The delivery was not expected to be swift, yet fortunately, her health was robust, and the baby's position was favorable, mitigating the risk of a difficult birth. Outside the delivery room, En anxiously awaited news, occasionally retreating to a secluded spot for a cigarette. Having spent so much time together, it was impossible for him to be entirely indifferent to Wang Zhiqiu's well-being. Even a refined egoist possesses emotions, provided it doesn't compromise his own interests. En was genuinely concerned for Wang Zhiqiu, while also fervently hoping for a son. In En's mind, the birth of a son would signify the completion of a certain task, rendering any subsequent births, or lack thereof, inconsequential to him. Sun Mingjie kept him company as they waited outside the delivery room. After what seemed like an eternity, a nurse finally emerged with joyous tidings. "Are the family members of Wang Qiao present?" "Yes, we are," and responded, hastily approaching her. "Congratulations, both mother and child are healthy," the nurse announced. "The mother is currently tidying up and will be out shortly." Upon hearing these words, In felt a wave of relief wash over him. He retrieved a handful of candies from his pocket and offered them to the nurse, expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much," and promptly wrote to the Wang family, informing his in-laws of the joyous news of Wang Jiqiu's son's birth. As agreed, the child's name would be chosen by his father-in-law. Upon learning of his daughter's delivery, his mother-in-law, Jiang Yonglan, personally journeyed to Xia village, bringing an abundance of gifts for her daughter and offering to assist with postpartum care. Even without her assistance, In was fully capable of providing excellent care for Wang Jiqiu. With a daily intake of 50 milliliters of spiritual spring water, Wang Jiqiu's recovery was remarkably swift. It was the first time Nan Qiao encountered the Yu family, yet she exhibited no awkwardness, warmly welcoming her mother-in-law back from the station. Jiang Yonglan's demeanor towards Nan Qiao was exceptionally pleasant, after receiving gifts from her son-in-law for many years. She had heard that he treated his own daughter with great kindness as well. Such a son-in-law pleased her immensely. Upon arriving at Nan Qiao's home and surveying the surroundings, Jiang Yonglan felt even more content. It was quite nice, clearly indicative of a household that embraced the essence of daily life. Nan Qiao took excellent care of Wang Jiqiu, ensuring that she was relieved of all duties, allowing her to focus solely on her postpartum recovery. If he found himself overwhelmed with tasks, he would enlist the help of Sun Mingjie, a young man not yet 18, who had already mastered the art of washing diapers. Jiang Yonglan had long been aware that a young intellectual was living with them, sharing half of their home, and upon seeing him now, she was not surprised. Rather, she found comfort in having someone to lend a hand. Sun Mingjie contributed significantly to the household chores, gathering firewood, which he diligently collected. With the inability to venture into the black market, his focus shifted to the mountains, where he not only gathered firewood, but also foraged for mushrooms and wild vegetables. He took it upon himself to manage the domestic duties. In his view, with Su Gu providing so much food, it would be inappropriate for him to remain idle. It must be said that Sun Mingjie's efforts truly compensated for Nan Qiao's shortcomings. Many repair tasks were beyond Nan Qiao's capabilities. In this era, people generally preferred to mend what was broken, believing that as long as something could be fixed and used again, it was sufficient. Nan Qiao hails from a privileged background of the modern era. Prior to his culinary pursuits, he had never even washed a dish. If anything in his home malfunctioned, he would simply replace it with something new. Tasks of a professional nature were invariably entrusted to experts, and despite the exorbitant costs in America, he could easily afford them. Essentially, Nan Qiao was a product of a life of ease, and it was only after arriving in this world that he began to learn the nuances of independent living, relying solely on himself. In his journey to master the culinary arts, he even had to learn to wash his own clothes, discreetly observing others and imitating their methods. With Sun Mingjie now assisting in managing these mundane chores, Nan Qiao has indeed found considerable relief from many of his burdens. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, having dedicated herself to culinary arts. Nan Qiao surmised that she might lack the requisite energy to delve into the intricacies of mathematics and physics. Therefore, she considered it more prudent to forego those subjects and instead pursue a field of study that demanded comparatively less intellectual exertion, such as Chinese literature. Nan Qiao's journey through time is primarily directed towards the realm of novels, with a significant likelihood of traversing into ancient worlds, where both historical and fictional narratives abound. Fortunately, within the context of ancient novels rooted in Chinese culture, the fundamental elements remain unchanged. One will not encounter incomprehensible dialogues simply due to the antiquity of the setting. However, the script will undoubtedly be in traditional characters. With the existence of alternate histories, Nan Qiao has no intention of pursuing a degree in history, as it would be futile to study extensively only to discover that it pertains to a fictional historical world. Instead, she opts for Chinese literature, dedicating herself to the mastery of the language while also seeking a hobby that cultivates her artistic sensibilities, such as calligraphy, particularly the art of traditional brush writing. It is not imperative for her calligraphic skills to be integrated into any system, yet proficiency is essential, as it will prove beneficial in every world she encounters. With diligent practice, even in the absence of innate talent, the day will inevitably come when her skills are recognized. With such aspirations in mind, Nan Qiao found herself more at ease after her mother-in-law's arrival, as there was now assistance in caring for the child, affording her the rare opportunity to enjoy a restful slumber. In Nan Qiao's room, his mother-in-law currently resides, taking care of Wang Jiqiao and the child. He went to Sun Mingjie's room, where the two shared a space. Sun Mingjie inquired, "Brother, aren't you planning to build another room?" "What do you mean? You already have a child. When the child grows up, it will be inconvenient for you two to share a room." "About that, I have considered it, but for now, it is unnecessary." "What about hanging a curtain?" Hanging a curtain is a common practice among many families in the city, with limited bedroom space and multiple occupants. It serves to maintain privacy given the distinctions between genders. Even among siblings, a curtain is often used for separation. No need. By the time the child grows up, we will likely have returned home. Sun Mingjie's eyes twinkled with curiosity as he leaned in. "Brother, do you have any inside information? What could a common person like me possibly know? Such matters can be deduced through analysis. Come on, tell me your thoughts. I want to know how you came to that conclusion. You should focus on your studies rather than indulging in gossip." Mentioning studies made Sun Mingjie groan. He simply disliked learning. "Anyway, I've said what I needed to say. Don't wait until that day arrives when you and your sister-in-law have both gone off to university, leaving me behind." A chill ran through Sun Mingjie at the thought of being left alone. Without Su Guo's care, life in Xia village would be difficult. "Study. As long as you don't give up, keep pushing yourself to learn." With Wang Jiqiao currently in her confinement period, Nan Qiao ensured Sun Mingjie received extra help to catch up with her studies. Wang Jiqiao's academic performance was barely average, while Sun Mingjie was decidedly struggling. Their previous environment had been somewhat detrimental, with a lack of seriousness from teachers making it hard for students to engage earnestly. During Wang Jiqiao's confinement, all kitchen duties fell to Nan Qiao, ensuring they had meals, including specially prepared dishes for her recovery. The family's meals surpassed even those of the Wang family in the city. Jiang Yonglan privately asked her daughter, "Where did Xiao Su acquire so many things? Is there any risk involved?" "Mom, you needn't worry. He knows what he is doing." Wang Jiqiao spoke with pride, acknowledging that such a capable man was hers. "When you leave, you should have Xiao Su help you acquire some items to take back. He can think of that himself, Mom. Your son-in-law is quite resourceful." Jiang Yonglan wholeheartedly agreed. After coming here, she found her son-in-law even more satisfactory, with his words and actions proving to be quite agreeable. In terms of social conduct, Nan Qiao exhibited no flaws. Though he might have had some tendencies towards superficiality, those he regarded seemed to appreciate him. The village secretary and the team leader were particularly fond of Su Nan Qiao. Had it not been for Ma Hahua's relentless pursuit of Gu Su, the team leader might have considered pairing his daughter with Su Nan Qiao. Now, it was too late. Su had already had a child, and Gu Su was in a relationship with Lu Su, while Ma Hahua remained single at home. Jiang Yonglan's visit to assist with the confinement period served as a test for Su Nan Qiao, allowing her to observe closely whether he was dependable. The outcome revealed that Su Nan Qiao genuinely cared for Wang Jiqiao, not merely an act, but a heartfelt, instinctive nurture. He didn't need to think about it. The way he treated the female lead in his original world naturally translated into genuine care for Wang Jiqiao, which deeply moved her. Once Wang Jiqiao completed her confinement, Jiang Yonglan prepared to leave, concluding her assessment of her son-in-law as good, very good, exceptionally good. She had indeed chosen the right son-in-law. Upon learning that his mother-in-law was departing, Nan Qiao personally helped purchase train tickets and prepared a plethora of items for her to take back, all suitable for travel. The heavier items, unsuitable for carrying, were sent back via the post office, primarily consisting of local specialties. An abundance of dried mushrooms, along with dried and smoked meats, were included, and Jiang Yonglan did not inquire about the origins of these goods. Had the foolish roe deer not appeared, Nan Qiao would not have had the fortune of being the protagonist. Even if he did encounter it, he might not have bested the roe deer. In this regard, one must consider Gu Su, who had once hunted the roe deer and had even gifted a considerable amount of its meat. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao's performance greatly pleased Jiang Yonglan, who entrusted the recipe to this son-in-law, recognizing him as worthy to pass it down to the next generation. Currently, the third generation of the Wang family comprises merely two little ones, Wang Deji's daughter, who is 3 years old, and the newly born infant, the only male heir bearing the Wang surname. Wang Guoqiang remains in the countryside, living a rugged life, and has yet to marry. The newly arrived little bundle of joy was personally named by his grandfather in the capital, Wang Qiming. Jiang Yonglan had even discussed this with her daughter, suggesting that after Wang Jiqiu's health improved, she should consider having another child, so that little Su would have a successor, as future offspring would bear the Su surname. The Wang family feels quite content with having this male descendant to carry on the Wang name. After bidding farewell to her mother, Nan Qiao, clutching the cherished recipe, casually tucked it away, showing no interest in perusing it. His desire was solely to take his wife for a leisurely stroll through the county town. Witnessing her husband's demeanor filled Wang Jiqiu with joy. He was truly the man she had chosen, sincere in his affections, and not merely fixated on the family recipe. Had Nan Qiao been careless and immediately rifled through the recipe, Wang Jiqiu, even if she remained silent, would have harbored reservations, questioning whether Nan Qiao had married her solely for this reason. However, with Nan Qiao's current attitude, Wang Jiqiu found herself free from such thoughts, enveloped instead in a sense of sweetness. Nan Qiao would certainly not commit such a trivial error. He remains composed, and with the recipe already in hand, there is no need to rush. He leisurely strolled around the county town with Wang Jiqiu, attended a film screening, and later enjoyed a meal at a state-run restaurant. Finally, they visited the supply and marketing cooperative, where they purchased a considerable number of items before returning to Xiahe village. The visit to the cooperative served to inform Wang Jiqiu of some of their circumstances, though he could not divulge specifics. Observing the familiarity between Sun Hong from the cooperative and her husband, Wang Jiqiu surmised that this sister-son was likely the connection Nan Qiao had in the county. It was quite possible that the household items they possessed had been acquired through her assistance. Wang Jiqiu harbored no concerns regarding any illicit affair between Nan Qiao and Sun Hong, as the age difference was quite pronounced. Sun Hong was already in her 40s. After contemplating the matter concerning Sun Hong, Wang Jiqiu chose not to dwell on it further. She had never pried into Nan Qiao's affairs outside, nor did she wish to know too much, fearing that she might inadvertently reveal something in conversation one day. As for the matter of supplies, it was merely the result of a single encounter with Sun Hong that led to a significant improvement in their situation. Wang Jiqiu, however, lacked the imagination to consider the existence of the Lingquan space. The seller she presumed was actually a buyer. In the southern region, life flourished vibrantly for Nan Qiao, while the situation for Brother San in the black market was dire. His insatiable greed led to the complete depletion of tobacco leaves, inciting the wrath of those above him, resulting in his downfall. A sweeping overhaul ensued, as a sudden operation swept through the black market, apprehending Brother San and his associates. A gesture from the higher-ups to demonstrate their sincerity. They subtly conveyed, "Look, we have replaced those in the black market. Do you wish to continue selling those premium tobacco leaves?" It was as if they nearly uttered, "Rest assured, we shall not investigate further." Regardless of the changes in the black market, Nan Qiao had no intention of resuming tobacco sales. With no pressing need for money, he deemed it unnecessary to shoulder such risks. It is better to be cautious than to encounter unforeseen calamities. Sun Mingjie had not ventured into the county town recently, remaining oblivious to the unfolding developments. In contrast, Gu Su had begun to sense something amiss, but wisely refrained from probing further. Life is rarely filled with mere coincidences. After Sun Mingjie was followed, the tobacco leaves that had captivated the entire county town vanished without a trace, clearly indicating that something was amiss. Daily life in Hehe village returned to tranquility, devoid of any disturbances from the young intellectuals. Nan Qiao, along with Wang Jiqiu and Sun Mingjie, resumed their pre-pregnancy routine. During the day, Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie toiled in the fields while Wang Jiqiu tended to the child at home. In the evenings, the trio engaged in collective study. While the other two worked on their exercises, Nan Qiao immersed himself in the Wang family's culinary repertoire. Wang Qiming thrived healthily, his daily water infused with a hint of spiritual spring water by Nan Qiao, cautious not to overindulge the young child. The primary benefit of the spiritual spring was to bolster vitality and detoxify the body. Even in small quantities, consistent consumption would yield positive results. This manifested in Wang Jiqiu, whose physique improved remarkably. She showed no signs of deterioration from childbirth, and even her stretch marks had vanished. Nan Qiao was unable to part with the joy of finally being able to indulge in meat after such a long time. In the winter of 1975, Wang Jiqiu gave birth to their second child, a daughter. Nan Qiao's smile was so radiant that one could glimpse her molars, and she named her precious little girl Su Minghua. The timing of the birth coincided with a full moon hanging in the night sky, thus inspiring the name. Wang Qiming nestled beside his sister, gazing at her with an enamored expression, his delight evident as he clapped his hands and exclaimed in a sweet voice, "Sister, sister. I love my sister." At this juncture, Nan Qiao and Wang Jiqiao had officially obtained their marriage certificate, with their household registration established in Xiaha village. Their 2 children accompanied them in this registration, destined to remain until they were ready to relocate for university. Thanks to the spiritual spring water, Wang Qiming had not suffered from any ailments since birth, exhibiting a much stronger constitution than average children, and he grew rapidly. Coupled with the nourishing meals from the Wang family, he was a chubby little bundle of joy. However, he unfortunately inherited the ordinary looks of his parents, appearing quite average. In contrast, Su Mingyue surprised Nan Qiao. She had single eyelids while Wang Jiqiao possessed inner double eyelids, resulting in a subtle distinction that occasionally revealed hints of double eyelids. Wang Qiming, on the other hand, had distinctly single eyelids, while Su Mingyue exhibited prominently double eyelids, her eyes being of considerable size, a clear inheritance of Wang Jiqiao's traits. It should be noted that Nan Qiao was not devoid of merits. Her high nose bridge was a feature both children had inherited, a trait absent in Wang Jiqiao. Nan Qiao did not perceive any disadvantage in having single eyelids. After all, Li Xian also possessed single eyelids and appeared quite handsome. Naturally, double eyelids would be preferable for her daughter, as they would make her eyes appear larger. With proper care, her daughter could grow up to be delightfully fair-skinned and charming. Having 1 son and 1 daughter seemed ideal, and Nan Qiao did not wish to have more children. As the year 1977 approached, she pondered who would take care of another child. Once both she and her husband enrolled in university, their academic pursuits would occupy them, and they could entrust Wang Qiming and Su Mingyue to the Wang family. The 2 older children would be capable of looking after themselves, while an infant would require constant attention. Thus, it seemed prudent to refrain from having more children. 2 was ample. Nan Qiao intended to discuss this matter with Sun Mingjie, cautioning him to ensure that Zhou Li did not become pregnant as the college entrance examination drew near. Indeed, Sun Mingjie had not managed to evade Zhou Li's schemes and had fallen directly into her trap, ever since the incident involving Wang Jie and Zhang Xiaodi. The atmosphere at the educated youth site had remained tense. A clear divide had formed between the old and new educated youths, making any sense of unity elusive. Living in close quarters yet divided into 2 distinct groups created an oppressive environment for those residing there. Zhou Li had long desired to leave. Building her own house was not a feasible option. Firstly, she was reluctant to spend the money, and secondly, she feared venturing out alone, concerned about encountering unsavory characters. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The teachings of Nan Qiao linger in Sun Mingjie's mind. He has always refrained from consuming alcohol, and indeed, he does not drink. However, in the presence of Zhou Li, his faux partner, he lowered his guard. Despite his usual aversion, after indulging in a couple of small cups, Sun Mingjie succumbed to inebriation. Following the departures of Su Hua, Wang Jie, and Zhang Xiaodi, the housing situation at the youth commune became less pressing, compounded by the discord between the new and old youth. Thus, Zhou Li had always resided alone. Sun Mingjie's drunken state conveniently facilitated her intentions. Yet she did not surrender herself outright. Instead, she exerted considerable effort to relocate him to the bed, allowing him to rest there for the night. This arrangement sufficed. Even in the absence of any intimate acts, the mere fact that Sun Mingjie spent the night in Zhou Li's room rendered the situation ambiguous. Fortunately, the news of their relationship had circulated for quite some time, mitigating any notions of impropriety. Despite their lack of any physical engagement, Sun Mingjie, who had yet to reach the age of matrimony, found himself wed to Zhou Li. In the aftermath, he lamented to Nan Qiao, expressing that he had been careless. Nan Qiao advised him that it was too late to say anything now. He should simply focus on living a good life. Fortunately, Zhou Li had no significant flaws. She was merely a tad pragmatic, and with her delicate beauty, what more could one desire? Zhou Li approached problems with a realistic mindset, unlike the excessively dramatic T0 version. And she would never deceive anyone for financial gain. All she sought was to choose a worthy partner for herself. After feigning a relationship with Sun Mingjie, Zhou Li would be mindful of her interactions with other men, resolutely avoiding any semblance of ambiguity or playing games of seeking alternatives. Overall, Zhou Li would make a commendable choice as a wife. At the very least, one need not worry about her engaging in indiscretions behind Sun Mingjie's back. Of course, there were inherent risks. Should Sun Mingjie ever find himself in dire straits, Zhou Li might contemplate divorce, particularly in an era where such matters were no longer stigmatized. Presently, it appeared that the married life of Sun Mingjie and Zhou Li was quite satisfactory. As a young man, it was implausible to assert a lack of interest in women. Zhou Li was currently in her second trimester, and the child was thriving, receiving ample nutrition. The two families cohabited harmoniously, and during meals, Zhou Li's presence was hardly missed. It was only after their marriage that Zhou Li realized the idyllic life Sun Mingjie enjoyed alongside Nan Qiao. To secure her own sustenance, Zhou Li became quite discreet. She refrained from boasting and occasionally lamented her financial struggles to others, projecting an image of barely making ends meet. The villagers genuinely sympathized with her, yet behind her back, they amused themselves at her expense. Zhou Li was indifferent to their opinions. As long as she could enjoy tangible benefits, the gossip of others merely provided her with entertainment. Under Nan Qiao's guidance, others also learned to amass wealth quietly, without attracting attention. The only person privy to the truth was Gu Su. Nan Qiao and Gu Su are akin to two parallel lines, never destined to intersect. Nan Qiao discreetly tended to the individuals in the cattle shed. Yet she refrained from engaging with Gu Su. The one who interacted the most with Gu Su was Sun Mingjie. Any tidings he acquired were relayed back to Nan Qiao through this young man. Sun Mingjie could not fathom why Su Gu exhibited such disdain towards Gu Su. It was not merely disdain, but rather an attitude of avoidance. As Gu Su found himself repeatedly embroiled in troublesome situations, which, although ultimately resolved, led Sun Mingjie to discern the truth. Gu Su was indeed a magnet for trouble. He was a good person, yet his life was fraught with complications. Sun Mingjie eventually grasped the reason behind Su Ji's persistent distance from Gu Su. It must be said that Su Gu possessed an astute judgment of character. With renewed clarity, Sun Mingjie's admiration for Su Gu grew significantly, and he resolved to heed Su Ji's guidance and follow his lead. Indeed, Su Gu was a man of profound wisdom. Nan Qiao is not particularly wise. He merely instinctively seeks to distance himself from the protagonist. This type of individual is invariably associated with trouble, and thus, minimal involvement is the safest course. Consequently, after Nan Qiao privately discussed the matter of having children with Sun Mingjie, the latter immediately absorbed the information, not bothering to inquire further about the reasoning behind it. If Brother Su advised against procreation, there must be a compelling rationale behind it. Given the current financial standing of Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie, securing some form of contraception in the county would be utterly trivial. However, one must still provide an explanation to his wife, especially since there is no longer a family planning policy and women tend to be quite concerned about childbirth. The justification was readily available, concern for his wife. Wang Zhiqiu had already borne 2 children, and Nan Qiao expressed that witnessing her endure the hardships of childbirth was distressing. He felt sympathy and wished for her not to conceive again, at least not in the near future. Wang Zhiqiu was deeply moved, recognizing how considerate her husband was. It is worth noting that her second child was a daughter, rather than a son to carry on the Su family name. Her husband, it seemed, was prioritizing her well-being over traditional lineage, which made him an exceptionally good man. In a similar vein, Sun Mingjie emulated this approach and turned it towards Zhou Li. Even though Zhou Li had yet to give birth, he could still demonstrate his affection for her. Sun Mingjie lamented that he felt distressed seeing Zhou Li unable to sleep well during her pregnancy, frequently waking at night to use the restroom, and finding movement cumbersome. Zhou Li, in turn, was touched, believing she had chosen the right partner. In her leisure moments, she would boast about how wonderful Sun Mingjie was, which earned her a slew of disdainful glances. The women in the village mocked her behind her back, scoffing at her boastfulness, as if she were living a life of luxury when, in reality, they all shared the same hardships. It was evident that Zhou Li's pretentious demeanor irked many. After all, she was merely a sit-down youth. What was so remarkable about that? After putting on such a show, she returned to a life of toil, for like Nan Qiao, she was a person of strong purpose, fully aware of what she truly desired. Initially, Nan Qiao persuaded Wang Zhiqiu and Sun Mingjie. And now Sun Mingjie has conveyed these sentiments to Zhou Li, who wholeheartedly agrees, firmly believing that the nation will undoubtedly reinstate the college entrance examination. With this in mind, she resolves to study as well. Zhou Li surpasses both Wang Zhiqiu and Sun Mingjie significantly. While it may be an exaggeration to label her as a prodigy, she certainly ranks among the top tier of scholars, and it won't be long before she catches up. Unbeknownst to Nan Qiao, in the original narrative, the presence of Xia Engying had adversely affected Zhou Li, given her status as an underachiever. Now that Xia Engying is no longer in the picture, Zhou Li has been completely liberated. If not for deliberate reminders, her recollections of ceaseless have dwindled considerably. It can only be said that time is the ultimate adversary. During the new year of 1976, Nan Qiao and others celebrated in Xia village. Despite being married for quite some time, he has yet to find an opportunity to visit his father-in-law. Their first year of marriage was marred by mischances, and by the second year, Wang Qiming was born, making it impractical to travel with a newborn by train in the biting winter, fearing for the child's well-being. Now, with the birth of Su Mingwei, not only will they miss this year's festivities, but future celebrations will also be postponed until the child matures. This time, his mother-in-law could not assist with the postpartum recovery. Coincidentally, Wang Jiafeng's second child was also born, fulfilling their wish for a son, arriving a month earlier than Su Mingwei. Consequently, the mother-in-law must tend to her daughter-in-law and the Wang family's eldest grandson at home, harboring no concerns for her daughter, as she trusts her son-in-law to care for her well. Wang Qiao is now a mother of two, while her younger brother, merely a year her junior, remains single. He seems utterly oblivious to the matter of marriage. The Wang family has grown weary of urging him, leaving it to fate. Wang Qiao, vexed by her brother's situation, worries that Wang Guiqiang's lack of intellect may hinder his chances of attending university, raising concerns for his future. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted in the dead of night. Nan Qiao found himself sitting there, cradling his daughter as she slept, a skill he had never imagined he would possess. Having been raised in a similarly pampered environment, Nan Qiao had always believed that simply being able to sleep away from his own bed was commendable. Yet now, he could doze off even while seated. It can only be said that the adaptability of humankind is truly remarkable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao embodies the mindset of an ordinary individual. Perhaps a touch more selfish than the average person, yet not entirely devoid of empathy. He is not one to shirk responsibility, nor does he exhibit traits of an antisocial personality. However, when compared to typical individuals, he possesses a certain ruthlessness. Ordinary people would hesitate to take a life so casually. In the aftermath of his actions towards ceaseless, Nan Qiao found himself pondering the gravity of his behavior, why he had trivialized the act of murder. Despite his nature, he would not have recklessly slain anyone in his original world. What had transformed him? After much contemplation, Nan Qiao arrived at a likely explanation: perception. Since discovering that this realm is constructed of narrative, his understanding of the world has become less absolute. To articulate it, the world is undeniably real. Yet it lacks the depth of his original existence, resembling more a dreamlike experience or a gaming scenario. The inhabitants of this world appear to him akin to NPCs, with Wang Qiao and Sun Mingjie being among those with whom he interacts frequently. It is this perspective that allows Nan Qiao to dismiss the significance of taking Xia Anying's life. In retrospect, he feels little remorse. As he traverses different worlds, it is conceivable that the act of murder may become trivialized in his future journeys. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Nan Qiao, Wang Qiao, and Sun Mingjie had never entertained the thought of taking an English examination, despite the fact that Nan Qiao's proficiency in the language had been recorded in the system. In fact, Wang Qiao and Sun Mingjie were entirely unaware of Nan Qiao's ability to speak English. To be precise, Nan Qiao was proficient in American English. His skills were so well documented that his accent was indistinguishable from that of native speakers, and he was well versed in numerous colloquialisms. It was perplexing for an individual who had never set foot abroad to speak fluent American English, a phenomenon that would undoubtedly raise eyebrows in this era. Nan Qiao concealed her feelings adeptly, fearing exposure. Now, due to Zhou Li's aspirations, it inadvertently impacted Sun Mingjie, which was quite distressing. Sun Mingjie was already struggling academically. He had a pronounced inclination towards the humanities, contrary to the typical male preference for the sciences. His proficiency in memory was exceptional, surpassing that of his peers, and he intended to follow Su Ge into the Chinese language department. However, Zhou Li's unexpected proposition disrupted his plans entirely. Let us apply to the foreign language department together. We can both secure positions in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That's a stable career, she suggested. Zhou Li's words left Sun Mingjie in a state of bewilderment, completely derailing his intentions. According to the plans laid out by Nan Qiao, Sun Mingjie was supposed to venture into business, a path they had mutually agreed upon. What would happen to their business aspirations if he pursued a career in diplomacy? Sun Mingjie was reluctant, yet Zhou Li's subsequent remark instilled a sense of unease within him. Aren't you worried about other men pursuing me at university? If you stay close, you can keep an eye on me. Zhou Li had effectively cornered Sun Mingjie. The mere thought of his wife being pursued by others darkened his expression. After much contemplation, Sun Mingjie concluded that he must engage in business while also attending university with Zhou Li, for he needed to watch over his beloved wife. Sun Mingjie wisely refrained from sharing his future plans with Zhou Li, as she did not possess the same unwavering faith in Nan Qiao that he did. In the year 1976, it seemed implausible for Zhou Li to believe that business opportunities would be permitted in the future. Only Sun Mingjie harbored no doubts about Nan Qiao's words. He trusted Su entirely, regardless of what he said. The channels through which they received information were distinct, and it would be unjust to label Zhou Li's perspective as erroneous. Her intentions were, after all, for the benefit of both. If they could indeed secure a position within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, even as a mere clerk, it would provide a stable livelihood, a coveted prospect in this era. Nothing was more appealing than the promise of job security. Consequently, Sun Mingjie's academic pursuits expanded further as he began to learn English under Zhou Li's guidance. Nan Qiao listened attentively and pondered that given Zhou Li's current proficiency and vocabulary, it was unlikely she would gain admission to the Foreign Language Institute in the capital. This posed a significant dilemma. If Zhou Li failed to secure a place, would Sun Mingjie then have to accompany his wife to another city? Sun Mingjie had been Nan Qiao's designated tool for quite some time, and to see him potentially veer off course now would indeed be a grievous loss. To ensure both Sun Mingjie and Zhou Li gained entry to a university in the capital, Nan Qiao felt compelled to step forward and assist them in their English studies. It was quite a challenging situation. She was forced to recall her own somewhat clumsy English from before her departure abroad. Anxious that she might inadvertently slip into an American accent, Sun Mingjie showed no surprise. After all, Sugu was remarkably talented, and there was nothing amiss about his command of English. Zhou Li, on the other hand, regarded Nan Qiao with newfound respect, despite his unassuming appearance. He possessed considerable talent. Wang Zhiqiu's discerning eye was indeed sharp. Nan Qiao's talent in the village of Xiahe has been widely acknowledged for many years. He has been illustrating comic books for publishers, earning a considerable amount of royalties, all while navigating a bright path. During his leisure time, Nan Qiao employed the technique of neon comics to create several works, which Sun Mingjie discreetly sold in the black market. As time passed, Sun Mingjie altered his manner of walking and ventured into a different black market, no longer fearing recognition. To Nan Qiao's surprise, his creations commanded high prices, likely due to their novelty and stimulating content. This matter was known only to Sun Mingjie. Even Wang Zhiqiu remained unaware, as Nan Qiao feared it might tarnish his image in his wife's eyes. Regardless, the completed works were safely stored away, alleviating any concern of discovery. Whenever time permitted, he would clandestinely create a piece, selling them one by one. The strategy relied on scarcity. Those who desired more would find none, as only one copy was available at a time. Others were not to think of imitation, for not everyone possessed Nan Qiao's artistic skills, and such books could not be printed, only circulated in secrecy. Gradually, the value of Nan Qiao's work soared, leading to substantial profits for both him and Sun Mingjie. In May 1976, Zhou Li gave birth to a son, and Sun Mingjie was overjoyed, while Nan Qiao felt a sense of relief, knowing that a son was indeed a blessing. Nan Qiao herself is indifferent to the distinction between male and female, yet Sun Mingjie holds a certain concern. He yearns for a son to inherit the household registration. Should this pregnancy yield a daughter, the likelihood of having another child diminishes after 1977. Especially once academic pursuits take precedence, the couple may not be inclined to conceive again. Furthermore, with the implementation of family planning policies, the opportunity to have another child may be irrevocably lost. Thus, securing a son now is a pragmatic solution. Even if Sun Mingjie has no subsequent children, there will still be an heir to the Sun family lineage. It is no wonder that Sun Mingjie holds an extraordinary admiration for brother Su, to the extent that he entrusts Nan Qiao with naming his son. Sun Mingjie believes that a name bestowed by brother Su will surely bestow great fortune upon the child in the future. Nan Qiao, it is rather excessive, I must say. Not only must the name be chosen by Nan Qiao, but it must also bear the character Qi, just like that lad Wang Qiming. Sun Mingjie and Su Nan Qiao are brothers, and the younger generation must not become estranged. Henceforth, The son of Sun Mingjie and the son of Su Nan Qiao shall be regarded as brothers, despite having different fathers and mothers. Zhou Li seems indifferent, after all. Su Nan Qiao is quite capable and will likely look after his own son in the future, which can be seen as a positive outcome. In a moment of helplessness, Nan Qiao found himself naming the child Sun Qidi. Now, their small courtyard was filled with 3 children, creating even more commotion, as the little ones were still quite young. They had to sleep alongside their parents. Otherwise, Sun Mingjie would rather invest in an additional room than endure the chaos. In the first half of the year, it was Su Mingwei's incessant crying. Now, as she has grown a bit, it is Sun Qidi who has taken up the mantle of wailing. The most unfortunate among them is Wang Qiming, who shared a room and was awakened countless times at night by his sister and good friend S cries. Witnessing his parents cradle his sister while neglecting him, his lips would pout, and he too began to cry. As for Zhou Li, there was no need for Sun Mingjie to say anything. The mere presence of these children was enough to drive her to the brink of madness. It was no longer a matter of Sun Mingjie's desire to have more children, but rather Zhou Li's reluctance. We only have this one. If we have another, I might as well be a dog. The disturbances caused by Sun Qidi left Sun Mingjie so exhausted that he stumbled while walking during the day. His eyes shadowed with fatigue. As someone who had been through similar trials, Nan Qiao patted Sun Mingjie's shoulder, saying, "Brother, I empathize with your suffering." Sun Mingjie, who had never smoked, began to take up the habit to stay alert. Fortunately, Nan Qiao was quite mindful of this. Never smoking in their room or in front of the children, he always stepped outside to smoke, regardless of how cold it was. Naturally, Sun Mingjie followed suit, wishing to spare his children from the harsh sin of tobacco. To others, the behavior of these two might seem pretentious. The educated youth arriving in Xiahe village formed 4 couples, with the third pair being a newly arrived couple who quickly fell in love and hastily obtained their marriage license, settling into the youth point. Additionally, another new arrival was a local villager, unable to endure the hardships of field labor. It was during his attendance at Gu Su's wedding that Nan Qiao learned of this marriage, which occurred in close succession to Gu Su's nuptials. Nan Qiao felt utterly speechless. It was already 1976, and she was married. What difference did it make compared to joining the National Army in 1949? Nonetheless, it hardly concerned her. Gu Su had initially been reluctant to marry, but as he and Lu Su were no longer young, their grandparents, unwilling to delay such a fine young lady, urged Gu Su to hasten the wedding. Naturally, Lu Su did not oppose. She penned a letter home to inform her family of her marriage, omitting any mention of Gu's family situation, fearing her parents' disapproval. At that time, the Gu family had yet to be vindicated, and others shunned the idea of marrying into their household. To the uninformed, it seemed a sign of madness. It was precisely because Lu Su remained unfazed by these concerns that she resolutely wed Gu Su, who wholeheartedly embraced her without reserve. The couple found happiness in their marriage. The autumn harvest of 1976 was still excruciatingly demanding. After the harvest, Feng Goen, who saw no hope of returning to the city, felt somewhat disheartened. Having persevered for so many years without the prospect of returning, was he truly destined to remain in Xiahe village for life? If that were the case, perhaps he should consider marrying. At 28, Feng Goen was firmly in the category of an older bachelor, while the eligible girls in Xiahe village were barely 18. Most marrying by 16, leaving him a generation behind. Lacking extraordinary looks or wealth, he was merely a sent-down youth. What right did a 28-year-old Feng Goen have to wed a 16-year-old girl? The young women of Xiahe village regarded him with little esteem, perceiving him as aged. Feng Goen fretted excessively and privately sought counsel from Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie. While smoking together, he lamented, "If it comes to that, I might as well marry a widow, preferably one without children." Sun Mingjie turned to Su Gu, who shook his head slightly, choosing to remain silent. During the span of a cigarette, Nan Qiao delicately offered her advice, suggesting he not rush. After all, so many years had passed. What was a little longer? They could reassess the situation next year. Whether Feng Goen heeded her words was beyond her control. After Feng Goen departed, Sun Mingjie puzzledly inquired, "Brother, is it truly wise not to tell him?" "It's hard to say," Nan Qiao replied, shaking her head with a wry smile. "Everything is merely conjecture on our part, without any tangible evidence. Even without proof, it is preferable to him marrying a widow." "You're thinking too simplistically. Do you really believe that after the resumption of the college entrance examination, everyone will succeed?" Feng Goen was 28 and had not studied for years. How could he possibly sit for the exam? If he fails, would that not seal his fate in Xiahe village? Alas, Sun Mingjie sighed, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The matter of the college entrance examination was merely Su Gu's prediction, uncertain and likely to invite disdain, better left unspoken. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao pondered whether it was Xia Yingying who had secretly instigated events in the past. Otherwise, it was perplexing why, upon her demise, Feng Goen seemed unscathed. It appeared that the early departure of a character like Xia Yingying was indeed beneficial for everyone involved. Take Ma Hua, for instance, who married a man from the neighboring village. It is said that her marriage turned out well, yet in Su Nan Qiao's recollections, there was no record of Ma Hua's fate. One could easily surmise that those who opposed the heroine seldom met with favorable endings. The individual most profoundly affected by Xia Yingying's influence was undoubtedly Cheng Monsong. Ever since her death, he had languished in despair, showing no desire to remarry and fixating solely on the departed Xia Yingying. The deceased seemed to embody an unattainable perfection. Xia Yingying had become the ethereal ideal in Cheng Monsong's heart. Even if he were to seek another, he would only desire a woman as flawless as her. Without delving into how Xia Yingying was romanticized in Cheng Monsong's memories, one must question his audacity. What makes him believe he could attract such an exquisite partner? If a woman of such perfection truly existed, what would compel her to choose him? For his advanced age? His lack of personal hygiene? His inebriated state, perpetually intoxicated? Or perhaps the fact that while engaging in intimacy, he still murmurs Xia Yingying's name? In the village, Nan Qiao occasionally encountered the despondent Cheng Monsong, who had become a mere shadow of himself. It was evident that the heroine had wrought considerable havoc. As for Feng Goen, his affairs faded into obscurity, and no news of impending marriage surfaced. It remained unclear whether he had come to terms with his fate or if even widows had turned away from him. In any case, he continued to lead a solitary existence. Among the educated youth, only Li Shuqin remained unmarried, entirely devoid of any intention to wed, relying solely on her own efforts. Nan Qiao was uncertain whether Feng Goen would develop feelings for Li Shuqin. Even if he did, it would be futile, as Li Shuqin was not someone easily swayed. The much-anticipated year of 1977 had finally arrived, bearing little distinction from previous years. Were it not for Nan Qiao's persistent encouragement, Wang Zhiqiu and others might have contemplated giving up. After years of study, there seemed to be no indication of the resumption of the college entrance examination. Was Su Nanjiao's prediction truly accurate? Sun Mingxie remained inclined to trust Su, while Wang Zhiqiu chose to believe in her partner. As for Zhou, what could she do but join in the study? In Nan Qiao's words, once knowledge was acquired, it belonged to oneself and would never betray. Thus, learning more was beneficial. At the youth commune, the pursuit of education had been entirely forsaken. Daily labor and basic needs consumed their energies, leaving little room for additional study. One could say Gu Su was the protagonist. Earlier in the year, he had received whispers of information and had stealthily sought out Nan Qiao. Initially intending to do a favor, he was taken aback by Su Nanjiao's composed demeanor and unwavering gaze. You knew? It was merely a conjecture. Gu Su couldn't help but chuckle wryly. You concealed it quite well. Not really. Without concrete news, everything is speculative. And no one would believe it even if I spoke of it. Then you. Gu Su pondered a pivotal question. Have you all begun reviewing already? Yes. We have nearly completed our revision, reinforcing our knowledge in preparation for the resumption of the college entrance examination. We are confident that we will all gain admission to universities in the capital. Gu Su covered his face, his tone tinged with lament. That kid Mingjia hasn't uttered a word to me. Is this your idea? Indeed, I advised him against speaking of it publicly. Come on. Given our relationship, even if you told me, what could possibly change? We started reviewing quite some time ago. If I had informed you back then, would you have believed me unconditionally like Sun Mingjia? This remark rendered Gu Su silent. At that time, he could not even entertain the notion of belief. Even if he had, he lacked the energy to study, as he needed to earn a living and care for his grandparents. Considering you've taken the initiative to inform me, I cannot remain ungrateful. You may take our study materials and notes. Gu Su was taken aback. You no longer need them? Not anymore. We have grasped what is necessary. If needed, I can create some exercises for them. You, however, require these resources more than we do. All right. I shall not be polite then. I will remember this favor. Such formalities are unnecessary. Focus on your studies. You may bring your wife along, but keep it discreet. Understood. I am aware of how to handle this. Gu Su and Lu Su shared a room. and outsiders would not casually enter, lest they witness something inappropriate. The items prepared by Nan Qiao were discreetly taken back by Gu Su. During the moments when he organized these teaching materials and resources, ensuring the absence of others at the youth station, he felt a sense of relief. Grateful that Lu Su had not fallen pregnant. Had she been expecting at this critical juncture, it would not only have affected her, but would have also thwarted his aspirations for the college entrance examination. He could not possibly abandon his wife in such circumstances. Thus, Gu Su and Lu Su embarked on their clandestine study routine, skillfully concealing their endeavors from the outside world. Once the door was shut, no one could perceive the activities of the couple within. When the announcement regarding the reinstatement of the college entrance examination was made, a fervent uproar erupted among the youth across the nation. Teaching materials transformed into coveted treasures, with many villages struggling to assemble even a single complete set. The situation in Hehe village mirrored this plight, as the youths scoured the bookstores in the county and rummaged through recycling stations, yet they could not unearth anything of value. Gu Su relied on the teaching materials of Nan Qiao. Without the latter's consent, he could not reveal them. Moreover, his own shadowy thoughts played a role in his decision to withhold the materials, as doing so diminished the number of competitors he faced. Nan Qiao would no longer be so excessively benevolent. The fate of those educated youth and their chances of gaining admission to university had no bearing on him. Nan Qiao's daily routine revolves around caring for his children and honing his culinary skills. His innate talent is truly remarkable. He has mastered the family recipes of the Wang lineage to perfection. Since embarking on his culinary journey over the years, Nan Qiao's cooking has become as proficient as that of his father-in-law. What he now lacks is exposure. The sole path to enhancing his culinary artistry lies in traveling extensively and savoring the distinctive delicacies from various regions, discerning their nuances, and endeavoring to transform these dishes into his own creations. This indeed constitutes a lifetime's work. Meanwhile, in the Wang household in the capital, Old Man Wan is assisting in the culinary circles to locate some nearly lost recipes, a task Nan Qiao had entrusted him with. Securing them would be ideal. Yet he remains unattached to the outcome, allowing fate to take its course. Wang Zhiqiu penned a letter home, informing them of his intention to participate in the college entrance examination. Thus, on the eve of the exam, Zhang Yonglan visited Xia village once more. The three children were entrusted to her care, enabling Nan Qiao and his companions to focus on their exam preparations. After the examination, reactions were mixed, with some rejoicing while others were despondent. The atmosphere at the youth commune was filled with a sense of gloom. One glance at their expressions revealed their disappointing results. Even Li Shuqin, who often proclaimed, "Who says women are inferior to men?" appeared deflated. Failing to gain university admission meant remaining in Xia village. Unable to return to the city. Previously confident, Li Shuqin was profoundly disheartened this time, as she found the exam content completely beyond her grasp. Dismissing notions of this year's setback, next year's battle, she felt that such an opportunity might elude her, with the exams only becoming more challenging and her knowledge proving insufficient. This setback caused the resolve that Li Shuqin had been sustaining to falter, leading her to succumb to illness, leaving her with a sense of despair. It was during this vulnerable moment that Feng Goen seized the opportunity. It remains unclear how he managed it, but he successfully won over Li Shuqin. The two hastily married, seemingly intent on putting down roots in Xia village. It was a pragmatic decision. Neither could rely on the college entrance examination to return to the city. Beyond living here, what other options remained? Nan Qiao never anticipated that. Prior to receiving her admission letter, she would first receive the wedding invitation from Feng Goen and Li Shuqin. Such are the whims of fate. Shortly after the wedding, a cascade of admission letters began to arrive. The village chief and the party secretary of Xia village proved to be somewhat humane, refraining from any unscrupulous actions regarding this matter, and certainly daring not to impersonate anyone. Among the educated youth in Xia village, 6 individuals gained admission to university, with Nan Qiao and 3 others, including Gu Su and Lu Su, being part of this fortunate group. It was no surprise, as Gu Su was the male lead, while Lu Su, the significant female supporting character, might have even enjoyed the privileges of the female lead following the demise of Xia Yingying. It was only at this moment that the other educated youth began to realize that she was indeed different from them. Even Feng Goen and Li Shuqin harbored some resentment, wondering if they had to study in such a clandestine manner. The grievances of these individuals were of little concern to Nan Qiao and her companions, having left Xia village. They likely would never cross paths again, rendering it inconsequential. Upon receiving their admission letters, both families prepared to depart from Xia village. The village secretary and the chief were deeply reluctant to see Nan Qiao leave, lamenting the departure of such a wonderful person. During her years in Xiaohe village, Nan Qiao had often clandestinely bestowed gifts upon the village secretary and the chief, and to speak of it, the filtered cigarettes alone had brought them immense pleasure. In a spirit of reciprocity, as Nan Qiao departed, the village secretary and the chief presented her with a generous array of local specialties, which, while trivial to the locals, would be considered quite rare in the capital. Because of these gifts, Nan Qiao found herself making another trip to the post office to send them back to the capital. For managing them alone while accompanied by her wife and 2 children would indeed be overwhelming. In contrast to Nan Qiao, Sun Mingjie had maintained a harmonious relationship with his family. Therefore, before the semester commenced, he needed to take Zhou Li and Sun Qidi back to his hometown before heading to the capital. On the train, the group gathered to discuss their plans. When you come to the capital, I estimate we will rent a small courtyard near Capital University. Brother, you haven't even rented a courtyard yet. Where will I find you then? No worries, I will provide you with the address of the Qiao family. You can inquire with the Wang family, as they will surely know my location. All right then, when we arrive, we will visit sister-in-law's house to find you. Will you leave the children back home during this trip? I haven't decided yet. If I attend classes, it would indeed be inconvenient to bring the children along. Yet I am reluctant to leave them behind in my hometown. Sun Mingjie sighed at this thought. Brother, what do you intend to do? On weekdays, I can leave the children with the Wang family and pick them up on weekends. Can Aunt Jiang manage? After pondering, Sun Mingjie inquired. I seem to recall sister-in-law mentioning that her eldest brother also has 2 children. Yes, having more children makes it easier to manage. The older ones can look after the younger ones, and the adults merely need to prepare additional meals for the children. With this realization, Sun Mingjie had a sudden inspiration and turned to Nan Qiao. Brother, what do you think about leaving the children with the Wang family? I will provide extra living expenses. I have no objections. You should consult your sister-in-law. Sun Mingjie cast a pitiful glance at Wang Qiao, who chuckled while covering her mouth. All right, send them over. It won't be a burden. Sun Mingjie rejoiced. Thank you, sister-in-law. Zhou Li, standing beside her husband, finally interjected. Sister-in-law, shouldn't you discuss this with Aunt Jiang? No need. Wang Qiao shook her head and replied. Before my mother left, she mentioned it. She had already considered this. After the college entrance examination, Jiang Yonglan returned to the capital first and, upon her departure, had spoken about the Sun Mingjie family, noting that after so many years of living together, the sudden separation would be quite disconcerting. The idea of sending the children to the Wang family had originated from Jiang Yonglan herself. She welcomed the opportunity for more lively company. Sun Mingjie understood that he could not expect the Wang family to care for his children for free. He would need to provide living expenses and maintain the customary courtesies, ensuring that the Wang family did not incur any losses. In essence, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. With the issue of the children settled, only the matter of renting a house remained. Should they find a suitable residence? It would be ideal for both families to live together. Otherwise, they would have to reside separately, though not too far apart. Sun Mingjie and his wife successfully gained admission to the Foreign Language Institute, while Nan Qiao and Wang Qiao enrolled in the Chinese department. As she had no particular field of study in mind and thus chose to follow her husband, Sun Mingjie struggled to comprehend Nan Qiao's decision, pondering why such an intelligent individual like his brother did not pursue a scientific discipline. What can Nan Qiao say? If it weren't for his innate inclinations, he had originally contemplated pursuing a career in medicine. However, in this world, such opportunities are scarce. Studying medicine is a lifelong commitment that would significantly hinder his culinary pursuits. He worries that in the end, he may not excel in either medicine or cooking, resulting in a regrettable situation. 2 days later, the train arrived in the capital, and Nan Qiao's family disembarked first, while Sun Mingjie and his wife continued their journey back to their hometown with their child. Outside the train station, the Wang family, who had already received word of their arrival, came to greet them. Jiang Yonglan, accompanied by her elder brother Wang Jiefeng and younger sister Wang Mingxue, was present, while the third brother, Wang Guoqiang, remained in the countryside. Nan Qiao and her mother-in-law shared a close familiarity, while her brother-in-law and sister-in-law were meeting for the first time. However, with Jiang Yonglan's return to assist in promoting their connection, their encounter felt surprisingly comfortable. The 2 little ones were particularly adept at mingling. Wang Qiming cheerfully called out uncle and aunt in an endearing manner, a hallmark of childhood in northeast China. Su Mingwei clung affectionately to Wang Mingxue's neck, her sweet voice melting hearts. Although Wang Mingxue's health was not robust, She was certainly capable of lifting a small girl. Since Wang Zhiqiao and Wang Guoqiang had moved to the countryside, the family home had become somewhat crowded with the arrival of Wang Jiefeng's new child, leading to the repurposing of 2 rooms. Now that Wang Zhiqiao had returned, the Wang family promptly tidied up the accommodations. Wang Zhiqiao's room was shared with Nan Qiao, while Wang Guoqiang's room was allocated to the 4 children. Wang Jiefeng's family included 2 more, the eldest daughter Wang Yingchun and the second son Wang Qiliang. The Wang household was slightly better off than average, possessing a small, private courtyard that, while not expansive, offered a sense of seclusion, inaccessible to outsiders. Should the need arise for more living space, they could easily add another room. Wang Guoqiang was unlikely to return soon, and Jiang Yonglan suggested that her daughter and son-in-law make the Wang residence their permanent home. However, Wang Zhiqiao politely declined, as they had resolved to find their own place, intending to purchase a courtyard house whenever the opportunity arose. In this era, a married woman was akin to spilled water. There was little chance of bringing her entire family back to her parental home. Even if her family were amenable, her husband would likely face ridicule. While a temporary stay was acceptable until they found a suitable house, a prolonged residence was not feasible. The large group first visited the post office to collect their packages before making their way back to the Wang home, drawing the attention of neighboring residents. Jiang Yonglan enthusiastically conversed with the neighbors, while Wang Zhiqiao exchanged greetings with familiar faces, all of whom had watched her grow up. Nan Qiao imitated others. It mattered not that he was unfamiliar, for a smile sufficed as he called out alongside his wife. The Wang family, particularly Old Man Wang, had long prepared a sumptuous feast, ostensibly a welcoming banquet, yet the ingredients lay untouched, awaiting culinary creation. This gathering served not only as a reception but also as a test of prowess. Old Man Wang was eager to evaluate his son-in-law's culinary skills, having taken the Wang family recipes for quite some time, curious to see if any knowledge had been gleaned. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Nan Qiao busily prepared the meal, Wang Laodai observed quietly, nodding in approval. He couldn't help but acknowledge that his son-in-law's culinary skills were now on par with his own. Soon, he would take his son-in-law to showcase his talents among their peers, eliciting envy from those old-timers. Not only is my son-in-law an exceptional cook, but he is also a student at a prestigious university in the capital. Furthermore, he has blessed our family with a grandson bearing the Wang surname. Who among you can boast of a son-in-law that compares to mine? Nan Qiao took to the kitchen herself, preparing a lavish feast that instantly won the hearts of the Wang family. In their eyes, culinary skill is held in the highest regard. While Wang Jiefeng may not have a particular interest in cooking, it does not imply a lack of appreciation for good food. Indeed, he married a wife who relishes dining. Wang Qiao, a true scion of the elite, hailing from a prestigious household, is also notably beautiful. Her decision to wed the unremarkable Wang Jiefeng was largely motivated by the allure of the Wang family's culinary offerings. Many suitors from esteemed families who once pursued Wang Qiao were left bewildered. Was this truly a method of courtship? Was it a paternal assist? Wang Qiao remained unconcerned about her husband's culinary prowess, as long as her father-in-law's skills were commendable. Her greatest worry was the eventuality of her father-in-law's passing and the potential loss of delectable meals. Fortunately, this concern is now alleviated, if need be. She can always dine at her sister-in-law's home. Wang Zhiqiao found himself both amused and exasperated by this peculiar sister-in-law. He had previously met her during his brother's courtship, finding her to be a delightful person, carefree and untroubled, her sole preoccupation being food. Her most defining trait was her generosity towards those she cherished. When her sister-in-law returned home, Wang Qiao not only welcomed her with open arms, but also showered Wang Qiming and Su Mingwei with gifts. The children mirrored this amiable disposition. As the eldest sister, Wang Yingchun took special care of the younger ones, while Wang Yingyang eagerly shared his toys, inviting his cousins to join and play. In essence, the Wang family embodies sincerity, and their familial atmosphere is exceptionally pleasant, providing Nan Qiao with a profound sense of comfort. In stark contrast, the Su family had severed all ties for years. There had been no communication, leaving the Su family entirely unaware of his university admission, even oblivious to whether he was alive or dead. Wang Laodad and his mother-in-law did not impose their elder status to demand familial recognition from their son-in-law. Such a biological father was better left unacknowledged. He had secured work meant for the children of his ex-wife, relegating them to rural hardships while favoring the offspring of his new wife, actions unbecoming of a true father. Upon learning of Nan Qiao's plight, the Wang family refrained from mentioning the Su family, both elders feeling immense sympathy for the child who had encountered such a neglectful father. Henceforth, they embraced the role of Nan Qiao's parents. Consequently, Nan Qiao's days spent with the Wang family were filled with joy. He attended several gatherings within his father-in-law's culinary circle, gaining acceptance into this community through his father-in-law's introductions. Wang Deji and Wang Desa were occupied with their respective jobs, while Jiang Yonlan remained at home to care for the children, and Wang Jiqiao ventured out to handle housing matters. Wang Mingxue had also gained admission to university, but was now in the south, preparing for the upcoming semester. The sisters, having rare opportunities to meet, were saddened by their impending separation. Wang Jiqiao felt a pang of worry for his younger sister's health, but Wang Mingxue reassured him, "Sister, do not fret. I will take care of myself. Your health has always been fragile. Why travel so far for university?" He pondered. "I simply wish to grow up," she replied. "I do not want to be tethered to our parents forever. I must venture out to forge my own path." Observing his younger sister, Wang Jiqiao was reminded of son Mingjie, who once harbored similar aspirations. However, as a girl, Wang Mingxue faced greater risks compared to her male counterparts. The Wang family possessed an unremarkable appearance, much like Wang Mingxue, who, at first glance, appeared to be an ordinary individual. In contrast to Wang Jiqiao, his younger sister exhibited a slightly more vivacious personality. To put it succinctly, Wang Mingxue lacked the striking qualities that might attract nefarious intentions. Yet, to human traffickers, a female university student could fetch a high price if sold to remote, impoverished villages. Once Nan Qiao settled in, Wang Jiqiao insisted that his husband draft a safety manual, outlining all conceivable dangers for his younger sister's benefit. Why entrust this task to Nan Qiao? No one possessed a more imaginative mind, being a soul from a future era, familiar with myriad schemes. Moreover, Nan Qiao's innate disposition involved a profound wariness of strangers, instinctively perceiving the worst in all individuals. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Nan Qiao. All right, since my wife has requested it, I shall proceed to write. Meticulously documented every conceivable precaution, categorizing them into distinct sections: travel, sustenance, social interactions, and finances. The compendium was exhaustive, omitting only elements anachronistic to the era, encompassing both the prudent and the seemingly trivial. For instance, she detailed contemporary self-preservation techniques, such as, if accosted and falsely accused of elopement, create a disturbance by damaging surrounding property, thus dissuading the captors from abducting you due to the repercussions. She posed hypothetical scenarios. What recourse is available when confronted with peril? The prescribed response, rather than a futile cry for help, vociferously proclaimed fire, to galvanize the attention of those nearby. Addressing unsolicited advances, she advised, abroad, one's identity is self-fashioned. Subtly allude to a distinguished lineage, be it in politics, the military, or law enforcement. The authorities are more inclined to investigate the disappearance of a scion of influence than that of a commoner. Traffickers are wary of targeting individuals with connections, lest they incur widespread retribution. In the section on sustenance, Nan Qiao emphasized the paramount importance of maintaining constant vigilance over one's victuals. Never consume anything that has been out of your sight. If traveling by train, personally procure water, retaining possession of the vessel. Should the vessel be inadvertently misplaced, its contents are no longer potable. Refrain from accepting comestibles from strangers, regardless of their apparent benevolence. While accepting the gesture is permissible, the offering should be discreetly discarded. The discourse on social interactions underscored the insidious nature of toxic friendships. Beware of assuming that outward affection equates to genuine benevolence. Numerous women have been betrayed by those they trusted implicitly. Shun those consumed by vanity, particularly if their circumstances do not justify it. When their aspirations remain unfulfilled, they may resort to nefarious schemes. Avoid unfamiliar locales, regardless of the entreaties of such companions. While you may lend an ear to their grievances, abstain from offering counsel or taking sides in their romantic entanglements. These myriad cautionary tales, reminiscent of contemporary cautionary narratives, left Wang Mingxue reeling. The compilation instilled in her a profound sense of unease, prompting her to question the prudence of forging new acquaintances in her collegiate environment. The financial section delved into the realm of scams, interpersonal transactions, loans, and guarantees. Essentially, it exhorted Wang Mingxue to remain steadfast, for those ensnared are invariably driven by avarice. Windfalls are illusory, and even if they were to materialize, they would not befall the average individual. Before accepting any act of kindness, contemplate the underlying motive and whether you are deserving of it. Regardless of the depth of friendship, learn to decline requests. In matters of lending, maintain reciprocity. A repaid debt facilitates future transactions. However, should repayment falter, consider the initial sum as the price of severing the bond. Under no circumstances should you act as a guarantor. Affix your signature indiscriminately or become embroiled in the legal disputes of others. Wang Mingxue, engrossed in the safety manual, felt overwhelmed. Prior to encountering its contents, she had been oblivious to the perils lurking in the world. Now, she yearned to retreat into the sanctuary of her bed, paralyzed by trepidation. However, isolation was not an option. Wang Mingxue resolved to share the manual with her cherished confidant, who was matriculating at a university in Shanghai. Her friend, upon perusing the manual, was astounded. "Are you certain your brother-in-law is merely a chef? How else could he have amassed such insights? Even seasoned criminals might not possess such a comprehensive understanding." Wang Mingxue beamed with pride. "What did you expect? My sister has impeccable taste in men." Her friend rolled her eyes playfully, snatching the manual. "I'm going to transcribe this. Don't rush off. Join us for lunch." "Agreed. But make haste." Duly noted. Nan Qiao never anticipated that the safety manual, originating from the close friend of Wang Mingxue, would begin to disseminate outward, capturing the attention of an increasing number of young women. It was not merely the young women. Even numerous young men regarded it as a treasure, as the manual contained matters that they too might encounter. The act of copying the safety manual had become a recent trend in the capital, with everyone engaged in the endeavor. More individuals, upon hearing of its renown, found themselves unable to obtain a copy. Ultimately, even the local police station was stirred. Upon reviewing the contents of the manual, the station chief promptly escalated the matter to higher authorities, ensuring that prominent leaders would take notice and facilitate its mass printing and distribution. The identity of the manual's author was soon uncovered by the station chief, who discreetly monitored Nan Qiao for several days to ascertain that she was not a spy. One could not help but wonder why an ordinary individual would possess such profound insights. After confirming that Su posed no threat, the chief and his superiors approached her to discuss the issue of publishing rights. With a generous wave of her hand, Nan Qiao replied, "Feel free to use it. Consider it my contribution to society. There is no need for any publishing fees. Should it be sold in the future, I would prefer that the proceeds be donated directly to the police department." The chief and his leaders were deeply moved, praising her as a commendable citizen. During a time when public safety was somewhat precarious, the higher-ups were troubled. Yet with the introduction of the safety manual, anyone who read its contents would surely take precautions. When questioned about the source of her ideas, Nan Qiao explained that she simply had a penchant for daydreaming. The station chief then requested if she could delve deeper into her musings to create a brochure aimed at identifying spies, thereby aiding the public in recognizing suspicious individuals. To this, Nan Qiao could only smile wryly and shake her head. "It's not that I don't wish to help. I simply cannot conceive of it. Aren't spies typically trained professionals? I lack the relevant experience and am at a loss as to how to proceed." The chief lamented, "Indeed, that is quite unfortunate. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In later years." Nan Qiao had encountered numerous novels and films related to the subject, gaining a certain level of understanding. However, would he dare to write about it? Certainly not. It was evident that the other party was deliberately setting a trap for him. Nan Qiao never anticipated that the matter regarding the safety manual would escalate to such proportions. Had he foreseen this, he would have resolutely refrained from writing so extensively. Wang Zhiqiu secured a rental property, a quaint little courtyard sufficient to accommodate 2 families, conveniently located near Capital University. To facilitate their studies, Nan Qiao procured a bicycle ticket and purchased 2 bicycles. The other ticket was a reward bestowed upon him by the local police station. The exact amount of the reward remains a mystery to outsiders, merely a matter of speculation. 1 bicycle was allocated to Sun Mingjie, making it considerably easier for the 4 of them to attend classes, as they could ride together with their wives. The rented courtyard was tidied up before the commencement of the semester, and Sun Mingjie and his wife brought their child along. The 4 of them busily filled the space with their belongings, while the child was left in the care of the Wang family. The Wang family, generous and unassuming, did not dwell on such trivialities. However, Sun Mingjie felt the need to show his gratitude. After all, he was not short on funds and frequently brought gifts to the Wang family. Though technically an outsider, he interacted with them as if they were kin. If one were to inquire why Sun Mingjie was financially secure, it would be evident that he had resumed his dealings in the black market, employing the same strategy. Nan Qiao provided the goods, and Sun Mingjie was responsible for their sale in the black market, all under the protection of a formidable patron. The Gu family had been rehabilitated, and the elder Gu and his wife, having benefited from Nan Qiao's care over the years, were unlikely to remain indifferent. The Gu family stood as Nan Qiao's most powerful ally. Nan Qiao is not an unreasonable person. She directly binds Gu Su to the chariot of benefits. Although she refrains from excessive interaction with the male protagonist, Sun Mingjie remains present. Initially reluctant, Gu Su succumbs to the allure of the abundant offerings from Nan Qiao. Desiring a prosperous life for his wife, with little pressing concern, he allows the situation to unfold. Seizing the opportunity while resources are still relatively scarce, Nan Qiao begins to amass years' worth of grain, vegetables, meats, and high-quality tobacco leaves. With Gu Su's involvement, the tobacco leaves become monopolized by the upper echelons. As long as there is a supply, they are purchased without hesitation, undeterred by the prospect of scrutiny. Naturally, there are matters where Gu Su, as a member of the Gu family, cannot make an appearance, so Sun Mingjie steps in as the proxy. The triad of mastermind, agent, and protectorate solidifies into a stable arrangement. Once the sale of properties is sanctioned, Nan Qiao commences the acquisition of courtyard houses and commercial spaces, with Sun Mingjie eagerly following suit. Sun Mingjie possesses unwavering trust in Su Gu. Whatever Su Gu does, he believes, is undoubtedly justified, requiring no contemplation on his part, merely to follow Su Ji's lead. After the era of reform and opening up, Nan Qiao establishes a company, with Sun Mingjie as its legal representative. Their names appear only in the private shareholding agreement. At this juncture, they have just graduated from university. With the assistance of the Gu family, Zhou Li secures a position in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a junior clerk, her future now resting in her own hands. Lu Su finds herself in the Ministry of Commerce, while Gu Su is assigned to a governmental agency, embarking on a political career. Wang Zhiqiao, lacking ambition, is allocated a tranquil role as an administrator at the city library. Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie both declined the jobs assigned by the school and plunged directly into the business realm. The two embarked on a venture to transport goods from the south to the north, and during this period, as long as one wasn't completely blind to opportunities, they could easily profit from the trade of various materials. Along their journey, they encountered numerous dangers, primarily due to the poor security in the southern regions. In contrast, Wang Mingxue thrived in Guangzhou, where, armed with a safety manual, she skillfully evaded several threats and gradually established her presence in the local scene. After graduating from university, Wang Mingxue was assigned to a government position in a local department and even began a relationship with a local partner, suggesting that she would likely settle here for life. Having lived in this place for 4 years, Wang Mingxue became remarkably familiar with the area, and with her support, Nan Qiao and Sun Mingjie avoided many detours. The company's registration was also established here. Being in a special economic zone, it offered favorable policies and protections, making it far more advantageous than registering a company in the capital, especially considering the lower labor costs in this region. Nan Qiao chose the fashion industry, a field with which he was relatively familiar, despite having never studied fashion design. He had encountered numerous exquisite garments in his past life and could even render them artistically. This was more than sufficient. He proceeded to register a company, establish a brand, and acquire a garment factory for production. While policies in other regions lagged in openness, this locality offered the necessary latitude. In terms of product positioning, Nan Qiao devised 2 distinct routes, one catering to the general populace and the other targeting high-end brands. Anticipating the influx of foreign luxury goods into the Chinese market, he orchestrated an opulent promotional campaign. The brand began to penetrate shopping malls, with high-end labels even establishing flagship stores in the capital and Shanghai. One cannot help but acknowledge that Sun Mingjie possesses a certain acumen. Although he was not inclined toward academic pursuits, he demonstrated a keen business sense. After being compelled to study various aspects of management, his entrepreneurial instincts were awakened. Nan Qiao completely relinquished control, entrusting the entire company to Sun Mingjie for management. He only occasionally took charge of garment design, spending most of his time in his own restaurant. Indeed, Nan Qiao opened a private dining establishment on Chang'an Street, not with the intention of making a profit, but to refine his culinary skills. With ample financial resources, he gained access to the homes of numerous renowned chefs, investing substantial sums to acquire their unique culinary legacies, some dishes of which he had never even heard of in later years. This was the essence of a true imperial banquet. Beyond culinary arts, he also delved into the realm of royal secret recipes for pastries, with the most valuable being medicinal cuisine. In pursuit of understanding the principles behind medicinal dishes, Nan Qiao immersed himself once more in the study of traditional Chinese medicinal ingredients, not necessarily seeking to have it incorporated into any system, but at the very least, to establish a connection with his culinary endeavors. The affairs of Nan Qiao further provoked the three children at home. Sun Shidi also took up residence in Nan Qiao's new abode, officially acknowledging his role as a godson of sorts, thus becoming a quasi-son to Su Nan Qiao. Zhou Li was occupied with her duties at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, leaving her little time for the children. Sun Mingjie felt more at ease entrusting his son to Su Gu than allowing Zhou Li to care for him. There were also other matters at play. The adage that wealth corrupts holds true for Sun Mingjie as well. While Zhou Li bore the title of wife, he maintained several extramarital affairs. Nan Qiao had previously discussed this with Sun Mingjie, emphasizing that physical indulgence was permissible, but emotional entanglements were not. He forbade the possibility of children or divorce. Zhou Li was aware of the situation, yet chose to feign ignorance. She was quite content with her current life. Sun Mingjie earned, and she spent. It was a splendid arrangement, and if matters were to escalate, their good fortune would vanish. One could say that Zhou Li is remarkably pragmatic and clear-minded. Nan Qiao held little interest in these matters. They were merely women to him, and he had seen plenty before. His aspirations soared towards the stars and the vast oceans, not confined to trivialities. In contrast to women, Nan Qiao was far more invested in honing his culinary skills. Wang Laosan had returned as well. With the homecoming policy in effect, many unsuccessful college applicants were flooding back to the city, becoming a nuisance. The job market was saturated, leaving these individuals idle, with the better among them seeking to earn a meager living, while the less fortunate resorted to petty theft. Not everyone possessed the courage to venture into business. Many preferred a life of subsistence, too fearful to take risks. Wang Zhiqiu found himself exasperated with his younger brother, who lacked any inclination to think critically. Were it not for familial pressure, he would have preferred to remain in the countryside, believing rural life to be superior. The Wang family was certainly displeased, suspecting Wang Laosan of having a romantic interest in the countryside. Jiang Yonglan had even stated that if he had a partner, he should bring her home, as she had no qualms about a daughter-in-law from the countryside. In truth, there was nothing of the sort. It would be more accurate to say Wang Laosan was oblivious, while the locals speculated otherwise. During his time in the countryside, he had shown kindness to a widow who was struggling, having been cast out by her in-laws along with her daughter. As a good Samaritan, Wang Laosan couldn't bear to see her plight, offering assistance from time to time, which led to whispers in the village regarding his relationship with the widow. However, there was nothing romantic. The widow was 10 years his senior, and their bond resembled that of siblings more than lovers. As time passed, this sibling-like relationship transformed, not due to any entanglement between Wang Laosan and the widow, but rather involving her daughter. At that time, Wang Laosan was still young, while the girl, merely 8, had hoped he might become her stepfather, only to be disappointed. As she matured, her gratitude began to shift, and realizing her mother had no affair with Uncle Wang, she felt free to pursue her own desires. Shortly after Wang Laosan returned to the city, the girl arrived in the capital, confronting him with an ultimatum: marry her, or she would find another man. Faced with her stubbornness, Wang Laosan felt a pang of distress. Having watched her grow up, he couldn't bear the thought of her marrying carelessly, fearing she might end up with an unsuitable family. The girl was relentless, and Wang Laosan, unable to withstand her determination, eventually yielded. Later, Nan Qiao reflected on the situation, noting that reality often surpassed fiction in its unpredictability. Who would have imagined that aiding a widow would lead to marrying her daughter? With his understanding of human nature, Nan Qiao suspected the widow might not have been entirely indifferent to Wang Laosan. She simply encountered a blockhead with whom she could do nothing. Had the widow possessed her daughter's assertiveness, she might have captured Wang Laosan's heart long ago. Jiang Yonglan was indifferent, as long as her son was willing to marry. She cared little about the identity of his bride. Wang Laosan was not inclined towards intellectually demanding work, so Nan Qiao arranged for him to serve as the head of security at Sun Mingjie's company. The company was headquartered in Guang City. Allowing Wang Laosan to settle there with the girl, where they could support each other, ensuring her maternal family was not entirely absent. Wang Dage was doing well. Having become a mechanical engineer, and with the support of the Yu family, no one dared to undermine his achievements. The couple's lives were not extravagantly wealthy, but were remarkably stable. Their eldest daughter, Wang Yingchun, was a diligent scholar. When asked about her aspirations, she unequivocally replied, "A scientist." In that era, if you asked 100 children about their future ambitions, at least half would respond with the desire to become scientists, while the remainder would either wish to join the military or become police officers. Others might have been merely speaking whimsically, but Wang Yingchun was earnest in her ambition. In stark contrast, her brother Wang Qiao despised studying and seemed to have inherited none of the family's academic inclinations, which had likely been wholly claimed by his sister. Wang Jiefeng, uninterested in culinary arts, was taken aback to find that the interest had skipped a generation. Wang Qiao was quite keen on cooking, ensuring the Wang legacy would continue. Wang Laopao had no regrets about passing the family recipes to his son-in-law, and under Nan Qiao's guidance, the family cuisine flourished. With the recipe collection now impressively thick, Wang Qiao expressed a desire to learn, and in the future, whatever Nan Qiao knew could be imparted to him. Conversely, Wang Qiming, who also bore the Wang surname, had little interest in culinary pursuits. His passion lay in painting, having been inspired by watching his father create comic strips since childhood. Nan Qiao found herself at a loss for words. Was her soul's transmigration truly capable of influencing the genetic lineage of her original self? Nan Qiao, her adopted son, Sun Qidi, harbored his own aspirations. He wished to pursue a career in business, evidently inheriting the entrepreneurial spirit of Sun Mingjie, which was quite natural. In contrast, Su Mingyue lacked any discernible goals or dreams. She was the cherished little princess of the family, raised in indulgence, content with a life of leisure, seeking nothing more than to indulge in daily pleasures. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao's endeavor was to urge Sun Mingjie. Hurry up and make some money. I still have to support my daughter. Sun Mingjie sighed. Everything about Su Gu is admirable, except for his mindless indulgence of his daughter. After all, he had never encountered such a situation before. Under the family planning policy, Sun Mingjie would only have one son in his lifetime, and he regarded Su Mingyue as his own daughter. Indeed, the little girl was quite charming and beloved by all. Gu Su, too, had a child, and, being involved in politics, could not contravene the nation's regulations. Lu Su bore him a son, which he deemed sufficient. Each family thrived, and the events of the past gradually faded with time, such as those from Xiaha village. Conversely, the deceased occasionally surfaced in memory, like Xia Yingying, who was, after all, Zhou Li's childhood friend. She was not so easily forgotten. Even if Zhou Li did not mention her, Nan Qiao had almost forgotten this female protagonist. The three families would gather from time to time, and Sun Mingjie would leave his business behind to return to the capital, reuniting at Nan Qiao's private dining establishment. This harmonious existence continued until Wang Qiming and Su Mingwei went to university, during which time Sun Mingjie's business had established itself as one of the leading enterprises nationwide. With shares and dividends, Nan Qiao and Gu Su had become affluent, assured that, as long as they steered clear of bad habits, they would not have to worry about money for the remainder of their lives. Nan Qiao decisively closed his private restaurant, as his culinary skills had reached a plateau, prompting him to seek inspiration beyond his familiar surroundings. With their child now in university, both Nan Qiao and Wang Jiqiao found themselves liberated. She promptly resigned from her position at the library to accompany her husband on a journey across the nation, in their exploration of diverse locales and culinary cultures. Both were passionate about gastronomy and became enamored with their travels. They delighted in savoring exquisite dishes, exchanging insights on the culinary arts, and attempting to recreate these meals with an eye towards enhancing their quality. This playful engagement between the couple was a perfect harmony. After graduating from university, Wang Qiming ventured to France to study painting, eventually marrying a foreign bride and settling in Europe. Su Mingwei, on the other hand, married a senior from her university days after graduation. He hailed from a prosperous family involved in international trade, marking a powerful union. Sun Qidi began familiarizing himself with the family's corporate affairs under his biological father, starting from the ground up in preparation to eventually inherit the family business. Wang Qiao reopened his uncle's private restaurant, dedicating his life to this endeavor with aspirations of transforming it into a centennial establishment. With the family legacy now in capable hands and flourishing, Wang Laolao departed this world with a smile. Merely a few years later, Jiang Yonglan followed suit. As for the Su family, Nan Qiao remained oblivious to their circumstances. Having lost contact, they likely were unaware of his newfound wealth. Otherwise, they would have been more persistent in reaching out. With their elders gone, Nan Qiao and Wang Qiao fully embraced their newfound freedom. Harboring no intention of babysitting for their daughter, they could afford to hire help. The couple once again embarked on their travels. This time not confined to their homeland, but traversing the globe in search of culinary delights. Throughout his life, Nan Qiao dedicated himself to the art of cooking, and for his children and grandchildren, his greatest contribution was sending gifts home from every destination. His grandchildren had limited opportunities to meet their grandparents, yet they received an abundance of presents. Su Mingyue was the most frequent recipient. Regardless of her age, she remained his cherished little girl. Time swiftly passed, and Wang Qiao lived a life filled with happiness. In her final moments, she clutched Nan Qiao's hand tightly. Unable to articulate her thoughts, yet he understood her sentiments. Meeting him was the finest gift from fate. Her inability to accompany him to the end was her greatest regret. Following Wang Qiao's death, Nan Qiao's health deteriorated rapidly. Not even the elixir of life could stave off the ravages of aging. 3 years later, at the age of 83, surrounded by his son, daughter, godson, their descendants, and the sorrowful weeping of his grandson, Nan Mingjie, he smiled. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao. 996. I wonder if all the unfortunate souls are named Nan Qiao? 996. Not at all. It is merely a coincidence that the original name in this world contains Nan Qiao. Nan Qiao. Are you implying that the previous world was not a mere coincidence? 996. It is simply a modest effort within my capabilities, altering the name of the original self to provide you with a deeper sense of belonging. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao. These are trivial matters. Have I acquired culinary skills from my previous world? 996. Host, please take a look for yourself. With that, 996 opened the status interface. Name, Nan Qiao, Wei Nan Qiao. Age, variable, 13 years. Acquired skills, painting, English. Culinary arts, medicinal cuisine, storage space. 1 cubic meter items held. None spiritual spring space. Level 1, activated puppetry, planting puppets. Breeding puppets talent inclination, body refinement. Wei Nan Qiao. Upon seeing that her culinary skills had indeed been recorded, Nan Qiao felt a profound sense of relief, confirming that her efforts in the previous world had not been in vain. Observing the circumstances of this world, she paid little heed to her age of 13. Instead, she fixated intently on her talent inclination, body refinement. Nanju lowered her head to examine her attire, and then surveyed her surroundings and the furnishings. Indeed, she was clad in ancient garb, with even her hair intricately styled. Nan Qiao. Is this a martial arts world? 996? 996. Not at all. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao. That cannot be right. Why does my aptitude indicate body refinement? 996 to be precise. Your body refinement should refer to the cultivation of physical strength. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Without hesitation, Nan Qiao opted for the universal version. 996. The lottery has concluded. Congratulations to the host for winning the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Nan Qiao. Oh my goodness. Is it the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill that I was thinking of? 996. You still claim you cannot martial arts. No, you even said this is not a martial arts world. 996. Host, please do not be agitated. You may first claim your reward, and then you will understand. With a skeptical attitude, Nan Qiao accepted the lottery reward. The universally applicable version of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. The relevant knowledge flooded into his mind like a sudden enlightenment. Upon careful examination, Nan Qiao realized that it was indeed different. In the world of the novel, the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill has two versions. The fantastical version genuinely allows one to cultivate the power of the dragon and elephant. The strength of one elephant is equivalent to 500 pounds. While one dragon's strength equals that of 10 elephants, culminating in a total of 13 dragons and 13 elephants upon perfection. One can only imagine the magnitude of such strength. The other variant is the martial arts version of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. In comparison, the difference is not trivial. The King of the Golden Wheel has reached the 10th level, and with the enhancement of internal energy, a single strike can yield nearly 1,000 pounds of force, which is indeed somewhat lacking. Online discussions regarding Tyson's punch power indicate an official figure of 800 pounds. Some even suggest 800 kilograms or 800 pounds. Could it be that the King of the Golden Wheel's pound is equivalent to 16 ounces? The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill that Nan Qiao acquired differs from both the mystical and martial arts versions. It is not as potent as its fantastical counterpart, but surpasses the martial arts rendition. Precisely, Nan Qiao's Dragon Elephant Prajna skill is a passive technique, falling within the realm of external practices. The entire method involves completing various movements, akin to a fusion of boxing, yoga, and gymnastics, where different actions train all parts of the body. Completing one cycle counts as one practice session. The effects of cultivating the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill are also passive. Achieving the first level grants an additional strength increase of 100 gene, and reaching the 13th level provides an extra 1300 gene. Note that this is a direct augmentation of strength, devoid of any force exertion techniques. Assuming an ordinary person's strength is 100 gene, the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill's enhancement would elevate it to 1400 gene. With professional training, combat skills, and mastery of force application, a punch could deliver much more than 1400 gene. If Nan Qiao were to learn internal energy cultivation in the future, the addition of qi would yield even more astonishing results. Even without internal force, the strength amplified by the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill alone would enable Nan Qiao to kill someone with a single punch. Thus, Nan Qiao believes his Dragon Elephant Prajna skill is superior to those in martial arts worlds, as becoming a passive augmentation, even without cultivating internal energy, is even more advantageous. However, such a significant benefit does not come easily. Regardless of the version, the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill is notoriously difficult to master. Theoretically, it requires a millennium to reach perfection. Even in the cultivation world, surviving for 1,000 years would necessitate at least the nascent soul stage. Fortunately, the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill is a system reward, a universal version, so Nan Qiao need not worry about forgetting it. He can continue to cultivate it through endless transmigrations or leverage his talent in one world to cultivate it frantically, maxing it out directly. Having experienced the previous cooking skill learning, Nan Qiao recognizes the importance of talent, where doing more with less is in constant flux. The more proficient one becomes, the higher the multiplication factor. Similar to his culinary skills, which were not particularly fast initially, but later allowed him to replicate dishes after tasting them. Martial arts follow the same principle. The more one knows, the simpler things become. The later stages could yield multipliers of 10x or even 20x. Following this logic, if Nan Qiao can live well and avoid mishaps, he might genuinely have the chance to max out the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill before he dies. Mastering the 13th level, with an additional strength increase of 1300 gene, would drastically improve his survival rate in dangerous worlds. Suffice it to say, a single punch capable of breaking all techniques would be enough. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Nan Qiao blinked, realizing that in her exuberance, she had overlooked the most crucial matter. Fortunately, there were no others around. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao swiftly grasped the narrative of this world, which is challenging to articulate. It is a fanfiction universe derived from an alternate historical costume drama. The original character, Nan Qiao, hails from the Wei family, which faced exile due to his father's involvement in the struggle for succession, resulting in their banishment to the northern border at Jinbei Pass, where the male members of the Wei family were conscripted into military service. In the television series, the male protagonist is the eldest grandson of the general stationed at Jinbei, while the female lead is Nan Qiao's younger sister, Wei Qing Luo, the youngest child of the Wei family and a concubine's daughter. In Chinese dramas, regardless of whether they revolve around dynastic struggles, romance must inevitably be woven into the narrative. A drama devoid of romance is akin to breaching a divine edict. With the Wei family's men conscripted, their fate is tragically predictable. Ultimately, most of them meet their demise, yet Nan Qiao, as the female protagonist's elder brother, miraculously survives, intact and unscathed. This encapsulates the plot of the series. However, this drama incensed a web novelist. The actress favored by the writer portrayed the fifth son of the Wei family, the legitimate second son, and thus, the writer centered her fanfiction around him. Although the drama is set in an alternate historical context, the writer refrained from elevating the world to martial or fantastical realms, maintaining its ancient framework. As the protagonist, it is only fitting that he possesses a unique advantage. The male lead, Nan Qiao, is endowed with extraordinary martial prowess and a profound understanding of all known military strategies, making him a quintessential champion. It is presumed the writer is female, as alongside dynastic rivalries, sweet romance must be intricately incorporated. After much deliberation, the female lead selected was Li Mo-yun, the legitimate daughter of the Jinbei general. Undoubtedly, both protagonists are time travelers. The male lead excels in combat while the female lead possesses exceptional business acumen, a quintessential skill for a time traveler. Utilizing her talents in soap, perfume, glass, and cement production, she emerges as a supportive partner to the male lead. With substantial financial resources, the male lead armors his forces, ultimately rising to command the Jinbei army. The plot unfolds with the royal family as tyranny prompting the protagonist to rebel, leading to a change of dynasty. The male lead ascends to become a revered emperor, while the female lead becomes an esteemed empress. Why is it suggested that this fanfiction is authored by a female writer? Because, even after the male lead becomes emperor, he engages in a lifetime of togetherness with the female lead, emphasizing a narrative of mutual fidelity. Despite his imperial status, he perceives no other woman but her. This is not to suggest that all female writers adhere to this pattern, but a significant majority value this aspect. Similarly, not all male writers create harems, yet it is rare to find a male protagonist who, having become emperor, remains devoted to a single partner. Under normal circumstances, prior to seizing control of the Jinbei army, one can only speculate the number of beautiful companions the male lead would have had, each capable of aiding him, a cold-hearted assassin, a devoted twin flower maid, a charming courtesan, and a princess who switches allegiances, among others, all of whom would warrant inclusion. The fanfiction drastically diverges from the original drama's trajectory, with the original Nan Qiao and Wei Qing Luo becoming its most immediate casualties. It remains uncertain whether the female writer, in her quest to facilitate the female lead Li Mo-yun, inserted a narrative patch that ultimately cost Nan Qiao and Wei Qing Luo their lives. In the fanfiction, the original female lead, Wei Qing Luo, possesses a jade pendant, a spatial artifact vital for the business-savvy Li Mo-yun. The female lead must embody righteousness and purity, thus how could she seize the original lead's possession? To procure the spatial pendant for Li Mo-yun under the guise of legitimacy, the writer resorted to drastic measures. Nan Qiao perishes in battle, his stepmother, unable to endure the blow, succumbs as well. Wei Qing Luo, stricken with illness, is left unattended due to the family's disarray post-exile, leading to her tragic death from fever. Ultimately, it is the male lead Nan Qiao who compassionately arranges her burial, acquiring the spatial pendant, which he later gifts to Li Mo-yun. One could argue that the writer exerted considerable effort for this pendant, while the unfortunate casualties include the stepmother, Nan Qiao, and the original female lead. In the drama, the original male lead, Li Huaili, thrives as a renowned minister, enjoying a loving life with Wei Qing Luo. Nan Qiao, exonerated from his past, reintegrates into society, securing a modest official position while caring for his stepmother in her twilight years. Now, due to a writer's personal affection for the actor portraying Nan Qiao, The fates of 3 individuals are irrevocably altered, and Nan Qiao finds himself trapped in this inescapable destiny. Sensing the incongruity of the situation, he is resolute that it should not be this way. Upon the system's communication with him, he steadfastly agrees to proceed, accepting the prospect of his soul's fragmentation. Nan Qiao recognizes that without such a choice, he would be doomed to endlessly relive this disheartening existence. For the sake of his stepmother and sister, he must comply. Thus, the arrival of Nan Qiao transpires, taking the place of the original way Nan Qiao to navigate this life, thereby evading his destined calamity. The involvement of 2 time travelers necessitated that 996 ensure Nan Qiao comprehended the entire narrative to prevent being ensnared by the other traveler. Nan Qiao, Xia Yingying is also a time traveler? Why didn't you inform me? 996, that was my oversight. Nan Qiao, is it all over with just one mistake? Is there no compensation? 996, yes, I have already provided it. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Nan Qiao. Goodness, wasn't this supposed to be a lottery? Can one manipulate a lottery as well? Have you turned the lottery into something mystical? 996, host, Nan Qiao has a request. He hopes you will take good care of his aunt and sister. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Nan Qiao. ISNT that Wei Qingluo? 996. It was discovered by Nan Qiao and gifted to her sister Wei Qingluo. The spatial jade pendant has yet to be acquired. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Nan Qiao pondered for a moment, realizing that she indeed possessed no recollection of the spatial jade pendant. Nan Qiao, is the spatial jade pendant beneficial to me? 996. It can elevate the spiritual spring space by 1 level. Nan Qiao was initially reluctant to involve himself in trivial matters, but for the sake of the spatial jade pendant, he felt compelled to acquiesce to this transaction. Breaching one's word was not in his nature. Nan Qiao is merely a tad selfish. It does not render her inhuman. Nan Qiao, very well, you inform the original self that I have consented. 996, understood. Nan Qiao has already disclosed the location to me. He is transformed into spiritual energy, and the 5 portions of the host's spiritual energy are stored with me. Nan Qiao, I should now possess 6 units of spiritual energy, correct? 996, indeed, there is a fixed consumption of 1 unit bound to the spiritual spring space. 2 units activated for the 2 puppets, leaving 1 unit remaining. Together with Nan Qiao's 5 units, the total amounts to 6. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Nan Qiao. You previously mentioned that soul power could awaken my talents. How much soul power do I need to achieve that? 996, 100 units. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Nan Qiao. What does it mean? 996. Let me provide an example. For instance, the talent innate divine strength requires the expenditure of 100 units of soul power. However, once you acquire relevant skills while traversing through different worlds, this consumption will diminish. Nan Qiao, understood. So what will happen after I master the dragon elephant prajna skill? 996. In that case, you will not awaken the innate talent of heavenly divine strength. This so-called innate strength is merely a force of 1,000 pounds, which pales in comparison to achieving perfection in the prajna dragon elephant skill. Nan Qiao, according to your reasoning, it seems that the awakened talents may not surpass the skills I acquired while traversing worlds. 996. That is not necessarily the case. This time, I compensated the host. Otherwise, you would not have been able to obtain the dragon elephant prajna skill. Without this technique, even if the host were to refine their body, it would not compare favorably to the innate talent of heavenly strength. Upon hearing this, Nan Qiao comprehended that if he had received another body-refining technique, he would only possess a strength of several hundred jin when fully mastered. Consequently, when awakening the heavenly strength, it would consume considerably less soul power. Now equipped with the prajna dragon elephant skill, if he could fully cultivate it before awakening his innate talent, he would surpass the heavenly strength talent and transition towards awakening other types of talents. As for what those talents might be, 996 refrained from elaborating, merely stating that the answers would reveal themselves in due time. This realization illuminated for Nan Qiao that each journey through a world serves as a precious opportunity for learning. Even if he could only perfect one skill in each world, it would still be a gain. He resolved to dedicate himself to mastering the dragon-elephant prajna skill in this world, determined to achieve perfection before his demise. Glancing at the time, he recognized it was time to rise. The first order of the day was to consume today's portion of 100 milliliters of spiritual spring water, prioritizing the enhancement of his physical constitution. Within the spiritual spring space, an accumulation of countless basic ingredients awaited him. In the latter part of the previous world, once various ingredients became readily available, he had stored all the produce from the spiritual spring space. Rice, flour, an assortment of vegetables, seasonings, chicken, and pork. His reserves were bountiful. The storage space remained empty, measuring 1 cubic meter, and he intended to fill it with useful items. Moreover, he needed to retrieve the jade pendant from that space. 996 had provided him with its location, buried in the garden of the Wei family. Wayne and Xiao had merely intended to dig for some earthworms to pass the time fishing in the pond, but unexpectedly unearthed the jade pendant, which he cleaned and found quite appealing, promptly gifting it to his sister. Nan Qiao glanced at the timeline, and if all proceeded as expected, tomorrow would herald an unexpected turn of events. The Wei family was first imprisoned in the dungeon for approximately half a month, after which they were sentenced to exile at the border, branded as criminals. Fortunately for the Wei family, their involvement was not deeply entangled. They were not subjected to the execution of male members or the forced conscription of female relatives into the pleasure quarters. Instead, the male members were conscripted into the military, with the possibility of redeeming their status through distinguished service. The head of the Wei household, Wei Huayan, served as the deputy minister of war. He was married to Lady Wang and had 3 concubines, with his progeny numbering an impressive 10. It must be said, the Wei family was truly prolific. They held a significant regard for the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. However, Lady Wang was not excessively harsh towards the illegitimate sons and daughters. Nevertheless, their treatment fell short of favorable, merely meeting the most basic of living necessities, starkly contrasting with the privileges afforded to the legitimate branches. Take Nan Qiao, for instance. His financial resources were scant, and his monthly stipend scarcely equaled that of the Wei family as steward. This was the second world Nan Qiao had traversed, and at merely 13 years of age, he did not harbor illusions of acquiring wealth within the Wei household. Many places were simply beyond the reach of someone of his status as a secondary son. The elderly matriarch's chamber was adorned with fine furnishings and jewelry, but he had no access. The ladies' quarters were likely no less opulent, yet he remained barred from entry there as well. The storeroom was even more inaccessible, locked tight and under the watchful eye of the household servants. What could he possibly do? Nan Qiao thoroughly dismissed the notion of coveting the possessions of the Wei family. He deemed it far more prudent to venture out and sell a portion of the produce from the spiritual spring. After all, as a mere illegitimate son of the Wei family, he would remain unrecognized by anyone upon his departure. With the impending capture of his entire family tomorrow, he felt no apprehension about being sought after. The yield from the spiritual spring was in its raw state, and Nan Qiao planned to convert the proceeds into money to purchase large buns for storage, allowing for convenient access whenever hunger struck. There was no need to worry about water sources, as the spiritual spring also contained a well from which water could be drawn. With only 1 cubic meter of storage space available, he needed to stock up on gold, silver, and medicinal herbs. Given the current temperate climate, he need not concern himself with winter clothing, as such items could easily be procured at the border. Upon reaching the frontier, the Wei family would enjoy significantly greater freedom. Although they could not leave the area, their existence would mirror that of the locals, forcing them to find their own sustenance. Wei Huayan's concubines began embroidering and sewing to earn a living, while all eligible male members of the Wei family were conscripted into the military, a fate from which there was no escape. The threshold for military service was set at the age of 15. Once a boy reached this age, he was obliged to enlist. Those who distinguished themselves through notable achievements could free themselves from their criminal status. Whether they chose to remain in the military or return to civilian life at the frontier was entirely their decision. To incentivize those with criminal backgrounds to excel in battle, the Grand General of the North specifically instituted a merit-sharing system, allowing soldiers who had cleared their names to continue accumulating accolades, which could be used to exonerate their families. Once all family members were no longer marked by criminality, further accomplishments could lead to promotions. While this system appeared advantageous, very few could attain such distinctions. As the battlefield was fraught with peril, many low-ranking soldiers perished in their quest for glory. If it were solely Nan Qiao's fate at stake, he would hardly mind the prospect of exile, as he had already resolved to seize any opportunity to escape. With the spiritual spring at his disposal, he could survive anywhere. However, circumstances had changed. Having promised Wei Nan Qiao to care for his aunt and sister, he now felt compelled to accompany the Wei family. Matters pertaining to their life at the frontier could be addressed later. At worst, he could rely on his culinary skills to secure a place among the kitchen staff. A relatively safe position. He would wait until his mastery of the Longxiang body technique reached a sufficient level before engaging in battle to clear his family's name. Fortunately, the oppressive weight looming overhead soon dissipated. The matriarch of the Wei family, Wei Huayan's mother, had perished in the prison before the verdict was delivered. Wei Huayan fell ill during his exile and succumbed shortly after arriving at the border. With the men deceased, the Lady Wang, naturally, no longer wished to keep the concubines and illegitimate children around as they became a source of annoyance. Thus, she opted for a division of the family. In Nan Qiao's generation, the Wei family was divided into 4 branches. The legitimate line comprised the largest number, with 4 peers, while the other 3 concubines each had 2 children. This division was also why Wei Qingluo's death went unnoticed. They no longer resided together. And after the demise of the one matriarch, no one cared for the existence of an illegitimate daughter. For Nan Qiao, the division was a blessing, as it meant he would have authority over his own household. Once he distinguished himself and cleared his name, his only responsibility would be to care for his aunt and sister. However, the division did not equate to a severance of familial ties, nominally. Lady Wang remained his legitimate mother, deserving of respect, and gifts during festivals could not be neglected. Once Lady Wang passed away, Nan Qiao's family would no longer be connected to the legitimate line, at most considered distant relatives. However, it would be incorrect to assert there were no ties. Should anyone engage in treasonous acts against the emperor, the entire clan could be implicated. For instance, in a parallel narrative, the protagonist Wei Nan Qiao truly rebelled. Regardless of Nan Qiao's family's sentiments, they would inevitably face misfortune. If the protagonist triumphed, Nan Qiao might not gain any benefits, but if he were to falter, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. This reality irked Nan Qiao, as entanglement with the protagonist had proven to be a harbinger of misfortune. Early in the morning, Nan Qiao began his day with the assistance of maidservants, washing and changing his attire, ensuring that arrangements were made for his concubines. As befitting the dignity of the minister's residence, Nan Qiao first went to pay her respects to the matriarch, Madame Wang, demonstrating her filial piety, and was dismissed without even being offered a meal. Nan Qiao took her younger sister to visit their aunt. After the aunt returned from paying her respects to the matriarch, the 3 of them shared breakfast together. The mother and daughter, blissfully unaware, did not realize that this Nan Qiao was no longer the same as the one they once knew. Having lived for many years in her previous life, Nan Qiao was far from flustered. After all, a 13-year-old boy is often capricious, and a bit of change is quite understandable. After breakfast, Nan Qiao bid farewell to his aunt, intending to venture out alone. His sister, being a girl, was not permitted to roam freely and could only watch her brother with forlorn eyes. "I will bring you some candied hawthorn when I return," Nan Qiao assured the little girl, easily winning her over. It seems that the aspirations of a concubine's daughter are indeed modest. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao couldn't help but twitch her lips. This AI, 996, was learning at an astonishing pace. Let it be. Let it be. After all, there are only so many tasks that 996 can accomplish. Once the lottery is over, its utility diminishes. The second-level spiritual spring space has expanded considerably, now featuring ponds, pastures, and forests, with the daily output of the spiritual spring increasing to 500 milliliters. The emergence of ponds signifies that the puppets can now raise ducks and geese, allowing for the possibility of self-prepared roasted duck and pot-roasted goose. One must admit, having left the Northeast, she truly misses that taste. The pasture now supports 3 additional species: cattle, horses, and sheep, each categorized accordingly. However, the output of the spiritual spring manifests in the form of food ingredients. This means that while horses may be raised within the spiritual spring, they cannot be ridden. What can be extracted is merely horse meat. For cattle, there are primarily beef and dairy cows, while the sheep are divided into fine wool and mountain varieties, depending on one's culinary preferences. In the second-level spiritual spring space, the capabilities of the puppets have also expanded beyond that of the first level. For instance, the pasture puppets can now process ingredients into semi-finished products. Those delectable lamb sausages, blood sausages, and stuffed meats sold in Inner Mongolia can all be crafted here. Dairy-related products, such as yogurt and cheese, can also be produced. The planting puppets can cultivate beets for sugar and various seasonings. However, the essential salt is still lacking. It will only become available once the spiritual spring space is upgraded to the third level, at which point the ocean will emerge. Upon activating the fisher puppet, it will be able to venture into the sea for fishing, dive for seafood, and produce salt. It can be said that the third-level spiritual spring space would sufficiently fulfill the basic needs of human existence. No matter what world Nan Qiao traverses in the future, she will not go hungry and will enjoy a good meal. The forest puppets focus on various fruits, as the human body requires fruits to replenish essential vitamins. Within the spiritual spring space, even durians and betel nuts can be cultivated. Nan Qiao had no habit of chewing betel nut, which he promptly dismissed. As for durians, they could be cultivated and stored away for when someone in the world might have a taste for them. It could also serve as a means to foster good relations. In the forested areas, more common fruits like apples, peaches, pears, cherries, watermelons, and bananas were predominantly grown. After expending 2 portions of spiritual energy to activate the puppets of the pastoral and forest regions, Nan Qiao no longer needed to worry about the remaining tasks. He entrusted everything to the puppets within the spiritual spring space. 40% of the overall yield was consumed in maintaining the puppets. Having just upgraded the space, it would be some time before he could enjoy any fruit, as the livestock also required time to grow. The male members of the Wei family were expected to pursue their studies, and fortuitously, today was a day of rest, granting Nan Qiao ample freedom. Without further ado, he decided to venture out and sell some goods. The Wei family had their own social circles, and they were usually preoccupied with their own affairs. So no siblings came looking for Nan Qiao. The age difference also played a role. Among the 3 eldest brothers of the Wei family, all had married, with the eldest, Wei Nansheng, already having 2 children, and the second brother, Wei Nanping, 1 son. The only male around Nan Qiao's age was the 5th brother, Wei Nank, the legitimate son at 15, making it clear that legitimate and illegitimate sons did not mingle. The 6th was a legitimate daughter, the 7th was Wei Nanxiao himself. The 8th was another legitimate daughter, the 9th was a legitimate son, and the 10th was Wei Qi Luo. This situation rendered the 13-year-old Wei Nanxiao rather awkward, as he struggled to find companions. Within the Wei family, he felt like a mere shadow. Upon leaving the estate, only the gatekeeper noticed him. As an illegitimate son, Wei Nanxiao had no attendant or scholar by his side, just a little maid who stayed behind to tidy up while he ventured out alone. This arrangement allowed him greater freedom to act. With his limited funds, he first purchased a few items and made some modest alterations to his appearance, attempting to present himself as more mature to facilitate business discussions at the inn. However, as a 13-year-old boy, his voice had yet to change, making it difficult for him to appear older, especially since he had not yet reached his full height. The innkeeper's initial reaction was to dismiss him as a mere child playing dress-up. Yet, there was something about the young man's composed demeanor that felt authentic, coupled with a surprising eloquence that was not typical of an ordinary youth. The innkeeper's imagination ran wild, pondering the possibility of a peculiar profession. Could this be a eunuch? If that were the case, he would certainly be in no position to offend. Nan Qiao never anticipated that the shopkeeper would indulge in such wild thoughts, frightening himself in the process. Yet, for her, this was a fortuitous turn of events, as it effectively dispelled certain undesirable notions. The shopkeeper suspected that this man must be covertly engaging in such enterprises, pondering the origin of his ingredients, which remained uncertain. Ultimately, his sole intention was to amass wealth. As long as the ingredients were above reproach, everything else became inconsequential. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. South Qiao took various detours, uncertain if anyone was following her. Regardless, she found herself meandering, almost losing her way in the process. When she felt it was about time, she leisurely made her way to the money exchange, intending to convert her banknotes into silver. According to the narrative's trajectory, the male protagonist is destined to rebel in the future. Who knows what circumstances the money exchange might face then? What if it were to collapse? Should the exchange fail, those banknotes would become worthless pieces of paper. Furthermore, it remains uncertain whether the border regions would even recognize such notes. Common folk tend to transact with copper coins, and loose silver is seldom used. Thus, venturing out with banknotes poses the risk of them being rejected. Nan Qiao exchanged some gold, preferring to keep the rest in small silver coins for ease of expenditure. Upon leaving the money shop, she found herself with an additional small, rather weighty pouch. The individual accompanying her from the money shop placed the pouch into a storage space. Subsequently, she took a winding route, occasionally breaking into a light jog before pausing to observe her surroundings. She endeavored to explore every conceivable avenue, wandering aimlessly for nearly an hour until she was convinced no one was following her. Now, only one task remained: to procure some buns and pastries, the most convenient sustenance, particularly those bite-sized delicacies that could be consumed discreetly without drawing attention. Before returning to the Wei household, she also bought candied hawthorn for Wei Qingluo, a promise she had made. As for informing her aunt and sister to prepare in advance, Nan Qiao refrained from doing so. Revealing the source of her information would only raise their suspicions, which was unnecessary. Nan Qiao feigned ignorance. According to the narrative, the Wei family had successfully arrived at the border, thus alleviating many concerns. The children of the Wei family enjoyed a considerable degree of freedom as long as their parents did not summon them. They generally remained in their own courtyards, engaging in whatever activities they pleased. It is likely that Wei Huayan, the vice minister of war, was not entirely innocent either. After all, how else could the Wei family possess such an expansive residence, with the front courtyard designated for the male members and the rear courtyard for the female relatives, each individual enjoying their own private quarters? The courtyard of Nan Qiao is modest in size, reflecting the humble status of a secondary son. He is assigned 2 maidservants who take turns attending to him, yet they are strictly forbidden from sharing his bed. The rules established by Madame Wang dictate that any maid caught in such a transgression would face execution. While the male members of the Wei family may lead their lives freely outside, within the confines of their home, disorderly conduct is intolerable, and there is no provision for concubine maidservants. This arrangement suits Nan Qiao, who, at the tender age of 13, has no desire to entertain such notions until he matures. Once he has dismissed the maidservants, Nan Qiao begins to practice the dragon-elephant prajna skill, relying on the memories stored in his mind to guide him through the movements. One after another, the endeavor proves to be exceptionally challenging. Many of the movements are executed poorly, yet Nan Qiao perseveres, gritting his teeth and gradually acclimating to the demands placed on his body. His first training session is intermittent and spans nearly an hour before he completes the full set of movements, albeit imperfectly. Fortunately, this flawed practice is still acknowledged. At the moment of completion, Nan Qiao feels a surge of energy within him, akin to a torrent of vitality coursing through his veins. His muscles begin to spasm, signaling a transformation, an enhancement of his physical strength. After all, the principle of force is reciprocal. It is unreasonable to expect an increase of 100 pounds in strength while retaining the same slender limbs. Otherwise, a single punch could result in a broken arm. Thus, the dragon-elephant prajna skill offers an implicit benefit. It fortifies the body, developing it to match the increased strength. This transformation primarily targets the internal structure, augmenting bone density and muscle mass, rather than molding him into a mere muscle-bound figure, which Nan Qiao finds particularly agreeable. As an individual with an artistic background, he does not appreciate the physique of a bodybuilder, one that is so cumbersome that it hinders even the simplest of actions, such as scratching one's back. Perhaps due to the inexperience of his initial practice, this internal transformation does not endure for long, and soon, his body returns to a state of calm. Nan Qiao lay on the ground, utterly unwilling to move, consumed by a singular sensation, exhaustion. She gasped for breath, her body drenched in sweat. And it took her quite a while to finally recover. Words were unnecessary. She simply continued to drink the spiritual spring water, grateful for its increased availability. Without this elixir, Nan Qiao would not dare to practice so recklessly. For an ordinary person, such exertion could very well result in an inability to rise from bed the following day. However, excessive consumption of the spiritual spring water was not without its drawbacks, as the frequency of detoxification increased. That very evening, Nan Qiao found herself making several trips to the latrine. The 2 young maidservants were quite pitiable, serving as genuine child laborers, their ages comparable to Nan Qiao's. Yet they were burdened with the tasks of boiling and pouring water, filling a large basin, and ultimately assisting her with her bath. This was likely not their first experience with such duties. The maidservants displayed no signs of embarrassment, having grown accustomed to their responsibilities. Nan Qiao was not pretentious, after all. This was the duty of the maidservants. Upon entering this world, one must adapt to its customs. Those who traverse to ancient times and boldly proclaim equality for all are merely courting disaster, for such defiance is a provocation to the imperial authority. Take, for instance, a certain audacious servant who dared to kick a stool away in the presence of the emperor and bellow with indignation. It is utterly absurd that he received even a moment's regard from the emperor. If such behavior were commonplace, the minister of rights would surely find himself hanged before the emperor without hesitation. In the context of the ancient court, the Ministry of Rights, one of the 6 departments, is often perceived as insignificant. Quite the contrary, however, as there are 2 matters of utmost importance in ancient dynasties: warfare and ritual. Warfare pertains to military affairs overseen by the Ministry of War, while ritual concerns various ceremonies and sacrifices managed by the Ministry of Rights. In ancient times, adherence to ritual law was of paramount significance, with distinct ceremonial requirements for different social classes, particularly before an audience with the emperor. One would undergo specialized training in the protocols of etiquette. Should a time traveler arrive in the past and persist in their unconventional behavior and speech, the only inevitable outcome would be death. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Nan Qiao groggily opened her eyes, her body awake while her spirit lingered in slumber. After a considerable pause, she finally grasped the words of her maid, and an overwhelming sense of annoyance welled up within her. I am merely a 13-year-old child, and it is not yet 6 o'clock. Must I rise at this hour? The morning and evening rituals are not strictly enforced at the Wei household. Yet attendance in the morning is absolutely mandatory. This is the directive of the matriarch. And even if the male members of the Wei family spent the night in the pleasure quarters, they must return at the break of dawn to pay their respects. The designated time for these morning salutations, when viewed through the lens of modernity, is 6:30. Why the specific hour? It is simply due to the fact that at 7 o'clock, the matriarch pays her respects to the elder matriarch. Unless someone is unwell, this routine persists daily, with even more stringent protocols observed during festive occasions. Nan Qiao felt overwhelmed, pondering on her way to pay her respects whether she should devise a means to eliminate her elders, as they were exceedingly bothersome. Early in the morning, Wei Huayan attended court, where the court convened for minor assemblies every 3 days and grand assemblies every fortnight. When not attending court, he conducted affairs in his own office. Today marked a grand assembly, during which Wei Huayan was accused of colluding with a certain prince, leading to his dismissal and exile. Nan Qiao arrived at the ladies' courtyard, waiting outside. As the 7th child, he had to first pay his respects to his older siblings. The most unfortunate was Wei Qingluo, the youngest. She had to bow to everyone she encountered. If the youngest were a legitimate daughter, she would undoubtedly be the cherished darling of the family. But Wei Qingluo was merely the youngest illegitimate daughter, her status vastly inferior. The standing of this illegitimate daughter was even lower than that of the legitimate eldest son Wei Nanshan's 2 children, who were the legitimate grandson and granddaughter. The 3-year-old Wei Yijia and the 1-year-old Wei Anning were indeed the true darlings of the family. The 2 children were so young that they did not need to pay respects. They slept soundly under the care of the maidservants, enjoying their privileged treatment. Before long, Lady Wang emerged, accompanied by a matron and maidservants, her expression stern as she took her seat of honor. The children below bowed deeply, offering their greetings. A simple bow and a courteous inquiry sufficed to conclude the matter. Rising early in the morning, regardless of the weather, be it wind, rain, harsh cold, or sweltering heat, this entire ritual was performed merely for that one gesture of respect. Lady Wang, seated in her esteemed position, casually inquired about the children from Wei Nanshan before waving her hand, signaling everyone to exit. She too had to prepare to pay her respects to the matriarch and, alongside Wei Huayan's 3 concubines, undergo a similar ordeal. It is often said that after years of enduring as a daughter-in-law, one inevitably becomes the matriarch. For the elder generation must not pass away. Even though Lady Wang held the reins of the household, she still had to dutifully adhere to the established customs. True freedom would only come when the elders were no longer present. Take Nan Qiao, for instance. He bore the weight of 3 towering figures above him: his grandmother, father, and legitimate mother. As long as they lived, he would forever remain in their shadows. His biological mother, on the other hand, need not worry. The gentle nature of concubine would mean she was not one to meddle. Should the family ever separate, she would follow her son's wishes. In the household, a daughter follows her father. In marriage, she follows her husband, and upon his death, she follows her son. Matters outside still require the efforts of the male members of the family. Concubine one could only manage the inner quarters. A benevolent mother-in-law would gradually entrust household affairs to her daughter-in-law after her marriage, allowing herself to enjoy a life of leisure. Conversely, a more controlling matriarch would cling tightly to authority, refusing to relinquish control even when the family spanned 4 or 5 generations. Such individuals are often referred to by their daughters-in-law as the unyielding old ones. Once they outlast their mothers-in-law, they too will inevitably become the unyielding old ones in the eyes of their own daughters-in-law. Nan Qiao took Wei Qi Luo to the courtyard of her aunt. It was not long before her aunt returned, and the 3 of them shared breakfast together. Indeed, it was wise to indulge in a hearty meal, for by midday, the officials would come to confiscate their possessions. Aunt Wen still had some valuables, though it was rather inconvenient for her to retrieve them herself. They would have to wait and see if an opportunity presented itself amidst the chaos. Wei Huayan's wife and concubines numbered 4, marrying a virtuous wife. Madame Wang truly embodied the role of the matriarch, albeit with an average appearance. Among the 3 concubines, the most striking in beauty was one. If Wei Qi Luo were to star in a television drama, she would undoubtedly be the leading lady, for she was the most beautiful among the daughters of the Wei family. Similarly, Nan Qiao, who had been an ordinary-looking person in her previous life, possessed a commendable appearance in this world, with rosy lips and pearly teeth. Among the sons of the Wei family, only Nan Qiao could be considered of the same caliber in looks. Over the past 2 days, during her visits, Nan Qiao had observed that Nan Qiao had not yet been transported into the narrative, according to the plot. It was after their arrival at the border that Nan Qiao fell gravely ill and subsequently found himself in the New World. As for the current heroine, Li Mayan, her situation remained uncertain. When she appeared in the story, she had already transitioned into this realm. What Nan Qiao must do is to distance herself from the male and female protagonists, particularly after Wei Nang's unexpected journey through time. It is not that she fears this 5th brother may bring her harm, rather, she simply wishes to avoid excessive connections with the main characters. Owing to the influence of a female author, the male and female leads in this fanfiction world are, remarkably, both virtuous individuals. They stand in stark contrast to the protagonists of Nan Qiao's original world, as well as to the character Xia Yingying from the previous realm. As Nan Qiao engaged in conversation with her sister, when Shi returned, summoning the maidservants to prepare breakfast, while urging, "Shower, hurry, and eat. We must head to the school shortly." Had it not been for Shi's reminder, Nan Qiao would have entirely forgotten about attending the school. The Wei family had employed a tutor to establish a school at home, where the male members studied the 4 books and 5 classics under his guidance, while the womenfolk in the inner chambers learned domestic arts from the matron, also dabbling in reading and writing. Among the male peers of Nan Qiao, some have already achieved scholarly success. Her eldest brother, Wei Nanxing, passed the provincial examination and is set to take the imperial examination this year. However, after being exiled, his academic accomplishments were stripped away. The 2nd brother is a scholar, while the 3rd brother lacks the aptitude for study and is destined to remain unremarkable in terms of scholarly accolades. The 4th sibling is the legitimate daughter, whose fate is equally tragic. She was promised to the Duke of Luan's household and could have been wed at the tender age of 16. But a family bereavement delayed the marriage until she turned 17. Remaining unmarried, she is still considered part of the Wei family. And this recent calamity has led to her exile to the frontier, causing the Duke's family to annul the engagement. A 17-year-old lady of noble birth, rejected in marriage and now part of a disgraced family, faces an uncertain future. At the frontier, Wei Qingya married a centurion of the Northern Town Army, a position that previously lacked the merit to enter the Wei household, yet now he is granted the honor of marrying the legitimate daughter. In the narrative, there is a poignant scene where the male protagonist, Wei Neng, comes to defend his 4th sister, Wei Qingya, who suffers greatly in her marital home. Not only is she tormented by her mother-in-law, but her husband is also entangled with a childhood sweetheart who is his cousin. Subsequent details about Wei Qingya's fate remain elusive. In both the television drama and fanfiction, the way family members endure significant hardships. The sixth and eighth siblings, both illegitimate daughters, vanish from the story after their marriages. The legitimate daughter merely weds a centurion. What prospects could the illegitimate daughters possibly hope for? The plight of the male heirs is no better. The first to fall in battle is the second brother, followed by the third, and then Nan Qiao. All the illegitimate sons perish at the frontier, while the legitimate ones fare poorly as well. The eldest legitimate son, Nan Qiao, is grievously injured and rendered disabled, leading to the second son, Nan, taking charge of the Wei family. The ninth legitimate son, Nan Qiao, assists in managing logistics, but succumbs to illness in his 20s, reportedly due to excessive labor causing heart ailments. Within the drama, only Nan survives among the legitimate sons, ultimately suffering an injury that leaves him blind in one eye. In contrast, the illegitimate son, Nan Qiao, thrives. In the fanfiction, the male lead of the television series, Li Huili, transforms into Nang's trusted advisor in this world and eventually rises to become a founding minister and the first prime minister of the new dynasty. In the classroom, Nan Qiao's mind was consumed by thoughts of the unfolding drama. As for the teacher's lectures, they scarcely registered in her ears, with the threat of exile looming. The study of the 4 books and 5 classics seemed futile, especially since it would not lead to success in the imperial examinations. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, the authorities surrounded the Wei household, though they did not immediately breach the door. Nevertheless, the situation instilled great fear in the Wei family. The male members of the household lost all interest in their studies, hastily returning to their elders. As the eldest son, Nan Qiao sought to extract information from the officers but was met with resistance. Everyone sensed that something was amiss, prompting Nan Qiao to rush back to his own courtyard, urging his wife to take their 2 children to his mother's house and to secretly gather some belongings. Nan Qiao also arrived at the Wen family, where she and Wei Qi Luo received distressing news. The entire Wei household was in disarray. What on earth has happened? Wen was in a state of panic, utterly at a loss. Their home was besieged by officials, and the situation appeared dire. Aunt and sister, if there are any valuables, hand them over to me. I shall conceal them properly. Yes, yes. Wen and Wei Qi Luo hurried back to their chambers, rummaging through their possessions, gathering the silver notes, loose coins, and jewelry, all of which were entrusted to Nan Qiao. Neither of them questioned how Nan Qiao would hide their belongings at this moment. They could only choose to place their faith in this young man. Your aunt and sister should. Nan Qiao gestured, dress simply, and perhaps smudge their faces a bit, but not too overtly. Ideally, a rather unappealing makeup would serve best. When suddenly understood, pulling her daughter into the room, Wei Qi Luo, perplexed, wondered how her mother could not have thought of this herself. Wen was acutely aware of her and her daughter's looks if they were too stunningly adorned. It might incite unwelcome intentions from others. As for herself, she could face death without hesitation, but for her daughter, it was imperative to avoid such fates. Fortunately, 10-year-old Wei Qi Luo had yet to blossom into her beauty. She possessed the potential of a striking visage, but her form was still that of a young girl, insufficient to provoke malice. Wen diligently prepared her daughter, opting for modest attire that would not draw attention. This was also the reason Nan Qiao refrained from providing the 2 women with the spiritual water they needed to appear dirty, unattractive, and perhaps even a bit foul. For enduring the prison would be far more arduous otherwise. The depths of human depravity were most evident within the celestial prison, especially among its guards, who engaged in unspeakable acts without remorse. As Wen finished arranging herself and her daughter, the officials commenced their raid. As long as they complied, there was little chance they would be harmed. The raid aimed to seize wealth, not to annihilate lives. For who could predict whether the officials being targeted might one day be reinstated? Wen and Wei Qi Luo, devoid of alternatives, followed behind Nan Qiao, heads bowed in silence, concealing their identities. Under the officials' command, the Wei family was gathered together. Wei Huayan had not returned. He was apprehended during a court session and thrown into the celestial prison. The Wei family remained oblivious to the unfolding events, as the raiding officials provided no explanations, merely waving their hands and declaring, "Take them all away." Servants and maids bound by contracts were also taken, destined for the pawnshop, facing the grim prospect of being sold again, yet they were spared further repercussions. However, the family steward, Fu Bo, was not so fortunate. As Wei Huayan's confidant, he too was seized. Then came the rest of the Wei family, including 3 young children. Wei Nanxing clutched his son, while his wife held their 1-year-old daughter. Wei Nanping carried his own 1-year-old son, all following the officials. The rest of the Wei family was tethered together by long ropes, ensuring none could escape. Lady Wang supported the elderly matriarch, while the 3 concubines stood by, ever ready to lend assistance. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao deduced that it was likely a cerebral hemorrhage, albeit a minor one. The individual remains alive, however, without medical intervention. The bleeding may exacerbate, ultimately compressing the cranial nerves and impairing respiratory function, leading to demise. This, indeed, unveils the truth behind the elderly woman's death in the dungeon. In this era, not only is the illness difficult to detect, but even if recognized, it remains untreatable, rendering the old woman's death inevitable. Quite well. One less formidable mountain looms over us. It is worth noting that Nan Qiao herself harbors no affection for the Wei family. Even the original Wei, Nan Qiao felt little attachment to the old woman, who prioritized her legitimate offspring over the illegitimate. The elderly matron showed little regard for others. And emotions are inherently reciprocal. If one does not value us, how can we be expected to cherish them in return? This sentiment is not exclusive to Nan Qiao. The other illegitimate sons and daughters feel similarly indifferent towards the old woman's fate, with only the legitimate children expressing any concern. Nan Qiao walked along with the crowd, feeling like an invisible presence, remaining silent throughout the ordeal. Fortunately, she had eaten a hearty breakfast, unaware of when her next meal would come. A multitude of onlookers whispered amongst themselves, speculating about the family's misdeeds. For the common folk, nothing delighted them more than witnessing officials facing the consequences of their actions. Those who once held lofty positions were now brought low, satisfying the public sense of justice. The daughters of noble families, rarely seen, were now scrutinized. They were no better than anyone else. The members of the Wei family kept their heads bowed, especially the women, who dared not look up, wishing to remain unseen. Among them, when Shi and Wei Qing Luo attracted little attention, dressed in the simplest attire, their faces devoid of embellishment, heads lowered. The center of gossip was the legitimate daughter, Wei Qingya, whose elevated status was evident in her fine clothing and adornments, standing out in stark contrast to the others. While merely being observed was bearable, the townsfolk's comments stung. They implied that the official daughter was nothing extraordinary, merely fair-skinned, perhaps, but scarcely more beautiful than an ordinary girl. For Wei Qingya, this was an unbearable humiliation. This humiliation persisted even in the dark confines of the prison, where she faced further indignity from the guards, who echoed the sentiments of the crowd. Infuriated, she thought, what right do you have to speak of me in such a manner? At this moment, the matriarch was becoming increasingly disoriented. Lady Wang assisted her in arranging the straw in the cell for her to rest. The matriarch mumbled about her fatigue, her speech slurred, and with a slight tilt of her mouth, she fell asleep, never to awaken again. Many women wept, regardless of their status as legitimate or illegitimate daughters, all seeking the comfort of their mothers, coincidentally finding that each concubine had borne a son and a daughter. Wei Qingya remained by her legitimate mother's side, while the 3 concubines attended to their own mothers-in-law, cradling their children. Meanwhile, the men of the Wei family were also confined together, with Wei Huayan held separately. The older gentlemen engaged in discussions regarding the circumstances of their predicament and the potential developments ahead. 15-year-old Wei Nan Qiao was deemed old enough to partake in these discussions, being the legitimate second son of the family. 13-year-old Wei Nan Qiao, however, maintained her role as an invisible observer, with only the 11-year-old Wei Nan Qiao, a legitimate son, in her vicinity. The younger generation was confined to the women's quarters, where they had an additional companion, Fu Bo, whom they queried for news, hoping to decipher their father's actions. Though 11-year-old Wei Nan Qiao had little opportunity to voice his thoughts, he was eager to be near his elder brother, Wei Nan Sheng, and Wei Nan Qiao, feeling more secure in their company than with Wei Nan Qiao. For her part, Wei Nan Qiao was content to remain a shadow, allowing them to focus on significant matters while she embraced her anonymity. Seizing a moment of solitude, she nestled in a corner, leaning against the wall, knees drawn up, her head buried in her legs, as if grappling with the weight of her circumstances. In truth, she was indulging in a few treats, savoring them quietly, mindful of the flavors that might draw attention. After finishing her snacks, she sipped some spring water. If nature called, there was a chamber pot available, and she paid little mind to its cleanliness, even using a handful of straw for personal hygiene. Life in this ancient world was fraught with inconveniences. During her time as a youth in the countryside, at least she had access to paper for such needs, but here, she had to make do with straw instead. Nan Qiao felt that his capacity for acceptance was continually being pushed to its limits. In his original world, he could hardly have imagined a day so sordid. Back then, even after using the toilet, he felt utterly uncomfortable unless he was cleansed by a smart toilet. Now, however, the question of whether he could clean himself seemed inconsequential. In fact, he almost wished to become repugnant. The dirtier and smellier he became, the safer he felt. After all, the arrival of a well-groomed young gentleman in the prison was hardly a favorable development. Before his capture, Nan Qiao had discreetly hinted to ensure that, regardless of maternal ties, there existed a distinction between genders. He could only express this in veiled terms, uncertain if she would understand. Wen Shi did comprehend, feeling quite embarrassed. Yet she recognized that her son was acting in the best interests of both her and her daughter. Consequently, she subtly warned Weiqi Luo to refrain from shaking her behind or flicking away any residual urine after relieving herself, allowing it to remain on her undergarments without concern for the odor. Weiqi Luo, still innocent and not entirely grasping the situation, complied with her aunt's instructions. Wen Shi had resolutely decided that should anyone dare to take liberties with her, she would ensure that the moment her trousers were removed, the offender would be overwhelmed by an unbearable stench. If someone could withstand such a foul odor and still dare to approach her, she would have to admire their audacity. In stark contrast, Wei Qingya, accustomed to grooming herself, still found the leisure to arrange her hair, while Wen Shi and Weiqi Luo paid no mind, almost wishing for further disarray. Meanwhile, Wei Nanxing was engaged in various discussions, while Nan Qiao was nearly about to burp from his meager meal. He marveled at those around him. Were they not thirsty? Did they truly believe that excessive chatter would summon servants bearing refreshments? Not even water had been provided. Noon had passed, and the prison had yet to deliver any sustenance. In the world of fanfiction derived from television dramas, regular meals were emphasized, yet such privileges were non-existent in the prison. The gruel served in the prison was thin and watery, scarcely containing any grains. The hardtack, resembling a lethal weapon, was inedible without soaking it in broth. A mere pinch of salt in the vegetable cakes provided a hint of flavor, while pickled vegetables were a rare treasure. If one desired better fare, it was possible, provided one had money, for the guards would assist in procuring food at 10 times the market price. Whether to indulge was entirely at the discretion of the prisoners. The pampered members of the Wei family could hardly endure the hardships of prison life. Fortunately, the eldest son, Wei Nanxing, was astute and had considered the worst possible outcomes. The Wei family had been raided, yet the demeanor of the soldiers was not excessively harsh, indicating that their situation was not utterly dire. Death was unlikely, with exile being the most probable fate. In such a case, the hastily acquired possessions before the raid could not all be squandered within the confines of the prison, or else they would find themselves without funds during their exile. While they could not afford gourmet delicacies, the prison food was indeed unpalatable, warranting a modest expenditure to at least procure something edible. As the eldest brother, Wei Nanxing began to consolidate the finances of his younger siblings for unified management. Each contributed, as their father was absent, leaving them to heed their elder brother's guidance. Nan Qiao also contributed, albeit the least. Wei Nanxing glanced at the contributions and was not surprised. The seventh son was practically invisible at home, and likely had little allowance, the small amount he provided probably being saved up. As Nan Qiao revealed a look of remorse, she said, "I am deeply sorry, elder brother. The events unfolded so abruptly that both my aunt and I were utterly frightened and forgot to gather our belongings. It is of no consequence." Wei Nanxing reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. "You are still young, and it is perfectly normal not to think of everything. Do not dwell on it." "Yes, I will heed your words," she replied. A similar incident transpired at the women's prison, where the Wen family employed the same excuse to evade responsibility. Lady Wang was unconvinced, arguing, "Your daughter is young and could not have anticipated this. Could you not have foreseen it either?" Wen, with an air of nonchalance, permitted Lady Wang to search her, resulting in a trivial amount of silver being found, which led to her immediate demise within the prison walls. Observing Wen's demeanor, Lady Wang was left utterly speechless, realizing that she was nothing more than a fool. Beyond being a source of entertainment, did she possess no intelligence whatsoever? Wen and Wei Qingluo had not contributed financially and were instead feasting alongside others, which understandably displeased Lady Wang. Yet, what could she do? After all, she was merely a concubine and a daughter of a lesser branch. Could she truly disregard them? Wei Qingluo, embodying the essence of the original heroine, despite her initial innocence, had matured rapidly through these trials, at least learning to contemplate her circumstances. While sitting alone in her cell, Weiqi Luo pondered the recent events and her brother's actions. She worried whether her brother had surrendered all their possessions. In dire situations, selfishness often emerges, and although they appeared to be one large family, they had already begun to fracture, with many prioritizing their own interests. As a concubine, she could plead with the lady of the house to return her concubine's deed. However, the concubines of the Wei family could not depart, as they had children to care for. Who could abandon their 2 children and leave the Wei household? Even if they did manage to escape, how would they survive? The concubines were no longer young, and the prospect of seeking refuge in a brothel was bleak. Their options were limited to marrying a widower or an elderly bachelor, or remaining half entrapped in their current lives, which seemed preferable to exile. One, however, was preoccupied solely with thoughts of her son. She believed in his capabilities. In the face of adversity, Qiao maintained her composure, proving to be more promising than she had anticipated. Weiqi Luo also wished to trust her brother, feeling he had always concealed his true potential. She resolved to learn from him, ensuring she remained inconspicuous and merely endured. In terms of survival, Nan Qiao excelled, skillfully blending in among the Wei family's youth, often going unnoticed due to his quiet demeanor. Following the issue of meals, even the act of relieving oneself became a daunting challenge. The filthy chamber pots elicited grimaces from the Wei gentlemen, who were horrified at the prospect of defecating, feeling as if they were in a stance of martial discipline. Reluctant to allow their skin to touch the filthy surfaces, the experience of attempting to clean oneself with straw was nearly unbearable, leaving them all pale and shaken, as none had endured such indignities in their lives. The youngest, Wei Nanjiao, fell ill, prompting Wei Nanxing to purchase medicine at a high price from the guards to save his younger brother. This illness left a lasting mark on Wei Nanjiao's health, as he never fully recovered thereafter. On the 3rd day of their imprisonment, the matriarch passed away, a not-so-surprising turn of events that Lady Wang had anticipated. Having observed the matriarch's deteriorating state, she urged the guards to summon a doctor, who, after examination, shook his head and declared that there was no hope for recovery. The death of the matriarch cast a pall over the women of the Wei family, with only one and her daughter still believing in Nan Qiao. During the course of 2 weeks, the Wei family had transformed into a shadow of their former selves, their clothing reeking of filth, with one, Weiqi Luo, and Nan Qiao bearing the brunt of the stench. Upon the pronouncement of their sentence, the Wei family finally beheld Wei Huayan, whose appearance had aged him beyond a decade. His hair turned significantly gray, and his spirit utterly depleted, resembling a mere shell of a man. Much of their earlier wealth had been squandered in the prison, and without those funds, they might not have endured. Exile and forced conscription awaited them, a fate the Wei family had long foreseen. Just before their departure, relatives from the Wei family sent a messenger with a small sum of silver. The maternal families of Lady Wang and the 3 daughters-in-law also sent representatives. The highest ranking among them was the family of Wei Nanxin's wife, who was the legitimate daughter of a minister of revenue. They were willing to take her back, provided Wei Nanxin consented to a divorce. Though Wei Nanxin contemplated this, he did not wish for his wife to suffer alongside him. Yet, she was unwilling to part with their 2 children. The families of the 2nd and 3rd sons were from ordinary official backgrounds, limited in their ability to assist, merely sending a token amount of silver without offering to take their daughters back. Wei Qinya also faced a broken engagement, and the Luan Marquisate, aware of their wrongdoings, provided ample compensation while instructing the escorting officials not to mistreat the Wei family, offering additional incentives. After much delay, they finally departed the prison in the early morning. Having lingered for an hour before formally setting off, all members of the Wei family shackled with chains. They were not burdened by heavy wooden stocks, only ordinary shackles that confined their wrists and ankles, allowing for limited movement, though they could not stride freely. As for whether the shackles would chafe their skin, that was not a concern for the escorting officials. If the Wei family had ways to mitigate their discomfort, they were welcome to wrap cloth around the chains. This exile involved not only the Wei family but also 3 other families, all embarking on this journey together. As they traveled into exile, the strictures of decorum diminished, allowing the male members of the Wei family to attend to their aunt. Wei Huayan's legitimate son was there to assist him, while the other legitimate sons took turns caring for their father and stepmother, leaving the illegitimate son to look after his own aunt. In the presence of Nan Qiao, Wen Shi, and Weiqi Luo, an unbearable stench permeated the air, one to which they had grown accustomed and no longer found distressing. Others, however, were reluctant to approach them. The escorting soldiers maintained a considerable distance from the trio, unable to withstand the foul odor that, when stirred by a breeze, was so acrid it could bring tears to one's eyes. This distance proved advantageous for Nan Qiao, as it allowed her to attend to Ensure and her sister with greater ease. Drawing closer to the two, she spoke as they walked, saying from this moment forth, "Regardless of my actions, neither my aunt nor my sister should inquire or display any signs of discomfort." When Shi and Wei Qing Luo nodded in agreement, showing no dissent, Nan Qiao discreetly took her aunt and sister's hands, slipping a piece of pastry into each of their palms when no one was watching. The Wen family and Wei Qing Luo appeared unaffected, their expressions unchanged as they nonchalantly accepted the treat, lowering their heads to chew with subtle movements. Nan Qiao retrieved a small bamboo tube from her storage space, employing a hollow reed as a straw. The tube contained well water from the spiritual spring, delicately infused with a modest amount of the spring's essence. She refrained from allowing the two women to drink excessively, fearing they might be unable to control their urges to relieve themselves, which could potentially draw the ire of the authorities. When Shi and Wei Qi Luo asked no questions, bowing their heads as they sipped the water from the bamboo tube. Upon drinking, their overall condition improved significantly. Wei Qing Luo marveled at her brother's remarkable abilities, while when Shi regarded Nan Qiao with a gaze filled with complexity, pondering if this truly was her son. Though they remained silent, Nan Qiao offered an explanation. "I once witnessed street performers showcasing their talents and found it intriguing, so I spent some money to learn a little." When Shi remained quiet, but Wei Qi Luo, curious, inquired, "What did you learn?" "A technique for concealing items, known as the Three Immortals returning to their cave." Nan Qiao's explanation illuminated Wei Qing Luo's understanding, while the Wen family remained silent, gazing intently at him. After a moment, they smiled and dismissed the thought. Who else could it be? Caring so tenderly for both herself and her sister, if not her son? Indeed, the Wen family could not discern any issues with Nan Qiao. He was undeniably her son. With the birthmark behind his earlobe still present, perhaps Qiao had always harbored secrets, only now compelled to reveal them. Considering the current circumstances of the Wei family, it seemed implausible that anyone would impersonate a member of the Wei clan without purpose. For what gain? Exile? Since it was not an impersonation, it could only be her son, who had shown them both considerable kindness, and that was sufficient. Nan Qiao also noticed the shift in Wen's gaze and sighed inwardly. It was unfortunate, for he had no desire to act in this manner. However, the predicament of Wen and Wei Qi Luo was indeed dire. This scenario was a consequence of the butterfly effect triggered by his arrival. Originally, Wen and Wei Qi Luo had hidden some valuables prior to their house arrest and entrusted them to Madame Wang while incarcerated, but circumstances had since altered. Now, devoid of any resources, Wen and Wei Qi Luo relied on the generosity of others, a situation that would not sit well with anyone. Over the course of half a month, their sustenance had been the most meager and insufficient, at times relying on the meager rations from the dungeons to survive. Thus, in comparison to the narrative of their peers, their current state was far worse. Undoubtedly, the blame lay squarely with Nan Qiao. Nan Qiao was also apprehensive that if this continued, Wen Shi and Wei Qing Luo might fall ill again before reaching the frontier. Reluctantly, she resorted to using the spiritual spring water. Fortunately, Wen Shi did not inquire further or press for explanations, and both parties maintained a tacit understanding. By consuming a small amount of the spiritual spring water daily, they could ensure that Wen Shi and Wei Qi Luo remained in good health. The remaining concern was how to redeem her culinary skills. As the illegitimate son of the Wei family, he was still a young master. It was implausible for him to possess remarkable culinary abilities without reason. Nan Qiao possesses an astonishing talent that manifests itself from nothingness to existence, a phenomenon that is readily accepted. Having devoted a lifetime to the study of culinary arts in the previous world, he is exceedingly well versed in wild vegetables. Furthermore, he also excels in the study of medicinal herbs. Nan Qiao may not necessarily provide medical treatment, but he is certainly capable of arranging medicinal meals based on physical symptoms. Thus, he possesses knowledge of herbal remedies. In the exiled group, meals must be prepared by the individuals themselves. The soldiers provide only a small amount of coarse grains to ensure that the prisoners do not starve to death, leaving everything else unattended. Before their departure, relatives equip them with necessary tools, specifically clay pots suitable for making kanji. They set off in the morning and did not take a break until evening. Lacking any formal campsite arrangements, they simply slept in the wild. Those who had relatives to provide them with warm clothing found the night to be relatively bearable. Otherwise, they would have to endure the cold. Fortunately, it was summer, and the nights were not excessively chilly. Before darkness fell, everyone began to busy themselves. With no water source nearby, they utilized the water in their canteens and gathered firewood to start a fire. In the wilderness, Lighting a fire at night ensured a degree of safety. Each person was occupied. The women tended to the fire and looked after the younger ones, while the men gathered firewood. It was at this moment that Nan Qiao stepped forward, saying, "Elder brother, I once came across a book that introduced wild vegetables. I will go gather some." "You have that skill too, seventh brother?" Wei Nanxing expressed surprise. "I also do not enjoy reading much, but I take pleasure in browsing miscellaneous books, and I have retained some knowledge from them." "Are you certain you won't pick the wrong ones?" Wei Nank interjected. "Be careful not to gather poisonous plants. That would spell disaster for us all." "Not to worry, fifth brother. I am quite confident in this regard. Worst case, I will taste it first," Nan Qiao reassured him. "That is unnecessary." Wei Nank quickly waved his hand, not wanting his younger half-brother to be a test subject for poison. Wei Nanxing contemplated for a moment and decided to take a chance, curious to see how adept seventh brother was, if he truly recognized wild vegetables. It would certainly be preferable to merely subsisting on dry rations. Nan Qiao began foraging for wild vegetables, accompanied by the young women from the Wei family, all eager to lend a hand, for many hands make light work. As for medicinal herbs, Nan Qiao deemed them unnecessary for the time being. Thanks to the presence of the spiritual spring, he was indifferent to the well-being of others. Soon, before dusk fell, Nan Qiao and his companions had gathered a considerable amount of wild greens, yet none knew how to prepare them. Taking the initiative, Nan Qiao assumed the responsibility for processing the vegetables, a skill he had gleaned from the books he had read. Fortunately, there were ample provisions from the in-laws, and thus began his culinary experimentation, blanching the wild vegetables to rid them of their bitterness, then mixing them with cornmeal to create vegetable cakes. Indeed, cornmeal. This is one of the advantages of an alternate history. In this fabricated era, plants unknown to ancient China, such as corn, potatoes, tomatoes, and peppers, all exist. The vegetable cakes were enriched with lard and a pinch of salt, amalgamating into a flavor far superior to anything found in a dungeon. Additionally, he prepared porridge, incorporating some suitable wild greens, which contributed a hint of saltiness, making it more palatable than plain rice porridge and replenishing the body's salt content. There was little else to offer. Without fish or meat, even the most skilled cook would struggle to create a feast. With so many eyes watching, he could not explain the origin of the produce from the spiritual spring. However, these humble vegetable cakes and porridge earned him newfound respect from the Wei family, who were pleasantly surprised by his unexpected culinary talent. Even Wei Huayan was intrigued and inquired, "Seventh brother, have you studied cooking?" "No," Nan Qiao replied, shaking his head sincerely. "Father, this is my first time in the kitchen." "Then how did you master the heat?" Lady One asked, noting the perfect balance of salt and wild vegetables. "I cannot say. It's merely an instinct, a feeling of what should be added." The couple exchanged glances, recognizing it as perhaps a natural gift. Had it not been for their family's misfortunes, this talent might have remained undiscovered. "From now on, let seventh brother handle the cooking," Wei Huayan declared decisively. No need to utter the saying about gentlemen steering clear of kitchens. Nan Qiao, on his inaugural attempt, performed better than anyone else. Lady Wang did not need to cook, and neither did the three concubines, who were no match for Nan Qiao's skills. Without a cook or servants, the Wei family would have been utterly helpless. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao was not satiated either. He planned to indulge in a large bun only after everyone had succumbed to slumber. Within the confines of the storage space, time stood still. The steaming bun, when placed inside, emerged still warm and delightful. The only drawback was the inability to cultivate the dragon-elephant prajna skill. He could hardly excuse himself for an extended period under the pretense of attending to nature's call, as who could spend an entire hour in such a manner? He could only await the opportunity to practice diligently once they reached the border. If the narrative unfolded as anticipated, Wei Huayan would meet his demise shortly after arriving at the frontier. To ensure the occurrence of this event, Nan Qiao deliberately refrained from infusing the kanji with the spirit spring. Let go of notions of paternal causality. Such concepts held no sway in his realm. His ability to care for the one family and Wei Qingluo was merely the result of a transactional relationship. Nan Qiao was indifferent to familial glory and bonds. His sole desire was to escape the Wei family with his aunt and sister, living a life of their own. 3 days later, upon reaching the first town, the exiled families began to take action, relying on the soldiers escorting them to profit from this endeavor, who, naturally, would not oppose it. As long as a fee was provided, they would not cause trouble, allowing the families to do as they pleased. The Wei family purchased 2 horse-drawn carriages, one for passengers and the other for goods, their finances having significantly diminished. Were it not for the compensation from the Duke of Lewin, they would have struggled to afford such purchases. The other three families managed only a single carriage each, constrained by their limited resources. Mutual assistance was a distant hope. During such times, each family tended to its own, devoid of any misplaced altruism. As the procurement of supplies increased, Nan Qiao's culinary skills rapidly improved, eventually leading him to take charge of the soldiers' meals. The soldiers were unfamiliar with wild vegetables, but it mattered little. Once prepared, they would allow Nan Qiao to taste the dishes first, awaiting his reaction. Nan Qiao, of course, diligently prepared meals, never engaging in any frivolous antics. Instead, he took this opportunity to cultivate a good rapport with the escorting soldiers, while also extending his care towards the Wei family. "Brother Qiao, your culinary skills are truly wasted," Lucy remarked, picking his teeth with a hint of regret. "If you were in the capital, you could easily be a renowned chef at Chuanha Tower." "Fourth brother, you flatter me." "To speak honestly, Wei Laoqi indeed possesses considerable talent," Wang Xin chimed in. "One must admit, some are simply gifted. I can hardly manage to roast a piece of meat without burning it. Can you believe that?" The others laughed. A group of rugged men who could char meat to a crisp while leaving it raw inside, a rather remarkable feat in its own right. Alongside these soldiers, Nan Qiao occasionally managed to secure a bowl of meat, yet this meat seldom graced his own lips. Upon receiving it, he ensured that his parents were the first to partake, followed by his aunt and elders, with the remaining morsels eventually finding their way to Wei Qingluo. However, it was essential that he did not always give the leftovers to Wei Qingluo, for that would appear improper. He had to consider his younger siblings as well, particularly the 11-year-old Wei Nan Qiao, who was of noble birth. Nan Qiao is not particularly fond of meat, for he has large meat buns at his disposal. In private, he has discreetly shared them with Wen Shi and Wei Qingluo, both of whom devoured them ravenously. Others, however, do not enjoy such privileges. The elder siblings would hardly dare to compete with him, the youngest, for resources. It is only Wen Shi and Wei Qingluo who dine alongside the Wei family. Otherwise, Nan Qiao would truly like to concoct something in the food to exploit the 5 elements and eliminate the Wei family sooner rather than later. If Wei Huayan, Madame Wang, and the male protagonist of this world, Wei Nank, were to perish, he would be free of any worries. Yet, one cannot be certain. Who knows if, upon Wei Nank's demise, the soul of the transmigrator would seize another's body? Hence, patience is required. Waiting for the true arrival of the transmigrator before seizing the opportunity to eliminate Wei Nank. This notion has only recently dawned upon Nan Qiao. For the emergence of this individual has altered everything. Can one guarantee that Wei Nank, who ascends to the throne in fan fiction, will triumph this time? What if he were to lose? Should the rebellious Wei Nank falter, the repercussions would ensnare the entire clan. Thus, it would be prudent to eliminate such a potentially treacherous individual sooner rather than later. This perspective sets Nan Qiao apart from other transmigrators. They often perceive themselves as favored by the heavens, believing that their ability to traverse dimensions necessitates stirring up trouble in a world where they reign supreme. Upon arriving in ancient society and seizing power, is it not expected of them to rebel? It is imperative to rebel. The throne must be claimed by none other than themselves. Unlike Nan Qiao, his mission has always been singular: to survive. As long as he can navigate through this life unscathed, he deems his task accomplished. The inhabitants of this world hold no significance for him, and he harbors no desire to assume the role of a savior. Anyone who obstructs his mission becomes a target for elimination. The challenge lies in the extraordinary abilities bestowed upon Wei Nan Qiao by the female author. His martial arts talent is exceptionally high. What exactly does such proficiency entail? If Wei Nan Qiao were to rapidly ascend to the prowess of legendary figures like Hua Qiubing, Zhao Yun, or Gao Chonggong, Nan Qiao would find himself at a loss. As for poisoning him, Nan Qiao possesses no absolute confidence. The protagonist's luck is a mysterious force that could be inadvertently disrupted. Thus, attempting to poison Wei Nan Qiao may not yield results, but if the opportunity arises, it is worth a try, albeit without any expectations. While foraging for wild vegetables, Nan Qiao stealthily gathered some toxic herbs, storing them in her space for later drying and grinding into powder. These were intended for Wei Huayan, should the man survive. She would personally ensure his demise. As long as Wei Huayan lived, Nan Qiao would eternally remain bound to the Wei household. Fortunately, it seemed heaven also wished to avert a patricide, for heavy rains fell during their exile, causing many among the 4 families to fall ill. Illness struck like an avalanche. Yet recovery came slowly, Akin to unspooling threads, even with medicine, healing was not easily attained, especially considering Wei Huayan's advanced age and the considerable trauma he had previously endured. His affliction forced him to remain bedridden, only rising for meals and bodily necessities, languishing in weakness and persistent low-grade fevers. Such continuous fever was troubling, yet despite consuming medicine, his condition showed little improvement, leaving even the physician perplexed. The journey of exile could not be halted due to Wei Huayan's illness. The mere ability to lie within the cart was a luxury. The Wei family was not alone in their plight. Nan Qiao, already in poor health, also succumbed to illness, leaving Lady Wang in a state of distress. The Wen clan and Wei Qing Luo fared better, nourished by the spiritual spring water, which significantly bolstered their physical resilience. After a protracted 2 months, they finally reached the border, having lost several individuals from the other 3 families. The Wei family endured no fatalities, though several fell ill. Wei Laoer's only son was afflicted, with Wei Yi merely a year old. Were it not for the alternating care of his grandmother and concubine, Lu, he might not have survived. Wei Nanqing's son and daughter were fortunate to remain healthy, though their spirits were low. Another afflicted individual, Wei Nan Qiao, fell just as they approached the border. South Qiao estimated that it was about time. This would likely be the moment. Wei Nank had persisted until the border but could not endure any longer, ultimately succumbing to death, allowing the soul of a traveler to occupy his body. If that were the case, did he have a chance to eliminate Wei Nank without arousing suspicion? Presently, South Qiao's advantage lay in his lack of motive. No one would suspect him of harboring murderous intent towards Wei Nank, even if he were eventually discovered. Those around him would be unlikely to believe it, pondering the reasons behind such actions. As he contemplated these matters, the Wei family began to be transferred, and the soldiers escorting them expressed reluctance towards Wei Nank's fate. Regrettably, the journey back offered little in the way of sustenance. Behind the walls of the northern town's fortifications, a city had developed, a blend of military and civilian life, initially composed of soldiers' families, later augmented by an influx of refugees. Gradually expanding in size, the exiles here had designated living areas, each individual bearing an identity plaque. The distinctions between good citizens and those with criminal records were stark. Without an identity plaque, entry and exit from the city were forbidden. The border's defenses were the most stringent, fearing infiltration by the barbaric spies from the steppes. Those with criminal records had little hope of escaping the border. It was an arduous task. Thus, criminals lived in relative freedom within their designated zones. As long as they could find ways to survive, the Northern Town Army showed little interest in their affairs. Many of these individuals, unable to endure their circumstances, resorted to selling their daughters. Criminals remained merely as such. Those sold could never attain the status of slaves, which was a higher rank. The only place criminals could be sold was to brothels, as they were barred from entering higher-class establishments. Brothels were considered upscale venues, where a modicum of sophistication was observed, and the courtesans prioritized artistry over physical transactions, emphasizing a sense of class. In contrast, brothels were focused solely on efficiency. Payment was exchanged for services, and once completed, the next customer would take their place. Very few girls sold into brothels lived beyond the age of 30. Even the rare exceptions were often plagued by illness, suffering in a prolonged state of misery. Had the Wei daughters not learned needlework, they too would be doomed to the fate of being sold into brothels. To save themselves, they had to toil. Those skilled in embroidery would pursue such, while those less adept would engage in garment making, striving to earn their share for household sustenance. Upon reaching the age of 15, the male members of the Wei family reported to the Northern Town Army, from which point they became part of its ranks. Before shedding their criminal status, they were merely foot soldiers, often referred to as cannon fodder. Currently, only 4 met the criteria: Wei Nanqing, Wei Nanping, and Wei Nanjia had all joined the Northern Town Army, while Wei Nank lay bedridden, unable to rise. Wei Huayan still lived, but was barely conscious, his mind in a hazy state. As dutiful sons, South Qiao and Wei Nanjiao were obliged to attend to them closely, since they need not go to the barracks. They remained at home to care for the ailing. This circumstance provided South Qiao with an opportunity. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to approach Wei Nank, who was, after all, a legitimate heir. Nan Qiao tended to Wei Huayan, while the younger Wei Nanjiao looked after his biological elder brother. However, this lad had not fully recovered from his own illness and, overwhelmed by fatigue, collapsed once more. Consequently, Nan Qiao found himself responsible for 3 ailing individuals. Fortunately, Wei Huayan was supported by Madame Wang and her 3 concubines. Yet, the entire burden of caring for Wei Nankong and Wei Nanjiao fell squarely upon his shoulders. Neither of them had wives, and it was inappropriate for their sisters to intervene. If he did not take charge, who would? In addition, the task of preparing meals for the family also rested on Wei Nankong's shoulders, rendering him akin to a beast of burden. Observing the chaotic state of the kitchen, Madame Wang promptly entrusted him with the task of concocting medicinal brews as well. This exemplifies the Wei family's treatment of their legitimate offspring towards the illegitimate. In the absence of servants and attendants, the latter are relegated to the role of the former servants. Nan Qiao diligently prepared the medicinal concoction, each time discreetly reserving a portion of the brew, which she stored in her spatial compartment, mingling it with a lethal powder. Gradually, she amassed a bowl of the toxic mixture. Wei Nan Qiao and Wei Nanjiao consumed the potions she had crafted, never encountering any discrepancies. Even after Wei Nan Qiao's unfortunate demise, suspicions would not easily be cast upon her. 1 week after arriving at the border, Wei Nan Qiao succumbed, his life extinguished. Nan Qiao, who had vigilantly remained by his side, sensed the change immediately. Nan Qiao placed her hand beneath Wei Nank's nose, and after a prolonged moment, felt no breath. When she checked for a heartbeat, there was none. It had completely ceased. Wei Nank was truly dead. Nan Qiao remained composed, sitting quietly as she waited. After approximately an hour, one would expect that the person was beyond recovery. Yet, suddenly, Wei Nank on the bed gasped for breath. It was as if he had been holding his breath for an eternity. Wei Nank inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with confusion, and upon turning his head, he encountered the bewildered gaze of Nan Qiao. "Brother, what has happened to you?" Nan Qiao inquired with an air of normalcy, holding a bowl of medicine in her hand. "Did you have a nightmare?" Wei Nank remained in a state of bewilderment. Nan Qiao walked over, speaking to herself, and helped Wei Nan Qiao to his feet. "Had I known this would happen, I might as well have called you earlier. The medicine has gone cold. Bear with it, just swallow it in one go. And it won't be so bitter." A tidal wave of memories surged into Wei Nan Qiao's mind, and in an instant, he realized he had traversed through time. To avoid arousing suspicion, he mimicked his original self and smiled at Nan Qiao, saying, "Thank you, seventh brother." The memories of his former self, Wei Nan Qiao, depicted a rather favorable impression of this seventh brother. Although he was not particularly studious, his culinary skills were exceptional, and he had taken great care of Wei Nan Qiao during his illness. With such memories, the current Wei Nan Qiao had no reason to doubt Nan Qiao's intentions or the integrity of the medicinal concoction. Like the perplexing questions that troubled everyone. What could be the motive behind it? For what purpose? Why would Nan Qiao harm his fifth brother without cause? Without any suspicion? Wei Nan Qiao downed the herbal remedy in one gulp, his expression contorted in response to the overwhelming bitterness. Nan Qiao continued to make light-hearted remarks from the side. "Fifth brother. Bitter medicine is hard to swallow. Just endure it and it will pass." Wei Nan Qiao rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Why don't you pour me a glass of plain water? Rinsing my mouth would be an improvement." The herbal concoction had long been substituted, and this bowl contained poisonous herbs. The original medicine had been stored away in the space for preservation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao forced herself to refrain from dwelling on the matter, adhering to her usual rhythm and attending to her responsibilities. Wei Nanjiao, on the other hand, required no medication. He merely needed to rest and recuperate. Nan Qiao prepared him a convalescent meal, opting for a lighter fare. As for the others, their meals were a matter of whatever was available, since the kitchen duties rested solely upon her shoulders. While the female members of the household engaged in tidying and laundry, Wei Nanxing and his companions were unable to return from the barracks as newly enlisted soldiers. They had no respite and were subjected to the most rudimentary of training. The training regimen for cannon fodder soldiers was exceedingly simple, focusing solely on the practice of basic knife techniques, which would be mastered before advancing to subsequent skills. All soldiers in the military practiced a single combat technique aptly named military close combat, encompassing knife techniques, grappling, evasion, and more. The philosophy of military close combat is singular, to eliminate the enemy by any means necessary, as long as the adversary is vanquished. This philosophy bears resemblance to the training of modern operatives, such as in the martial art of Makarov, which advocates utilizing every available resource to defeat the enemy. The daily practice of military close combat revolves around fundamental knife skills and basic hand-to-hand techniques. Stretching the body's joints while receiving guidance from instructors who elucidate the vital points on an adversary's body. Wei Nanxing and his companions were currently undergoing this training, struggling to adapt. Despite Wei Huayan's position as the Deputy Minister of War, he was essentially a civilian official, and the Wei family had always pursued the scholarly path. Being thrust into a military camp to learn the art of killing was a formidable challenge for the trio. Not to mention, in terms of physical condition, they were significantly inferior to their peers. In a world devoid of martial arts, the sole method to enhance one's physical fitness was through rigorous training. It was only after arriving at the frontier that Nan Qiao resumed his practice of the dragon-elephant prajna skill. His movements remained far from perfect, and it took nearly an hour to complete a single session of training. There is no stipulated limit on how many times one can practice the dragon-elephant prajna skill in a day, as long as the body can endure. One may continue indefinitely. However, given Nan Qiao's current condition, once a day suffices for him. Each session of training truly brings pain and exhaustion, necessitating a gradual acclimatization process. Fortunately, his innate talent for body refinement aids him. Otherwise, he might not have been able to persist through the entire set of movements. The truly effective practice involves completing the full routine within half an hour, yet he had already spent nearly 2 hours on it. There are no shortcuts, and training progress must be made slowly, as proficiency comes with practice. Fortunately, with each completed session, his physical fitness improves incrementally. Having finished his afternoon training of the dragon-elephant prajna skill, Nan Qiao prepared to make dinner, intending to brew medicine and check on Wei Nang's condition as well. Holding the freshly brewed medicine, Nan Qiao approached Wei Nang's door once more, gently knocking. "Elder brother, I am coming in." Receiving no reply, he instinctively pushed the door open, the medicine in his hand, murmuring as he entered, "Elder brother, you should drink this quickly. I still need to prepare dinner." There was no response. Nan Qiao feigned surprise and turned her gaze towards the bed, where Wei Nanqiao lay in a state of unconsciousness, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he was still alive. His chest subtly rose and fell, a visible sign of life. Nan Qiao's lips twitched slightly, thinking to herself that, as expected of the protagonist, he was still clinging to life. It seemed that poisoning was far less reliable than simply slitting one's throat. Unsure if the unconscious Wei Nanqiao could hear her voice, she decided to act, her tone laced with faint terror. "Fifth brother. Fifth brother, what has happened? Someone, come quickly. Fifth brother is in trouble." To her surprise, Wei Nanqiao could indeed hear her. Not long after consuming the potion, he sensed something was amiss. His stomach was in agony, and he thought he might be ill. As he attempted to rise, a fierce itch in his throat compelled him to cough up blood, leaving him utterly drained of strength. His first instinct was that someone had poisoned him, none other than Nan Qiao. Yet he was baffled, questioning why she would do such a thing. Was the memory he had received a fabrication? The Nan Qiao in his recollections had no motive to harm him. Overcome with weakness, Wei Nanqiao collapsed once more, slipping into unconsciousness while his mind remained alert. At that moment, he heard Nan Qiao's voice, followed by the chaotic sound of hurried footsteps. Everything seemed normal, and the lack of reaction from others felt amiss. Was it possible that he was overthinking the situation? After an indeterminate period, a physician was summoned and sat at Wei Nanqiao's bedside to take his pulse. After a considerable time, he finally spoke. "He has been poisoned." "Poisoned?" came several startled exclamations. Lady Wang immediately turned her gaze to Nan Qiao, who appeared equally astonished, but her expression quickly shifted. "It was not me. I did not administer any poison. You prepared the medicine. How can you claim it has nothing to do with you?" Lady Wang, now agitated, directed her suspicions squarely at Nan Qiao. Nan Qiao was on the verge of tears, pleading with her mother, "Mother, this truly has nothing to do with me. I have been preparing medicine diligently these past few days without any issues. Moreover, the medicinal residue is right there. It can be examined." Observing Nan Qiao's distressed demeanor, Madame Wang couldn't help but ponder, could it truly not be him? A group of individuals made their way to the kitchen, where the doctor began to inspect the medicinal remnants, finding no anomalies. As the primary suspect, both Nan Qiao's kitchen and room were thoroughly searched for any harmful substances. Everything was stored away neatly, making it difficult to uncover anything. Every examined item bore no traces of poison. Yet, inexplicably, Wei Nanqiao's pulse indicated poisoning, leaving the doctor perplexed. Reluctantly, Madame Wang summoned 2 additional doctors, who arrived at the same conclusion. Poisoning had indeed occurred. Madame Wang turned her gaze back to Nan Qiao, inquiring, "After you prepared the medicine, did you ever let go of it before Kur consumed it?" "No." Nan Qiao shook his head, affirming, "I understand your suspicions, mother. But I must assert that I had no motive to harm fifth brother. What would I gain from that? This was a perplexing point for everyone involved. If the Wei family had not been exiled, with only Wei Nanqiao and Wei Nan Qiao as male heirs, then Wei Nanqiao's demise would lead to Wei Nan Qiao inheriting the family. That would indeed provide a motive. However, given the current state of the Wei family, with not only Wei Nanqiao but also 2 legitimate sons and even a legitimate grandson, the death of Wei Nanqiao would yield no benefit for Wei Nan Qiao. Furthermore, Wei Huayan and Wei Nanjiao's medicines were also prepared by Wei Nan Qiao, and they had not encountered any issues. There was not a single trace of poison within the Wei household, leading to the conclusion that the situation was exceedingly mysterious, leaving the 3 doctors baffled. After deliberating for an extended period, the trio arrived at a consensus. Perhaps Wei Nanqiao had inadvertently ingested something toxic earlier, which had remained dormant until now, finally manifesting. Such occurrences were indeed plausible, especially since Wei Nanqiao had recently been taking medicine. Perhaps there had been an adverse reaction between the medicinal properties. In essence, it was merely a stroke of misfortune for Wei Nanqiao, unrelated to anyone else. Regardless of whether Madame Wang accepted this reasoning, the matter was thus classified. Wei Nan Qiao's role in preparing medicine was revoked, and from that point forward, Madame Wang would personally oversee the preparations. Had it not been for the lack of culinary skills among others, Madame Wang would have preferred to cease Wei Nan Qiao's cooking altogether. Wei Nanqiao, still in a coma, was administered a detoxifying potion. After several days of turmoil, he finally regained consciousness, but his vitality was severely diminished. Although he had survived, he was left in a state of permanent weakness. Wei Nanqiao could not fathom such an outcome. After all, he was a time traveler, favored by fate. How could he have arrived only to find himself poisoned? In private, Wei Nanqiao had also inquired of Madame Wang whether 7th brother was indeed responsible. Madame Wang shook her head, explaining that after the incident, she had dispatched Liu and Ma to discreetly observe Wei Nan Qiao for 2 consecutive days. When alone, Wei Nan Qiao appeared to be a wounded child, shedding tears of grievance, his expression one of indignation, muttering incessantly. He had been diligently caring for 5th brother. Why was he suspected when something went awry? What benefit would he derive from poisoning him? Overall, Wei Nan Qiao's behavior seemed entirely normal, portraying the image of a wronged child, devoid of any apparent issues, with no motive and bearing the risk of murder, gaining nothing in return. Who among normal individuals would act in such a manner? Madame Wang believed in Wei Nan Qiao's innocence, yet Wei Nanqiao remained skeptical. He wondered if Wei Nan Qiao might also be a time traveler, having realized something was amiss, prompting him to poison himself. However, that seemed implausible. As the bowl of medicine appeared to have been prepared well in advance, it was unlikely that Wei Nan Qiao could have anticipated his arrival. Was it truly mere coincidence? Perhaps even Wei Nanqiao had unknowingly consumed something harmful, leading to this outbreak? Upon deeper reflection, such a scenario was not entirely impossible. The original body had suddenly fallen ill and subsequently passed away. Could this be related to the accidental ingestion of something? Wei Nanqiao could only cling to this hypothesis, for without it, everything was merely coincidental. After failing to poison Wei Nan Qiao no longer harbored intentions of dealing with him. His original aim was to prevent Wei Nan from rebelling, and given the current state of affairs, it was clearly a lost cause. Forget about anything else. It was uncertain whether Wei Nan could even survive the battlefield. One should not assume that falling ill would exempt him from military service. The Northern Town Army would show some leniency to the offspring of officials conscripted into the army, granting Wei Nan a brief respite. But they would not extend this courtesy indefinitely. Could he claim to be gravely ill and refuse to report? Such notions were mere fantasies. To avoid repercussions, Wei Nan would have to perish within the confines of the military camp, even if it meant his demise. Half a month after Wei Nan regained consciousness, when he was barely able to stand, he received a notification from the Northern Town Army demanding his return to duty the following day, threatening consequences if he failed to comply. Wei Nan was utterly bewildered. In his current state, they still expected him to report to the barracks? However, this matter was beyond his control. Refusing to comply would endanger the entire Wei family. He was escorted to the barracks by soldiers of the Northern Town Army. One could say they were aiding him, but without such assistance, he would not have made it to the camp. Having completed the reception of his golden finger abilities, Wei Nan could only smile wryly, pondering the value of the exceptional martial talent bestowed upon him. What could he possibly achieve with this frail body? Fortunately, he possessed a profound understanding of military strategy, but as a mere foot soldier with a criminal record, why would anyone heed his counsel? This alternate world bore a striking resemblance to the Ming dynasty, except it was called Daong, with adversaries resembling the nomadic tribes of the steppes. akin to the Tartars and Oirat. Before Daong, history had unfolded as expected, and the military treatises from earlier periods had emerged. If Wei Nank hoped to elevate his influence by copying military texts, he found that only the 36 stratagems and the new book of military efficiency remained. While the idea was commendable, its execution proved arduous, as his status afforded him no opportunities. As a criminal, Wei Nank was but a lowly soldier, residing in a communal tent shared by 10 men. Aside from the weapons and uniforms issued to him, he possessed no personal belongings. If he desired writing materials, he could only wish in vain. Newly enlisted, Wei Nank found himself stripped of freedom, facing the rigors of basic training. In his current physical condition, he could not even practice swordplay. Merely running a lap around the training ground would leave him faint. The instructor expressed disdain, sending for the military doctor to assess him, who could only shake his head at such a frail specimen. What purpose would he serve in the military? It must be acknowledged that Wei Nank possessed a flicker of protagonist aura. He was ill-suited for military life. Instead, he endeared himself to the military doctor, expressing a desire to learn medicine and become a medic. This concept of a medic likely intrigued the doctor, granting Wei Nank the opportunity to elaborate on the significance of surgical medics. While Wei Nank's knowledge was limited, it was undoubtedly broader than that of the military doctors of his era. After being persuaded, the doctor indeed accepted him as a pupil. Seizing this opportunity, Wei Nank simultaneously learned medical skills while relaying everything he knew about the medical department, all the while copying the 36 stratagems and the new book of military efficiency. As for military strategies, he set aside for the moment, but the Xinyo sword technique captured the doctor's attention. It was far superior to the rudimentary swordsmanship taught in the barracks. The doctor became Wei Nank's benefactor, taking the 2 military treatises and the Xinyo sword technique to approach the officer in charge of managing the expendable soldiers. Ultimately, these 3 texts found their way into the hands of General Li Pingchong, who expressed great interest. "You mean to tell me that a sickly individual who struggles to walk authored 2 military treatises and a sword technique?" Wei Nank's impatience was palpable. His current physical condition was dire. To avoid perishing in the military camp, he had no choice but to exert every effort to capture the attention of his superiors. For someone who had never practiced martial arts, penning a sword technique raised suspicions. If the sword technique was sound, then the author must be questionable. Upon reviewing the Xinyo sword technique and the new book of military efficiency, Li Pingcheng felt a distinct sense of purpose. These texts seemed tailored to combat a specific type of infantry, powerful adversaries with formidable blade techniques. He concluded that the treatises and sword technique could not have originated solely from Wei Nank, but were likely the work of another, inadvertently discovered by this young man. To appropriate someone else's hard work and pass it off as one's own was an act Li Pingchong found contemptible, and his impression of Wei Nank plummeted. In fanfiction, Wei Nank was endowed with exceptional martial talent, learning rapidly and gradually coming into prominence, ultimately capturing Li Pingchong's attention during a battle. If Li Pingchong had not previously harbored a favorable impression of Wei Nank, he would never have permitted Li Maoyun to associate with him. Now, however, Wei Nank's momentary oversight had tarnished his reputation. Despite being the protagonist, after submitting the military treatises, he received no feedback for several days, leading him to ponder the situation and feel profound regret. How could he have been so foolish? No. He must rectify this situation and alter the perception his superiors held of him. As a soldier with a criminal record, Wei Nank had no social connections within the camp. His 3 brothers were also mere soldiers, unable to communicate with higher-ups, leaving him in a state of acute agitation. One day, while wandering in a troubled state, Wei Nank observed soldiers practicing combat techniques, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He began to recall the action films and related videos he had watched before his transmigration, remembering the movements of the actors, the martial arts of Chinese action stars, the fighting techniques of Southeast Asian action icons, and the espionage maneuvers from American films. All that he could recollect was diligently noted down. At this moment, his extraordinary martial talent came into play, as Wei Nank seamlessly integrated these disparate movements, forging a unique combat style. This newly conceived combat technique encompassed the martial arts of the military in this world, as well as Chinese Kung Fu, Muay Thai, Pancration, karate, boxing, and Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Among others, it was Wei Nank's magnum opus. He not only documented it, but also illustrated it, procuring funds from his 3 brothers and generously bribing the military doctor to facilitate another submission. In light of the financial incentive, the military doctor once again made the rounds, delivering this manuscript to the officer overseeing the expendables, who then approached Li Pingchong once more. Wei Neng, being astute, embedded his apology within the pages of the manuscript, sincerely acknowledging his previous missteps. He admitted that it was wrong to plagiarize and conceded that the two treatises and the sword technique were indeed things he had previously encountered. However, he assured the general that this time was entirely his own creation and welcomed any investigation. Wei Neng further expressed his penchant for contemplation. His frail body did not equate to a lack of understanding of martial arts and implored the general for an opportunity to prove himself. One could say that Wei Neng truly exemplified the essence of a protagonist as fortune favored him. As Li Pingchong slowly perused Wei Neng's labor of love, his keen eyes immediately discerned that the movements resembled a synthesis of various combat techniques. Where Wei Neng had encountered such an array of martial arts remained a mystery, but it was evident that this young man possessed something of worth. Few could amalgamate such techniques. Holding the combat manual in one hand and tapping the table with the other, Li Pingchong pondered deeply. After a prolonged silence, he finally voiced his decision. Let that young man serve as a medic henceforth. Do not compel him to the battlefield. Wei Neng, having failed to attain the status he desired, felt a twinge of discontent, but ultimately found solace in the fact that at least he would not perish upon the battlefield. The borderlands were indeed a place of incessant conflict. Each winter, the nomadic tribes from the grasslands would make their incursions, and for the foot soldiers, death was a mere whisper away. However, his circumstances were far superior to those of his three elder brothers. Wei Nanxing and the others enjoyed no special privileges. They were simply foot soldiers, engaged in daily drills with the singular aim of surviving the inevitable war. From the moment he began drafting military treatises until the dust settled, nearly 3 months had elapsed, and winter had firmly taken hold at the border. The grassland tribes could strike at any moment. During these 3 months, Nan Qiao had not been idle. He diligently practiced the dragon-elephant prajna technique, achieving the first level, which enhanced his strength by an additional 100 pounds, rendering his physique considerably more robust. This newfound strength granted him a modicum of self-defense. The entire Wei household's kitchen was under Nan Qiao's stewardship, as he occasionally retrieved ingredients from the spiritual spring space to improve his own sustenance. Wei Huayan still clung to life, though his days were clearly numbered. He had remained in a state of unconsciousness for several days, sustained only by the meager nourishment of rice soup. Meanwhile, the Wen family and Wei Qi Luo lived in relative comfort, rarely venturing beyond their chambers, contentedly engaged in embroidery. However, the strain of their craft was detrimental to their eyesight. And had it not been for Nan Qiao's provision from the spiritual spring, it was only a matter of time before their sight would fail them completely. Nan Qiao's patience had reached its limits. If Wei Huayan did not perish soon, he would find a way to eliminate the man himself. After a few more days, Wei Huayan finally breathed his last, and the 4 brothers of the Wei family returned to the barracks to mourn. There was no need for elaborate arrangements for the deceased. After a mere day of mourning, he was laid to rest, unable to even observe the customary 7 days, as the military could not afford to grant such extended leave to a mere soldier. Wei Nanqiao's health was failing, so it was Wei Nanxing, Wei Nanjing, and the reluctant Wei Nanqiao who bore the coffin. It was out of the question to have the 11-year-old Wei Nanjiao carry it, as the boy was quite frail. The burial site was a public graveyard near the border, a desolate place of little value, deemed unclaimed land where families without property could inter their loved ones. Suitable burial grounds were scarce, and the Wei family lacked knowledge of geomancy. They merely chose a spot that seemed adequate, buried the coffin, and erected a simple monument. Fortunately, there existed such unclaimed land. Otherwise, the deceased would have had no place to rest. With Wei Huayan gone, the responsibility of the family fell to Wei Nanxing, the eldest legitimate son, who naturally assumed the role of the Wei family's head. The arrival of Nan Qiao has triggered yet another butterfly effect, resulting in the unification of the Wei family. In the original narrative, Wei Nan Qiao was but an inconspicuous figure, insignificant and unnoticed. Lady Wang, exasperated by the presence of 3 concubines and their illegitimate offspring, was compelled to enforce a division within the family. However, the situation has transformed. Nan Qiao has become indispensable, being solely responsible for the family's culinary affairs. Having grown accustomed to his exquisite craftsmanship, no one is willing to part with such a remarkable chef. A division? For what purpose? After a separation, how could we continue to savor Wei Nanxiao's culinary delights? Do you have any idea how much silver it would require to hire a chef of equal caliber? Nan Qiao felt utterly numb. Is it truly possible for things to unfold in such a manner? After enduring a prolonged wait, all that awaited was a profound solitude? As long as the family remains united, Nan Qiao is destined to remain under the strict governance of his stepmother. The aspirations to subtly enhance the lives of the Wen family and Wei Qi Luo are rendered futile, let alone his most coveted desire for freedom. However, the notion of separating the household is a topic that the younger generation must not broach in the presence of elders, regardless of her words. Madame Wang is the matriarch of the Wei family. Without her consent, who would dare to suggest a division? To do so would be deemed an act of filial disrespect. Only in the absence of both his father and stepmother would the remaining concubines lack the authority to voice their opinions, thus no longer regarded as elders. The head of the family is Wei Nanxing, and as a member of the same generation, Wei Nanjie would then possess the right to propose a separation. Just before returning to the military camp, Wei Nanxing approached Nan Qiao and earnestly advised, "Seventh brother, once we depart, the affairs of the household will rest upon your shoulders." Nan Qiao felt a profound sense of her mother's reliance on her. "You may boldly arrange matters outside, but for those within the home, your assistance is indispensable. Your culinary skills are greatly appreciated by the family." It was at this moment that Nan Qiao truly recognized that the division she had long yearned for had vanished. After Wei Nanxing and the others departed, a wave of agitation enveloped her, and a murderous intent resurfaced within her. Lady Wang must perish. With the three formidable obstacles looming overhead, only one remained. Whoever denied me freedom would become my adversary. With Wei Huayan's recent demise, the family was in mourning. As the new year approached, Wei Qingyao had turned 18 yet remained unwed, with no suitors in sight, thus causing Lady Wang great distress. In the border regions, there were numerous families akin to the Wei family, all officials exiled to this area, forming their own social circle, of which the Wei family was a part. Logically, such circles were most suitable for matrimonial alliances. However, Lady Wang was apprehensive. She feared that the male heirs of the other families might meet their end on the battlefield, leaving her daughter a widow. Conversely, other families were equally hesitant to marry their daughters into the Wei family. Even Wei Nank had turned 16. Yet no one came to propose. Lady Wang's routine consisted of engaging in conversation with other matriarchs within their circle to extract valuable information, assessing which of their sons would be a suitable match for her daughter, who could no longer afford to wait. At 18, even if the customs in the border regions were lenient, one would still be expected to observe a year of mourning. Thus marrying at 19, a sure path to becoming an old maid. The current state of the Wei family was not particularly favorable. Yet they still procured a maid to maintain appearances. Whenever Lady Wang ventured out, she was accompanied by the maid and Uncle Fu. After Wei Huayan's death, Uncle Fu remained by Lady Wang's side. Her steward was merely a nominal position, as there were no servants left to manage. Uncle Fu's presence resembled that of a loyal old servant, and despite his advanced age, when Lady Wang went out, having a male servant beside her served to deter ill-intentioned individuals. At 60, Uncle Fu still retained a decent constitution and appeared competent enough, should he encounter someone foolish. He could still defend himself. Accompanied by Uncle Fu and the maid during her outings, Lady Wang could scarcely foresee the dangers that awaited her. Nan Qiao had long awaited an opportunity, and it soon presented itself when the barbarian tribes from the grasslands advanced. The Northern Town Army swiftly reacted, deploying additional soldiers to reinforce the defenses and preparing reserves for rotation. Wei Nanxin and his fellow convicts were among the first to be sent into battle. The convict battalion, often referred to as the Cannon Fodder Regiment, regardless of their training, were always the first to charge to the front lines. Their survival depended solely on fate. Wei Nanxing and his companions felt trepidation, yet they had no choice. If they did not advance, the executioners from the rear would force them forward. Many of the new recruits shared their anxiety, and even the seasoned veterans appeared little better, their eyes glazed over, as if devoid of hope. Among the Cannon Fodder Regiment was a veteran who had survived 5 years of conflict, enduring 5 wars without earning sufficient merit, yet he remained alive, still burdened with the identity of a convict. Once again, he was called to the front lines. The atmosphere within the city grew increasingly tense. With families beginning to stockpile provisions and acquire weapons for self-defense, this was the daily reality for those living near the border. While civilians were prohibited from hoarding armor, weapons were a different matter altogether. In this border region, local residents sometimes needed to wield weapons to aid in defending the city. The barbarian tribes were relentless in their assault, and the battles were fierce. As soon as the fighting commenced, the Northern Town Army faced a fierce onslaught. Reports indicated that the winter in the grasslands had been harsher this year, resulting in the deaths of numerous livestock. Faced with starvation, the barbarians were driven to raid. It was a desperate gamble, and they had indeed become frenzied. On the very first day, the cannon fodder regiment suffered countless casualties. Nan Qiao, the third brother, was struck in the head by a stray arrow, dying instantly and becoming the first male member of the Wei family to perish in battle. Nanping, the second brother, met his end on the third day. After slaying a barbarian who had climbed over the defenses, he was struck down from behind by another. Nanping watched helplessly as more and more barbarians surged forward. One barbarian approached him with a sinister grin, raising his blade. The northern town army struggled to reclaim the city walls. However, news of their setbacks at the front reached the town, inevitably inciting panic. Fear gripped the inhabitants, and some restless souls began to entertain nefarious thoughts, contemplating looting amidst the chaos. Those with a modicum of sense remained holed up in their homes, wary of venturing out. Yet, Lady Wang insisted on going outside. The news of Nanping and Nanjia's deaths reached the Wei household, leaving their wives in a state of shock. Although they had anticipated this day, its arrival felt far too swift. The second daughter-in-law, Sun, fared better, for she had a son, while the third daughter-in-law, Lin, was still childless. The concubines, Lu and Ma, wept uncontrollably. They had but this one son, and now he lay slain in battle. Lady Wang, though not particularly mournful for the deaths of her two illegitimate sons, was deeply concerned for her legitimate offspring. With Wei Nansheng on the front lines and Wei Nank in frail health, she feared for their safety. She recalled that the Sun family had an inner armor, originally procured when their kin were stationed at the front, now lying unused. Yes, that was it. Lady Wang resolved to wield her power for personal gain. Taking funds from the Wei family to procure the armor for Wei Nansheng, determined to ensure her eldest son's survival on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Nan Qiao had been quietly observing. Seizing the opportunity presented by the chaos in the city, Lady Wang, armed with money, was unwittingly courting her own demise. Within his spatial storage, Nan Qiao had already prepared a dagger, and with an additional enhancement of 100 pounds of strength. Dealing with Lady Wang and Uncle Fu would be exceedingly effortless. The motive was clear, a killer driven by greed. During wartime, the authorities lacked the bandwidth to investigate homicides thoroughly, focusing instead on preventing the barbarian incursions into the city. Each year, during conflicts, the city would see its share of restless spirits, with investigations postponed until after the war. Some cases might be solved, while others would remain unresolved. To Nan Qiao, it mattered little whether an investigation occurred or not. He was unlikely to be suspected. No one would envision him daring enough to murder his stepmother, nor could they comprehend a motive. Although his stepmother was not particularly kind to her illegitimate children, the animosity hardly warranted murder. Yet, Nan Qiao held a different perspective. He loathed anyone who sought to constrain his freedom. Lacking the capability to challenge the world's rules and filial piety, he resolved to target the vulnerable instead. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Nan Qiao took a detour and arrived ahead of Madame Wang and her companions, his pace far surpassing that of the latter. In the secluded alley, he began to disguise himself, donning garments from his storage space, wrapping himself securely, even covering his head and obscuring his face. When Nan Qiao reemerged, he soon spotted the figures of Madame Wang and her entourage not far off, and he approached them with an air of nonchalance. Madame Wang had tucked the pouch containing the banknotes inside the pocket of her waistband. With his head bowed, Nan Qiao collided with her, deftly unfastening her belt and snatching the pouch from within. Madame Wang was momentarily stunned, only regaining her senses when Nan Qiao turned to flee. Someone was robbing her. Though the surrounding crowd heard the commotion, they did not intervene. At such a moment, who would possess the goodwill to assist another when their own affairs were in disarray? Realizing no one would come to her aid, Madame Wang, accompanied by Fu Bo and a maid, pursued Nan Qiao into the desolate alley. It was not that she was unaware of the inherent danger in her actions. Rather, she felt compelled to act. Most of the family's wealth had already been entrusted to her, and if she failed to procure the inner armor for Wei Nansheng this time, another opportunity would not present itself. For the sake of her son, Madame Wang was willing to risk everything, determined to reclaim her banknotes. For they represented the hope of Wei Nansheng's survival. It was a poignant sentiment, yet it failed to move Nan Qiao. To him, her son was a treasure, while he was merely a servant of the Wei family. Consider the tasks assigned to Wei Nan Qiao within the household. He was indeed a servant. In stark contrast, Wei Nan Qiao, at the tender age of 11, was spared such burdens. In Madame Wang's eyes, as the elder illegitimate son, Nan Qiao should shoulder responsibilities, after all. Nan Qiao was still but a child. Nan Qiao was unwilling to acquiesce to such moral coercion. Simply because my surname is Wei, a person with whom I share no blood relation feels entitled to dictate my actions. Old Master Fu, despite his age, was the first to pursue her. And this was intentional on Nan Qiao's part. Her objective was not to flee, but to eliminate 3 individuals. Just as Master Fu's hand was about to grasp the fabric of Nan Qiao's clothing, she swiftly pivoted and delivered a powerful kick. Master Fu felt an overwhelming force surge through him, propelling him several meters away, nearly leaving him breathless from the impact. The pursuing Madame Wang and the maid were momentarily taken aback. Who would have thought this young thief possessed such formidable combat skills? However, Nan Qiao did not afford her adversary a moment to be dazed. She swiftly drew her knife and charged towards Madame Wang and the maid. At that moment, Madame Wang also realized the gravity of the situation, opening her mouth to call for help while pushing the maid in front of her. Hoping to shield herself from the impending threat, Nan Qiao's hand clutched the maid's neck, tightening with a forceful grip. Accompanied by a chilling crack, the maid's trachea was crushed, leaving her gasping silently as she collapsed to the ground, her airways and blood vessels severed, blood choking within her throat. The maid struggled desperately on the floor, her sense of suffocation intensifying. Lady Wang was utterly paralyzed with fear, despite having once executed a maid with a cane. This was her first encounter with the gruesome reality of murder, especially as she found herself on the brink of being the victim. In a panic, Lady Wang turned to flee. But Nan Qiao swiftly caught up to her, covering her mouth, and with a swift motion, a knife glided across her neck. Before she pivoted to thwart the ambush from Uncle Fu, Nan Qiao raised her hand to catch Fu Bo's fist. Their eyes locked, and the familiar contours of Fu Bo's brows and eyes sparked a sudden recognition, transforming his expression into one of sheer horror. 7th young master. But why? This question would remain unanswered for Fu Bo until his dying breath. To prevent Fu Bo's expression from betraying any secrets, Nan Qiao refrained from ending his life immediately, opting instead to kick him away once more. Gradually, she approached, observing the transition of Fu Bo's expression from bewilderment to a palpable terror of death, accompanied by his desperate pleas. Only then did she strike. After confirming the absolute demise of the 3, Nan Qiao swiftly departed the scene, seeking solitude to cleanse the blood from her hands. She stored her blood-stained garments in her spatial storage, intending to incinerate them upon her return. In her previous life, she had only taken the life of one Xia Yingying, yet in this world, she had extinguished 3 lives. This weighed upon Nan Qiao's psyche, though not excessively. As a sinner, she was destined for the battlefield. In this world, killing was an essential lesson. Nan Qiao cleverly exploited the time difference, opting not to purchase items but rather retrieving them directly from the Lingquan space, thereby substantiating his alibi that he was procuring supplies at the time of the tragic incident involving Madame Wang and her companions. The Wei family remained oblivious to Madame Wang's misfortune. Lu and Ma were still engulfed in grief, while Sun appeared somewhat composed, as she had the responsibility of caring for her son, her sole beacon of hope. Lin, on the other hand, sat there in a daze. In this alternate historical context, reminiscent of ancient times, women were subordinate to their husbands. The death of a man would leave a woman in utter despair, raising the pressing question of her future livelihood. Leaving aside other concerns, who would care for them in their old age? While Sun had a son, he was also marked by the stain of crime, destined for conscription into the military upon reaching adulthood. With the 2nd and 3rd sons of the Wei family having perished in battle, who could earn merit to extricate them from their disgrace? Relying on Wei Nansheng? That was a far-fetched hope, as his survival was uncertain. The Wei family's only glimmer of hope lay in a potential amnesty following the ascension of the new emperor. Their charges were not particularly severe, and there were no restrictions regarding the possibility of a pardon. However, the emperor was not likely to expire imminently, despite the princes having reached adulthood. The emperor's robust health left much to be uncertain regarding his longevity. Furthermore, even with the new emperor's coronation, a general amnesty was not guaranteed. Such occurrences are never assured. Alternatively, if warfare persisted at the borders and regular troops were insufficient, how could one expect clemency for those marked by disgrace? It was the patrolling officers who discovered the lifeless bodies of Madame Wang and her companions on the very night they failed to return, prompting the Wei family to anxiously report the matter to the authorities. Without a doubt, it was Nan Qiao who ventured to file the report. As little Wei Nan Qiao was hardly a reliable source, merely behaving as a dutiful child at home. The report filed by Nan Qiao and the discovery of the corpse by the constables coincided perfectly. Upon learning of her biological mother's untimely demise, Nan Qiao exhibited the appropriate reactions: shock, fear, and a touch of sorrow, albeit not in abundance. The head constable in charge of the homicide case was perplexed, pondering the motive behind the murder of a woman. However, an eyewitness provided clarity, revealing that the motive was robbery. With Nan Qiao's arrival and her recounting of her mother's intentions, the head constable was left speechless. It was indeed a case of valuing wealth over life, as the perpetrator had the audacity to pursue the victim into an alley for the sake of money. Undoubtedly, this was a crime driven by greed, where the initial aim of the assailant was merely to steal, leading to an unfortunate necessity to commit murder when confronted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao understood instantly, offering a wry smile as he clasped his hands in gratitude, bestowing a small sum of scattered silver coins as a token of labor's worth. Upon returning to the Wei residence, he bore the grievous tidings that left the family in a state of shock. Wei Nanjiao wept inconsolably, for it was his own mother who had passed away. To be frank, when Wei Nanping and Wei Nanjia met their demise, one could hardly recall such sorrowful lamentation from Wei Nanjiao. With Wei Nanxing on the front lines and the passing of Lady Wang, the household was left with only Wei Nanjiao and the grieving Wei Nanjiao, the latter still just a child. In this dire situation, Wei Nanjiao reluctantly assumed the role of steward, dispatching Wei Nanjiao to the military medical camp to announce the bereavement, urging his elder brother and fifth brother to return if possible. If they could not make it back, he would oversee the funeral arrangements. It was certain that Wei Nanxing and Wei Nank would not return, as the battlefield conditions were grim. Wei Nanxing was fighting for survival at the front, while Wei Nank busied himself with healing the wounded at the military camp. The burden of their mother's death fell squarely upon Wei Nanjiao's shoulders. He employed several individuals to carry the body for a proper burial, interring Lady Wang alongside Wei Huayan, while the maidservants in Fubo sought a nearby spot for their own resting place. The atmosphere within the Wei household was heavy with despair. The relentless misfortunes had rendered them somewhat despondent. Wei Nanjiao, overwhelmed by grief, succumbed to illness once more, with Wei Qingya caring for her younger brother. Among the Wei family, only Wei Nanjiao remained unscathed, yet this instilled a profound fear within the Wen family. Apprehensive that the fates of the second and third sons might one day befall their own offspring, "Aunt," he reassured, "do not worry. I have long prepared for such eventualities. It will not be so easy to meet my end." Nan Qiao's consolation did not bring peace to the Wen family. Fortunately, Wei Qingluo remained by her side, continuously providing companionship to her aunt. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao busily engaged in various tasks outside each day, occasionally bringing back items from the spiritual spring space. Additionally, she would sell some of these items to exchange for silver, which was then used to procure necessities for the winter, such as coal and cotton clothing. It was precisely due to Nan Qiao's efforts that the Wei family was able to endure their hardships. Wei Nanxing and Wei Nanke, stationed in the military camp, found some solace in her actions and were profoundly grateful to the seventh sibling. Given the family's circumstances, had it not been for the seventh sibling's resilience, their return would have been uncertain, and the Wei family might have faced dire straits, potentially forcing the women of the household into servitude. Wei Nanjiao, the legitimate son, was of little reliance, having been overly pampered and unable to bear any responsibility when challenges arose. Nanjiao finds himself in a predicament akin to forcing a duck onto a perch. Until the war concludes, Wei Nanxing will remain absent, and in his absence, Nanjiao cannot initiate a division of the family assets. Thus, he is compelled to support the members of the Wei family during this interim. Frankly speaking, Nanjiao is not particularly inclined to do so. The distinctions between the legitimate and illegitimate children of the Wei family are stark. The attitudes of the legitimate sons and daughters towards him are far from amiable, while the illegitimate offspring largely disregard him, leaving little room for emotional connection, especially since their arrival at the border. The Wei family has come to view Nanjiao as someone who ought to serve the entire household. This sentiment is most prominently embodied by Wei Qingya and Wei Nanjiao. Perhaps this arrogance stems from their legitimate lineage, leading them to believe that it is a given that the illegitimate children should undertake such duties. The concubines, Lu and Ma, also display a lackluster attitude towards the Wen family, primarily because Wen is considered the most aesthetically pleasing among them. Wei Qingya, leading the Wei daughters, along with the sixth daughter Wei Qingping and the eighth daughter Wei Qingling, exhibit a certain disdain towards the youngest, Wei Qingluo, fueled by envy and jealousy over her beauty. Why should Wei Qingluo possess the most striking appearance? Given the prevailing atmosphere within the Wei family, it is a wonder that Nan Qiao could ever feel a sense of belonging. Even his elder brother, Wei Nanxing, who ostensibly appears to care for him, harbors an undercurrent of arrogance. Previously, Wei Nankai exhibited similar traits, though he has improved somewhat. After all, his soul has transformed, leading him to regard the issue of legitimate versus illegitimate offspring with less gravity. In comparison to Nan Qiao, the transmigrated Wei Nankai is relatively benevolent, recognizing that occupying another's body entails accepting corresponding consequences, thus fulfilling his responsibility and obligation. Despite the change in soul, Wei Nankai's concern for the Wei family remains unchanged. In a bid to ensure that Wei Nanjiao can adequately protect the Wei family, he painstakingly transcribed the Xinyo sword technique, complete with illustrations, and employed someone to deliver it back to the Wei household for Nanjiao's study. Upon receiving the Xinyo sword technique, Nanjiao couldn't help but chuckle, bemused by Wei Nankai's audacity to replicate it. Very well then, since you have provided it, I shall practice it, lest I seem ungrateful. Nan Qiao's innate talent lies in physical cultivation rather than swordsmanship. Fortunately, the Xinu sword technique is not overly complex. He refuses to believe that after a lifetime of practice, he cannot have it integrated into the system. In fanfiction, when Wei Nanao joined the army, Wei Nank had already made a name for himself, leaving his younger brother to handle logistics. This time, the situation is less clear. Following Wei Nank's suggestions, Nan Qiao inquired with Wei Nanjiao about practicing sword techniques together, but the little brat was unwilling. If he is disinclined, so be it. After all, when the time comes for battle, it is not I who will meet my demise. Nanju devoted herself entirely to honing her martial arts at home, aspiring to master the third tier of the dragon elephant prajna skill by the age of 15, thereby enhancing her chances of survival. During the frigid winter months, the barbarian tribes of the grasslands continued their relentless assaults. As the eve of the Lunar New Year approached, the Wei family was once again struck by tragic news. Wei Nanxing had perished in battle. Nan Qiao was not surprised. In fanfiction, with the highly gifted martial artist Wei Nank present, it was plausible that the second and third brothers could perish in battle while the eldest was left crippled. Moreover, given that Wei Nank was now incapacitated, how could Wei Nanxing possibly survive on the front lines? The Wei brothers had trained for only a brief period, and their physiques were inferior to those of the ordinary soldiers of the Northern Town Army. Such tragedies occurred annually. Civil officials were dismissed, exiled, or conscripted, and the sons of these officials were compelled to fight, ultimately meeting their demise on the battlefield. Instances like these were alarmingly frequent. Not only the Wei family, but also the other three families that were exiled alongside them fared no better, as the men sent to serve in the military all perished. Had Wei Nank not been mingling in the military medical camp, he too would have met an early end. Given his current condition, he would have been among the first to fall. The bodies of Wei Nanxing, Wei Nanjing, and Wei Nanjie were cremated alongside those of other soldiers, their ashes buried on site. The Wei family provided them with a ceremonial burial. The emotional state of sister-in-law and was notably subdued, perhaps having anticipated this day long before. Following the funeral of Wei Nanxing, the Wei family endured an exceedingly oppressive New Year. On New Year's Eve, witnessing the scattered members of the Wei family and the altars, the women present wept in profound sorrow. Last year, they had celebrated together joyously as a family, yet this year, they found themselves in such a dismal state. At this moment, Nan Qiao candidly broached the topic. Sisters-in-law, given the current circumstances, the Wei family does not wish to delay your decisions. If any of you wish to remarry, my brother shall not stand in your way. Sun and Lin exchanged bitter smiles, for they too bore the weight of sin. Even if they were to remarry, they would still be shackled by their past misdeeds, facing the same predicaments. Who could say they would not find themselves widowed once more? What, then, would be the purpose of remarrying? In clutching Wei Yijia and Wei Anning tightly, shook her head and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, uncle. But I shall not remarry. I still have children to care for." Observing the innocent children, Nan Qiao sighed. The tribulations of adults were in stark contrast to the innocence of the young. Little Wei Anning still beamed at him, blissfully unaware. Nan Qiao rarely offered a smile, choosing to let the matter pass. Since he was willing to stay, so be it. After all, once the war concluded, he would propose a separation. What would become of these people then would be of no concern to him. The elders at home were all women, lacking any substantial voice. When family would undoubtedly heed their son, while Ma's family, stricken by the death of their son, was in mourning, and Lu's family appeared utterly despondent. In essence, this year's festivities were marked by desolation, sorrow, and an utter absence of joy. After the demise of his mother and elder brother, Nan Qiao had become increasingly melancholic, likely haunted by the fear of meeting a similar fate on the battlefield. Following Wei Nanshan's death, Wei Nan assumed the nominal role of head of the Wei family, though in reality, it was Wei Nanjiao who managed affairs. Had Wei Yijian not been so young, the position would have rightfully been his. This was a tradition within the Wei family. Even in the event of Wei Nang's death, they would bypass Wei Nanjiao and allow Wei Nanjiao to take the helm. Should all the legitimate sons perish, Wei Nanji would serve as a temporary head until Wei Yijia came of age to reclaim his rightful place. Yet, Nan Qiao had little desire to involve himself in the affairs of the Wei family, often finding his efforts thankless. With Ma in critical condition, daughter-in-law Lin and Wei Qingling attended to her, fully aware that her time was drawing near. As the Lantern Festival approached, Ma could no longer endure. Summoning her daughter-in-law to whisper a final directive, one shoulder bears two households. Lin's face paled in shock. How could her mother-in-law utter such words? Should this come to light, what would become of her? Do not speak of the fifth, Ma gasped weakly, continuing, seek out the seventh. Lin's face flushed crimson. Mother, he is merely 14. What are you suggesting? No, even if the seventh were of age, she could not entertain such notions. This was utterly unacceptable. Remember, Ma, in a moment of clarity, grasped Lin's hand tightly. If you wish for children to support you in your old age, turn to the seventh. Ma's gaze bore into Lin. Yet she received no affirmation, and with her final breath, she departed this world. Lin was unprepared for such a thought, or perhaps she had never contemplated it at all. Following Wei Nanjia's death, Lin had even considered remarriage, but had never contemplated a relationship with her brother-in-law. That would be a profound breach of propriety. Now, while there indeed existed a notion of one bearing the weight of two households, she found it beyond her capacity to accept. The news of Ma's death required no formal announcement to Wei Nan. A simple burial would suffice. Lu and Wan, too, mourned for an extended period due to Ma's passing, not out of deep affection, but rather from a shared sentiment of loss. In light of Ma's final words, Lin's demeanor grew peculiar whenever she encountered Nan Qiao. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Nan Qiao merely wished to separate her household, aspiring to lead a good life alongside her concubine and sister. The Northern Town Army had once again fortified the borders, suffering considerable losses, while the nomadic tribes of the grasslands fared little better. In early February, Wei Nan finally managed to take leave and return to the Wei household. Upon his arrival, Wei Qingya and Wei Nanjiao were inconsolable in their tears. Wei Nan's health had improved somewhat. The military medical camp was not lacking in medicinal supplies, and a familiar physician assisted him in restoring his health. Although he could not engage in martial arts, he was no longer prone to fainting after a short run. Wei Nan resembled an ordinary individual in a state of suboptimal health due to a lack of exercise, sharing a similar vitality with Wei Nanjiao. Both brothers appeared rather feeble. Nan Qiao personally prepared a banquet to welcome her guests, and all the members of the Wei family were present. At this moment, distinctions between genders seemed rather trivial. The family gathered around a table for a reunion meal, and the subsequent matters were beyond the purview of the women. The three remaining male members of the Wei family gathered together to converse, a suggestion put forth by Nan Qiao. Fifth brother, I wish to partition the family. Nan Qiao's declaration left the other two astonished. Why seventh brother? Wei Nan couldn't comprehend. Given the circumstances, isn't it quite reasonable to separate now that our father and stepmother are no longer with us? Wei Nanjiao rose in anger, pointing at Nan Qiao, ready to unleash a tirade, but was halted by Wei Nan. Seventh brother, as you mentioned, a tree may have many branches, yet our family cannot be considered large. Can it? Fifth brother, I am willing to forego everything, only desiring to leave with my aunt and sister. Seventh brother, is there discontent in your heart? There is no discontent, he replied. The Wei family has always been divided between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. With our father gone, it is not unreasonable for me, as a son of lesser status, to seek independence. Wei Nan furrowed his brow, sensing he had overlooked something. Otherwise, seventh brother would not have such a fervent desire to separate. Nanjiao smiled as she pointed at Wei Nanjiao, saying, Elder brother, had you not intervened just now, the ninth would surely have scolded me. After all, I am the one managing the household, taking care of the entire family, and I am still his elder brother. If he wishes to chastise, so be it. Wei Nan seemed to grasp something profound. In the heart of the ninth, he held me in contempt. I merely proposed a division of the family, yet he believed I had wronged the Wei clan. Why harbor such thoughts? Wei Nanzhao opened his mouth, wanting to offer an explanation, yet found himself at a loss for words, for he indeed harbored such sentiments. Behold, this is the Wei family, where only the legitimate branches are deemed worthy, while the rest are regarded as mere servants. I toil endlessly, yet receive neither the treatment nor gratitude I deserve. I tire of this, only to be met with grievances. Nan Qiao's expression darkened. Elder brother, I am not a servant of the Wei family. Wei Nan offered a wry smile. As a soul from the modern world, he had never realized the severity of the issue regarding the legitimate and illegitimate offspring within the Wei family. Being a beneficiary himself, he was oblivious to the grievances endured by the illegitimate sons and daughters. Seventh brother, Wei Nan felt compelled to counsel, you know my health is frail, and I must return to the military camp. To hope for redemption through merit is a tall order. And so, Nan Qiao replied, this family cannot function without you. I am aware that some matters have been poorly handled by fourth sister and the ninth, yet we share the same bloodline. Elder brother, I too shall face the battlefield in the future. I wish to redeem myself and also seek redemption for our stepmother and sister. At this, Wei Nan was rendered speechless. The difficulty of securing redemption for 3 individuals was immense. If the family remained undivided, the opportunity for Nan Qiao to redeem himself would undoubtedly favor the legitimate line, such as Wei Nanzhao. But why should that be? Wei Nan deeply empathized with Nan Qiao's frustration. He would feel similarly in his place. It would be one thing for Wei Nanzhao, but what of Lu, an elder? Should assistance not be offered? What of Wei Yijia, the legitimate grandson? This effectively bound the entire Wei family to Nan Qiao, where even risking one's life might not yield sufficient merit for redemption. Did the Wei family truly regard him as some unparalleled maternal figure? After a moment of contemplation, Wei Nan suggested, perhaps we should do this, seventh brother. I shall relinquish the position of head of the Wei family to you. From this day forth, you shall take charge. Brother, Wei Nanzhao exclaimed, alarmed. Wei Nan restrained him. Continuing, once you are in charge, there will be no distinction between legitimate and illegitimate. All shall receive equal treatment. As for matters of redemption, it shall depend solely on your discretion. Nan Qiao was discontented. Was this not a form of moral coercion? If one possessed the capability and had assumed the role of clan leader, could one truly disregard the welfare of others? Regardless of Wei Nan's arguments, Nan Qiao was resolute in her decision to separate from the family. The opposition of others did not intimidate her, at worst. She could choose to remain uninvolved in future affairs and see who would ultimately prevail. Wei Nanzhao was the most infuriated. How could a mere illegitimate son dare to defy him? In a fit of rage, Wei Nanzhao declared that he would take it upon himself to support the family, allowing his fifth brother to focus solely on military duties. He insisted that someone as ungrateful and unjust as Nan Qiao should leave at once. As tensions escalated between Nan Qiao and Wei Nanzhao, Wei Nan felt a wave of exhaustion. It was not that he looked down upon the ninth brother, but managing such affairs was far from simple. Wei Nanzhao's plan was to continue previous methods, having the women of the household earn a living while he oversaw the management. However, he was unaware that the family's primary income stemmed from the embroidery of the Wen family and Wei Qing Luo, while the others merely produced garments, which yielded little profit. Wei Nan recognized that his seventh brother was far more ruthless than the average person. Mere words could not sway him. Once he had made up his mind, he would see it through. Had Wei Nan not witnessed Nan Qiao's proficient calligraphy, he might have suspected that she was also a time traveler. Her thoughts too divergent from the era. In retrospect, it seemed that she was neither a time traveler nor simply a matter of temperament. Nan Qiao was inherently cold-hearted, perhaps shaped by her experiences within the Wei family. As the current head of the family, Wei Nan ultimately acquiesced to Nan Qiao's demands, albeit with one condition. Even if she were to establish her own household, if she were capable, she should lend support to the family. To this, Nan Qiao agreed. In exchange for her complete departure, taking Wen family members and Wei Qing Luo with her. When the rest of the Wei family learned of this news, a wave of panic swept through each member's heart. They could hardly believe that Wei Nanzhao could manage the household effectively. With Nan Qiao gone, what would become of them? Wei Qingya, Wei Qingping, and Wei Qingling gazed enviously at Wei Qing Luo. Just wait. Once Nan Qiao fell in battle, they would see how she and her mother would survive. Lu Shi had grown indifferent to everything. were it not for the presence of a grandson. She would have felt that life held no joy. Whoever managed the household mattered little, as long as they did not starve. Henceforth, Lu Shi would rely solely on her daughter-in-law, daughter, and grandson for companionship. Lin Shi looked at Nan Qiao with a complex expression, her mind lingering on her mother-in-law's dying words. If she were truly willing to let Nan Qiao shoulder the responsibilities of two households, would it not mean she could leave alongside her? Alas, her mother-in-law was already deceased. To voice such sentiments now would only invite disbelief, with others thinking her fickle. When her mother-in-law had just passed, there had been an opportunity to speak. Now, it was too late for any words to matter. Having composed the document of familial separation, Nan Qiao, along with Wei Nanku and Wei Nanjiao, affixed their signatures and fingerprints, thereby formalizing the division of the household, yet maintaining their lineage. Though Nan Qiao had entertained thoughts of severing ties with the clan to preclude any potential repercussions, the genealogical records were not within reach. Wei Huayan's lineage resided in their ancestral home, with his line solely encompassing himself, and his exile had not implicated others. As it was not a matter of exterminating 3 or 9 generations of kin. Upon the birth of the male progeny, their names were inscribed in the clan's registry. To formally secede from the clan, it would necessitate a return to the ancestral home, a declaration before the entire clan, and subsequent registration with the local authorities. Presently, Nan Qiao lacked the means to fulfill these prerequisites, rendering clan secession an impossibility, leaving only the division of the household as a viable option. Observing Wei Nanku in his current state, Nan Qiao surmised that he was unlikely to foment rebellion, which was sufficient in his estimation. Nan Qiao insisted on leaving with nothing, yet how could Wei Nank possibly consent to such an arrangement? To allow such a rumor to circulate would be tantamount to irreparably severing familial ties and would bring disgrace upon the Wei family. Wei Nank took the initiative, allocating a portion of their wealth to Nan Qiao, sufficient at least to cover her rent for an independent life. As for subsequent matters, he chose to disengage. With Nan Qiao's culinary skills, she would undoubtedly find a way to earn a living and support herself. Conversely, Wei Nank found himself in a quandary regarding the affairs of the Wei family. Having traversed nearly a year in this new world, enduring a myriad of experiences including the assassination of his own biological mother, Nan Qiao finally achieved her long-sought desire for independence. The Wen family was rather passive, following the lead of their son without question. Wei Qi Luo was overjoyed. The separation had finally come to fruition. She was certain that aligning with her elder brother was the right choice, liberating her from the indignities endured within the Wei household. Moving forward, she would earn her own income and spend it as she pleased, free from burdensome ties. One could only express a hopeful sentiment for the promising future that lay ahead. In the realm of Nan Qiao, life flourishes splendidly, while the Wei family endures a starkly dismal existence. The exquisite embroidery of the Wen family and Wei Qi Luo has vanished, leaving them relying on the meager earnings from garment making, barely sufficient to stave off hunger, and often falling short of even that. Their daily fare seldom includes meat. Fortunately, only one male, Wei Nanjiao, remains in the Wei household, and the appetite of the womenfolk is modest. Had there been more men, sustenance would have been woefully inadequate. Wei Nank finds himself powerless, a mere junior military medic dispatched to serve, solely provided with rations and devoid of any military salary, rendering him unable to support his family. Nonetheless, a lingering bond from the time of their separation compels the Wen family to occasionally send over some grain, though the quality of such provisions is far from exceptional. In this era, systematic animal husbandry is non-existent, and meat is exceedingly scarce. Many families consider themselves fortunate if they encounter even a morsel of meat in a month. In the household of Nan Qiao, meat had never been in short supply. It was no longer a matter of affordability, but rather of sourcing. Fortunately, Wen Shi and Wei Qingluo never inquired about it. As long as Nan Qiao brought it home, they were content to indulge. Take beef, for instance. It had become akin to contraband. Who would dare to slaughter cattle for no reason? Yet, Nan Qiao could procure beef of any cut she desired. While the Wei family fretted over how to fill their stomachs, Wei Qingluo's greatest dilemma was choosing what to order. During the cold mornings, a bowl of oxtail soup accompanied by steamed buns, salted duck eggs, and various side dishes was a delightful start. For lunch and dinner, she could order anything, as Nan Qiao was capable of preparing it all. Having left the Wei household for less than a month, Wei Qingluo found herself gaining weight, her face becoming rounder. This cannot continue, she thought. She could not afford to grow any larger. However, the delectable dishes prepared by her brother were simply irresistible. Caught between her desire to indulge her palate and her wish to avoid weight gain, The only solution Nan Qiao could conceive was the practice of the dragon-elephant prajna technique. The initial stages of this practice were not overly difficult. Even without a natural aptitude for physical training, persistence would eventually yield results. If Wei Qingluo could master even the first level, her safety would be assured. And she would no longer need to fear domestic violence. If a man dared to raise a hand against her, she would have the courage to retaliate. Practicing the full set of movements would also serve as a means to burn fat, akin to engaging in aerobics. Thus, Wei Qingluo embarked on her daily regimen, experiencing both pain and joy. Although her physique was delicate, completing those movements felt akin to facing death itself. When Shi, having aged and weary of upheaval, no longer cared about her own weight, her thoughts were consumed with finding a daughter-in-law for her son. With her son approaching 15, he would soon be compelled to enlist, making it imperative that he married before his departure. A 14-year-old lad could easily marry a girl a year or two his senior, which would not hinder procreation in the slightest. The deaths of Wei Nansheng and the others had frightened Wen Shi. She dreaded the thought of her son meeting a similar fate. Since he could not avoid the battlefield, it was crucial to ensure there would be an heir. However, the prospect of marrying off her son was met with reluctance. None were eager to wed him, save for widows, some of whom had children. Wen Shi found this unacceptable. Why should her son be compelled to marry such a woman? Her son was handsome, skilled in martial arts, and a culinary virtuoso. How could they not see his worth? When Nan Qiao learned that her aunt intended to arrange a marriage for her, she was taken aback. After all, she was only 14, freed from the Wei household. She no longer needed to address her aunt as such, and she and Wei Qingluo began to refer to her as mother. Immediately, she approached Wen Shi, saying, "Mother, I do not wish to marry." Wen Shi was perplexed. Why not? I am still young, Nan Qiao fabricated. The techniques I practice are not suited for one who prematurely breaks their primal essence. Ah, I see. Mother, once my training is complete, I will not encounter undue misfortune. However, breaking my primal essence would be detrimental to me. Then, how old should my son be to marry? I estimate that after 18, I should be able to complete the preliminary training, at which point the requirements will be less stringent. Hearing this, Wen Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she did not have to worry about her son remaining unmarried for decades, which had terrified her. Nan Qiao, seizing the opportunity presented by this matter, turned the conversation towards Wei Qingluo. Mother, do not hastily arrange a marriage for my younger sister. Why is that? We are currently marked by our criminal record, and even if a betrothal were arranged, there are no reputable families willing to accept us. It would be prudent to wait until my son has extricated us from this predicament before considering any engagements. Yet, this is fraught with peril. Mother, please trust me. I would never undertake an endeavor without assurance. Very well then, since my son possesses clarity in his mind, I shall refrain from further insistence. Thank you for your understanding. Mother, Nan Qiao successfully persuaded the Wen family to refrain from hastily seeking a bride for him. However, this matter eventually reached the Wei household. While most dismissed it, the Lin family took it to heart. Their intention for Nan Qiao to marry before enlisting in the military was merely to secure an heir. And Lin herself had similar aspirations. Perhaps it would be prudent to consult with Aunt Wen? Lin's thoughts were well formed. If it were to come to fruition, she would attribute the responsibility to Aunt Wen, claiming that the latter was eager for grandchildren, hence the notion of marrying off two households. It was a clever plan. Yet Aunt Wen did not acquiesce. Instead, she gazed at Lin in astonishment, unable to fathom why Lin had fixated on her son. In a moment of desperation, Lin confessed that it was her late mother-in-law's dying wish. This revelation stirred something within Aunt Wen. Were it not for her son's commitment to his training, she might have readily agreed, but she found the situation acceptable nonetheless. As for the third household, if she refused, what was Lin's alternative? Remarriage. With a bitter smile, Lin shook her head. Aunt Wen, for someone like me, what good would remarriage bring? Aunt Wen contemplated this. Having been marked by disgrace, even if she remarried, she would still be tied to her past. Moreover, she would be burdened with a large family and could find herself widowed again, leading to a cycle of turmoil without purpose. Since Lin had no desire to remarry, a potential arrangement began to take shape. According to Aunt Wen's perspective, the idea of managing two households was not entirely out of the question. However, it was not an immediate concern, as Lin was merely 16, 2 years older than Nan Qiao, and there was ample time before such matters needed to be addressed. If Lin were to accept this arrangement, she could cultivate relationships that might improve her family's quality of life. Aunt Wen's thoughts were also practical. Securing an additional child from Lin could serve as a safeguard. Regardless of familial ties, all children would share the bloodline of her son. Should Nan Qiao achieve success in the future, he might even take a concubine, thereby strengthening their lineage. In De Yong, the ability to legally take a concubine was contingent upon one's social standing. For instance, Wei Huayan could only consider this after passing the imperial examination. Common folk had limited exceptions. For instance, men over 30 without children were permitted to take a concubine, as the government could not compel them to divorce their wives. However, even officials faced restrictions on the number of concubines they could take, as an excess of women in such roles could lead to societal unrest, leaving men without wives and thus devoid of hope and motivation. In this context, Nan Qiao's only path to taking a concubine lay in achieving military distinction, a perilous road indeed. Etwin was reluctant for her son to exert himself so fiercely. Under the circumstances, having Lin assist in bearing children was a boon for her. Consequently, this matter forged a connection between Aunt Wen and Lin. Afterwards, Aunt Wen did not conceal the events from Nan Qiao and shared the developments with him. Nan Qiao's reaction was one of incredulity. Is it truly possible to act in this manner? Mother, are you intending to wield your trump card? I do not even possess a fiancée, and yet you have facilitated my entanglement with my sister-in-law? I am utterly unaware of my third sister-in-law's name. The given name of the third sister-in-law was known only to the elders and Wei Nanjia. Nanjia was only aware that she bore the surname Lin. From that day forth, the Lin family frequently visited the Wen family, and Lin did not feel awkward upon encountering Nan Qiao. Everything was for the sake of continuing the family line, which was not at all disgraceful. Gradually, the Wei family began to sense that something was amiss. What were the Lin family up to? Just as Wei Nankai was about to visit home again, as the head of the Wei family, he had a serious discussion with Lin about this matter, nearly inquiring outright. Do you intend to remarry the seventh son? Lin did not conceal her intentions, directly shifting the blame to the Wen family. Given that it was no easy task for Wei Nanjiao to find a suitable wife, Etwin was contemplating the notion of having him shoulder 2 households. Wei Nankai was taken aback. Sister-in-law, you cannot possibly agree to this? To which Lin retorted without hesitation, why should I not agree? Your third brother is no longer here, and I have no children. What will become of me in my old age? This matter left Wei Nankai in a state of confusion. Since I have married into the Wei family, I am a part of it. I never intended to remarry, yet I desire a child. Isn't it preferable for the seventh brother to manage 2 households rather than resorting to artificial means? Wei Nankai exclaimed. What? Sister-in-law, must you speak so candidly? To even mention artificial means. Was this the audacity of the situation? He was both amused and exasperated. Given that the parties involved had no objections, Wei Nankai pondered that he had no grounds to interfere, so he acquiesced. If sister-in-law were to bear a child, it would serve as a legacy for the third brother. With Wei Nankai's tacit approval, the entire Wei family became aware of the situation. The young women of the Wei family, yet unmarried, felt discomfort by this development, perceiving it as rather scandalous. However, the married and family and son family expressed understanding, recognizing the difficulties of living in widowhood. They had children, which provided them with hope, while the third family had none. The notion of managing 2 households garnered no envy. Yet Lin's regular visits to Nanjiao's household to improve their meals stirred jealousy among others. It was not merely what Lin had said, but rather that the Wei family was not blind. They could observe that the entire family had grown gaunt, with only Lin appearing well-fed. Was that not indicative enough? Wei Qingling, the younger sister of Wei Nanjia, had a falling out with her sister-in-law over the matter of managing 2 households, believing her sister-in-law to have wronged her brother. There was little camaraderie between others and Lin, yet the 3 sisters-in-law maintained a decent rapport. The first to approach Lin was the second sister-in-law, Sun, who also sought to improve her meals, as life in the Wei family had become exceedingly harsh, and she was struggling to cope, especially with children to care for. From Sun's perspective, the third sister-in-law's actions could be framed as managing 2 households, yet in less flattering terms, it appeared akin to bartering flesh for sustenance. She too could engage in such arrangements. Having already borne children, she was no longer a young maiden, and given her own needs, she would not mind a liaison with the most handsome of the Wei family, the 7th son. Nan Qiao was unaware that he had become quite the sought-after figure. Of course, nothing had truly materialized. After all, he was still quite young and had yet to experience any romantic entanglements. Nevertheless, Lin Shi relayed the situation concerning the Wei family, noting that their circumstances were dire. The adults might endure hardship, but the children were suffering. Wei Nanjiao was not a capable individual, relying solely on the women of the household to earn a living, while the 3 little ones were growing thin from hunger. Sun Shi's desire to associate with Nan Qiao stemmed from a wish to provide better for her children and to indulge her own cravings. This time, when Shi dared not make decisions lightly, the situation had changed. Lin Shi had no children, and with her husband deceased, Nan Qiao shouldered the burden of two families without issue. However, Sun Shi had children. If Nan Qiao were to become involved with his second sister-in-law, it would be deemed scandalous. Some actions were out of the question, yet when Shi could not bear to witness the children's suffering, she had not spared any of the delicacies Nan Qiao kept at home, sending them back for the children. Lin Shi was immensely grateful and returned to the Wei household, only to find that the treats intended for the children were mostly consumed by Wei Qingye and Wei Nan Qiao. As the legitimate offspring, they had the first right to partake, leaving Wei Nansheng's son and daughter with far less than Wei Yi's family. The other illegitimate daughters could only watch in silence. Seemingly accustomed to this method of distribution, both Sun Shi and Lin Shi were incensed, and Lu Shi attempted to speak, only to be silenced by a glare from Wei Qingye. At that moment, many realized why Wei Nanqiao was so adamant about separating from the family. With the legitimate heirs present, it was impossible for them to thrive. The family's wealth was generated by Lu Shi and the illegitimate daughters. Yet the majority of expenses were borne by the legitimate heirs. Separation. This could not continue. Wei Nanku returned home once a month, and this time, instead of confronting matters concerning his third sister-in-law and seventh brother, he was met with an explosive demand for separation from the women of the household. Learning the details from his third sister-in-law left Wei Nanku utterly drained. He could only think one thought: let it all perish. Truly, he feared not the formidable opponents but rather the foolish allies. Without question, Wei Qingye and Wei Nanjiao were indeed foolish allies, clinging stubbornly to the rules of legitimacy despite the circumstances. This mentality, instilled in them since childhood, was deeply ingrained. Wei Nanku was weary. If they wished to separate, so be it. The second and third branches of the family were separated, merging into one household rented near Nan Qiao's residence, intending to maintain closer ties. After Wei Nanku returned to the barracks, Wei Nanjiao continued to lead the Wei family, while his sister-in-law, and Shi, struggled to care for her two children, compounded by the burden of Wei Qingye, who was of no assistance. Wei Qingye's situation was even more dismal than depicted in stories. She could have married a centurion as a proper wife but had now fallen to the status of a concubine to a minor official. Post-separation, the remaining wealth was insufficient to sustain the two siblings, and Wei Nanku was without funds. In desperation, Wei Nanjiao resorted to selling his own sister to a minor official as a concubine. That very night, a palanquin carried Wei Qingye to her new household, where she resigned herself to her fate. Serving as a concubine was preferable to languishing at home in despair. Wei Nanjiao reveled in his newfound freedom, spending lavishly with the funds garnered from selling his sister, completely oblivious to the need for restraint, until he attracted unwanted attention. News reached Wei Nanku in the military camp. Wei Nanjiao had met his end. Taking leave, he returned to collect his brother's body, learning from the guards the events leading to this tragedy. A gang of petty criminals had merely sought to rob him, but, incensed by his refusal to relinquish his possessions, had assaulted Wei Nanjiao mercilessly. It seemed the criminals had underestimated his frail condition. Their blows, which would have been inconsequential to others, proved fatal for him. Wei Nanjiao was thus killed, and the criminals apprehended. The stolen silver was discreetly divided among the guards and constables, leaving Wei Nanku with no hope of recovering it. He was not surprised by these events, having anticipated that the Wei family's legitimate line was on a path of self-destruction. Let them perish, and early death could mean a quick rebirth. After handling the aftermath, Wei Nanku returned to the barracks, resolved to distance himself from any future family affairs. Before departing, he offered one last piece of advice to ensure, sister-in-law, consider remarrying. It may grant you a chance at survival. And Shi shook her head, unwilling to seek another marriage, believing no decent man would accept her with two children in tow. Then seek out the seventh. He is your only hope. And Shi's expression darkened further. Why would the seventh care for us? Am I to become like the third sister-in-law? I am the legitimate daughter of a minister of revenue, married to the legitimate son of a minister of war. Though times are tough, I am not someone a mere illegitimate child can aspire to wed. She resigned herself to the notion of death. Wei Nanku ceased his efforts to persuade her and departed. Only Shi and her children remained in the Wei household, which was now too large for them. She opted to vacate the premises, seeking a smaller dwelling for her family. As a widow with children, they inevitably attracted unwelcome attention. On the very night after moving into their new home, disaster struck. A petty criminal broke in, startling Shi awake. She fought desperately, crying out for help, awakening the children nearby. The intruder, equally frightened, snatched up the wailing Wei Jia and hurled him aside. The 4-year-old struck his head against the wall, dying instantly. Witnessing her son's death, Ensure was driven to madness, clawing and biting at the criminal, but she was no match for him. He choked her mercilessly. The earlier cries for help had alerted the neighbors, and by the time they arrived, Ensure had already succumbed. The criminal was apprehended on the spot, leaving only Wei and Ning, aged 2, alive. Oblivious to the calamity that had unfolded, the little ones sat there in a daze. The neighbors, upon witnessing the scene of devastation, lamented, "What a tragedy." Wei Nan could no longer take leave. He was trapped. The guards sought out Nan Qiao, the last surviving male of the Wei clan within the city. Upon hearing of his sister-in-law's plight, Nan Qiao's understanding of the world deepened. Indeed, life was cheap, and death came easily. He assisted with the arrangements for the deceased, ensuring that Ensure and her brother were buried together, alongside the small body of Wei Jia. Now, the Wei family's legitimate line was reduced to Wei Nan Qiao alone, whose health had been severely compromised by poison, leaving uncertainty as to his ability to father children in the future. With only Wei and Ning remaining, Nan Qiao found himself troubled. He could not ignore her plight. The little girl remembered her 7th uncle, clinging to him with desperation, calling out for him in her sweet, childish voice. "Ah, you know how to manipulate me," he thought. Had Wei Jia lived, he would have turned a blind eye, but seeing the soft, innocent face of his niece, he could not bring himself to do so. Nan Qiao adopted Wei and Ning, merely acting as a guardian, despite his reluctance towards the Wei family's legitimate descendants. However, the little girl was innocent. It could be said that the Wei family's influence had yet to taint her, unlike the 4-year-old Wei Jia, who had already begun to flaunt her status as a legitimate granddaughter at such a tender age. Wei and Ning's arrival at Nan Qiao's household could be deemed a blessing in disguise, for she found warmth in the company of her grandmother, her guardian, and her aunt, leading a joyful life. Her memories of Wei Nansheng were already scant, and as time passed, the little girl would gradually forget her deceased mother and brother. Her recollections from before the age of 3 would increasingly blur. Wei Qingyu remained absent throughout, content to live as a concubine in another's household. Despite enduring daily hardships at the hands of the matriarch, she accepted it all, yearning to escape the days of hunger. Wei Qingping and Wei Qingling felt a profound imbalance. Why was it that their niece could indulge in comforts while they toiled to barely make ends meet? Their sister-in-law had already begun to frequent Nan Qiao's home for meals. Why could she not bring back a little more each time? The second sister-in-law and Wei Yi had managed to bask in some of the benefits, yet the 2 daughters of the Wei family felt left out. They could only mutter their grievances in private, fearful of the repercussions if confronted, particularly that their second and third sisters-in-law might remarry. In this household, aside from the little boy Wei Yi and his male presence, all were women who needed to band together for a sense of security. The cautionary tale of their elder sister-in-law loomed large. Wei Qingping and Wei Qingling understood well that if their second and third sisters-in-law left, they might seek refuge with Wei Nanqiao, but they had no such option. Their past actions, siding with Wei Qingya against Wei Qingluo, would not be easily forgotten. Had Wei Nanqiao been willing to accept them, she would not have left so resolutely. Wei Qingping, being the same age as Wei Nanqiao, was slightly older, and at 14, she was already engaged, a match arranged by Lu Shi. Wei Qingling, at 13, remained unbetrothed, with Lu Shi aiding in her search. Lin Shi, however, was unconcerned, having fallen out with her sister-in-law and not wishing to involve herself. Yet, no one anticipated that Lu Shi would suddenly fall ill, leaving them with no spare funds to cover her medical expenses. If all else fails, perhaps we should seek help from the 7th brother, Lin Shi suggested. Humph. Wei Qingping was immediately displeased, retorting that she was not like her 3rd sister-in-law and lacked the same influence with the 7th brother. Her words rendered Lin Shi speechless. In her rebellious face, Wei Qingping found it beneath her dignity to beg. The thought of humbling herself, juxtaposed with the lofty airs of Wei Nanqiao and Wei Qingluo, filled her with indignation. In a desperate bid to secure funds for her ailing mother, Wei Qingping resorted to a drastic measure. She clandestinely sold Wei Qingling, delivering her to a brothel. The shocking act stunned Sun Shi and Lin Shi, who never expected such ruthlessness from their sister-in-law. Wei Qingling's cries echoed as she was taken away, the madam casting a scrutinizing glance at them, instilling terror in their hearts. Afterward, they conferred, realizing they could no longer remain in such a perilous environment, fearing they too might be sold by their sister-in-law. Thus, They resolved to leave and seek refuge with Nan Qiao. That very night, they gathered their belongings and fled. Sun Shi clutching her son while Lin Shi carried a bundle, stealthily departing from their home. The Wen family welcomed them, hoping to provide mutual support. Anticipating that once Nan Qiao enlisted in the military, having more people in the household, even if they were all women, would afford them greater security. Nan Qiao held no particular objections, for his conflicts lay with the legitimate branches, and he bore no disdain for his second and third sisters-in-law from the collateral line. The Wen family believed that a larger number provided safety, and he was not averse to supporting their sustenance. The following day, Wei Qingping was filled with chagrin upon learning that her two sisters-in-law had fled. She could hardly comprehend how they had managed to escape. The funds obtained from selling Wei Qingling had not sufficed to rescue Lu, who ultimately perished. Alone and desolate, Wei Qingping did not dare to inform anyone else, opting instead to hire someone to bury her mother. Uncertain of her future path, she considered seeking refuge with her fiancé. As she journeyed partway, a large hand suddenly seized her, dragging her into an alley. Her heart raced with terror. Turning to look, she recognized those individuals. The same people who had taken Wei Qingling had already set their sights on several others. Unfortunately, with the departure of the two, only Wei Qingping remained, rendering her an easy target for their whims. This was a case of inviting disaster upon oneself. Wei Qingping had sold her cousin into a brothel, and now she was facing the same fate. It was too late for regret. The silver lining was that Wei Qingping retained her purity until the end. The dark reality, however, was that her demise was excruciating. She was savagely bitten to death by Wei Qingling. After being captured, Wei Qingling was immediately assigned a client that very night. Despite her desperate cries and resistance, it proved futile, and she ultimately resigned herself to her fate, her heart brimming with hatred. Instigating the madam to capture Wei Qingping was part of Wei Qingling's scheme. When the time came, she unleashed her vengeance with wild abandon, tearing open Wei Qingping's throat with her teeth. Wei Qingling's maniacal laughter echoed through the air, her mouth stained with blood as she savored Wei Qingping's flesh, sending shivers down the spines of the madam and the surrounding guards. Such a vengeful lunatic could not be allowed to remain. What if she harmed a client? Wei Qingling met her end at the hands of the thugs, and both her and Wei Qingping's bodies were hastily wrapped in straw mats and discarded that very night at a mass grave. There was no need for careful disposal. Stray dogs would take care of it. In the border city, the disappearance of a few individuals was all too commonplace, and the authorities paid it no heed. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Nan Qiao's heart raced wildly as he reminded himself to remain composed and calm. He believed himself to be superior to anyone on the opposing side, as long as he could avoid being overwhelmed. Gripping his knife tightly, Nan Qiao unleashed his full power. Even his blocks sent the adversary's blade flying. With a swift stroke, he severed his opponent's head and then kicked away a gang member who had attempted to ambush him. With that kick, the adversary was left utterly defeated. Nan Qiao grew increasingly valiant in battle, his toll of adversaries vanquished rising with each confrontation. Yet so too did the wounds upon his body, each a testament to moments of inattention that allowed the enemy to strike. Fortunately, the augmentation of his muscle density afforded him a degree of resilience. Despite his back being stained with blood, the loss was not excessive, and the injuries were not grievous. Upon cleansing the entire gang, he bore over a dozen wounds, his appearance akin to one who had emerged from a crimson tide. Grasping a blunted blade, he stood amidst the cadaverous remnants, a slight smile gracing his lips, a reflection of triumphant joy. Drawing forth 500 milliliters of spiritual spring water from the ethereal realm, Nan Qiao consumed it in one gulp, witnessing the remarkable healing of his injuries as the elixir expedited his recovery. What had once been pain now transformed into a mere itch. The less severe wounds began to scab over, while the deeper lacerations ceased to bleed. With plans to imbibe the spring water once more the following day, he surmised full recovery was imminent. Amidst the distant cacophony of approaching footsteps, Nan Qiao speculated that the constables were en route. Given the tumultuous clamor of battle that had erupted here, it was impossible for them to remain oblivious. Nan Qiao turned and left, feeling a twinge of regret for the spoils of battle. It was not that he lacked money, but rather that after taking a life without collecting the bounty felt like a loss. More than wealth, he wished to avoid entanglements with the authorities, opting instead to flee. If he were caught, even the most righteous defense would be futile. The spiritual spring had restored much of Nan Qiao's stamina, and after a swift departure, he changed into a fresh set of clothes. While they appeared clean, A lingering scent of blood remained detectable upon closer inspection. Fortunately, it was the dead of night. And by evading the night watchman, he encountered no one on his winding journey back home. Upon arriving in the courtyard, Nan Qiao plopped down onto the ground, grinning broadly. Amused by his exploits of the night and his own meddling. "This is hardly my usual style," he muttered with a wry smile. His displeasure arose from the fact that those individuals had set their sights on his second and third sisters-in-law. What was this? The possessiveness of men? Although nothing had transpired yet, per their agreement, Lin had already become his woman, and he would not stand idly by while such matters unfolded. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had acted rashly, but upon reflection, Nan Qiao thought that perhaps solitude was preferable, devoid of burdens. With attachments come responsibilities. The demise of over 30 members of a gang constituted a significant incident. The deaths of those gangsters were inconsequential compared to the revelation that there were still skilled fighters within the city. An experienced captain had discerned the signs of a struggle, concluding that the perpetrator must be a single individual. One person had annihilated an entire gang, piquing even Li Pingchang's interest. If this individual could be found, it would undoubtedly bolster the Northern Town Army with a formidable commander. The knives left behind by the gang members bore traces of blood, indicating that the assailant had also sustained injuries. This was the vital clue. The government office primarily focused on investigating whether anyone had procured healing salves and scrutinizing recently injured individuals. By the time they traced the matter back to Nan Qiao, he had fully recuperated from his injuries through the consumption of the spiritual spring, moving without any hint of abnormality. Coupled with his delicate appearance, the officers would never suspect him. The earlier incidents involving Wei Qi Ling and Wei Qingping had frightened Sun and Lin, leading them to a clearer understanding that to survive in this environment, they would have to rely on men, even if it meant adopting a subservient stance. Nan Qiao did not mind having a few more voices, as long as the authority of the household remained firmly in his grasp. Simultaneously, he comprehended the reasoning behind the actions of the Wen family. It was merely an attempt to provide him with additional women, thereby ensuring a greater number of descendants in the future. As for the underlying reasons for this, Nan Qiao speculated that his transformation was perhaps related to his exile. During that time, the Wen family inquired nothing, continuing to regard him as their son post-exile. Yet, did they harbor no doubts within? Perhaps not. In the eyes of the Wen family, their son was no longer present. They failed to comprehend the concept of reincarnation, likely associating it merely with supernatural beings. The sole consolation was that Wei Nan Qiao still treated her as a mother, showing kindness to Wei Qing Luo as well. In a reciprocal gesture, the Wen family convinced themselves to regard Wei Nan Qiao as their biological son, hoping for his well-being and wishing that he would sire descendants. For this body belonged to her son. An unspoken understanding existed among them, with no one voicing the truth, which seemed satisfactory. As for the investigation into the gang's downfall, Nan Qiao remained oblivious. Ultimately, it was not discovered that he was involved. During the population checks, they had only seen him once before departing, never to return. This was also a benefit of the dragon-elephant prajna technique, where internal transformation surpassed external. When Nan Qiao disrobed, one could discern his remarkable physique. Yet the latent strength he concealed remained imperceptible. In a year, Nan Qiao would join the military camp. Being able to return from the penal camp once a month was a blessing, yet he felt uneasy about leaving his household without a man. Thus, it was time to train everyone. The older Wen family members and the two younger children were not included. But Sun and Lin families began to practice the dragon-elephant prajna technique alongside him. If anyone could master the first level, it would ease his concerns somewhat. By then, a robust individual weighing over 100 pounds could certainly manage the household. The daily chores were entrusted to Sun and Lin families, while cooking remained Nan Qiao's responsibility, as he found the culinary skills of others lacking. With no worries about sustenance or burdensome matters, Nan Qiao devoted himself to practicing the dragon-elephant prajna technique and the XINU blade technique. The blade technique required nothing more than relentless practice. The dragon-elephant prajna technique was manageable in the early stages, though it would progressively become more challenging. Nan Qiao was prepared to dedicate his entire life to it. In this realm, the male protagonist Wei Nanku had already fallen from grace, and Nan Qiao bore no intent to harm him, provided they did not cross paths. As for the female lead, he had yet to encounter her. This was largely due to the disparity in their standings. The female lead, Li Moyun, was the legitimate granddaughter of the Grand General of the North, frequenting places inaccessible to one of his status. For Nan Qiao, this was advantageous, as he had always distanced himself from the protagonists. Yet, he pondered whether in this world, Wei Nan Qiao and Li Mo Yun might still ignite any sparks together. Although he had not witnessed the flames of love, the sparks from forging were indeed quite captivating. Nan Qiao sought out a renowned blacksmith shop at the border, entrusting them to forge a battle blade for him, modeled after the Miao knife but in a shorter form. He was unperturbed by the expenses and instructed them to utilize the finest materials available. Nan Qiao set forth 3 requirements: durability, sharpness, and heft. The blacksmith, taken aback, mused, "Isn't this a tall order?" After considerable contemplation, he recalled a piece of meteorite iron his father had discovered on the prairie. While it may not be the most suitable for weapon crafting, it was undoubtedly heavy. Meteorite iron? Nan Qiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such a treasure exists? The blacksmith hesitated. "I dare not deceive you, young sir. Meteorite iron is beyond my forging capabilities." "How so?" "If you desire a weapon infused with a modest amount of meteorite iron, I can manage that. However, if you wish for an abundance, it exceeds my strength. Perhaps you might consider a heavier weapon instead?" "I simply wish for the battle blade." "Then I shall endeavor to incorporate as much meteorite iron as possible, though I may not withstand the strain if it is excessive." "You." Nan Qiao scrutinized the blacksmith, robust and powerful in appearance. If even he could not endure the weight, then, "How about this? I will assist you in the forging." "Ah? While I lack the skill to forge, I can strike the iron in sync with your rhythm, alternating our efforts. That should suffice, yes?" "Young sir, the blacksmith hesitated. "Can your petite frame even lift the hammer I wield?" Though the blacksmith was inclined to refuse, the substantial sum of money offered by Nan Qiao was persuasive. Thus, the arrangement was settled, with the apprentices tasked with other duties outside while the 2 of them worked the blast furnace in seclusion. As per Nan Qiao's request to keep his remarkable strength concealed, the blacksmith was astonished, realizing that this seemingly refined young man possessed a wild spirit within. Each swing of the hammer was formidable, reaching an astonishing force of 80. No, it exceeded 80, easily reaching 120. After toiling for several days at the blacksmith's forge, Nan Qiao finally acquired a battle blade that satisfied him, eagerly anticipating its use on the battlefield. Previously, during a gang purge, his former weapon had dulled and failed him, leaving him quite irked. With the battle knife sheathed at his waist, and after receiving his due compensation, Nan Qiao left the blacksmith shop feeling content. However, as he stepped outside, he was greeted by a commotion. A young lad sprinted ahead, pursued by several individuals, toppling various stalls along the way. Nan Qiao did not meddle but merely stood there, observing as the young lad dashed past her like the wind, hardly breaking a sweat, while the adult man trailing behind him appeared utterly exhausted. In the recesses of her memories as Nan Qiao, there seemed to be an impression of that very boy, who had always followed the legitimate heir of the Wei family. Indeed, it was he, the future trusted general of Wei Nan Qiao, whose name seemed to be in Pei Yuan. This name lingered in her mind, as he shared his surname with her sister-in-law, and was recognized as a younger brother by the family. After Wei Nanxing became disabled, and Pei Yuan had remained by Wei Nan Qiao's side, her sister-in-law, and treated Pei Yuan with more kindness than she did her own half-brothers, granting an outsider the privileges usually reserved for the legitimate heirs of the Wei family. And Pei Yuan was a native of the borderlands, born into a life of hardship. His family had perished, leaving him as the sole survivor, growing up on the charity of others. Given the earlier circumstances, it was likely that he had inadvertently offended some local ruffians. In Wei Nanxiao's memories, the details of how the Wei family had come to know and Pei Yuan were unclear. In the narrative of the fan fiction, Wei Nanxing had not arrived in a state of disability but had instead been a victim of the events of the Second War. Perhaps it was after this year's conflict that Wei Nanxing had unknowingly saved Pei Yuan, bringing him into the Wei household, where he was recognized as a brother by it. From that moment on, he became the sharpest blade of the Wei family. Now, however, the storyline had deviated. Both Wei Nanxing and Nan had perished, while Wei Nan Qiao clung to life within the military medical camp. And Pei Yuan had lost his chance to join the Wei family. Yet, it was not entirely hopeless. While he could not follow Wei Nan Qiao, he could accompany her instead. And Pei Yuan was a significant supporting male character, much like Sun Mingjie from the previous world. He was not only deeply loyal, but also possessed remarkable martial arts talent, learning swiftly. It remained uncertain whether his presence was a pre-existing element of the original drama or a deliberate arrangement within the fanfiction. Notably, the character of Pei Yuan did not exist in the plot of the television series. If he went unnoticed, so be it, but if discovered, Nan Qiao felt compelled to investigate. Of course, as she was not the protagonist, she lacked the imposing aura that could command respect. If she could gather support, it would be splendid, Yet she would not force the issue if it proved impossible. Nan Qiao waved and called over the blacksmith. Brother, do you know that lad who just ran past? Yuan Guo. Yes, I know him. Did he offend you? No. I'm just curious about what he did to be chased by so many people. It's just trivial matters. Oh, pray tell. Honestly, there is nothing much to say. Everyone in the neighborhood knows about Yuan Guo. He is not a bad person. He grew up eating from various families and takes good care of the old neighbors. Indeed. And? I heard that the wife of old Li at the end of the street is gravely ill and lacks the money for treatment. Yuan Guo probably went to find some silver. Oh? The ones chasing him are thugs from the gambling house. Yuan Guo might have gone there to steal money. To help old Li's wife? I'd wager it's quite likely. Yuan Guo often ate at old Li's place when he was little. He is a person who values gratitude. But if he stole from the gambling house, won't that lead to serious trouble? Sigh the blacksmith lamented. Even if the monk runs away, the temple cannot escape. This matter is far from over. What do you mean? The gambling house may not catch Yuan Guo, but they can certainly catch someone from old Li's family. Just wait. There will definitely be a reckoning afterward. A reckoning? Yes, it's a gamble for their lives. If Yuan Guo wins, this matter will end. If he loses, his life will be forfeit. He seems to be quite a loyal person. Nan Qiao chuckled. Brother, I wish to meet that person. How can I find him? Young sir, it's merely a matter of silver. Anything that can be resolved with money isn't a big deal. Nan Qiao patted the knife at his waist. For matters that money cannot resolve, I have other means. The blacksmith gritted his teeth and summoned an apprentice, instructing, take this young sir to find Yuan Guo. You know where to locate him, right? The apprentice nodded but regarded Nan Qiao with scrutiny and doubt. Smack. The blacksmith slapped the apprentice. This young sir is a good person. Don't have any foolish thoughts. Lead the way. Yes. The apprentice grimaced as he rubbed his head, offering an apologetic smile to Nan Qiao before leading the way to the place where Pei Yuan usually hides. Everyone around were old neighbors, familiar with one another. The apprentice was merely 2 years older than Pei Yuan and had known him since childhood. Along the way, the apprentice spoke highly of Pei Yuan, genuinely hoping that this young master could help resolve the situation. After winding through several alleys, they arrived at a dilapidated house in Pei Yuan's secret hideaway. Upon seeing visitors, Pei Yuan was extremely anxious, but relaxed somewhat upon recognizing the apprentice. However, his gaze towards Nan Qiao remained wary. The apprentice leaned in and quietly introduced him, saying that this was a young master who had a way to resolve the matter. After hearing this, Pei Yuan's expression darkened instead of brightening. He furrowed his brow, questioning the motivation behind someone wanting to help him without reason. There is no need to be so tense, Nan Qiao said. I happened to hear about your situation and thought you were a decent person who shouldn't perish in a gamble. Pei Yuan remained silent, staring intently at Nan Qiao. How much silver did you take from the gambling house? I didn't count, perhaps over 10 taels. Have you returned the silver? I have. Then how much do you think it would take to resolve this matter? At least 3 times the amount. Only then would the gambling house consider saving face. That doesn't seem excessive. Nan Qiao took out a 50 tael silver note from his pouch, a common currency for trade, saying, here is the silver note. Do you have the courage to take me to the gambling house? Pei Yuan looked at Nan Qiao in confusion. Why? Why help you? Yes. I do not believe in goodwill without reason. I understand. I wouldn't trust it either if I were in your shoes, Nan Qiao replied with a smile. Just consider it that I find you likable, and since I have the means, is that reason enough? You can give me the silver note, and I'll go to the gambling house myself. What? Afraid of implicating me? This is my affair and does not concern you. If this matter is resolved, I will find a way to return the silver note to you. And how will you repay me? By continuing your petty theft? Pei Yuan's expression darkened considerably. Indeed. Given his current situation, he couldn't even earn 5 taels, let alone 50. I am 14 this year, and will be heading to the military camp next year. I will fight bravely. Once I am free of my debts, I will earn money. Pei Yuan raised his right hand. I swear I will repay this debt. I do not doubt your character, but I question your ability. If you cannot withstand a few thugs, how will you survive on the battlefield? Let us go, while my impression of you is still favorable. Hurry to resolve this matter, and later I will teach you a set of knife techniques. Whether you can survive on the battlefield depends on how diligently you learn. This time, Pei Yuan was genuinely moved. He didn't care for the silver but yearned to learn the knife techniques. After a deep glance at Nan Qiao, he thanked the apprentice and led Nan Qiao towards the gambling house, resolute in his mind. If the gambling house did not let the matter rest, he would not involve this benefactor. However, The gambling house indeed would not let it go. You stole our silver and trampled our dignity. Even if you repay 3 times the amount, it won't be so easily forgotten. The gambling house demanded and pay Yuan's hand as a condition for settling the matter. Otherwise, neither of them would leave. And Pei Yuan was distressed, contemplating how to avoid implicating Nan Qiao. With a firm resolve, he grasped the knife, ready to sever his own hand. But someone seized his arm. No matter how much Pei Yuan struggled, he could not break free. He turned to see it was his benefactor who had come to his aid. After shaking her head at Pei Yuan, Nan Qiao turned to the casino's manager and inquired, "You are the 4th brother, correct? Would it be possible for us to speak privately over there?" Pei Yuan stood by, observing as the noble led the unruly 4th brother into a secluded corner. He could not discern what was said, but the change in 4th brother's demeanor was palpable. Ultimately, the matter concluded with a compensation of 50 taels of silver. Nan Qiao departed the casino with Pei Yuan, unimpeded by anyone. On their way back, Pei Yuan could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "What did you discuss with 4th brother?" "He is not one to be easily swayed." "Nothing much. Merely conveyed some truths," she replied. "What truths?" "The truth regarding the recent annihilation of a certain gang." Pei Yuan, not lacking in wit, quickly grasped the implication and exclaimed, "You did that?" Nan Qiao turned to Pei Yuan and smiled. "Would you like to learn?" "Yes." Pei Yuan nodded vigorously. "Excellent. Then we have much to discuss. But first, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nan Qiao. Like you, I also have a criminal record. Isn't it a coincidence that we will enlist together next year?" Pei Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. When Nan Qiao abandoned pretense and embraced honesty, Pei Yuan found it irresistible. It is essential to adapt one's approach to different individuals, and Pei Yuan is not foolish, but rather astute. Some matters are better articulated directly rather than concealed. Nan Qiao clearly conveyed to the other party, "I recognize your potential and am willing to invest in you, solely to survive in the military camp. From now on, we shall depend on each other, with me as the leader." "Why must it be me in charge?" Pei Yuan was displeased. "Because I am stronger than you. Let's make a pact. Whoever is more formidable shall lead. What do you say?" "Agreed." Pei Yuan found no fault in this. After all, the world operates on the principle that might makes right. When he becomes stronger in the future, he shall assume command. Since we have pledged to enlist together, it would be wise for you to focus on your training and not be distracted by other matters. I do not wish to bear the burden of looking after you once we are soldiers. Pei Yuan, you lack the means to eat. How can you train? One must have sufficient energy to practice martial arts. Then what do you suggest I do? Pei Yuan retorted defiantly, feeling fortunate just to have enough to eat. "Come with me." "Come with you?" "Yes, until you can outmatch me. You are my subordinate, and thus you must follow me." "Why the hesitation?" Nan Qiao teased. "Are you embarrassed to benefit from my generosity?" "Aye. Enough. Once we become soldiers, we will be brothers bound by life and death. So why quibble over such trivialities? Your superior strength will only enhance my chances of survival." "Very well then, since you put it that way, I shall not linger. However, I must visit the Li family first to see my aunt." "Go ahead. If you find the funds for medical expenses insufficient, I can assist. I have enough." Pei Yuan could shamelessly sponge off meals but would not accept money from Nan Qiao for the Li family. Caring for them was his responsibility, not Nan Qiao's. That day, Pei Yuan bid farewell to the familiar neighborhood, accompanying Nan Qiao back to the Wei family. The warm-hearted Wen family welcomed this newcomer with open arms, delighted that their son finally had a friend. Mrs. Wen had long noticed the changes in Nan Qiao, particularly in his social interactions. He had become increasingly solitary, maintaining poor relations with the Wei family and having no close companions outside. All interactions were superficial pleasantries. He had no true friends. Whenever his daughter faced troubles, she confided in her mother, but their son kept everything to himself. The weight of the world rested solely on Nan Qiao's shoulders, leaving him without a confidant. Mrs. Wen had come to regard Nan Qiao as her own son and worried about his well-being. Now, at last, her son had made a friend, one who would enlist alongside him next year. What a blessing. Once they entered the military camp, they could look out for each other. Pei Yuan was treated with great hospitality at the Wei residence, leaving him pleasantly astonished. The family dynamics at the Wei household were rather intricate. Besides his 2 sisters-in-law, Nan Qiao's younger sister was exceptionally beautiful. Under the curious gaze of Wei Qing Luo, Pei Yuan felt his face flush. It was his first encounter with such a stunning girl, and even at a slight distance, he could catch a whiff of her delightful fragrance. With both his second and third sisters-in-law present, Nan Qiao rented a larger courtyard, providing an extra room for Bei Yuan. Thus began Bei Yuan's life at the Wei residence, where he trained in swordplay alongside Nan Qiao and enjoyed an abundance of food. Reveling in the comforts of the Wei family's splendid lifestyle, Sun Mingjie never inquired about the supplies Nan Qiao procured, but Bei Yuan was like a curious child. He asked, but Nan Qiao remained tight-lipped. When annoyance took hold, Nan Qiao would use delicacies to silence him. Ask one more question, and you shall forfeit the chance to enjoy fine food today. Bei Yuan quickly covered his mouth with both hands, deterred from asking further questions. Nan Qiao did not impart the Ampi Yuanlong's elephant-like predetermined technique until the appropriate time arrived. Instead, he taught him the Xinyo swordsmanship. It was through this sword technique that Nan Qiao realized the exceptional martial talent of Bei Yuan. Within just a week, he managed to catch up to his progress. Nan Qiao, goodness, it seems my innate talent is solely inclined towards physical cultivation. In terms of practicing swordsmanship, my abilities are akin to that of an ordinary person, relying primarily on diligent effort. Unlike Bei Yuan, who is swiftly approaching a state of unity between man and blade with every passing day. Nan Qiao could not help but lament the profound unfairness of fate. Given the current state of Bei Yuan, one could only imagine the terrifying martial prowess of Nan Qiao. Had it not been for the debilitating effects of poison on his body, it is likely that Nan Qiao would have already begun his ascent to greatness. A month passed, and Bei Yuan, having honed his swordsmanship, commenced sparring sessions with Nan Qiao. Yet, he was utterly overmatched. Despite Bei Yuan's superior technique, he could not withstand Nan Qiao's overwhelming power. No matter how exquisite your swordplay may be, when our blades clash, my battle knife will send you flying, disrupting your very balance. Bei Yuan was perplexed, questioning the rationale behind this disparity. It's unfair, he exclaimed, feeling deeply aggrieved. You are merely leveraging your innate strength to bully me. Nan Qiao innocently spread her hands, saying, it is not my fault that he is so strong. Bei Yuan, after each sparring session, found himself feeling somewhat vexed. During these moments, it was Weiqi Luo who provided him with solace. Among the Wei family, the Wen clan served as elders, offering Bei Yuan more care and concern, while the Sun and Lin families maintained a certain distance from him. Wei Yi and Wei Anning were still quite young, often playing together, leaving Weiqi Luo, who had ample free time and was unfamiliar with interactions with young men, intrigued by Bei Yuan's past experiences. Whenever Weiqi Luo expressed her desire to listen, Bei Yuan would share tales from his childhood. As a 14-year-old youth, he was more than willing to engage with a beautiful young lady, and thus, a bond began to form between them. Upon discovering their growing closeness, Wen Shi called for Nan Qiao, saying, Qiao, is it wise for your sister to spend so much time with Brother Yuan? It's fine. If they are truly destined for each other, we should not stand in their way. But, mother, trust my judgment. Very well, then. Nan Qiao possessed an admirable sense of acceptance. If there truly existed feelings between Bei Yuan and Weiqi Luo, then they should simply be together. What could be the harm? Marrying Bei Yuan would at least mean knowing him well. He hardly seemed like someone destined for a short life. Presently, it appeared that Bei Yuan harbored some minor inclinations. For who could resist the charm of a delightful young lady? Weiqi Luo, however, remained oblivious, treating Bei Yuan as she would her own brother, devoid of any romantic notions. The absence of flirtation did not imply that her affection was without its vulnerabilities. Observing Bei Yuan's frequent disheartenment, Weiqi Luo, in her attempt to console him, inadvertently betrayed her brother. Let my brother teach you the dragon elephant predetermined technique. It will enhance your strength. Bei Yuan responded with astonishment, realizing the truth behind her words. So that's how it is. I genuinely believed you possessed innate strength. Bei Yuan merely expressed his musings, without the intention of pursuing the dragon elephant predetermined technique. A method of significant rarity that might well be a treasured heirloom of the Wei family. He couldn't afford to act thoughtlessly. Bei Yuan had not mentioned this matter to Nan Qiao, yet it was Weiqi Luo who sought him out. Brother, Weiqi Luo exclaimed, playfully tugging at Nan Qiao's arm as she began to charm him. Nan Qiao's guard immediately went up. Speak, what do you intend to do this time? Brother, must you be so wary of me? Every time you seek me out with that endearing demeanor, it never bodes well. What have you set your sights on this time? And how much silver is involved? Oh, it's not a matter of silver, rather. What is it? It concerns Brother Yuan. Well, you see. Weiqi Luo lowered her head and spoke softly. I mentioned the dragon elephant predetermined skill to him, and then, I was thinking that if he learned it, he could assist you more, forgetting how precious this skill is. So, well, It's one thing if Brother Yuan remains ignorant, but now that he knows, if we don't teach him, might he not hold a grudge against you? Nan Qiao understood that Wei Qingluo was concerned that this incident might rekindle discord between herself and Pei Yuan. Logically speaking, whether or not to impart the Wei family's martial arts techniques was entirely Nan Qiao's prerogative. Teaching them would be a gesture of goodwill, while withholding them would be her right, and outsiders had no authority to comment. However, human nature is a complex matter. There is a saying that captures this sentiment well. One fears not only for a brother's hardships, but also for his prosperity. If Pei Yuan were to remain perpetually overshadowed by Nan Qiao, it would be difficult to ensure that hearts would not waver, especially after becoming aware of the dragon elephant prajna art. The previous world Xia Yingying and Zhou Li serve as quintessential examples. Despite their deep bond and shared upbringing, Zhou Li's resentment emerged once she felt overshadowed. Pei Yuan's situation, however, differs from that of Sun Mingjie. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. It's fine, she reassured Wei Qingluo, since it's already been said. I shall teach him later. Is that really all right? Wei Qingluo questioned. There is nothing wrong with it. As you mentioned, if Yuan Guru's abilities improve, he can assist me even more. Wei Qingluo nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. That's exactly what I think. Truly, you are my sister. Your thoughts are always so considerate. Hee. Wei Qingluo playfully tugged at Nan Qiao's arm. Brother, I have my eyes on a beautiful set of headpieces. Buy it. You are the best, brother. Pei Yuan had not anticipated that Nan Qiao would generously impart the dragon elephant prajna skill to him. Qiao Gui, you? Pei Yuan felt a wave of shame, realizing he had underestimated her character. It was Qingluo who spoke on your behalf. If you wish to express gratitude, do so to her in the future. I will. Pei Yuan replied, his tone exceptionally solemn. My sister has a fondness for exquisite jewelry and clothing. Pei Yuan nodded, taking note. He resolved to slay more enemies to expunge his sins and earn silver to purchase headpieces for Wei Qingluo. Moreover, he needed to ensure that Wei Qingluo was also freed from her burdens. Xiao Guo was responsible for caring for a large family. It was imperative that he contributed to alleviating her worries. While the dragon elephant prajna skill had been entrusted to Pei Yuan, his progress in cultivation was significantly behind that of Nan Qiao. Nan Qiao has finally regained the confidence that had been overshadowed by comparison. While I may falter in martial arts, you cannot succeed in physical cultivation. Do you truly believe that my innate talents are a mere just in contrast to yours? After merely 1 or 2 months of dedicated practice, Nan Qiao successfully mastered the first level of the dragon elephant prajna skill, and within 6 months, he attained the second level. For others, however, the journey may not be as swift. It could take 1.5 years just to reach the first level, with increasing difficulty as one progresses. Having personally engaged in the cultivation of the prajna dragon elephant skill, Pei Yuan developed an even deeper admiration for Nan Qiao's innate talent. Each individual has their own preferences and unique gifts, and Pei Yuan, being quite perceptive, vowed to keep the dragon elephant prajna skill strictly confidential. However, Nan Qiao waved her hand, declaring with insouciance, it's nothing of the sort. When you have a son in the future, you can pass it down to your descendants. Though it was initially a solemn matter, Pei Yuan's countenance flushed crimson upon hearing Nan Qiao's words. The mention of sons and descendants evoked thoughts of Wei Qingluo in his mind. To marry Qingluo, he mused, would indeed be the zenith of felicity, unbeknownst to her. Wei Qingluo, while procuring hair ornaments, serendipitously forged a close friendship. Wei Qingluo regarded the elder Miss Li with admiration, impressed that at the tender age of 17, she was already capable of managing such an expansive establishment. Li Mayun, in turn, was fond of Wei Qingluo, drawn to her comely appearance. Unlike the male protagonist, Li Mayun was a transmigrator from birth, awakening to her past life's memories at the age of 6 and gradually reshaping her disposition. Consequently, no one in the Jinbei general's manor found her behavior peculiar, and Li Pingchong, ever indulgent, allowed his granddaughter to pursue her desires. Li Pingchong had 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son, Li Xian, had 3 sons and 1 daughter, while the second son, Li Sai, had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The married daughter had only sons. Li Mayan and her cousin Li Qinin were the sole granddaughters in the Li family. Enjoying the privileges of princesses, Li Mayun's penchant for business was indulged, as her earnings could supplement the general's manor's expenses. Li Qinin's inclination towards music was also fostered. And at the age of 9, she played with remarkable skill, a talent that Li Mayun did not possess. Li Mayun's aptitude lay in commerce. While she lacked proficiency in needlework, calligraphy, painting, and music, as she matured, she occasionally recalled crucial technologies from her past life. Her golden touch truly manifested after her coming-of-age ceremony when Wei Nank was already making a name for himself in the military, and they developed mutual affection upon meeting. In essence, the female protagonist's golden touch was intended to benefit the male protagonist, fostering their mutual reliance. Currently, Li Mayun primarily engages in businesses she had encountered in her previous life, such as clothing and jewelry stores. Wei Qingluo became a VIP client at Li Mayun's store, purchasing numerous exquisite garments and ornaments, her spending habits belying her status as a member of a convict family. Li Mayun discovered Wei Qingluo's background after their acquaintance. While appreciating the young girl, she also developed a slight interest in Wei Nank. She wondered how a convict family could amass such wealth, as Wei Qingluo's lifestyle was beyond the means of ordinary people. Furthermore, Wei Qingluo was an ardent admirer of her brother, portraying him as omnipotent, handsome, and a provider of a life of luxury for his future wife. She nearly exclaimed, "My brother would eat dung." To prove Wei Nank's prowess, Li Mayun possessed a virtuous nature, not being a selfish protagonist. However, she had a significant flaw, her obsession with appearances. As the most beloved granddaughter in the Jinbei general's manor, Li Pingchong indulged Li Mayun's whims, disregarding parental arrangements and matchmaking. Li Mayun would choose her future husband based on her own preferences. She would marry whomever she fancied, and no one could coerce her otherwise. Now at 14, it was time to discuss marriage, or at least finalize an engagement. Li Xian and his wife had discussed the matter and arranged numerous meetings for their daughter. But Li Mayun had not been impressed. Whether a man was a promising talent was inconsequential. In Li Mayun's eyes, without an appealing exterior, he would not even have the opportunity to showcase his inner qualities. Li Mayun had explicitly stated, "I only want to find someone handsome." Having admired soldiers in her previous life, Li Mayun would not mind marrying a Jinbei army soldier, but only if he was handsome. In the fan fiction, her attraction to Wei Nank stemmed from his attractive face. Her special treatment of Wei Qingluo was also due to her beauty. Upon learning that Wei Qingluo's brother was also handsome, Li Mayun felt a tinge of regret, as he was a member of a convict family. Her grandfather, no matter how indulgent, would not consent to her marrying a convict. In the border region, few respectable families were willing to marry their daughters to convicts, who lived precarious lives and constantly faced the prospect of widowhood. Convicts seeking wives had two options: purchase a girl being sold or marry a widow. Li Mayun was not in a hurry to marry herself, as she was only 14. If Wei Qingluo's brother was as capable as she claimed, he would eventually escape his convict status. She would wait until Wei Nank was no longer a convict before considering him. Currently, Wei Nank seemed to possess some abilities, at least in earning money, which made him somewhat compatible with her. She would observe him after he became a free citizen and, if satisfied, might consider marrying him. Nan Qiao was entirely unaware of the situation and had no intention of developing a relationship with the female protagonist. He was more focused on avoiding her. Moreover, the circumstances of Nan Qiao's family did not align with the female protagonist's criteria for a partner, as she valued a lifelong, exclusive companionship. His household was more complicated than merely taking concubines, as it included 2 sisters-in-law. The tradition of the general's household in the north was to marry without taking concubines. Li Pingchang's first wife had passed away, and he had neither remarried nor taken a concubine. Similarly, both Li Xian and Li Sai had not taken concubines, and all the children in their family were legitimate offspring born of their wives. Even the married daughters did not have husbands who took concubines. Their relationships were harmonious. Given that Li Moyun had awakened her soul from a past life and grew up in such a family environment, it would be quite unusual for her future husband to take concubines. Wei Qingluo was enjoying her life immensely, even more so than when she was at the Wei family in the capital. Without the presence of Wei Qingye and her 2 sisters who had ostracized her, she could do as she pleased at home, indulged by her mother and elder brother, making her happier than many other young ladies. When at home, Wei Qingluo would sew clothes for her brother, embellishing them with her favorite patterns, and even crafted a simple outfit for In Piyuan without embroidery. Upon receiving the garment, In Piyuan treasured it as if it were a precious item, reluctant to wear it. His fondness did not go unnoticed by his 2 sisters-in-law, yet they chose not to comment. Since the younger sister seemed oblivious to it all, they felt there was no need to address it. Wei Qingluo appeared completely unaware. not only of Pei Yuan's affections but also of the intentions of her designated match, Li Huili. Li Huili had encountered Wei Qi Luo by chance in the shop of the third sister, and it was as if fate had intertwined their paths. He felt an immediate affinity for her, a notion that he could not imagine marrying anyone else. This was also a consequence of Nan Qiao's arrival, creating a butterfly effect. In the drama's timeline, Li Huili's first meeting with Wei Qi Luo was delayed, as they were merely 11 years old at present. In fanfiction, however, the narrative had taken a different turn due to the author's deliberate suppression. Li Huili had never met the girl until her untimely death. Now, Wei Qi Luo, who was financially independent, frequented Li Emoyun's shop and had formed a close friendship with her, inevitably encountering the original match. However, the timeline was premature. Unlike in the drama where they felt mutual attraction at first sight, Wei Qing Luo remained oblivious. As Wei Emoyun and Wei Qing Luo chatted together, Li Huili sat beside them like a wooden post, silent and unmoving, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Wei Qi Luo. Wei Emoyun pondered what was going on with her younger brother. Being a mature soul, she quickly sensed the undercurrents. Her younger brother was stealing glances at the Wei family girl. Had he finally awakened to his feelings? Wei Emoyun feigned ignorance, and soon after, Wei Qi Luo rose to take her leave, accompanied by her maid. Li Huili watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. Wei Emoyun remarked, "Children in ancient times are quite precocious. Do you like her?" She inquired softly. "Huh?" Li Huili's face flushed crimson. "I'm not like the third sister, she." He stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, lowering his head in embarrassment, his ears reddening, too shy to meet her gaze. His bashful demeanor suggested he was smitten, which was hardly a shameful matter. "Third sister, Li Huili hesitantly asked, "Which family is she from?" "You might be mistaken. The Wei girl is no longer the eldest daughter," Wei Emoyun clarified. "Huh?" "She is the illegitimate daughter of the former Minister of War, the youngest, who was exiled with her family last year." "The Minister of War's family?" Li Huili recalled. "Oh, that Wei family, they have indeed faced misfortunes." "Indeed, since their arrival. The Wei family had endured many trials, yet the brothers' abilities had considerably improved their circumstances." "Is the Wei family still considered disgraced?" "Yes, their redemption hinges on her brother." "Third sister, if I say hypothetically, what if her brother also perished in battle?" Li Emoyun did not offer further commentary, casting a knowing glance at her younger brother. The implications unmistakable. They would remain forever disgraced. The only way to lift the disgrace was through valor in battle, by killing 50 enemies. And this privilege could be transferred to family but not to outsiders. In other words, even if someone possessed great skill, the opportunity to redeem oneself could not be casually traded. There were indeed backdoor routes, but they often carried an unfavorable reputation. Take Wei Qing Luo as an example. If Wei Nan Qiao were to fall in battle, she would lose all hope of redemption. If Li Huili wished to assist her, he could only arrange for her to enter a false marriage with a skilled warrior. Once married, they would become family, allowing the husband to fight valiantly and earn merit to redeem Wei Qi Luo. Once she was no longer disgraced, they would part ways, and Li Huili would then marry her. However, this scheme would tarnish Wei Qingluo's reputation, as she would be known as a woman who had been married before. Moreover, executing such a plan was fraught with peril. Killing 50 enemies meant facing the utmost danger on the battlefield, where death was a constant possibility. Few would dare to undertake such a gamble despite the knowledge of backdoor opportunities. It was a wager with one's life. Winning once could yield substantial rewards, yet losing even once could mean death on the battlefield. While Li Huili might find someone willing to undertake such a task, he felt discomfort with the notion of a false marriage. "You are overthinking," Wei Emoyun interrupted his musings. "You currently have no connection with her, so why ponder so extensively?" Feeling awkward, Li Huili scratched his head, acknowledging that perhaps he was indeed overthinking. He decided to wait until it was certain that the Wei girl had feelings for him before contemplating future matters. "All right," he agreed. "You've been out long enough. Hurry home. Don't think that just because you passed the scholar's exam, you've accomplished everything. There are still the higher ranks of Jiren and Jinshi to pursue." "Third sister, please don't say any more. I'm already trying my best. Your efforts are still insufficient. It's rare for our family to have a scholar like you. Do not let romantic feelings cloud your judgment." Sigh. Li Huili remained silent, cupping his hands in farewell. In the general's household in the north, from Li Pingchong onward, most were military talents adept at leading troops in battle. It was more beneficial to fortify their martial skills than to immerse them in literature. The women in the family were no different. Li Emoyun had no interest in studying, and Li Qinin preferred music. Only Li Huili was an exception. a natural scholar who passed the scholar's exam at the age of 10, earning the title of Star of Literature among the border troops. In the drama's storyline, Li Huili passed the Jinshi exam at 15 and was appointed as the top scholar by the emperor. In fanfiction, after meeting Wei Nan Qiao and engaging in subsequent events, he passed the Jinshi exam at 18, achieving the status of the top scholar. Regardless of the realm, Li Huili excelled in the literary domain, dominating the nation. In matters of the heart, he is rather introverted, having previously lacked the courage to converse with Wei Qingluo. In this regard, he cannot compare to An Peiyuan, who effortlessly brings laughter to Wei Qingluo, delighting her with his words. An Peiyuan possesses a dexterous spirit. He often ventures out to gather beautiful flowers, weaving them into garlands to present to Wei Qingluo. Upon witnessing Nan Qiao's culinary prowess, An Peiyuan took it upon himself to refine his knife skills, not for the sake of cooking, but to master the art of carving. He began with small animals, crafting one to gift to Wei Qingluo, and subsequently progressed to sculpting figures, ultimately creating hairpins from wood. In a reciprocal gesture, Wei Qingluo learned the culinary arts from her brother, occasionally preparing delightful pastries to offer to An Peiyuan. Their relationship bore the sweetness of childhood companions, leaving one to wonder when Wei Qingluo would come to realize her feelings. As for Li Huili, he had not seen much of Wei Qingluo since that incident. He was preoccupied with his studies and could not afford to linger in the third sister's shop daily, while Wei Qingluo's visits were sporadic, dictated by her whims. The celestial descent was insufficiently impactful, utterly overshadowed by the companionship of childhood friends. And Peiyuan had made countless impressions on Wei Qingluo, whereas he left little mark on her heart. With the arrival of a new year, on New Year's Eve, the Wei family was even fewer in number. Yet the atmosphere felt more harmonious, devoid of those bothersome presences, much to Nan Qiao's delight. However, when Shi felt a pang of unease. Her son would soon depart for the army, and she could not easily set her mind at rest. Nan Qiao harbored little concern. His dragon-elephant prajna skill had recently reached its 3rd level, bestowing an additional strength of 300 pounds, which made him an exceptional warrior in this realm. However, An Peiyuan was not as fortunate. Despite his mastery of the Shinyo sword technique, he had yet to even refine the 1st level of the dragon-elephant prajna skill. This year, the nomadic tribes from the grasslands made another attempt at incursion, launching a few assaults that lacked the ferocity of the previous year. And upon realizing their limited prospects, they retreated. Their annual winter assaults had become a customary event at the border, as long as life remained bearable. The tribes would seize any opportunity to test their luck, attacking when conditions permitted. Only when circumstances became dire would they truly commit. Reminiscent of last year's reckless and desperate offensives, the Wei family was unfortunately fated. Had their exile been delayed by just a year, they would have evaded the intensity of the previous year's onslaught, and perhaps 3 of their men would not have perished in battle. Wei Nank remained dedicated to his role as a military physician, and under his suggestion, the medical corps had begun assembling a healthcare team to learn how to manage simple injuries, breaking free from certain ideological constraints. The skills of suturing and disinfecting wounds had undoubtedly saved numerous soldiers' lives. However, their efforts in managing inflammation were still inadequate. Wei Nank found himself at a loss. Though he was aware of penicillin, he had no knowledge of its extraction, and the era did not afford the necessary experimental conditions. In the absence of potent anti-inflammatory medications, they could only resort to traditional herbal remedies, leaving survival to sheer chance. Wei Nank's performance was commendable. The officer responsible for the medical unit held him in high regard, providing him with a salary equivalent to that of other military physicians, despite his inability to clear his criminal record. Living within the military camp, Wei Nank found little opportunity to spend money. He had a day off each month to return to the city, enjoying a modest improvement in his circumstances or offering assistance to the less fortunate. Should he desire a stable life, he could save a bit of silver to one day wed a wife. If he could not marry a maiden, surely he could take a widow. When others suggested this to him, Wei Nank could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Given his current state, what use was there in marrying? His body was still riddled with toxins, deeply affecting his organs. While he retained some functionality, it was not without consequence, as the doctor had warned of its impact on future progeny. In essence, the viability of his lineage was in question. Spending silver to marry a woman who would only visit him once a month and might not bear children was a gamble, especially considering what she might do alone at home while he was in the barracks. Had the Wei family still been alive, he might have had someone to keep an eye on his wife. Alas, with most of his kin nearly gone, he wished to avoid the desolation of the grasslands looming over him. Thus, he found solace in supporting the local women. contributing to the GDP of the border region by offering assistance once a month. Wei Neng had not anticipated that just after the new year, he would encounter Nan Qiao at the barracks. Although they were blood relatives, their reunion felt akin to that of strangers, with their exchanges laced with formality. "Is everything well at home?" Wei Neng inquired, feeling a tinge of shame. Had he not seen Nan Qiao, he might have forgotten the family entirely. "Everything is fine. My second sister-in-law is living with me, along with He, and my elder brother's family and third sister-in-law are well. I am less certain about fourth sister." "Fourth sister?" Wei Neng sighed and shook his head. "She has passed away." "How could that be?" Nanji was genuinely taken aback by the news of Wei Qingya's death. "She did not survive childbirth," Wei Neng said, reflecting on the circumstances with a heavy heart. "It was just before the new year that Officer Jiang informed me." Nan Qiao did not find it surprising. Giving birth in ancient times was inherently perilous. However, Wei Qingya's age should have been the prime time for childbirth. She was manipulated to her demise. Wei Neng elucidated. "I have inquired. Jiang Baihu's wife possesses some cunning." "How so?" "On the surface, she has been exceedingly kind to our fourth sister, sending an array of nutritional supplements, nurturing her health, and ensuring the child in her womb grows robustly." Nan Qiao understood immediately. The child had grown too large, making delivery exceedingly difficult. In this era, cesarean sections are not an option. Modern childbirth often necessitates an episiotomy to assist in the delivery, while in ancient times, it was merely a matter of tearing, which could lead to significant hemorrhaging with a single misstep. Wei Qingya met her demise due to excessive bleeding. Although her child was born safely, she herself did not survive. Upon hearing this, Nan Qiao merely accepted it, harboring no intentions of avenging Wei Qingya. Not only did he remain indifferent, but even Wei Neng showed no concern. After all, as a mere illegitimate son, why should he meddle in others' affairs? Nonetheless, Wei Neng had spent 2 years in the military, and before his departure, he offered a piece of advice to Nan Qiao: train diligently. Mastering martial arts will prevent you from suffering losses. When the time comes, I shall present you with some gifts. Nan Qiao did not decline and respectfully responded, "Thank you, fifth brother." After all, they were brothers. There was no need for such formalities as they parted ways. Wei Nan Qiao strolled back leisurely, his tent housing a compilation of comprehensive combat techniques he had rewritten during his leisure, along with an accessible collection of military strategies from ancient to modern times. The original manuscripts presented to Li Pingchong were not for everyone to study. The comprehensive version of the combat techniques was reserved exclusively for the personal soldiers of the Northern Town Army. Similarly, the XINU swordsmanship was only available to the regular troops of the Northern Town Army, while those in the cannon fodder camp practiced only the most fundamental forms of swordplay and combat techniques. Nan Qiao was fortunate enough to practice the XINU knife technique a year in advance, a favor bestowed upon him by Wei Neng. Wei Neng, the protagonist, possesses commendable character. In contrast, Nan Qiao is considerably more unscrupulous. For Nan Qiao, any factor that poses a threat to him must be eradicated, regardless of the innocence of the other party. Much like Xia Yingying from the previous world, who merely concerned him with the potential revelation of his identity as a time traveler, Nan Qiao acted decisively against her. Similarly, in this world, upon fearing that Wei Neng's potential rebellion might implicate him, he resorted to poisoning. Beside him, and P1 expressed confusion. "Brother Qiao, why do you wear such a frown?" "Nothing much, just feeling a bit uneasy," Nan Qiao replied. "Would you like to consult a physician?" "Not necessary. It has nothing to do with my health." As a new recruit in the cannon fodder battalion, Wei Nan Qiao and Pei Yuan and 8 others were assigned to a tent where no pretentious displays or confrontations occurred. They were all there to serve as expendable pawns, too preoccupied with their own worries to indulge in posturing, while others busied themselves with their belongings. Nan Qiao sought out Wei Du, the officer in charge of their group. After a brief conversation within the tent, Wei Du emerged with a demeanor that regarded Nan Qiao as a close brother, his smile radiating sincerity. Many witnesses speculated whether Wei Nan Qiao had secretly bribed the officer. In truth, it was more than mere bribery. Nan Qiao presented Wei Du with 100 taels of silver as a token of their initial meeting, simultaneously showcasing her formidable prowess, which captured Wei Du's attention. The public rationale was her innate strength. The XINU swordsmanship was originally crafted by Wei Neng, and thus, it was entirely plausible for Nan Qiao to master it. After witnessing Nan Qiao's extraordinary strength firsthand, Wei Du's thoughts began to shift. Such a formidable individual was likely capable of extricating herself from her criminal record. Once she became a law-abiding citizen, Nan Qiao would have the opportunity to shine within the Northern Town Army, with the potential for future promotions, thereby becoming an ally. In light of the generous gift of 100 taels and his favorable impression of Nan Qiao, Wei Du decisively approved her request for solitary training within P1. Nan Qiao put forth two requests, neither of which could be deemed unreasonable. Firstly, he expressed that he and Pei Yuan were ill-suited to practice the Xinyo sword technique in a public setting and would prefer to engage in solitary training. Secondly, during his free time, he wished to assist the fire brigade. He modestly asserted that he possessed an exceptional culinary skill. He even offered to prepare a special meal for Wei Du with such simple conditions. There was little for Wei Du to contest. It was not a matter of breaching military discipline, nor did it imply a desire to abandon the barracks for home. Thus, Wei Du acquiesced without a second thought. That very evening, after sampling Nan Qiao's culinary creations, Wei Du was nearly brought to tears with excitement. The fire brigade's cooking merely ensured that food was thoroughly cooked. While the quality of taste was not a concern, Wei Du could only indulge in fine dining at city restaurants during his leave. But now, Nan Qiao's skills surpassed even those of the finest chefs in town. Were it not for his criminal record, Wei Du would have eagerly considered promoting Nan Qiao to head the fire brigade. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao is solely responsible for preparing meals, catering to Wei Du, the 100 household officer, as well as the soldiers of the Firehead Army. He and Pei Yuan took advantage of the situation to enjoy their meals. Though not part of the Firehead Army, their situation was akin to that of its members. In pursuit of sustenance, Nan Qiao, having been in service for less than a week, had already acquired the privilege to venture out for supplies. This opportunity allowed him to discreetly transfer items from his spirit spring space, as everything he brought back would ultimately benefit him. The soldiers in the cannon fodder camp harbored deep resentment towards someone like Wei Nan Qiao, who received such special treatment, considering him to be a petty individual. The atmosphere was rife with discontent, yet Nan Qiao chose to disregard the clamor, delegating the matter to Pei Yuan, who was more than willing to take the spotlight. Armed with a sword, Pei Yuan stood in the training ground, boldly proclaiming, "Those who are dissatisfied, step forward." In this confrontation, Pei Yuan, wielding a sheathed sword, single-handedly defeated over a dozen soldiers from the cannon fodder camp, including 2 seasoned veterans. Once the onlookers ceased their scrutiny, Pei Yuan scoffed, "Even I am no match for Brother Qiao's prowess. Are you still bold enough to boast? Have you submitted yet?" The soldiers fell silent, though skepticism lingered in their hearts. Was Wei Nan Qiao truly that formidable? At this juncture, Wei Du finally intervened, declaring, "Enough. Disperse." Pei Yuan speaks the truth. "Do not presume that I favor him or Wei Nan Qiao. It is you who must endure the training. They have long since completed theirs." As the cannon fodder soldiers hesitated to depart, Wei Du's impatience grew. "Get lost. Do you even know your own worth? Their martial arts are confidential, of course. They must train separately. What do you wish to learn by stealth?" This declaration prompted the soldiers to gradually disperse, as many began to believe the words of the 100 household officer. They had just witnessed Pei Yuan's exceptional swordsmanship, the angles of his strikes, the finesse of his force, the precision of his blocks, the transitions he executed, often before they could even react. The sheathed sword had already brushed past them. Discussions of fairness were futile. The world seldom adhered to such notions. Their skill was a testament to their own abilities, while their inadequacies were simply a reflection of their lack of competence. Nan Qiao and Pei Yuan were not only practicing the Xinyo sword technique, but also the combat skills recently delivered by Wei Nank. While Pei Yuan found it perplexing, Nan Qiao grasped its essence immediately. It was a comprehensive amalgamation of various elements, a testament to Wei Nank's skillful integration. This combat technique was akin to instinct, requiring the memorization of movements and vital points from the manual, followed by relentless practice to transform lethal methods into bodily reflexes. In the heat of battle, thought was unnecessary. The moment a weakness in the enemy was perceived, the body responded instinctively. For the duo who had mastered the dragon-elephant prajna technique, the killing techniques within the combat skills were not particularly challenging. With their bodies fully extended, there was little they could not accomplish. Pei Yuan, in the 3rd month of his military service, had finally mastered the first level of the dragon-elephant prajna technique, experiencing a remarkable increase in strength by 100 pounds. And he became acutely aware of the prowess of this technique. The military strategy compendium was also studied by the two together, not only Pei Yuan, but even Nan Qiao felt indebted to Wei Nank for this knowledge, and she resolved to find a way to repay this favor, as it weighed on her conscience. Meanwhile, at the Wei residence, Wei Qingluo had just achieved the first level of her training, granting her a measure of self-defense. In the face of danger, she needed nothing more than a well-placed kick to the groin of any assailant to secure her safety. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Nan Qiao's garments were predominantly crafted by the Sun family, while her undergarments and such were made by the Lin family. The Wen family, under the watchful eyes of the old Lord Feng, remained indifferent to all matters. After Nan Qiao's departure, they specifically acquired a household to serve as staff, with the man handling external affairs, the woman managing the household, and the two children caring for Wei Yijia and Wei Anning. The Wei family had no visible sources of income. All household expenses were covered by Nan Qiao's earnings, the origins of which remained a mystery to all. The family ledger showed a surplus of funds sufficient to sustain the Wei family for several years even in Nan Qiao's absence. This was a communal account for the entire family, while the items discreetly purchased for Wei Qingluo were drawn from Nan Qiao's personal savings. Once the household was properly arranged, Nan Qiao felt at ease to enlist as a soldier, returning each month alongside In Piyuan. This day was particularly joyous for Wei Qingluo, who would eagerly cling to In Piyuan, imploring him to recount stories of life in the barracks. The tales, narrated by In Piyuan, were far more captivating than those told by her brother, Nan Qiao. Only that lad enjoys flattering you. During the summer, when Nan Qiao and In Piyuan returned once more for family visits, Wenshi hesitated several times, as if she struggled to find the right words. Mother, is something the matter? Nan Qiao inquired, sensing that it was likely nothing serious. Otherwise, Wei Qingluo would have already informed him. Jiaoer, how is your cultivation progressing? Wenshi's inquiry hinted at deeper concerns. It's going well. I have made some progress. But, Nan Qiao replied, it's still early in the year. We can discuss everything next year. He could not disregard the customs of his time. Yet 15 was indeed a tad too premature. He ought to wait until he turned 16. However, Wenshi remained unconvinced, worried about the potential for barbarian invasions this winter. Mother, rest assured, I am well aware of my circumstances. Life in the barracks is quite satisfactory, and the captain holds me in high regard. This was the unembellished truth. Wei had become utterly reliant on Wei Nanjiao, and the same was true for the Firehead army. Wei Nanjiao was regarded as a divine entity within the ranks of the cannon fodder. Wei had even considered leveraging connections to transfer Wei Nanjiao directly to the Firehead army, to spare him from the battlefield. Nanjiao rejected this notion. He needed to achieve merit. How could he absolve himself of crimes without shedding sufficient blood? A mere soldier could not don armor, so Wei took the initiative to contact the quartermaster, procuring 2 sets of lightweight inner armor for Nanjiao and In Piyuan to conceal beneath their outer garments when they faced the battlefield. Upon hearing her son's words, Wenshi ceased her insistence. There was no persuading him, for he was steadfast in his decisions. Since matters concerning her son were off the table, she turned her attention to her daughter. Jiaoer, have you noticed how close your sister has grown to Yuango? This cannot continue indefinitely. Was her mother suggesting a betrothal? Yes, that is my thought, but I fear that if they become engaged, what if something were to happen to Yuango? There is no need for concern in this regard. He and Yuango possess exceptional skills. Yet, regarding such a significant matter as marriage, had she consulted her sister? Not yet. I have merely observed Qingluo's demeanor. Then let us wait until you have inquired with your sister. There is no rush. She is only 12. Very well. I shall heed your advice. What of Yuango? I shall gauge his sentiments later. I suspect they align closely. That is reassuring. The relationship between In Piyuan and Wei Qingluo was on the verge of becoming explicit. The 12-year-old Wei Qingluo had matured somewhat, and this year, her interactions with In Piyuan were markedly more refined than the previous year, displaying a touch of feminine shyness. Meanwhile, the official CP, Li Huili, remained engrossed in his studies. Feeling quite vexed, having visited Sanjia's shop multiple times without a sighting of the Wei family girl. Did fate truly conspire against them? Perhaps Sanjia could assist in making an introduction? However, Li Mayan had neither the time nor the energy to meddle in her younger brother's affairs. She was preoccupied. Now 15 years of age, on her coming-of-age day, she found herself flooded with essential knowledge for traversers while engrossed in experiments. As the legitimate granddaughter of the general's residence, her first endeavor was the study of cement, which, if successful, could fortify the border walls. Li Mayan toiled from summer into autumn, achieving gratifying results. The northern garrison began to renovate the border, as cement proved far superior to mud. The spies from the grasslands, lurking within the border, recognized the exceptional qualities of cement and hastily relayed this information back home. Upon receiving the report, the barbarian king of the grasslands paid it little mind, not from a lack of regard, but because he felt it would have little impact. The method of assault for the grasslands was straightforward. Archers would unleash a barrage to suppress the walls, while the barbarians would scale ladders to ascend. They possessed no siege machinery. Whatever they had was reserved for a more significant operation, without heavy weaponry. Whether or not the walls were coated with cement mattered little to the grassland tribes. Nevertheless, there was some influence, with cement fortifying the structure. Its fire resistance was far superior to that of mud, allowing for potential countermeasures during emergencies. The defenders were cautious about using fire attacks, fearing that a raging inferno could damage the walls, complicating repairs. With the advent of cement, this vulnerability was significantly reduced, while one could not claim absolute immunity to fire. The walls were undoubtedly more resilient, capable of withstanding assaults for extended periods. At worst, they could wait until the grassland tribes retreated before applying another layer of cement. Li Mayan's shop had introduced numerous new products: soaps, perfumes, glassware, while cement remained a non-sale item, dedicated to the general's residence. Upon learning of these new arrivals, Wei Qingluo visited, relishing her status as a VIP with priority purchasing rights. Li Mayun, having not seen her in a while, was taken aback by her growth. She had shot up considerably, already bearing the promise of exquisite beauty in the future. Li Mayun nodded in approval. It seemed her brother's taste was indeed commendable, as the Wei girl was strikingly lovely. Wei Qingluo first indulged in an array of unique items before joining Li Mayun for tea and conversation. "Sister, have you been busy with these matters lately?" Wei Qingluo laughed. "I've come by several times and haven't seen you. Do not take offense, dear sister. I was genuinely overwhelmed before," Li Mayun replied, summoning a shop assistant. "Today, we shall offer a 20% discount on the purchases made by the Wei family girl." Wei Qingluo accepted graciously, covering her mouth as she laughed. "Sister is too generous. Are you not concerned that I may choose to visit only when you are absent?" "Ha ha." Li Mayun burst into laughter. "In fact, I would be delighted if you came more often to support me. I would be eternally grateful for your patronage." Wei Qingluo rolled her eyes playfully. "Indeed, it seems the buyer knows more than the seller. Your words hold merit, but the money I earn is hard-won," Li Mayun replied. "Well then, my dear sister, spare me the tales of your financial struggles. Who in the border region does not know that you earn silver faster than one can pick it up?" The two bantered back and forth, and before they knew it, the conversation veered toward matters of marriage. Li Mayun began to subtly probe, inquiring about Wei Qingluo's situation. Wei Qingluo's cheeks flushed, and her gaze began to wander. Li Mayun recognized the signs. Trouble was brewing. As an elder sister, how could she not assist in safeguarding her interests? Under Li Mayun's persistent encouragement, Wei Qingluo shyly revealed her feelings for Yuan. "Li Mayun, this complicates matters. There is clearly a hint of childhood sweethearts involved here. Seeing each other daily and living together, and Yuan is quite adept at showering her with little gifts and sweet nothings. No wonder the girl has developed feelings. Do your mother and brother approve of this matter?" "Well, my mother has no objections, but I haven't dared to ask my brother." "Why the hesitation?" "It's not that I'm afraid of his disapproval. It's just that I feel awkward bringing it up." Wei Qingluo began to sing her brother's praises. "He treats me exceptionally well. He never opposes anything I do." "Is that so?" "Of course. Even if you wish to marry someone with a criminal record, would he not object?" "As long as it is someone I like, my brother would undoubtedly agree." Li Mayun nodded inwardly, appreciating Nan Qiao's genuine affection for his sister. Alas, her own brother had no chance at all. "Oh, but enough about my affairs. Dear sister, have you reached your coming of age? Have you received any offers?" "Me?